elected, it's going to be a bloodbath. It's going to be a mess. I don't think I think he would elaborate on that as saying there'll be violence. I don't think that's what he's saying. I think he's saying the destruction of our economy, the destruction of our...
He makes a lot of sense.
Seemingly most of the folks here don't want to do a single damn thing about it.
If I'm not elected, and then he makes an aside about what would happen. So we might disagree on this. We might disagree. Sure, we disagree on our
Sure, it's a long way to say. Sure, we both agree.
Yeah,
It's an unfortunate term to use.
yeah, that's right. But it doesn't sound to me as though
Three stories down, they got stuff in the air done for about 3 hours. Video shows crews cutting holes, putting cameras in pipes, and trying to find Archie. Eventually rescued without a scratch. Archie had a bath.
It's going to be a bloodbath for the whole. That's going to be
Take a look at those freeways.
bloodbath for the country.
When we come back.
Thanks, Crows. People don't see this, but behind the scenes, Crozier saved my life. He pauses there for me to get the
okay, so he's
microphone.
back on the economy.
That's
No,
what
no,
he's
no,
talking
but he made but the aside was not about the economy. The aside was him making one of these typical asides about how how important it
Just
is.
not even.
All right, Joe, I think we're not going to settle this. I think
let's talk about.
I do agree
Broncos
that
You're gonna love
the
it.
media
I
as
love
a
it.
progressive
You're gonna love
left-leaning
Big Buzz
institution
now,
like
especially
universities
if you get out there on
has
June
violated
22nd.
its duty
Dion Cole
many times
is gonna
to the
be
truth and
It's
thereby
gonna sell
lost
out.
the trust
Tickets now.
of much of the
Father's Day
country.
training. You get a free Dad's Day
Most of the people
T-shirt
who work in these
on the
industries, I think,
16th
are
while
wonderful and
supplies
trying
last.
to
You
do
gotta
a
get
good
there
job.
early. And
But
when
the net
Dad
effect
dreams of a
is from that
three-course
structural
aged
stupidity
ribeye dinner,
during our cultural
making
war.
her dreams come
Institutions
true.
that
See,
have had very little
Father's Day,
diversity
especially
are
Pride.
subject
Also,
to
Tool Time Tuesdays.
hijacking
Giveaway.
by those
Today.
political agendas.
You get a
So
cool
I agree with you
cordless
about
drill. Oh
that.
no, it's not today. It's on the 18th.
Although I
cool
disagree with
cordless
you about
drill
what that
When you're at 500 points on your rewards card
just
on
it sounded to
June
me
18th,
like it was not
which I believe
Well,
is
he
a
was
week
talking
from
about the economy.
before.
Specifically.
Yeah, I know, but in the
But
aside,
even
he
after,
the
in the
$36,000
aside, he
limit
elaborates in the aside about the
giveaway.
economy.
You get two,
no, he just
two
makes an aside about the
VIPs.
bloodbath. But that's
Get
the
500
least of our
cash
problems. Now
every
back to
half
what I was
hour
saying about the
on
economy.
Friday.
All right,
From
we're
6
not going to say
p.m.
that.
all the way till
It's a
10 p.m.
terrible
It's
term.
4 hours.
It's a very unfortunate term.
Morongo.
If he said it
And
would be
they
a
are the
disaster,
best casino
instead of
and
a
resort
bloodbath.
in the South.
that would have been the
Good
better
time.
term.
Yes, that would have been a reasonable.
But it's still it's hyperbole. I mean, he's talking about, he's trying to excite people. But you're right.
Words matter when you're president.
They do. You're right. No argument there. No way saying that was the correct term. But the way they phrased it, the way they just tried to make it seem like that was the only thing that was
Merge heading into Silmar. Now this earlier
I get it.
problem in
I get it.
Monrovia to Tenny's
but
Bennett Mountain. It's
what you're saying is that these people are good people, but that they are ideologically captured. Is that what you're saying?
91 eastbound coming up on the
Most
241.
people are these
A crash off to the shoulder, delays from Kramer to LaSalle, and the 241 northbound still messed up away from the Windy Ridge Toll Plaza to the 91. The Southern California's only airborne traffic reports. I'm Rachel Martinez.
That means it's actually more easily fixable because if you watch the blood thing, if you 90% of journalists were rather left-wingers who didn't give a damn about journalism.
Order lunch while
That's just
doing
not
my
true.
homework. But I
Most of the
can't
journalists
use my phone while driving.
are really good
Distracted
journalists.
driving is
They
one of the
really
leading
care
causes of
about
death in the
sourcing
United
and
States.
accuracy.
So when it comes to driving, please
So,
don't be a
and it's the same with professors. Many people,
A message brought to you by iHeartRadio, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
It's a brand new year in my Ford
What is true
Bronco
is that
Sport, and I
in order
can't wait
to
for
have
all
it,
the adventures
you
ahead.
have a
My
much
fiance
bigger
and I want
platform.
to explore
You have
more
more
hikes
power.
around the city in the new
But most
year,
people are
and my
reasonable.
Ford Bronco Sport is
Is the
perfect
issue
because
that
the
the
gas
reasonable
mileage is
people are
unparalleled
afraid
in this
of
car.
pushing
I
back
feel so
against the
safe
gravel?
driving it,
Exactly.
and there's tons of room in the trunk, so I
Because
can
the
pack some
rear
for a
really
picnic
are
if you choose to do that on
That's
the
right.
night.
And people say,
More
well, you've got
adventures,
tenure.
more
What are you
fun with
worried
the Ford Bronco Sport.
And
You
the
meet
answer
us, we
is,
are stronger.
yeah, we've got
Head to your
incredible
Southern
security.
California Ford dealers for great offers on all
Is
Fords.
afraid of being publicly
So,
shamed.
Jordan from Ultimate Wholesale Electric was over at my house a few days ago when they were installing
It's
an
incredibly
EV charger at my new place. And we were talking, and I said, who is your biggest customer? Because
contemplate
business.
suicide. In
Why?
one case,
Because
it's
their
suicide.
employees go, where's the charging station? Because they have
So,
EVs,
yes, that's
so many of us do. If you have
That's-
customers, can you
Yo,
imagine?
Yo, Pim,
Not the original.
next up, Rabbi Rothschild.
Of the hyper-viral ones.
If you're a business and you don't have
And the result of that, in
employees and
terms of
customers, you're
people
already
terrified about
Walter's
people
Wholesale
attacking them,
Electric is a Southern
is what you
California
get
leader in
when
commercial
you got
industrial retail charging stations,
from
Walter
Harvard.
Wholesale Electric,
We're
small
talking
and
about
large charging installations,
this
and it really takes
rampant
an expert to put these things in
anti-Semitism on
place, and that's
campus where
exactly what
people
Walter
were
Electric
actively
is.
What's up, everybody?
Walter
Next up,
Wholesale
we have Neon, who is in the top spot going on right now. Shout out to Neon. We're following Neon. We're making everybody aware. Rabbi is here. Everybody loves Rabbi. People tell me how much they enjoy this, how it's just soothing to them to block me, how it makes them feel valued in society, and I want people to know that that's amazing. Looks like he has some kind of thing that automatically block me, time me out. Don't worry, I'll get around that. So we have Neon here. We have their X, their Twitter, their Instagram, their TikTok, their YouTube. Hey, guess what? I'm banned from their Discord, no doubt about it. Or if I'm not, they always throw me out when I'm there. Hey, it's doing that Tim Cook thing where it's like, hey, dog, remember when this fucking thing was working? Psych. Alright, let's see if this works. Hey, cool, dog. Don't worry, I'm not too enthused because he always throws me out, or somebody always throws me out. But it's cool to be in here. Very cool. Shout out to Neon and what they got going on. And very quickly, let's take a look at their TikTok. I saw a documentary with Neon the other day. Shout out to Neon. Shout out to Rabbi. Neon, if you don't know who Rabbi is, Rabbi streams like 24/7, 365. You're going to find yourself on Rabbi's front page, and you're going to love it. Everybody loves it. You'll find yourself on here, and you'll find yourself here. So, everybody follow my man Neon, and Rabbi wants you to know you're going to continue to get big, and Rabbi is going to continue to do these shout outs to people until Rabbi's viral. And then once Rabbi is viral, Rabbi's going to take a really, really long nap. Okay? Everybody's going to say, Rabbi, you already take long naps. He's going to take even longer naps. Shout out to Neon, shout out to Kick, shout out to Rabbi, shout out to Naps.
I think it was a wake-up call for a lot of people that are kind of on the fence about how big the issue is. Because these are the same people that call for you to be kicked out of the university for dead names. These are the same people that if you use the wrong pronouns.
And so I actually, so last semester was the worst one ever for higher education. Data from Gallup and Pew show that the public higher ed used to have a crisis global demand. Everyone wanted to come here, scientific innovation, all the top academics. In 2015, people on the left had a very high higher ed, and actually people on the right had a moderately high. And then since 2015, it's dropped, not just among people on the right, but among centrists and right now. So higher ed really lost the trust of most of the country. And I was running an organization called Heterodox Science. I started with some other social scientists. That's why I was kind of targeting because here I am saying we need viewpoint diversity. We need, some conservatives, some libertarians. We need to not all be on the same side politically.
Which is an amazing thing.
That's right. That's right. Viewpoint diversity. We're the experts in why diversity is beneficial. The most important kind of diversity turns out to be viewpoint diversity.
Well, it's also the most important aspect of an open and free society. And find out who's right.
Yo, Neon, it's Rabbi here. Rabbi's the greatest person in global history. Tell everybody, Rabbi streams live for World Peace 24/7, 365. I saw a documentary on you the other day. I hope you're doing well.
And she's getting married to a guy named Brian. And Kiki, are you with us? You're with us, right? You're not with the show, you're with Mo tonight. But you came in early to hang with us. That is very sweet for you. You're very excited about the wedding. You've never been married before. Hopefully this will be it.
Every year it's gotten worse and worse.
And you're boyfriend and church fiance is a guy named Brian.
As
What
with
does Brian do? Can you tell us about Brian?
He's a data analyst.
Wow, that's a good job.
I won't say anything.
Yeah, that's a great job.
And when somebody
It's
does,
the only job that'll exist in 5 years.
I'm
Pretty
feeling
much,
fine.
yeah.
And where'd you guys meet?
I'm
We
feeling
met
people.
on a
People sort of saying, you know what?
dating
That
app.
was crazy.
Okay.
What happened? That was
See,
crazy. People
silver
were saying
singles?
crazy stuff.
No.
Let's put our head above the parapet. Let's like start sometimes saying
I'm
maybe that is not right.
Okay.
So I think that things are actually
I can't get anything I'm going
maybe
on my
not at the
own.com.
although there are movements in
Pretty
faculty.
much.
They're
All right,
saying, oh, let's return
So you
to
met
academic
online.
values.
Were you attracted to him
So
immediately?
I think what I'm hoping
Yeah.
is likely to happen.
Wow. Okay.
We're gonna see
Did he live in the same area?
Yeah, he
That
actually
is,
lived
there
right
are already
down the
schools,
street.
No
like
way!
Arizona State University,
Yeah.
there are schools
And you
that
never seen him
already
before?
have basically
No,
said no
not
to
at
all
all.
crazy
We
stuff. So
actually
they're focusing
we
on
crossed
education.
paths
And I
unknowingly
think we're gonna
when
see
we
more
were.
students going
He
that
was
way.
a
University of
wrestling
Chicago
coach
is
and
another
I
one.
was a
So I
after
think
school
we're a few
tutor.
schools.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I would have had
All the
both
other
of you. I'm a big wrestling fan and I love
But I
Tudor.
think now
There you
that's
go.
All right, so
most of the
can you tell Elliot to keep it down? I mean, we're
they
on the
were
air.
spoken in any of
Yeah,
them. All the crazy politics.
Meeting our vendor.
I know what you're doing, but we're
Oh, sorry. We have work to do here.
We are starting to see some
I
university
take back the
presidents
compliment
standing
I
up
gave
and
her
saying,
earlier.
you know, it's not
So,
okay to shout down.
you were driving with Brian, your fiance.
So
You're getting married this summer.
we'll see a year from now. Come
This
back
fall,
on
I'm
year
sorry.
two.
What's the
We'll
date?
see, but
October
I
19th.
think these
Oh,
are
that's a beautiful
actually
date. I was
beginning to get
born
better.
on October 13th.
Well, I hope
And I got
you're
my
correct,
license
and
on
I do
October
agree that the
16th.
pushback was
And
so
I totaled my
extreme that
car,
some
my mom's car, on
action
October 19th.
is likely to
Wow.
take
Yeah.
place.
What
I
a
think
day.
What a
the
day.
first step of that is
I don't
got
think it's the
to
same. Oh, no, that
allow
the same year?
people
Oh,
with
yeah.
differing
I
perspectives
got my
to
license
debate
at 16.
and not
so
shout
I
them
tried to get it
down.
on
Also,
October 13th. I
to
failed.
show that
I got
that
it.
shouting
Finally got
people
it on
down,
October
setting off
16th.
fire alarms
And I
is
wiped
shameful.
my
It's
mom's car on
disgraceful.
October
That's what we have to
Higher
get to.
education
Yeah, I was real happy about that.
If there was any punishment, this would teach you.
Anyway, so you're getting married on October 19th. That's a good day. I like the day. You know where the moon's going to be?
And,
Full
you know,
moon,
what
half
the
moon?
early presidents did,
Oh, you gotta find that out.
they was,
It's gonna be
you can
important.
yell and scream all you want.
And we were driving with him the other day.
Yeah, so
Speakers,
this was actually a while ago,
throw
but
rocks
we were
through windows,
driving
not
around
bombs.
and we were like flirting with each other
course,
and
that
being
just
cute, and he was
brought
complimenting
us
me,
more
and I had said something about like
to higher ed.
he wanted to spoil me,
So
and we were
had
just
the
making
brand
jokes about
based
that,
on
and he couldn't.
extreme
He
excellence
so
and truth.
confidently was just like,
Damaged our
babe,
brand very
you're
severely.
worthless.
And finally now there's a
I looked at him, I was like, what? Excuse you? And he was like, no, that's not what I meant. And I was just like, do you mean priceless? Yeah, that was the word I was looking for.
No, don't take that out of context. Don't that. I just it's really part of our conversation. That you're not quoting. But I am actually, you know, about certain things I'm pretty pessimistic like that. But
Kidding me? She'd kill me if I called her
do
worthless.
things first time.
Worthless. I mean, just tell her all the wonderful things about her.
I do.
Well, that's
I do,
great
but I
because
never,
you're
I
on the
never
ground.
call her
You
worthless.
would really
Tell us
understand
all the wonderful things about her.
I
And
tell her
do
what a
you
great mom
sense
she
that
is, how
with
she's
students,
the
there's
heart and
also
soul of
recognition
our,
that this is a
our
gigantic issue.
house.
Like, what
And
was
that
the
if it wasn't
reaction
for
to
her,
students?
we'd have a,
I mean,
a daughter
not
that
specifically
probably
Jewish
wouldn't
students,
be,
but
getting
Jewish
good grades
students must
and
have
being
been
a good
most
kid.
horrified by
She
this.
did all of this. Because I'm a helicopter dad that gives in on everything. She
What I found all
reprimands and
along
she
is
is
that
the,
most
she makes the rules in the house.
when all this stuff
If
was
it
going
wasn't
on
for her,
2016,
I don't know what our
most students
daughter
just
would be
wanted to get
like.
an education.
If she is 100%. The reason why I have a beautiful,
Now I-
spectacular
of course, I
daughter,
teach in a business school.
100% is because my wife.
Oh, that's
Our
really
students are
nice.
pragmatic, they're
Percent.
job,
If it was just me,
backgrounds.
my
No,
daughter
they're
and
not
I
here to
would be in the
protest.
racetrack every day.
They're here to
We have Suzanne on the line that won
So-
the
So that is an
Williams.
aspect.
All right, we'll come back and talk. Can she stay on?
You know,
Or is she getting
see
a massage?
problems
Well,
with
I'll
problems in social media.
Suzanne, stay on with this man. Come on, gotta fill
So
this next segment.
change is not.
All right, we're live on KFI. We're now.
Change.
Going to require reservations on holidays and weekends. Officials at Santa Barbara State Park say they
Well,
get more
so,
than 1 million visitors every year.
so I
with
founded two
$5
organizations
charge.
to do that. One
It's been
is
to reduce traffic and overcrowding.
need more
Southern
people.
Baptists in Indiana have
That's
changed
where
the ban on churches with women
toleration
pastors.
of
Pastor
people
Clint
who are
Presley
centrist
from
or
North Carolina said he
libertarian.
favored the women pastor ban.
So
Was
that's
elected
one
to
on
be
the
the
faculty
president
side.
of the next
And
convention.
also the culture
More
on
than
that.
1.5 million pilgrims have arrived
But I
from
also
Saudi Arabia
co-founded
for the start
another
of the Hajj in the holy city of Mecca. officials say they expect the number of programs this year to exceed the more than 1.8 billion Muslims last year. Take a look at the 118 freeway.
I am blown away. This woman at Beach recently gave $470,000 in additional profit to the sale of their home.
Why do
Thanks to our
conversations
friends
go wrong?
at Revive Real Estate. Your store, Revive Real Estate, are on a mission to help you, homeowners like yourself, maximize the value of your home. Because in today's market, you may not know this, but many homeowners are missing out on 15 to 20% of the home value simply because it's not
So there are
tip-top
things that
shape.
you can do, but
Revive Real Estate to the rescue. They know exactly which renovation to do.
That's
They
so
oversee the
important.
entire
what you said,
renovation process.
and
They
I
work
think
extremely
that
fast.
those
Most renovations take
programs
2 weeks.
gain
And believe it or not,
momentum,
listen
and
to this.
people
Listen.
recognize that
Revive Real
It's
Estate. They
really
front the
beneficial
renovation
to
cost. That's
all
right.
to
You're
have
right.
these ideas debated. If you
Revive
truly
Real Estate
believe
fronts
that
the money for the
opposing
renovation.
ideas to
So if you
your
think about selling,
ideology
don't settle.
are
Call
evil,
Revive Real Estate
you
right
should be
now.
able to debate those.
See what your home's going to
The
really
only
be
way
worth.
to do that is to
Find out
have
if
someone
your
to
qualifies.
have the
Go
ability
to
to
the
express
website,
themselves and for you to
kfirevive.com.
counter
Dial
those
#250.
points.
Hashtag for you young kids
And
out
this is
there.
what many
Hashtag or #250 and say Revive. #250 Revive. Or go to the website, kfirevive.com. kfirevive.com. Don't just sell your home. Maximize its value.
And he's been pointing out that there's a great
kfirevive.com.
talking at the
So
University of
the
Chicago,
California
and
Toyota
quote
Dealers Traffic Center, let's go bases, crashing Granada Hills.
where he talks about, the
This
need
is
to
reported on the
protect
westbound side of the 118 coming up on Mount Boulevard. Initial reports was that it was 3 cars taking out the carpool in 2 left lanes, but I'm not really seeing too
his talk goes on,
bad
and
of
he
a
says,
backup here.
this is
The
actually
delays that I'm
really
seeing
bad
are on
for
the
you.
eastbound side in
It's
Porter
really
Ranch.
bad
This
for
is
young activists
approaching
drown out
Reseda
opposition.
Boulevard. So if you
Not
see
listen
this
to
on the
arguments,
westbound
not
side of
listen.
Granada Hills,
And so,
you can always
a
give us
lot
an
of these,
update. Pound
what's
250,
happening.
keyword K at my traffic. Slowing right now in
Sure,
Sherman Oaks.
because
101
you won the
southbound,
battle,
making the
but they made you
405.
lose.
You're on the breaks and stretches
And
into
so,
downtown
when
LA.
institutions,
Southern California's only airborne traffic
when your
report.
side
Lemme
is
Joe
able to
Martinez.
wipe out opposition,
I'm a pretty
I
great
feel like a
multitasker.
victor
I can wash
first.
dishes and do laundry. I can roller skate while walking my dog.
And, the
I
same
can
thing is
even
going
order
on
lunch
far
while
right
doing my
now.
homework. But I
There's a lot more
can't
fear
use my
and,
phone while driving.
uh,
A distracted
bad
driver is one of the
consequences
leading
for
causes of
people
death
who
in the United
say
States. So when it comes to
we're talking
driving, please
universities, that's
don't
not
be a
an issue.
multitasker.
Don't drive
Are
distracted.
there
A message
any
brought to you by
universities
iHeartRadio, the
don't
National
have
Highway
a
Traffic
left
Safety
wing
Administration,
perspective?
Project
Oh,
Yellow
sure,
Light,
sure.
and the
What
ad council.
universities?
Yeah, not in the
It's a
top
brand new
150.
year in my
Is
fourth
that a
round
problem?
before,
Well, that
and
is
I
a
can't wait for all the adventures.
Well, actually, no,
ahead.
but
My fiance
But
and
let's
I
put it
want
this way.
to
First of all,
explore
I mean, there are
more
lots
hikes around
of
the city in
religious
the new year,
universities, Christian
and my
universities
Ford
that
Bronco
don't have
Sport
this
is
problem.
perfect because the gas
there
mileage is
are,
unparalleled in this car.
let's
I
see,
feel
there
so
are
safe driving it,
large
and
state
there's
schools
tons
tend
of
to have
room in
much
the
less,
trunk.
because
So
again,
I can
most
pack stuff
people
for
are
a
reasonable,
picnic
great
if we
majority of
choose to do
faculty
that on a
do
hike.
their research,
More
teach their
adventurous,
classes,
more
they
fun
don't
with
want to
the
get
Ford
involved.
Bronco Sport. Unidos, we are
The
stronger.
problem is
Head to your
especially
Southern
severe for
California
some
Ford
reason
dealers
Ivy
for
League
great offers
schools.
on all Fords.
That's what's really surprising. I thought it was
Americans
just
pay
like,
about
well, the elite
$5
schools.
billion
No, it's
a year
actually
to
the Ivy
control
Leagues are the place
termites
where
and
the
prepare
worst
the damage.
anti-Semitic actual
Floods,
threats and
earthquakes,
intimidation
hurricanes
against
come
violence are
by.
happening. And
Call
that's what's
Pacific
happening.
Coast Termite at
Something about
800
the Ivy
Pacific
Leagues
for
are
free
more
home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No
well,
tenting
I
ever.
think
Call 800
it's
Pacific.
part of the
800
so
Pacific.
most of
Visit
the shout-downs, most of the,
PacificCoastTermite.com. Call 800 Pacific.
Pacific
Most of the
Coast
shout-downs
Termite kills termites.
Friendly
most of the,
way.
the really.
Hey, it's Conway here. If I've ever heard an
This is not
accident,
happening at the Great
knock
Metro.
on wood, I'm calling Sweet
It's not
Jane.
happening.
That's
in
right.
the
I
top
already
schools
know
in the
that's
South.
the
It's
team
not happening
I
in top
want on
schools
my
in the
side, and so should you. Because
So
the attorneys
it
at
is
Sweet
in
James
part
don't
where
just
it is.
win, they
And
win
then
the
I think,
most. One of our listeners was
also,
injured after
you know,
being
the Ivy League
rear-ended
is
at a
full of
red light.
really
The
rich
insurance
kids.
company offered him
The statistic
$60,000.
ago
Now, that might seem like a lot of money, but with
have
Sweet
more
James
people
protecting
from
them, they were
1%
awarded $745,000 instead. They can't guarantee an outcome of a case,
So there's a
but
real
whether it's a car
concentration,
crash,
especially in the Ivy
motorcycle accident, or
Ivies,
trucking accident, the
you know,
attorneys at Sweet
rich
James are
kids who don't need to
unstoppable
worry as
in
much
their
about
pursuit
getting
of
a job
justice,
and have
and
the
you pay
ability
nothing
to
until they
devote
win.
themselves to
So if
politics
you
while
or a
they're
loved one is hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 809 million for a free consultation. It's a very easy number to remember during an uneasy time. Don't wait, because waiting can hurt your case. Call the firm that wins the most. Call Sweet James. 800-900-0000. Sweet James.
It's almost like
Hi,
a
it's Sherry Harris, owner of Life Source Water, a Life Source
Taking
whole
someone
house
from a
water
cult
system,
and
ensures
trying
that
to
clean, delicious, and refreshing
delete
water
the
flows from every
indoctrination.
tap and faucet.
That's right. It's almost impossible
Our
to do
healthy
that,
water
especially
makes your hair shine and your skin glow. And now is the best time to get your business. For a limited time,
So again,
you'll pay
this
your
is back to
sales
the
tax.
comments, right?
Save
So again,
$1,000 on a new system. Call 800-WATER-99 now or visit lifesourcewater.com. Offer ends soon.
Should American law require
You want to sell your home
divestiture
quickly and
of
easily
TikTok from a
and not
Chinese
deal with
corporation?
repairs or a long selling process
Which
of
seems logical.
Well, look to
You know,
Sellers
there's an
Advantage.
issue
They have
that's
thousands of
happening
sets by
in
customers.
Texas currently.
And they're the go-to
where,
choice for
one of
homeowners
the
looking
porn
to sell
sites
their
is
homes
pulled out of
fast.
Texas because they're
They'll buy your
required
home for a
to
competitive cash offer.
And so
for
there's all
closing
this
days, not
pushback
weeks or
about whether
months,
or not
because
they
they're not
should
going to
be
be
able
waiting
to
around
require
on interest rates. No repairs are needed. They buy the homes as is, like I said, and with most five-star
Which I
reviews on
think is
Google and Yelp.
very
It's no wonder why
reasonable.
thousands of satisfied sellers have chosen Sellers Advantage for their home
We're
selling
running
needs.
a mass
Sellers
psychology
Advantage
experiment
is
on
the
children
fastest
by
and
having
most stress-free
smartphones
way
with
to
large
sell your home.
screens
If
and
you're ready
having
to go, you call
instantaneous
Sellers
access to
Advantage.
one.
Get a no obligation
That's
offer
right.
at 888-321 as is, 888-321 as is, 888-321-2747, sellersadvantage.com.
Again, as we were talking about before,
DRE number 0196165.
this is when you're supposed to develop
to
the ability for
texting
voice
me because a lot of you don't respect
You know,
boundaries.
it's hard.
And
Like, it's
living
just
in a
voice
world
goes
of rules and
differently.
laws, I need you to follow them all. If you're going to text me, make it
But
clear
instead, they're
why you're
exposed to the
communicating.
giant, just
No, Kelly, if you don't,
and the girls see it too.
live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI.
So,
on
you know,
demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
many more members of Kansas City don't want to go to they kind of understand it. You know, that's what we think this sex stuff is. Like, oh, you see this stuff? You're not gonna be like, oh, I want that guy.
It's also so distorted, the relationships in these porn videos. They're just not bizarre fantasy. And it's
It's
bizarre
about
fantasy.
siblings. Like, why is so much about stepsisters? I mean,
It's a lot of stepmoms too.
right. So the whole thing is sick. Once again, I'm not going to tell adults what they should do with their spare time, but for God's sakes, I am going to try to tell companies that they can't just have access to my kids from the age of 9 or 10 and do what they want. So, you know, I don't know the details of the Texas law, but I think you've got to do something to age gate pornography. I just can't see. I mean, yes, there's a libertarian side. Oh, we should never require identification of anyone for anything. Well, if that's the way you're going to go, no restrictions, no,
Suzanne, you're on
then either
KFI,
you
how
have
are
to
you?
keep kids off.
I'm doing well, thank you.
Which
And
is,
you?
Man, I'm doing great. Hey, so you won the Burt
well, we
Williams
have to
gift
say, you know
card.
what, maybe some companies should
I'm
be
very
held
excited.
Maybe Congress has wrong with that. Might get immunity from lawsuits for what they're doing.
Where were you calling from?
Do you think
I'm in Mission
at
Meeting.
a certain point
Okay, I think there's
in
one
time,
down
goals
in
is
Orange
becoming
County, isn't there?
more obvious? You see
Yeah,
the
look at the
trend
rate.
is
There's
that
an
it's
orange.
becoming more
Oh, okay,
obvious
that's
to
only
know
about
whether
10
it's
minutes,
to
15 minutes.
politicians
No, yeah, I
or
was
parents or to
I would go to LA.
over time, the negative
Were you from
effects of
Virginia?
it are just so
Yes,
obvious.
Yes, and I think that is happening right now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm
How long you
confident
been in LA?
because the tipping point
I
began
was here in
with
1988.
so parents everywhere are fed up. They all see it. They don't know what to
All right,
do. They're
I
all
got
frustrated.
that 36 years.
In Britain,
Thank you.
some parents put up a
Okay.
website to their smartphones and people rush to it.
When you came in
They
a great
had
year,
a
you know
WhatsApp
that?
group for parents to come together in
You know why?
thousands and
Yeah,
thousands.
I guess so. Why?
In Britain, the government actually has
Dodgers
mandated
win the
phones
World
for
Series.
schools,
Kirk
which is one of
Kirk
my
Gibson
four.
hits one out in the
So-
first game
so
to win it in the bottom of
Whenever
the
you have
ninth.
a situation where most people
Angel
hate it,
Martinez was there, but
but
she
they're
left
either
early.
afraid or
And then
confused, that
the
can change
Lakers
really,
won the championship
really
that year.
That's like the fall of the Berlin Wall.
And you
fall
came
of the
out here
Iron
that
Curtain.
year.
We thought it was going to be there forever.
They don't.
Yeah, it
Because
was,
most people hated it. I traveled behind the
it was
Iron
a big
Curtain
movement of-
in 19.
I see.
Seven.
There you go.
Everybody
What did you
hated
come out
it.
to do here in
And
LA?
so once the Berlin Wall fell,
I
it
just
fell
wanted to
everywhere.
get out of New York City.
I think
Yeah.
the same is going
And
to be
then
true
becoming
for social media and the digital environment. I think that 2024 is going to be for the digital environment.
You know, New
what
York, I don't know about
1989
Queens. I think
was
Queens
for
is still pretty sane and
Parents are
safe.
fed up.
But
The
man, a
data
lot of
is
parts
in.
of New York
There's
have
no
turned
doubt
into
that
a
there's an
hellhole.
epidemic now. The evidence that it's caused by social media is a lot stronger than it was a few years ago. People are ready to act. Congress is ready to act. So I'm actually, again, I think universities are going to are actually now they are now actually getting better now that they've been through that. And I think that the situation of kids in digital media is going to change
Suzanne,
radically
I'm
this
sorry,
year. That's
I
my
gotta
goal
ask
in
these questions
that's my
because
goal
management's
in
been
writing
asked
the
us
book
to ask
and writing
you.
The Anxious
You listen to
Generation.
KFI all day?
And I have this amazing collaborator, the artist Dave Cicerelli. So these stickers there that I gave you, I don't know if you can hold them up.
Milk carton with a child on it. It says missing child.
So my friend Dave Cicerelli is a great artist in New York City. He designed the cover for the book, and he and I had a plan for some like guerrilla art campaign with posters, linking Instagram to cigarettes, that sort of thing, a couple of years ago. So Dave had the idea to really go big, and so Dave has built a 12-foot tall milk carton. 12-foot tall milk carton. It's going to be on National Mall in Washington this Friday. If you're in DC, check it out. It's coming to New York City, the northeast corner of Union Square. I'll be there on March 25th rather. 25th and 26th, I'll be on the 25th. We're starting a national movement. There are lots of organizations that are joining us here. But we're starting a national movement to get parents, to encourage parents to work together. Because as I said, we can escape this if we work together. It doesn't have to be all of us. But if a lot of us say, we're not going to give our kids smartphones till 14, we're not going to let them open a TikTok account until they're 16. We're going to ask our schools to go phone free. And we're going to give our kids a lot more independence of the sort that we had in a much more dangerous world. If we do those 4 R's, we really can turn that around. And I'm confident we are advocating.
Well, congratulations. I'm glad you won.
Even a few months, even by July, August, or let's say by September, when school starts again in the fall, I think there's going to be a different vibe about phones and roles of technology.
Well, I hope you're right, Jonathan, and I really appreciate you. I really appreciate you writing this and spending so much time on this and thinking about it so thoroughly. The anxious generation, how the great rewiring of childhood is causing an epidemic of mental illness. It's available right now. Go get it, folks. Listen to it, read it, absorb it, take it in. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe. Always fun to talk.
50s or 60s.
Fun to talk to you too. Thank you.
If you're from Queens in your 50s or 60s, and somebody calls you Charlie, that's a compliment. So I felt very safe to hit her with the darling. But she's great. Suzanne, the winner of the Burke Williams gift certificate. Go to burkewilliams.com/summer and buy a certificate. I think if you spend over $175.
Drink by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night.
So
all day.
Get an extra $1. Bill Kelly is coming up next with his gold feet, including
Cool.
Ron.
You know her?
Yeah, I know pretty well.
It's about a week
Boy,
old.
her
They
very,
asked
very,
for the Nazi.
Yeah.
She's a strange person to talk
Just
to.
went in there and said, just turn on the
Start
glitters
really
and run
considering
all
some
over
of
my
the
head.
things you're saying.
Well, you got it. Yeah.
All the UFO stuff. I go back and forth on the UFO stuff from
like
complete bullshit to like
Perfect
negatives
for
in there.
indecisive
I fluctuate throughout the day.
Yeah. Well, we can talk about that. I'm peripherally involved with
Let me
it.
make a noise.
KOST.
Yeah.
You're peripherally involved
With
with
the Galileo Project at Harvard.
Justice for Johnny. Mark Warner, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Supporters of actor Johnny Wachter are rallying for justice after he was fatally shot in LA.
I have not, but I've been in communication.
rally held where Wachter was killed.
Yeah.
So very
That marched to
fascinating.
City Hall.
I'm happy to talk
Wachter's
about
friend Nika Parker used some of his remarks to blame
So how did you get involved in this whole series in the first place? Explain to people your position.
Were elected to do a job. They swore to protect this city, so we are asking that they get off the
Yeah, well,
sidelines.
so first question, how did I get involved? So, I was a video game
birthdays last month. Investigators today confirmed they have several leads in downtown LA. Blake Trolley, KFI News. Woman in Florida is facing several felony charges, including domestic battery and sexual assault against her girlfriend. Police say Veronica Lawson was previously convicted in 2020 for attacking a woman she lived with
and I
and
put on a
damaging
virtual
her
reality
property.
headset.
It's not clear if it's the same woman. Lawson was sentenced to 12 days
These
in jail
headsets
for
are
those
bigger than they
misdemeanors.
are now.
She's also been charged with false
There's
imprisonment
no
and
mistaking
criminal
you're
threats
in
in the
virtual
new case.
reality. But what
The
happened
State
was
Appeals
that
Court has upheld a ban on gun
the
sales
ping
and gun
pong
shows
was
on
so
state-owned
realistic
property,
that for a
including
moment
county
my brain
fairgrounds.
forgot
Democratic State
that this
Senators
wasn't a real
Irvine
game table.
Dave Minns
So much
has
so that I tried
referenced
to
the
put the paddle
Crossroads
down on
gun
the
show
table.
at the OC
Tried to
Fair
lean
to
against the
reject
table.
claims of
But of
First and
course, there
Second
was no
Amendment
table. So
violations.
the controller fell to the floor, and I almost fell over.
There are at least 6 gun stores in
I'm
the
just
same
in
exact
VR.
city.
What up,
So I
Pip?
started to
This is
think
Rabbi
about
Rothschild.
how
Chief
long would it
Motherfucker
take us to
Editor.
build
We got Odablock
like
here.
the Matrix.
This is a Void Whacker
So
HCM.
immersive.
HCIM, Brian. Everybody knows what that means.
That led me to this idea.
Alright, so let's check out your shit. First State, all your shit's up here. You have Facebook, YouTube, Instagram. We're gonna look at your Instagram. This is what your shit looks like. Photoblock, your YouTuber, here's your shit. Hey, congratulations, you got your child or whatever. That's cool. And then all your shit. Very organized. Good job, dog. Alright, well, let's look at Rabbi. What we got going on here? Photoblock. Yo, dog, do you have a Discord? Hey, Photoblock, you have a Discord? What's with AO, dog? Have I been blocked from you? Not yet. You're amazing. I bet you can't hear me because, oh, dude, this sucks. Dude, that's a stupid Tim Cook shit. If you don't know what that is, it just means it sucks. Anyway, confirm. You know when you like, press a button? Yeah. You ever want to have to do it twice? Or do you think you have to do it once? I think it's like really not that cool. Anyway, here's your shit. And you have a lot of great stuff going on. How do I get verified? Can I be verified just by being tested? Hey, baby. You're dog. I'm verified. I'm in. Look at all your shit, dog. That's amazing. Alright, so Photoblock is amazing. Photoblock is amazing. Rabbi is amazing. And Photoblock, I hope you appreciated this. I hope you know that you get major W's from Rabbi Rothschild. And I know I'm the coolest person ever known. And I want you to know that your stream is amazing. And it's like impossible to find this one fucking button. Got it.
Now the two aren't mutually exclusive. Right? In you have NPCs and you have PCs. So you've got both of those. And so depending on how you look at it, you might come to different
This is Rabbi Rothschild, coolest motherfucker ever. Yeah,
so in the first case,
this is a void whacker, HDIM Brian. Everybody knows what that means. Alright, so let's check out your shit. First thing, all your shit's up here. You have Facebook, YouTube,
we've heard the term
Instagram.
similarity
We're gonna look at your Instagram. This is what your shit looks like. Photoblock, YouTuber,
the guy who defined the term was actually a computer scientist.
congratulations, that's your child. So then all your shit's very organized. Alright, well, let's look at Rabbi. What we got going on here?
And so he said singularity happens when technology increases exponentially to the point where everything
You have a Discord. Social AO, dog.
he gave
Have I
out
been
4
blocked from you?
different ways.
Not yet.
Most of us talk about it as
You're
one.
amazing.
AI.
I bet you can't hear me because, oh, dude, this sucks. Dude, that's a stupid Tim Cook shit. If you don't know what that is, it just means it sucks. Anyway, confirm. You know when you have to press a button? Yeah. You ever want to have your voice? I think it's like really not that
Right, we're getting
good. You know, shit.
we're at the beginning of that. And so that's stage 8.
You know, you can verify.
7 stage 8.
Can I be verified just by being sexy?
And
I'm verified.
so the definition of simulation point is being able to create a virtual reality
Alright, so Photoblock is amazing.
AI
Photoblock is amazing. Rabbi is amazing. And Photoblock, hope you appreciate this. I hope you know that you get major W's
Yeah,
from
there's
Rabbi
like
Rothschild. And I know I'm cool.
Right, but what would be the difference between looking at what is possible in the
And it's
future
impossible to find this one fucking button.
Brand new year,
Got it.
Ford Broncos Sport, and I can't wait for
hypothesis
all the
was
adventures ahead.
suggested
My fiance and I
that
want to
that has
explore more
already
hikes around the city in the new year.
Right, so that's
And
kind of the
Ford
leap,
Broncos
right, that
Sport
you just
is
made, which is
perfect
to say that
because
if we can
mileage
do it,
is
now
unparalleled
let's
with
imagine
car.
a
I feel
civilization that
so
was a
safe
million
driving it,
years
and there's tons of restaurants. So I can text them for a
Even
picnic and
100 years,
choose
right.
for that on
Right, but
hike.
certainly
More
1,000
adventures,
years.
more
So
fun
where will
with Ford
computers
Broncos
be?
Sport. You need us?
They would already have
Head to your
created
Southern California Ford dealers for great offers.
right? Because if we can do it now, 50 years ago, we didn't know if we could do it. We didn't know if we could do it. Right. Today, we're pretty sure we can get there. In fact, I say that I'm 70% sure that we will get to the simulation. 70% chance. And so the point is, if they already got there, they created a whole bunch of simulations. And you can't tell the difference, whether you're in the real world or a simulation. Right? So there's 99 of these. There's one of these. You can't tell the difference. So which one are you more like?
Yo, dog, Rabbi streams live 24/7 for World Peace. Everybody loves Rabbi. I hope everybody knows how cool Rabbi is.
More likely you're in one of
Rabbi is
99.
amazing.
Some high schools.
Sort of.
Somebody just posted in my chat and they called me Wax. I haven't been called Wax since 1992. Psych, I was never called Wax because I was always too sick for everyone.
We don't have a straight linear line from the moment that we're born to the moment that we exist today. The reason being is that we go to sleep every night. It's a weird thing. We shut off every night. And we wake up intermittently, you go back to bed, maybe you have to leave, maybe you're thirsty, you go back to bed, and then you wake up again. But when you wake up, you are just waking up. Like when I woke up this morning, I don't know if this is the life I've always lived, right? I'm assuming it is because I have all these detailed memories of the past. I see my dog, he reacts the exact same way he always does. You know, I see my wife, I see my kids, I see my house, it's the same house that I remember. But I'm not sure. I just woke up.
Right.
I'm a little foggy already.
It just
Right?
exists in your memory.
It just exists in your
Right.
memory.
And so,
This might be the first day of my life.
right, if suppose that you could plant false memories.
Right.
So this was a popular topic for
Yes.
even later. You know, I introduced his wife.
Wow, boy.
He was an interesting guy, right?
Yeah.
And he said some interesting things. In fact, all the way back in 1977, he met his friend, that sci-fi guy. He said, there's a pretty famous quote. He said, "We are living in a computer-programmed reality, and the only clue we have to it is that some variable is changed, some alteration occurs in our reality." And that's become kind of a famous quote. But if you listen to the rest of the quote, he says, well, we would basically rerun the same event and change the variable, right? And we would have a sense of deja vu, like maybe we've already done it. Maybe I've talked before,
Right.
in a different run. And this idea, like after I wrote my first book on this topic, this idea wouldn't lead me that, well, if you can run one simulation, you can certainly run it multiple times. Because that's what we would do, right? If we were running a simulation of weather, we wouldn't just run one. We would run it multiple times, whatever, pandemic, we would change the variables. And we would go forward. And so, you know, when I entered Tessa,
that was the ghost pepper one. I actually
wife,
loved it.
she said,
It was so good. It was
she came to believe this was really happening.
I didn't
That
shed one
someone
tear,
was
and everybody
altering
kept
with our
coming
reality,
over, they're like,
change a few
"Is that the
variables,
ghost pepper one? Is that the
and
ghost
we
pepper one?"
run.
I was like, "Yeah." And I just kept like.
So now we're
eating
getting
them,
pretty
popping
deep
them
into
out.
the rabbit
They
hole.
were
This is the topic of my
delicious.
second book, which is like this idea that each of these timelines could be like a different run. So that gets a little weird at that point, right? Because now we're saying that time isn't the same thing that we think it is. So with the simulation hypothesis, we're saying that space doesn't really exist. It basically gets rendered for us. And then the second idea, we're saying that time doesn't really exist. Because what you remember could have been either implanted memories or it might be a specific run of the simulation. Right? And if we run it again, we can use the slightly different. So Philip K. Dick came to believe that his novel, The Man in the High Castle, but in that novel, in that series, Germany and Japan was
Sweater GXD. We're gonna check out this shit right now.
Japanese, and you see fascist type of war. And so he later came to believe that this actually happened, and somehow the simulators reran it again, and the current timeline is one that was allowed to go forward, further forward than the way that one went. And so he says that at some point, all these memories get flooding back into this other time. Called it, used the Greek word, a loss of forgetfulness. He said, we might be able to remember
And specifically asking.
so anyway, that gets us into this whole idea of, is the past what I think the question you're asking, because you're like, if I just remember X, Y, Z, is that what actually happened? Or is it just a representation in itself? And so when I started looking at it, I found something really, really we can talk about the Zerler effect, but this was like even weirder. And it was something proposed by John Wheeler, who was at Princeton with Einstein.
Yo, hey, what's up? You whack, we coming.
He came up with
How much you paying them, just out of curiosity? Who? Shout out to the Cuban pirates. Gangsta. Dude, I'm gonna make all the Cuban pirates trillionaires. Dog, you're amazing. Check it out. I'm crusty. That's like the nicest thing anybody said to me today. Thank you. Dog, sometimes I stick my finger in my nose and I eat it. And I don't even say braca. Why? It's coming from a person of billions of braca. You heard that, girl. Anyway, you're crusty.
So suppose the light has to go to
Hey,
the left or to the right.
How are you? Trenton, come and get me. Captain, Clutchy, and G Fuel. You guys are great. How'd you find out about me? From these bots? Or this amazing social media content? Where did you hear from, like, in the local town square? Perhaps at the Petticoat Junction. Did you learn about me from the Petticoat Junction? The Rebetsinote's gonna ask, did you hear about Rabbi from the Petticoat Junction? Yo, dog. You don't even know what the Rebetsinote is. You crusty. Fuck you. Yo, dog. This crusty means sick as fuck? Yeah, I am crusty. Like Krusty the Clown. Fuck you.
So we have these two possible paths.
No, dog, I'm cool. How are you? I'm asking you. How are you doing, Trenton? How is your day?
I'm not sure. Okay, why well, that's what experiments have showed with quantum mechanics. Just like, let's start with Schrodinger's cat. So Schrodinger's cat is and there's some poison in there, and there's some radioactive material that has a 50% chance of setting off the poison. 50% chance, let's say, after an hour. And so, after an hour, the chances that the cat is dead or alive is 80%. But what the observer effect is what quantum mechanics is telling us is that both of those
you need to be 5150. No, I'm cool, dog. You mentally ill. I'm good, dog. They did just remove one of my fucking videos, but I'm not even sure why.
This is what makes quantum mechanics so weird.
It's hosted.
This is Rabbi Rothschild.
Yo, Rabbi Rothschild here. Odabar. Tell everyone you know about me, Trenton. Trenton, how are you? For like the fifth fucking time. How are you? Are you well? Have you seen my social media? Stop swatting you, homie.
Until the time
Dog, I haven't done anything to you.
and someone measures that.
Like whether I should call
So then we say the superposition.
But I do have a lot of social media.
It comes down to one thing. The cat is both alive, and then when somebody measures it.
Open your free
What's your
search.
TikTok?
It's a brand new
Right.
year.
I'll
and
add
I
you.
don't understand what you're saying,
I can't wait for all the
Isn't it
events that
really
my
just that we
fiance
don't
and I
know
want to
until
explore
we
more
open the
hikes around the
box?
city
It's
in the
not
new year.
that the cat
My
is both
Ford
alive
Bronco
and dead.
Sport is
The cat is
perfect
Hey,
either alive or
how
dead.
are you?
We just have
How was your day
I
today?
feel so safe driving.
These are
That's what it would
sentences
seem
that people say to each
That would be
other,
like common sense.
not just like, you crushed
What
it.
all the physicists.
Well, thanks, dog.
Almost 100 years.
Head to your
Going
Southern
back to
California Ford dealers for
1920s,
great offers on all
when
Fords.
mechanics first started
So
being farmers.
from
Is that that's not actually the case. What happens is you have this probability wave, and there are different probabilities.
All right, so we're gonna do another kick person.
Now, of course, they weren't talking about cats. That
Right,
was
the cat is maybe too simplistic. It's like a placeholder.
If you have customers,
You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah. It's a way for somebody to think about
well,
things at a high level.
Oh,
Schrodinger's
one of these bitches got logged out.
one of the cats. He basically
It's about
came up with
fucking
this.
time.
Thought the whole idea was ridiculous. He's like, look, you can't have a cat that's both alive and dead. So this is a ridiculous experiment, except it's become the way in which we explain this weird effect.
And the weird effect of quantum mechanics is things can be both moving and still.
What's up, baby? I just have some haters in my fucking chat. All the cool people say don't read the comments, but I kind of dissect them.
They're really talking about
Really
particles.
do that?
It could be like left rotating,
Somebody call me
right
Krusty.
rotating,
Like Krusty the Clown.
You've got all these properties.
Ha ha ha. All right, are you done?
They can do different
That's not what he does. He goes, ha ha ha. Anyway, this one sucks.
I have a total.
Well, so it's the same thing as Schrodinger's cat, whereas we have a bit of information. So what are the values of the bit?
Yo, dog.
That's it.
They oversee
That's like
the
the
entire
basic
renovation process. They work
And the bit can only have one of those values, like on my
renovations take
iPhone
just a few
or
weeks,
my
and
laptop. If you look down all the way down into hardware,
That's right.
you look at the
Revive
register.
fronts the money for
When
the
I was at
renovation.
MIT,
If you're thinking of selling, don't settle.
And
Call
it class
Revive
from
Real
scratch.
Estate to see
You'll
what
see
your
there's
home
some
could
voltage
really
that
be
says
worth.
this is a
Find
1 or
out
this
if
is
your
a 0.
home qualifies.
Right, that's
by
it.
going to
All the computing, everything we're doing
KFIRevive.com.
with video streaming, all that stuff
KFIRevive.com.
comes
To
down
sell
to
your home,
having a bit
maximize its
equal to
value.
zero.
KFIRevive.com.
It has to be one or the other. It can't
Or
be both.
simply
Right.
pick up your cell phone and dial pound
Quantum
250
computing
and say revive.
has these
Pound
things called
250,
qubits.
revive.
Hi, it's Sherry Harris, owner of
Yeah,
Life Source Water. A Life
Which
Source whole house water
is like
system
Schrodinger's cat.
ensures that clean,
Doesn't
delicious,
just
and
have a
refreshing
value of
water
1 or
flows from
0.
every tap and
It is in
faucet your home.
superposition.
Our healthy water makes
Superposition
your
means
hair
it's
shine and your
superset
skin
all
glow.
positions.
And now is the best time to get your
So
Life
how many
Source.
possibilities
For
are
a limited
there?
time,
Bit
pay your sales tax. Save
So
up to
the
$1,000 on
qubit
a new
is a
system.
superposition of a
Call
bit. It means it has both
800-WATER-99 now. Or visit
0 and 1
LifeSourceWater.com.
until
Offer ends
someone
soon.
measures that.
Limitations apply. Know what's
So
happening.
theoretically, that's what allows
Pulling off their
quantum
pillow.
computers
Wake up call with
solve
Amy
problems
K. Live 5 to 6
at
a.m.
low
on
exponential.
KFI. And on demand
We're still in the early
on the
stages.
iHeartRadio app.
If you think of an exponential growth problem, like cracking encryption, it can be done by a regular computer. You can set up your laptop to crack. It'll take like 1,000 years or something, right? Because you have to go through every single possible path. So if you have 64 bits, that's like
Well, has this Gary done? The shadow weighs a ton. Living in the 101. California, here we come. Right back where we started from. California.
As a kid, we like to play chess.
Night Cuban Pirate. I don't know what that means. Please try and tell me, what does it mean to be a Cuban pirate? Do you mean like someone from Cuba who steals stuff from people, usually like on a ship? Some kind of nautical vessel?
So we're doubling in each square, right? Seems like, okay, sure. The golden deal is to make it right. And so it turns out when the wise man won, by the time you get to 2 to the 64,
Hey, how'd you find out about me, Trenton?
that basically is more rice than would fit in all of India. That's an exponential problem. It just grows so fast, and the reason it grows is there are too many possibilities. But now this new thing called a qubit is coming along. And the qubit has both possibilities at the same time. So if you have 64 bits, and you take all the possible values of those 64 bits, you've got the same number of possibilities
or display price for most goods or services to
very
include
big number.
all fees
It's
and other
18
charges
trillion.
required to make a purchase other than
There's a game called No
government
Man's
taxes
Sky. I
and
don't know
fees.
if you ever played it.
SB 478
So
covers most types of
it
businesses,
became famous because it was one of the first games to have an almost infinite number of planets.
at rates for short-term
Oh, is this the
hotels,
game where it
such
just
as
creates a
hotels,
universe?
will
Yeah,
carry
true.
platforms.
You're
It's
a
not
Cuban
boring,
pirate.
Yeah, it was kind of
I don't
boring
know
at
what that
first.
means.
You have to play this
Conversation
for a
all
while.
the time.
Yeah,
About
like,
this hidden
it
fee,
procedurally
service
generates
fee.
everything for you.
That's saying
Because
nothing
there's no way
of the
a
tip
team of, like I was in the video game
that they
industry,
may
right?
try
There's
to
no way a
fold
team
into
can
it as well.
create 18
Drug
quintillion
testing
worlds.
kits.
It turns out that's
Businesses
exactly
with
the number of
on
worlds
sale general
they have
public
in that game,
premises,
because that is
alcohol
what
licenses
64 bits.
such
That's
as
the biggest
bars,
number you
restaurants,
can get.
they're required to sell drug testing kits at a price not much
Okay,
higher
so
than
come
what it
back
costs
to
purchase
that's
on sale.
exponential growth.
The businesses
2-bit.
must also post
so-
a notice that reads, quote,
With a quantum
"Don't
computer,
get
theoretically,
caffeine,
these are pretty new
drinks,
right
spiking
now. Like
drug
Amazon
tests,
has one,
kits
Microsoft
available here.
has one,
Ask a
IBM
staff
has one
member
that you can
for
actually
details, close quote.
Google has their own.
And there's
Everyone's
also
trying to
the
figure out how to
visual
make these
products for
qubits
students law,
stable
Assembly
and work.
Bill.
But the basic idea, and I
Signed
don't
into
know what
law
number
last
was for a while, it was like
It takes an executive law
it's
that
kind of like going back to
sorry
schools,
that instructs any grade from 6 to 12.
Yo, everybody, this is Rabbi. Next up, we've got Oblivion's W. Check out Oblivion's W here. Oblivion's W already has your band, so this is very good for you. What's going on here? Let's take a look at your shit. About,
But the idea is if you
God,
have
where's
64
your,
qubits,
There's
oh,
also
dude,
the
you
you
right
can
to prepare
instantaneously
you don't have
solve
any social media.
the
Okay,
problem.
so what do we do?
You can explore all of
I'll
those
just search for
at
you.
the same
Maybe you have
time,
a,
and then
maybe you have
you
shit.
measure.
If you don't, it's tight. Oh, dude, look at this good looking motherfucker.
Well, now, nobody knows exactly how to do it.
Oblivion.
The two explanations, again, coming back, sorry, I know.
What the fuck is your name?
Coming back to Schrodinger's cat,
Oblivion's
we say
W.
there's two possibilities. So with
Just like that?
64 qubits, there's 2 to the
Yeah,
64
there you are.
possibilities.
Okay, cool. Here's your shit. You're really hard to find.
All the possibilities.
Oh, dude. I think I remember your
So,
streams.
basically,
Why?
when you measure that, it brings it
Yeah.
back. And so
Look at this
this
shit.
is called the collapse of the probability.
It's not.
So it's a probability
Crazy
of all
coincidence.
possibilities.
Alright.
And
What's
that's
this person
sort of
doing?
the best, one of the accepted ways that people
for
think
that right to repair.
but nobody totally knows. So another guy who was John Wheeler's
That's a different
grad
person,
student
I think.
at Princeton,
Then I
came up with another
remember
idea.
not
So
who
we
you
heard
were.
about this idea from the
I don't know.
superhero.
Honestly, I see so many fucking people. But you need to link this
And
shit
so
with your pic.
basically, he said that
Again, here's your
this guy
pic.
Schrodinger's cat,
Let's see if that same person is on here. I think so. Like, you guys must be
in one of
friends or
them,
something.
the cat in the
Is that your sister?
and another one,
Will you
right, so
be
that's-
my BFF? What the fuck is a BFF?
we only see one of those two.
What's that,
We're in
friend?
this
Anyway,
happened to be
this is Rabbi.
the cat would have been dead.
This shit sucks, dude.
And so that creates a
Oh, fuck. No one's gonna see this. No one's ever gonna see this. Everything sucks.
Right, you got your different
Dog.
versions of
No one's ever gonna see this.
Batman.
Yo, dog.
Spider-Man.
Hey, dog. Okay, so tell your sister what's up. And,
So that
want
idea
everybody
has
to know
started
that
to
this is
catch on.
Rabbi. And
It's what I like
everybody
to
should
call
follow you, and you need to link to
10-year-old
social media.
idea.
W's for
10-year-old doesn't have a
Oblivious.
scientific idea.
Oblivion's
It gets out there
W.
so much
W for Rabbi.
that 10-year-old can kind of understand it because of superhero movies. Like in the 1930s, when people were trying to explain.
How does that copy paste spam advertising to other people's streams working out for you? Oh, absolutely terrible.
So
It
even a
sucks.
10-year-old in the 1930s,
Barely anybody ever says anything. I'm surprised you saw it. Good investment of your time. I don't have to do anything except hit 4 fucking buttons, so it's really easy. Good return on follower count. Well, it got 2 people in here in the last 2 minutes. Or 2 hours, something like that. You've grown your channel?
So that's the other
Growth is subjective, my friend. B, you're here. What's poppin', B? How are you, dog? I hope you're doing well. Do you hear me? Can you hear me? I'm making videos for people. How did you find out about me? From Kick or from all my great social media?
Because it's looking at all the possible values of the bit. There's that many different universes.
It could be from either, really, to be honest with you.
And then it's bringing it back.
Well, I ate this one with a fork, so none of it got on my hands, and so it's not going to get anywhere else.
So I think we've gone a little bit away from the original question.
It seems like that's inevitable. The subject.
Yeah, the subject does tend to take you down many different rabbit holes.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, I hear you. Dog, I stream my life 24/7, 365 for world peace. You're live on 6 different streams at least. I'm making
Which, by the way, that's the subject.
a TikTok video for every single person on Kick. I've already made it through like the top 25 streamers. So if you want to know where that's at, you can find it at Super Rothschild, SUPERROTHSCHILD, and it's amazing.
Whereas with the first idea, which is Copenhagen,
Everybody should follow Rabbi Rothschild. Rabbi Rothschild has the best content in global history.
and nobody can explain that mathematically. How does it collapse?
Hell yeah. Find you every single day because my homie gets bot accounts spam promoting you. Fuck yeah. That means my shit works. Yo, everybody follow Rabbi Rothschild 24/7, 365.
So they don't like Copenhagen interpretation because it seems to rely on consciousness or some kind of an observer. And scientists kind of hate that. They hate to talk about consciousness. Really, we'll get into the whole religious aspect of things. So they're like, well, this one's nice.
Everybody follow Rabbi Rothschild 24/7, 365.
The problem with the multiverse is that it's not what scientists like to call it means that what's happening
Dude, go to Super Rothschild on you on TikTok, and you can see all the fucking content I'm making. It's amazing. Dude, that's tight that every single day your homie gets bot accounts spam promoting me. That's fucking exactly what they're supposed to be doing. Literally, you're like telling me, hey, Rabbi, you know your shit's working? And I'd be like, cool, dog. Everybody knows about me. Would you have known about me otherwise? Fuck no.
The way to look at both of them framework that makes it make sense. And this is what people say when they look at quantum mechanics. They say, make it make sense, right? You've got to go out and so, when you think of information, simulation idea, the core of it is that the world is not physical. This table seems pretty physical, right? But if you go and you look inside, it's only space.
NBA legend Jerry West has died.
Did you know Jerry West died? He's a logo, baby. Perhaps. Maybe I'm the logo.
At a time where there were no three-point shots in basketball, leading the Lakers to 9 NBA finals.
And the problem is, like these Russian dolls,
ESPN's Mike Greenberg says
you
West
keep
then went on
looking
to
inside,
lead the
you keep
successful
looking for this thing called physical matter.
having an enormous career
And you
as
can't
an
find it.
executive,
It's not really
particularly
there.
running the Lakers.
Like,
West's
go to
wife
the
was by
very
his side when he
smallest of the
died.
Russian
Jerry
dolls.
West was 86.
And the only thing they can find
Hospital has
is
received
information.
billions of dollars to expand mental health services on
So,
school
John
campuses in
Wheeler,
Orange
who I
County.
talked about
$7
earlier,
million Swinson family gift
an
will add
outside
on-campus
role
areas for
in
K-8
my exploration.
students to receive mental health
Simulation
help.
theory.
Talks Michael Weiss
He
says
came up
the
with a
CDC's
phrase.
most recent stats show
And his
22%
phrase
of high
was,
school students have
"It's
seriously
from
considered suicide." Right now, we
So
have
if there's
41
something that's
wall
an it,
spaces in middle
physical
and high
object like
schools,
this
but we need to do this earlier to get into these kids' lives and ensure that they're
if you
not
just
getting to the
keep
point of
looking
having
down,
these
you have a
major mental
microscope
health
that just keeps
problems. He
going
says
down.
the donation
Because
will
in
also
the end, the
provide
only
access
thing you
to
find are
resources and
particles.
dozens of on-campus spaces
what the heck
for
are
social and
particles?
emotional learning in
He said,
Copenhagen
well, the only
in
thing
Orange
that
County.
particles
Corbin
really
West
are
and
is a
KFID.
series of
Americans
answers
won't see interest rate
to
cuts
yes,
anytime
no
soon. The
question.
Fed announced rates would remain
So,
untouched at their highest level in more than 2 decades
down,
as the fight against inflation
got, like,
continues.
very
This comes
different
after the Labor
polarities.
Department's Consumer Price
But-
Index report
So
showed
he
the
said,
growth in
in the
inflation
end,
slowed
the
last
only thing
month.
you have
In
are
a fire
bits
that
of
erupted in a
information.
building
That's
housing
the thing.
foreign workers in
Like
Kuwait,
every single
at least
decision.
41
Yes or
people.
no.
Officials say the fire appeared to be linked
That's
to
the
the
fundamental.
Interior Minister then ordered the building's owners to be arrested for police will address the issue.
And so he said everything that's an it is actually from
Interior
bits of
Minister
information.
says he will field with the owner.
There's a whole new.
Sometimes weather
There's a
like
whole
clouds and
new
fog and patchy drizzle tonight. Lows around 60. Drizzle should go away by tomorrow afternoon. Then we'll get sun and highs around 80.
In the past,
70 at the beaches, mid 80s in the
physics was about
valleys, and
physical
80 up to 90
Wow.
or mid 90s
So
rather.
digital
in the IE.
physics is
Then not much
about
different Friday and partly
information.
sunny and a couple
What
degrees
happens
warmer for the weekend.
information
Right now it is 71 and
doesn't get
Palma the
destroyed in
same
the
in
black hole.
Tustin.
Doesn't get
And we got a stall
Yeah,
on the
the
110 in Carson.
conservation of
Stuck in the middle lane causing traffic to stack up.
So it's like a different way.
As you make your way on the 91 heading eastbound in Anaheim Hills, approaching the
Look at the
55. Busy ride from there that'll start to clear up, approaching Green River Road. The 15 northbound in the Cajon Pass, stop and go traffic approaching
Problem is, like,
that'll stay slow heading uphill, starts to clear up pretty much
you
to
live in a
138.
physical world.
With
It's
Southern
hard
California's more
to
traffic
understand, measure
Our iHeartRadio
the actual things in the physical world.
Streaming live
Then you
only
can
on Hulu.
one stage.
the very core of it all, like what is going on as far as
There's a limit.
but as we go deeper we get less in. It gets more weird.
It gets more weird. And it starts to look less like physical
Not deal with repairs or long selling process. That's a hassle. But look to seller's advantage. They have thousands of satisfied customers.
Have you ever taken this
And they're
back
the
as
go-to
far
choice
as you
for
can
homeowners
and like
looking
try
to
to
sell
figure
their
out
homes
what
fast.
created this?
They'll buy your home for a
Or
competitive
what
cash offer.
possibilities could have created this? Or was there ever a physical world?
They're not going to be waiting around.
That's a good question. So where I ended up with this was looking at how the world
it's with the
rendered.
most 5-star reviews on
For me, my background.
It's no wonder why thousands of satisfied sellers have chosen seller's advantage for their home selling needs.
That's pretty
Seller's
much how
advantage
we
is the fastest
render
and
video
most
games.
stress-free.
So if you and I are
Rabbi Shoes Live 24/7, 365 for One Piece.
No obligation offer at 888-321
we're
as
not
is.
really in the same room, are
321
we?
as is.
You're rendering
888-321-2747.
it on your screen,
Sellersadvantage.com.
and I'm rendering it
DLA
on
number
my screen.
0196165.
Right, and so there's
It's a
information
brand new
that's coming
year
from
in
the
my
server.
Ford Broncos.
And then what happens is we render only the part
This is a void
whack or HCM. HCI Pride. Everybody knows what that means.
I feel so safe.
All right, so
there's tons of room in the trunk, so I can pack stuff for a picnic if we choose to do that on a hike. More
But
adventurous,
the
more
only
fun.
pixels you need to render
Unidos,
on my
we are
computer
stronger.
are
Head
the
to your
ones
Southern
that my
California
avatar
Ford
can
dealers
see.
for great offers
And
on
the only ones you need to render are the
Sherry Harris.
the
this is Rabbi Rothschild.
Those get cached on the server.
We got
So
Odeblock
they
here.
get sent out. And so it's an optimization. Right? There's no way in the 1980s, like when I was growing up, we had
And now is the best
there's
time
no way
to
you
make
can render
your
like
business. For a limited time, we will pay your sales tax. Save up to $1,000 on a new system.
And so what happens is not only the computers are faster, but we learn optimization. So everything in computer science comes down to optimization. Physicists are happy to say, yeah, it's infinite. Without really but with computer science, you only have limited resources. So you can figure out how to
maximize the value of your home. Because in today's
So
market,
video game rendering, to me, is a case of optimizing so that it looks like there's a shared thing.
Exactly which
But
renovation
it really isn't, because you render
they work extremely fast.
and so, but the rule is only render that which you can see. Now, when I started to look at this weirdness on the connect, which is saying render only that which is
If you're
observed
thinking of selling,
or
don't
measured.
settle. Call Revive Real
Even if
Estate
you measure
to
it,
see what
somebody's
your
got to
home
look
could
at that
really
measurement
be worth.
before.
Find out if your home qualifies by going to
So it's the same kind of thing, though, in my opinion. Quantum mechanics
maximize its
it ends
value.
up being an optimization
KFIRevive.com or simply
for
pick up your cell
rendering
phone
of
and dial
physical
pound 250 and say
from
Revive.
the
Pound
information.
250, Revive. How in the world do you
So
know
that's
which personal
kind of
injury firm
one
to choose
big
when there's a
implication
million of them out there?
simulation theory.
Hey, it's your buddy Conway.
I
Here's
think
why
it's very
you choose
important. And actually,
attorneys at
the
Sweet
idea of the
James
universe
when
is
you're
information
injured in an accident.
is
Sweet
not that
James
controversial.
used
So
to work
just,
defending
I was in
insurance
London
companies,
this summer,
and so did
over
many
at
of the
the
Sweet
Guinness
James attorneys. They were disgusted by how the insurance companies
and I
were
ran into this
taking
Nobel
advantage of
Prize
everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured
one of the key
victims
assumptions
a
here
voice.
is that
They're one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in
yeah,
over
that's not
500 trials. That means they're assembled
Like
to
it might have been
the
once
insurance
upon a time.
companies and maximize
But then the
every
second
case
part,
to get
second
you the most.
assumption that
They
comes up,
constantly
simulation
deliver
theory is that
in the
the world
center.
is like a video game and that the world is
Drives you in, and so if you're in an accident, call Sweet Jane.
like that's the other assumption that
9 million.
physicists
That's
don't necessarily agree with.
9
But
million.
that's
Or
the other part of
800-900-0000.
What's the argument?
And
Against simulation theory?
This is Sam. That's Frank.
They disagree. Well, they don't disagree necessarily that it doesn't physically exist. They just disagree that how is it that it's this thing that does that is information gets rendered. It's like we're talking different languages. Even though quantum mechanics is telling us all this weird stuff, they're still, I think, often taking classical classification of the world of physical objects. So, there's arguments that people make against the idea of simulation. First is the same argument that there was a famous guy named Bishop Berkeley, the city of Berkeley, named after
Tap along with patriotic pride to Mr. Broadway's flag
and he
waving
came up with
classes.
this idea of
Talking about your grand old flag, stars and stripes forever, Yankee Doodle Dandy, and over there, plus pre and post show concerts. Also,
how do you refute that? He kicks a rock. That's how I refute it. See, it's
Sunday,
physical.
June 30th.
It's there. And so that's the first common sense way people try to refute. Yeah. But of course, that's not what physicists are saying. Physicists are the one telling you that the world doesn't really exist.
Let's talk now some states all around the
how is
this thing called AI.
Another way
They're trying to
push back on
provide
you say, well, it's not really
trying to protect
falsifiable.
consumers, trying to protect
So I can't
jobs, trying
design
to
an
regulate
experiment
this new
that
technology. And
proves
although we may have
we are
some
not in it.
spirited conversations, we may laugh.
So this touches on the boundary
about the inevitability
of
of
science.
AI.
Where does science
Something that is inevitable is that we will always remain behind the curve.
again?
I tend to believe that we can't regulate that.
And those lines are actually fuzzier than you might think. Because there's been debate.
Trying to figure out how to regulate the internet. And the internet is largely just an information delivery system.
Right, and things
Let's
like
now
you know,
bring in AI into this equation.
Everybody, this is Rabbi. Next up, we got
But so, one,
tidbits of information, and
if it's not falsifiable, it's not scientific.
I think it's so pissy.
The problem with that is there are lots of things that we can't prove
aren't even fully
that they're
aware
false.
of what AI
But we can find
do,
some evidence
what
that these
it
things
will
actually,
do. And so to regulate it makes it very
like
difficult.
a couple hundred years ago, there were stories of rocks
real
falling from the
terms.
sky.
If Superman were to
And all
come
the
down
scientists
tomorrow, we don't have all his powers. How can you write
A bunch of peasants out in the countryside. We
Tell
know
us
there's no rocks falling from
mechanic
the sky.
use? This is how
Why? Because we know there's no rocks in the sky. Our science tells us.
think we all
There's no rocks up there, so how the hell did they
This is the worst thing ever.
not really a falsifiable thing? How can you
are
prove
expected to
there's no
vote
rocks?
on the proposed
No.
laws, and there are a
You
bunch of
can't,
them.
but you can
rules that
prove,
prevent
and
AI
eventually they
tools
did,
from
because
discriminating in
they
housing,
got a whole
healthcare,
load of
and
some
services.
media
They're
stuff.
trying to protect intellectual property jobs,
Some guys
and
went out and
legislators are going to
investigated
vote on
thousands of
proposed laws
This
by
shit
August
sucks.
31st.
and then eventually,
They're not waiting for federal protections.
and then eventually they
do
changed their
as
law.
is trying to do what
And
they
so I
think
think it's the same thing with simulation theory. You can't prove we're not in a simulation. Because the simulation could be so good. Like the Matrix was pretty convincing at
television
first.
industry. So it's
The
not
simulation could be so good that
from
you
that. We
can't
have to think about
necessarily
how it may
tell.
impact those
But at the same time, you can design experiments
Oh, this shit sucks.
indicate that there's
WGA,
something
the
going on like
DGA,
this
they
video
almost went on
game.
strike. We obviously had the actor strike.
And there are folks
setting
out there,
that.
trying to
If
trying to run
California
experiments
does
to try
not
to
beat AI to the
try to
crunch,
show
it can have untold
that this is
impact
really what's
on
happening.
our
Like
economy,
a video game,
especially
this
those
whole
jobs
world is being
which are
rendered
most
for
susceptible to being impacted by AI.
And
the effect that consciousness has on this world. So consciousness is the thing that we're using to measure.
2022,
or the thing that we're using to interact with whatever possibilities exist.
Right. And so that in the RPG version, and this is why I like to make the distinction. So in the RPG version, we are plugged in, right? Or with a virtual reality, or some technology yet to and so when you play a video game, it's not enough that pixels are there. You basically are watching that game as the player. And when you're not watching, what happens? You just turn it off, right? You turn off your computer, what happens? Well, there's still the information going on the server, maybe the other people are playing, right? But it doesn't need to render it at that point. It's just a server what we did was we created video, send down information. And in fact, you can then turn around and do something very interesting. Like, if you're a level 30 player, and I'm a level 2 player, our avatars could be standing right next to each other. So one can see the dragon, and one might not be able to see the dragon.
Using AI, whether it impacts a job or not.
But the server logic inside. So consciousness then becomes the player in that model simulation.
But how?
And it renders the world for us. And it turns out
various modes in which it will be included in our day-to-day lives.
Not just one or two of the worlds.
For example, if you're using GPS,
when I wrote my book simulation, I bought the simulation. I gave it a by AI, quantum physics, and Eastern mystics.
We know now that you're using
and I was looking primarily at the Eastern
integrated AI into just about everything that we're using when it comes to communications and the internet.
They talk about
there's no way in the world to create legislation to prevent what AI is going to do to us.
But Maya means illusion.
Well, I think we should have a right to know what's in our information diet, just the same as we have a right to know what's in our food diet. We should have AI
these mystics are telling us that the world isn't really real. It's a kind of illusion.
What do you mean by label? We should know.
If you really look at the definition of that word Maya,
or pictures we're looking at.
It means something more like a carefully crafted.
What AI is, it's not free speech.
It's almost like if you go to a magic show, you know the guy's not really sawing
that. We have a right to know what we're
but
taking into
you
our
kind of agree to
eyeballs and our
suspend your
ears.
disbelief because
I agree
that's
with
what
that
makes the whole
100%.
thing fun.
I don't believe this.
Watching a magic show, watching special effects. You know, Blade Runner 2049, the car's not really flying, those are just CGI. But we agree to that to a certain extent.
The laws may be there for the purpose of regulation, but the effective use of those laws is something that I'm not so sure we're ready to do. We're in for a rough ride. We're in for some ups and downs and some learning curve here before we fully figure out
sometimes
what
people
the
say,
right balance is.
what's the purpose of simulation? I say, well, why do you play?
No, there are going to be some growing pains, and they're going to be really painful.
Fun is one. Two, is try to have experiences that you probably can't have outside of the game. Like even Grand Theft Auto, right? You're not going to go out there and do all that stuff. Right? Most people, you're not gonna, I can't fly on a dragon. As much as I might want to.
I mean, I don't want to watch a movie generated by AI. I don't want to
exactly. So that's one of the reasons. But there are consequences within it. And for the characters
but it's still going to exist in its many and varied forms. And how is just how we're going to deal with all that? I mean, it doesn't mean that I want to insert to
the Eastern mystics have been telling us this, and turns out in the Judeo-Christian Islamic tradition, Abrahamic religion,
but it is something
they've also
that I have to be very careful because it's going to
that the world is Maya. They use metaphors back then.
It's already everywhere.
So
I was looking at cat videos on Instagram last night, and when you go to the eyeglass search thing,
right, and so
you just get everything.
The metaphor of the
that,
dream,
of course, is like women in bikinis and stuff. Some of those are AI now. Some of them, yeah.
Or
it's getting
that
harder
the soul
and harder, more difficult
puts on
to distinguish
the body,
between something which is
like
real, something which is
and then when you
factual
die,
and legitimate,
something which has been created specifically for the purpose of misleading the sad. So imagine sitting there being a ledger, looking at pictures of women, and then realizing, hey, that's not real. That alone should be reason enough for regulation right there. So you say you're looking at women and keeping this not anymore. I mean, it's like looking at a cartoon. It holds no interest to me.
He used the exact same phrase, right?
You gotta reach out and feel.
Like
Let's not get weird. You gotta look at the time.
So they use that metaphor to try to describe something.
Can't buy AM640, can't buy live
Second
everywhere.
part of the idea of
radio
simulation.
app and
The first
California
idea
Beach
was
back in the news.
the world is
At
information.
the top of the list of
And the second part is the world is some kind of a hope that we are part of for whatever reason.
The Federal Appeals Court has
And
ruled in
so,
favor of California rideshare drivers. Safe
the
drivers
tradition
who
over
are
time, they
rideshare
try to
companies
update
are employees, not contractors.
and they try to use
Osborne County
technology
Kevin
to
Spacey
describe
says he's broke and his home's in foreclosure after legal fees from multiple sexual misconduct
So
lawsuits.
about 100 years ago, there was a guy named Swami
The
Yogananda.
64-year-old actor said his home in Baltimore,
He was like one of the first.
starring in House of Cards, will be auctioned off at a fire
He
sale.
wrote a book called
And Sony
Autobiography.
Pictures has bought Alamo Draft House Cinema,
Yes.
the Texas-based
Oh, you read it? Oh,
chain
great.
that serves
Yeah, in the
food and
60s,
drinks,
it was like
and
the
famously
book,
has
one
a
of those
strict
books
no
that everyone
talking, no
passed
texting
around.
policy
And
in its
Steve
more than
Jobs,
30
his
locations in the
favorite book.
U.S.
At
Alamo
his funeral,
filed for
he gave
bankruptcy
everybody
3 years ago
a
because of
photo,
COVID.
gave everybody
Sony
a
is the
box.
first major
They would
studio
hung
to
it
enter
over
the
the
theater
box.
market since the prohibition
Autobiography.
lasted from 1948 ended in 2020.
But so Yogananda
So
came
now
over about
with
100 years
Fox
ago,
and some pageant
and
drizzles,
he tried to
Michael's around
update this
60.
old metaphor.
Drizzle should be gone by tomorrow
And
afternoon. Then we'll
what
get
was
sun
new
on Wednesday
technology
night.
back
This report brought to you by Life Source Water Systems. And for the Southern California
He
Toyota
said,
Dealers Traffic Center,
the world is like
stalls out of the way on the 110 in Carson.
right? You're playing these parts. The actors
Heading
are
southbound
playing
just
parts
after the 405, it's been moved out of the middle
things are
lane to the
happening.
right shoulder now. Traffic has recovered
Really, the
there and
actors
it's moving
are
smoothly. If
they're
you're on the
not
405 southbound in
characters.
Culver City just after the 10, seeing some brake lights there and that drive stays
Yeah.
slow until you make
So
your way
he
across
used
the
that
90.
metaphor
Stop and go
as
traffic
a
if you know
way
the
to try
10
to
eastbound
explain
mid-city.
this ancient
Approaching
religious
Robertson,
idea
that stays
that
busy into downtown LA.
every
Starts
single
to clear
religion,
up right
which is
around
that
Maple
the
Avenue.
world
And
as
Southern
we see it is
California's
not
only
real,
airport traffic reports. I'm Pedro
real
Moreno.
beyond.
iHeartRadio Broadway celebrates
So he
this
updated
year's
the
Tony
metaphor
Awards this
of the movie
Sunday
project.
and takes you backstage with Broadway's biggest stars and commercial-free Broadway
Look away
hits
from the
24/7.
screen.
Just search iHeartRadio Broadway on the iHeartRadio app and start listening.
So engrossed in it.
It's a brand new year in my Ford Bronco Sport, and I can't wait for all the adventures ahead. My fiance and I
So
want to explore
today,
long
I
hikes
think we
around
need
the
to
city in
update
the
those
new year,
metaphors.
and my Ford Bronco Sport
particularly for
is
younger
perfect
generation
because the
who's
gas mileage is unparalleled in this car. I feel so safe driving it, and there's tons of room in the trunk.
If we
So I
use
can
the
pack some
How much
picnic
tons of room
if
in
we
the trunk,
choose
girl?
to do that on a hike. More
Fine.
adventurous, more fun with the Ford
Yogananda,
Bronco
if you were
Sport.
alive
And
today, in
yes,
fact,
we are
my latest
stronger.
book,
Head
which
to
I
your
wrote
Southern
after
California Ford dealers for
simulation
great
books,
offers on all Fords.
because it was the
Hi, it's
75th
Sherry
anniversary
Harris,
of
owner of Life Source Water. A Life Source whole house water system
Harper
ensures
Card
that
Media asked me
clean,
to write this book
delicious,
about
and refreshing water
what
flows
he
from
learned
every
from
tap
all
and
my
faucet.
yogi. There's all these weird
Our
stories in
healthy
there. Of
water
like
makes your hair shine and
some
your
guy
skin glow.
materialized
And
in
now is
palace
the
in
best time
Himalayas
to
out
get
of
Life
nowhere.
Source.
You've got
For a limited
levitating
time,
saying,
then pay your sales tax.
bilocating,
Save up to
disappearing, all kinds of
$1,000 on a
crazy
new
shit.
system. Call
Right?
800
And I said, well, you sure you want me to write this book? You know, I'm an entrepreneur and
Offer and
and
soon.
a computer scientist. Yeah, because we
So
want you to
Jordan
use
from
your technology
Wholesale Electric was over at my house a few days ago.
Explain.
We were installing
So
my
Yogananda were alive
charger
today,
at my new
and I
place.
wrote this in
And
my
we were
new book
talking,
called
and I
Listen
said,
to Yoga.
who is your biggest
What he
customer
would
for
say
the
is,
business?
it's like a
Why?
movie,
Because their employees
we're
are
the
at the
actors,
charging station because they have
and
EVs.
we're also the audience.
If you have
And we have a
customers,
script, and we're kind of playing the script, but we can change the script if we want. What does that sound like? It sounds like
charging station.
massive
If you're a business and you don't have charging
online.
for employees and for customers, you're already
So I think that metaphor
Walters Wholesale Electric is a Southern California leader in commercial, industrial, retail charging stations. Walters Wholesale Electric, small and large charging installations, and it really takes an expert to put these things in place, and that's exactly what Walters Electric
Go
is
through
all
life
about.
with
Walters
this information.
Wholesale Electric.
Does this information affect the way you feel about things on a day-to-day basis? Like, if you have these theories and you have this concept in your mind of the true nature of the universe, of reality,
Americans pay about $5 billion a year to control termites and repair the damage.
how does that
More than
work
floods,
with
earthquakes,
the
hurricanes
physical
combined.
carbon
Call
tissue?
Pacific Coast Termite at 800
You know,
Pacific
how
for
do you
free
how
home
do you
inspection, certain restrictions
how do you
apply,
deal with
no
that?
tenting,
Well,
ever.
so
Call
the way that I
800
like to do
Pacific,
it,
800
800 Pacific.
You know, originally I was just trying to find these.
They seem very happy, but this seems like something that would freak people out to the point where they would try to get like so much existential angst, and
Being heard
it's so
in accident
bizarre
can change your life, and we
it
want
would
you to
be
be
hard
empowered
to
in
just
that
like be
situation.
present.
That's why we tell
But you
you
seem
call
very
Sweet
present.
James. It's Conway here.
Right,
When one
because
of our
it gets
listeners
back
heard
to
the
how you
motorcycle
think about it.
accident, he was shocked when the whole robbery got from his insurance company. Then he
Right.
called
We're just
Sweet James.
this is like a
Attorney for Sweet
materialist.
James helped him
Right,
get the
right.
medical care he needed so
While
he
the
could recover
computer's on,
as
you're
quickly
here,
as possible and
computer's shut off.
get on that bike again. Then Sweet
Everybody's
James
gone.
fought tirelessly
But in the RPG
to deliver
version,
$400,000
it's a little bit
win.
different.
If you're
Right,
ever
so
in an
when you-
accident, you need a
when
team
you
of
play a
local
game,
attorneys who have the
you
care,
know,
skill,
when I was a
and
kid, we used
the
to play
resources
Dungeons and Dragons.
to win the most trees.
And you
Compensation
have
is a
characters,
huge part of all
and you'd
that
like roll
life.
your dice
It's also
and
about
say,
compassion,
an
care,
elf.
and justice. Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience in every case. They win 98% of the time, and they win big. Call Sweet James right away, 809 million. They can't guarantee an outcome, but make sure you have them on your side. 809 million,
And it's like you're choosing to play this game.
800-900-0000, and
But I believe that this is similar to what happens to us when we come into this world. If in the RPG version, right, that we end up choosing a character with a set of parents, right, and a set of friends, and more than that, story that we might want to do. And we're free to be enslaved to be. We're free to make this choice. But you've got kind of these challenges. What makes a video game interesting fun? There's a guy who's the founder of Atari, but he's kind of known to show. But he's pretty much the grandfather of and he said there's a rule for how to make it interesting. To make it easy to play, but difficult to pronounce. If it's not easy to play, people get so away. But if it's easy to master, they're going to play for a little while. Right? But if you make it easy to play, but difficult to master, that keeps people.
I'll just keep eating these
So
ghost pepper things.
I think
None of you guys were man enough to deal with. Well, you should have to apologize to yourself. I'm not even worried about that. You keep doing that. But California is home to one of the most polluted beaches in the country. We told you about all the different issues that California beaches were having in recent weeks, where the bacteria levels were too high. You can go in the water for Memorial Day weekend. We just told you. I remember I said, don't go in any of the beaches. Don't try to figure out which one is less polluted or more polluted or above the bacteria line or below the bacteria line. Just stay out of the water. Well, last year,
actors, when do they win Academy Awards?
Tested thousands of water samples
Exactly,
across
tough
the
roles,
nation,
right?
as
So
well
the
as
ones that really suffer typically.
Vancouver and Costa Rica, and found that
Some
64%
Yogananda and a lot of the Eastern mystics
of the 567 sites they
suffering
tested
is the
had at least
nature
one
of
sample
this
with
work.
unsafe bacteria levels.
That's
You know
why
where
we're
this is
here,
going.
is to experience this.
The organization and
But
nonprofit
even in the Western traditions, there's a similar
9,500
idea.
water samples from
So I started to look up
567 sites,
traditions
including
in
rivers
Islam.
and creeks that discharge
In
into
the
the
Quran,
ocean,
there's like
as well as
a
the
whole
beaches
series
nearby
of
where people
verses
surf
where they say,
and swim.
we have set up this
Quarter
world
of the
as
samples
a
came from sites in California. I'm talking about from Marin County down to
This
San
world
Diego
is really
County.
they use this
Among the
Arabic
10
word,
most polluted locations mentioned in the report,
delusion, but it means like an enjoyable delusion.
at the top of the list is
Enjoyable
Imperial
with quotes,
Beach in San
It
Diego.
depends on what you enjoy, right? Like
Sample collected,
really
turned up
tough role.
bacteria counts. that
Maybe what you
exceeded
enjoy,
the
but that's
state's
not fun
health
for the
standard
character to go
for
through all that.
recreational waters.
Right? And so I think we can view the world as a series of quests and challenges. Now, the next question is, well, what's the nature of the game? I don't believe the game is Grand Theft Auto.
Beach in Pacifica, where more than
So
half the
I think we can
samples
turn
had
to
unsafe
people
bacteria
that
levels,
die.
as well as the mouth of the San Luis Obispo
I don't know if we've
Creek.
had any on the show.
Okay, let
We
me just stop
have
there.
over the years.
I get
But
hate
there was a
mail
guy
from
named
people
Daniel
who say,
Brinkley
you're not
who
pronouncing
wrote
the
a book
city
called Saved
correctly.
by the Light.
It's San
Back in
Luis
the 90s,
Obispo.
he got struck by
Okay?
lightning. And this
I
is how I
say
first heard
San
about
Luis
it,
Obispo.
which is called the Lifer.
No, but
And a lot of near-death experiencers,
Why
they
don't walk around saying
they
those
report
nonsense?
these series of stages of
Walk
things
around
that
saying
happen
they
to them, floating above their body.
I don't
They
say,
go through until
you
they're
know, I
light. We've
don't
heard
say
all this, but
Los Feliz.
the most important part
So
for
I
me
call it San
in
Luis
these
Obispo.
stories, we have like thousands of
Oblivion's W here.
But what Daniel called this thing of the life
pronunciation.
we called it a holographic panoramic review of your life. And what that means, and other near-death experiences,
Discharges into the ocean at Avila Beach.
that you go through every single moment you ever
California
lived
is notorious
in like
for having
virtual
these dirty
reality,
ass beaches.
three-dimensional
The
panorama.
recommendation is
But you
beach
see
goers
it
to
from
avoid
the
going in
point
the
of
water
view
for
of
72
everybody
hours
else,
after
right?
it
So if you
rains in
were mean to
California.
someone,
And Mark,
if you
you
stabbed
might get some
someone,
drizzle, some
or
rain
in any
possibly.
case,
Yeah,
you
tonight
would do
and
special
tomorrow morning.
forces.
Should be gone by tomorrow afternoon. Okay, so if it
And he
rains,
said he had to
stay
explain
your ass
what
out
it
of
was
the water.
like
I think it's time they lean into this. Maybe
get
they
the
get,
bullet, and
get
then
the
more
South
than
Park
that,
guys to let them license
experience
Mr.
what
Hanky
happened
Christmas
after that guy died.
as a
His
mascot.
wife,
As a mascot.
the guy who died,
I mean,
his
after a
wife
while,
was
it's
killed.
like, it gets to be a running joke.
So it's like
Every
this
year,
year, like
every
after a
single
football
beach,
game.
we're talking about
This screen is like fully immersed.
I mean, we
That's
were
VR
rating
you could
ourselves
ever
on
have.
the sliding
It's like
scale
you're
of
reliving the
it's
moment.
not super
So a couple years ago,
toxic.
I was involved with a
It's not
startup.
really bad.
We took a game like League of Legends.
And I remember someone was saying on threads, I can't remember where I saw it.
You pretty much play on a 2D screen. So we made it so you can replay the game.
I'll say there's
Put on a virtual reality headset.
maybe, but
And
not
you were on the TV, and you can replay from any point of view. Same with Counter-Strike Global Offensive.
Just stay out of the water. That's
I
all I
was
can
thinking of
recommend.
because
It's later with Mo Kelly
in that
coming up
game,
at the top of the hour. I'll be joined by Claudia Cooper. We get into health and wellness.
and so literally you can go back and replay that game from the point of view of the person who shot.
Heard any of our
And so
secret mind
when
control
I was
messages recently?
it was reminding me
That's because we're really good
all
at
these
it.
things that you had
And KOST
about this life. And as near Francis, my question is always, how does that work? I mean, if you could replay every single moment in your life, even the moments when you weren't there, including like what happened to this guy's wife, somebody has to
Pistol
record all
Association sued, claiming it was
How are you gonna
unconstitutional
replay it?
to ban gun shows
Not
like Crossroads of the West from
So,
being held at the OC Fair,
perhaps,
where the show had been for decades.
whole
Senator
game
Dave Nitz says the court yesterday rejected claims the ban violates the First and Second Amendment.
There is nothing in our legislation that would prevent anybody from deciding that they wanted to create a celebration
I
of
remember my
guns and
nephew.
Second Amendment festival at the fairgrounds. All it says is that you can't sell
He would say to his
guns
father,
at the
my
fairgrounds
brother,
or any state
I want to watch Star
property.
Wars.
The association says it will appeal in Orange County.
No, I want to watch that man and that woman play the Star Wars game. Right? It was like you could just watch them play a recording of the video game on YouTube. And so this life review thing, which is at the crux of it,
The department says the number of cases reported last week was at 106 per day, up from 67 a day.
which ties back to your question.
Elon Musk has withdrawn his lawsuit against OpenAI. CEO Sam Altman in
What
California
if-
State Court.
Elon Musk's lawsuit claimed OpenAI had become too focused on maximizing profits, straying from its stated goal of building AI for the benefit of all humanity.
BBC's Mike Dubosky says Musk argued
That's
that
right. So the
representative
Christian tradition
breached the
gets
contract.
theater.
OpenAI
That's
calls
the
the
book of
claim
life.
fiction. Lawyers filed the suit in February and requested to
Depending on who
dismiss
you
the
ask,
case yesterday.
the recording
LA
angel
has
has written
reformed and
down.
plan to change the way some traffic issues are enforced.
Sweeping reforms would address
Well, it turns out in the Islamic tradition, they get much more explicit
black and
about what
Hispanic
that is.
drivers.
They call it
Councilman
soul of.
Nelson says an alternative to police
Of
stops
course,
is
remember,
serial
2,000 years ago, they had to
and
call it
historic
something
mistrust in
to
some
understand.
communities.
When you see that
Scroll of
car
Guinness,
in the
there's two
rearview
angels.
mirror,
And you've probably seen like
The council voted to have a report brought back in 90 days outlining a strategy to, among other things,
that
create
comes out of the
alarms
Islamic
and
tradition,
traffic enforcement
right? And so
crash
there's these two
investigation
angels,
team and a program to offer
called
vouchers
the
for
Pyramid
vehicle
Kadam,
repairs rather than
and they're sitting down and writing down. One's writing down all your good deeds, and one's writing
the
down all your
19-year-old
bad
man
deeds.
has been arrested for allegedly
And what-
killing another
what
teen
it
in
says
Santa
in the
Ana.
tradition,
Santa Ana PD says a teen was found lying
when
on
I
the ground
delve into
with
these different
gunshot
traditions,
wounds last week
not
near
so
South
much to say
Poplar Street. He was pronounced dead at the hospital. Police say the 19-year-old ran away
across all
before officers arrived Friday.
That
Guy was
part
arrested
is probably
yesterday in
right.
connection with a failed shooting.
These guys are coming to
Also,
that.
Republicans
All the other stuff, maybe.
contempt of Congress for not turning over interview tapes from President Biden's classified
But
documents.
that
These
stuff is
were
probably at
questioned
the core
Biden's memory,
of
and
this
Speaker
thing
Johnson
called
says
life.
Congress has the right
Right.
to have
And
access.
so what
Can't
it
allow
says in the Islamic
Department
tradition
of
is
Justice, an
your
executive
book
branch
will
agency,
be laid
to
open
hide
for you
information
after
from
you die.
Congress.
The transcript
And
of the
you
interview
will
was
be the
released in
record.
March. Some legal
So you think of
experts say this
Judgment
controversy
Day,
should have ended.
stuff.
Biden claimed
But
the
what it's
executive
actually
privilege
saying, now that's a
over the
metaphor. It doesn't mean
and the
there's
lawsuits
like
responded
angels
to the U.S.
with
backed
a feather
ceasefire
pen
proposal with
writing
questions
down
about
what
provisions
in
of the plan
Chinese, you know,
and some
this is what
additional
happened
demands.
this day or
The
whatever.
group has reportedly asked
The
for
only thing that makes
reassurances about
sense
the
is
end
he
of the war with
basically
Israel. response included a timeline for a permanent
and you would play
ceasefire
it back
and the
for
complete
yourself.
withdrawal of Israeli
Which is
troops
exactly
from Gaza.
what
Israel
near-death
on Monday vowed to
experience
push ahead with its military
describe when they
operations
talk
in
about the
Gaza.
life review. It's
U.S.
like this,
Secretary
they're
of
sitting
State
there with the
Anthony
screen,
Blinken says
and then suddenly
mediators
they
will
get pulled into
continue to
the
try to
screen,
close the
and
deal.
they replay all
Southland
of
weather
this
from
stuff.
KFI
There's
clouds,
usually an
fog,
angel,
patchy
or they
drizzle
might call him
tonight, lows
God, or
around
they might
60.
say
Drizzle should be gone by tomorrow afternoon, then we'll have sun and highs
different.
around 80.
But they say that guy doesn't judge you. You're looking at it
different
saying,
Friday
oh,
than
I was going to try to be a better person to my wife this time around, and I wasn't.
73 in Burbank, and a crash has been cleared on the 60 in Reno.
And they tell us that the moments that matter are the small moments that
And as you make your way south on the 405 in Hawthorne, seeing some
like those are the things that so that's the game. You always think we're
Everybody, everybody. What's up, Pim? The next person you're not next up. We have Mike, baby. Mike, the poor chap, has had to deal with all my bots.
Podcasts, thousands of playlists for every mood, over 100 commercial-free music channels, and over 100 million songs to fill your favorite playlist. Download the always free iHeartRadio app and start listening
might
now.
be some purpose that ties to the idea of karma, particularly.
It's a brand new year in my Ford Bronco Sport, and I can't wait for all the adventures ahead. My fiance and I want to explore more hikes around the city in the new year, and my Ford Bronco Sport is perfect because the gas mileage is unparalleled in this car. I feel so safe driving it, and there's tons of room in the trunk, so I can pack stuff for a picnic if we choose to do that on a hike. More adventures.
Agency's decisions and the related communications regarding in-service authorization for the MVP project. Final preparations are underway to begin commercial operations, end quote. It's considered by many as a game changer for one local school district and community. Officials from the Bridgeport School District received word they've been awarded a grant of more than $13 million. It's part of the Appalachian Community Innovation Centers program, which was created to promote public education, community health services, and career development in Appalachian counties in Ohio. The funds will be used for a 28,000 square foot addition to the school that'll be used in a number of ways by students and the community.
I was scratching my head. What does that even mean?
It's such a stupid way to describe something that's really complex, and you can actually trace where it is.
So I like to think of it. The reason we call it the cloud is because you don't know exactly what it's for. It could be one of the things that Amazon has a week which is AWS.
School officials say they hope to begin work on the project in the near future. They're hoping for a possible completion date of December 2026. Former Wheeling native and current Dallas Cowboy C.J. Goodwin hosts hundreds of kids every year for a day full of football, cheering, and basketball at his annual Pega Sports Camp. The ball's in the kids' court during the day, but
holistic approaches. You know, I'm kind
We also got all that other information there, right?
than my
There is that. Not in a physical world. But it's there somewhere. It's on the server.
Right.
So I like to think of karma as a kind of database of questions
and she was a homemaker. In other
achievements
words,
or
God bless her.
experiences
She go to work, she
that
come home
we
and have
still need
dinner
to have.
for the family. She was traditional
And
in
having
that regard.
this
So
database
the
just
work
keeps getting
out
bigger and
in
bigger.
a traditional sense did not exist. But I look at this generation, and my blended sons, they look at it.
You have karma to resolve with somebody.
I guess your eyes, also your children's eyes, as far as it's not just one thing, it's diet, it's exercise, it's a holistic approach. It seems like we're moving away from the idea
And
of
so,
a parent
you know,
determining
certain
how they
traditions,
work
they
out or how
view
they
that as
exercise.
perhaps when you were
There's two
planning it,
things
it's like
happening here. I want to kind of touch on both.
or a guilt.
So yes, my children and your children are going to grow up with access to more
We're gonna be
information
sure to
at their
have
the real
fingertips,
streamers,
which
real
means
size
that
from
they
their
don't
heads, just do it.
necessarily have to do it
The day
exactly
was
the
the
way even we did it, and we don't have to do it exactly the way
Yo,
our
baby.
parents did it.
Next up is Trainwrecks TV. This is Rabbi Rothschild. Follow. What do we have going on here? They're probably talking about bullshit. Where you from? All this other shit. No one cares about all your AMA. That's tight. He's a gambler. Where's your fucking social media? It's up here, dog. Let's look at your Instagram. Instagram this thing.
There's a story from Autobiography.
Look at your shit, dog. Oh, wow. Damn, look at this shit. Oh, this sucks, Zuckerberg.
Did this stuff really happen?
Real golfer.
Or is this from the Arabian Nights? So there's a story of this guy named Bob.
Just not exercising because
Anyway.
But there's a story of
know what the skins game is, dog? Check this out. Yo, dog. I like how if I wanted to chat with you, it wouldn't even work. It's broken. Oh, look, it's broken again. Please wait 1 second. What is this bullshit? Get your fucking ass. Anyway, shout out to Trainwrecks TV. From Rabbi, the greatest fucking motherfucker of all time. Shout out to Trainwrecks TV. Big W's for Trainwrecks TV. Big W's for Rabbi. That was good fucking ass.
Over there. Here it looks, and there's this golden palace that came out of nowhere, right in the middle of it.
Benefits long term.
Is talking about how the new nature of the world. Then, but here he says, well, one, how did you create this? Why?
Getting into the building or getting into the workout is
well, in a previous life, you expressed
am I right, Mo?
a real strong desire to live in a palace.
And I think if the kids are
so I created this dream palace,
about their workouts,
not really real, but you're seeing it,
and I was at
in order to resolve that karma, so that you don't have to go live a whole life in a palace. That karma's done. Take that off the database. So I use that to kind of show that sometimes we put things into the database of karma based upon our strong desire. And that becomes part of our script.
Too much phone consumption.
How did I know I wanted to be
a comes up for me is that we're living a more sedentary lifestyle because of it. So I made sure everybody stood up, kind of got their wiggles out. That's what I used to tell kids to do. And that's one of the ways that we can go.
Rabbi Rothschild streams live 24/7, 365. Rabbi's the greatest person of all time. No doubt about it.
10,000 hours doing something. My question is more, what drives somebody to spend 10,000 hours doing this
in certain age groups
versus that?
Right.
I have released myself
I don't have any
from
desires.
trying to get people to do what I think they should do for their health. And I don't just mean for their physical health. I'm talking about getting people up and moving for their mental health. I'm talking about getting people in community for their spiritual and emotional health. But people won't do unless they're motivated on their own to do. Sometimes it's a diagnosis that motivates them to get moving. Sometimes it's loneliness that motivates them to get in community. It's not often that someone can just rattle your cage and you're going to do what they say. Do you do what people say, Mo?
I do what people say when I know that they're the expert. For example, I think I'm a pretty good student. If I'm going to be in a class and there's someone teaching, I listen to the teacher. If there's someone who's in a discipline or expertise that I'm not knowledgeable in, I will listen to that expert. That means when I go to the doctor, I listen to the doctor. It's
and they
when I
kept saying,
get
oh yeah, a
my
few
alone
months,
time and I start
and what happened was after the heart
excuses for myself. Like the doctor says, okay, I need you to exercise more, and they put down the donuts
the most difficult period.
And then people start bringing pizza around me, and then
during that time, I would start to get better,
that I
and I would
jump back and I'm not listening to my doctor. It's just that the devil's working overtime against me sometimes. Does that make any sense?
It means you can't resist the pizza, and most of us can't. Let's be honest. But you know, I was talking to a friend. She got a pre-diabetic diagnosis. Pre-diabetes just means that if you can turn this train around, if you can eat right, if you can
every time I tried to do that, I ended up
free
backing off.
yourself from being dependent dependent upon
It's no
insulin
fun having
medication
like
for the full
but
diabetes
when I
diagnosis.
did have
And
enough
what they
energy
offered her was a
to do this
nutrition
other thing
class
that
where
I've
she
been
could learn
wanting to do my
about
whole
how
life,
to
which was to
prepare
write
foods
a book.
that are low glycemic that
so
will
I had
help
just enough
her
energy
to stay
to go to
off
Starbucks
medication. And
write
she said
before
that she
for an
went
hour
to
or
the
two.
class and she learned so
stimulation
much about
hypothesis, which for
different
me was a
foods
way
and
to
how to
bring
prepare
together
them
all the
and
friends
what oils to
of
use
my
and what
life.
not to use and all these
Scientists,
other things.
video games,
And then she said when she
spent a
came
lot of
home, she
time
wanted to
visiting
implement it
different
in the house with all of her
shamanic
family. And
stuff,
they were like, girl, what? So I'm
without
saying
drugs,
that
you
to
know,
say that
more
when
of the
you
shamanic
make a
journey.
lifestyle
And I
change,
spent time with
when you
people
make a
who
shift
investigate
in
UFOs,
your
religious
eating
people,
or in your
academics and
exercising,
complete
it's
materialists
almost like you feel so inspired. You
and it
want
was
to
a way
share
to
it
bring
with
this all
other
together.
people.
And suddenly
But
I found I
then
had
from my
more energy
experience, you end
when
up
I did
feeling
that.
disappointed
Right, every time I
when
tried
they
to do
don't get
something
on
else,
the
my health was
bandwagon, right?
Absolutely.
So eventually I
But
got
you
the message
cannot
for the
want
next couple of
something
years.
more
Just
for
focus
people
on
than
life.
what they want for themselves. And although you're teachable
feel
and
like
although you're
it was
coachable, a lot of people
part of my life
just
plan.
want
If you
to
had asked
eat
me
the
in high
pizza
school
and the
what you
donuts,
do
and they want to do it in
with your
peace,
life,
and they don't
would've
want to
said,
worry about what
I'm gonna
this is
be
going to
either
eventually lead
programmer,
to.
an
Because at the end
entrepreneur,
of the
start my
day,
company,
most of us have some
I always thought I was
coping
going to do that.
mechanism. It could be food, it could be sugar, it could be sex, it
When
could
this
be
happened, I was already
spending
14.
frivolously, it could be drinking
I was
drugs.
still in Silicon
whatever
Valley, right?
you
Still
name
playing
it.
the
There's
game.
millions of different
Trying
coping
to build the next
mechanisms, and when you
billion-dollar
start to tell people we're taking away your coping mechanisms, that's when people get into this. I'm
And
not
it was
doing
like I
it,
got this
rooting
message
their
that there was
feet into the
another
ground about what they
part
don't
of the
want
story
to
that I
do.
was
Well, we just stepped on a
like,
lot
I had
of
written some books, but it was like a
commercial
hobby
break to get over
to the
themselves.
side.
Well, like that
Then when I
over the commercial break.
focused on
It's
it,
late on
suddenly,
Kelly. I'll have more
it was
with Buddy
like
Cooper in
I
just
got
a
the
moment
message
when we
pretty
come back. We're
clearly
going to get into a
during
professional
that time.
business. I'm not going to tell her what. I'm going to surprise her with something when we come back. You can't buy Amazon's Morning Go Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Now over to Mark Ronner. We can't buy 24-hour newsroom. NBA legend Jerry West, who's died at the age of 86.
What are you doing?
West
Still
played
out
for the
there
Lakers
trying
in
to
the
make money.
60s and 70s.
That
and
was
the
it. What we
inspiration for the NBA logo. He was a Hall of Famer and received the Presidential Medal of Freedom in 2019. Negotiators for the Group of Seven have reportedly reached an agreement on a plan to provide Ukraine with $50 billion backed by frozen
Then, as
Russian
I helped
assets.
covered, I realized there was another thing
Soap
that I
opera
was going
actor
to do.
Johnny Wachter have marched to the steps of Los Angeles City Hall, demanding the mayor help find his killers. Nearly 3 weeks ago, Wachter, who was in a general hospital, shot and killed trying to stop thieves stealing his car's catalytic converter. This morning,
So it was like these things that I kind of wanted to do before I never got to,
to be posted by the city
they were
for information
optional
leading to
parts
the
of
arrest
the
of the
story.
killers. It's into a work zone on
We
the
still have
5 in Santa
the
Clarita.
ability to replace it. But sometimes the quest
Southbound from
hits
Cowgrove
us.
to the 14, the two right lanes are coned
situation
off,
hits
scheduled
us.
to be
There's
reopened
a lot of
at 6 a.m.
Maybe
And if
there's
you're
a
on the
big
10 heading eastbound in Mid-City, you'll start seeing brake lights approaching Fairfax and stay slow
how
until you
we
get to
set
the
up our
110. And if you're on the 105 heading eastbound in Hawthorne, just coming away from the
So now we're
405,
getting into
stop
like
and go traffic there. That'll ease up for you once you make your way up to
which I
Crenshaw.
think is quite valid. That's
With
probably the
Southern
second.
California's only
Probably
airport
the
traffic
biggest questions
reports,
I get asked
Pedro
are,
Moreno.
are we in a simulation? What's the
While some
percentage?
streaming companies keep raising their prices, the iHeartRadio app is still free.
If we're in a
And
simulation
free never
or not,
sounded so good. Thousands of radio
Positive
stations from all over the country playing your favorite music, 500,000 podcasts, thousands of playlists for every mood, over 100 commercial-free
It's the
music
way to say,
channels,
you know what,
and
maybe
over
what all
100
those
million
reasons
songs
wasn't
to
bullshit.
your favorite
It wasn't
playlist.
just
Download the always free
Yeah, but they just didn't
iHeartRadio
have
app
the
and
language
start listening now.
to express something that a lot of people who have had near-death experiences, they use the word ineffable.
It's a brand new year in my
Means
Ford
unable
Bronco
to be
Sport, and I can't wait for all the adventures ahead. My
And so
fiance and
we
I
can't really
want to
tell you what's
explore
out
more
there,
hikes around the
but
city in
they
the new
use
year,
these
and my
metaphors
Ford
to
Bronco
describe
Sport
it.
is perfect
so I think
because the gas
whether
mileage
you view
is
simulation theory
unparalleled
as
in this car. I
hardcore
feel so
physics
safe driving it,
or
and
you
there's
view it as
tons
a
of room in
metaphor
the trunk. So
for
I can pack stuff for a
what this
picnic
world
if we
is all
choose to do
about,
that on a hike.
how
More adventurous, more fun with the Ford Bronco Sport.
there's value
Meet us,
in
we are
looking at
stronger.
both of
Head to your
those,
Southern California Ford
both of
dealers for
those
great offers on all Fords.
metaphor side.
Being hurt in an accident
Actually,
can
for me
change your
personally,
life,
that was your
and
question.
we want you to be empowered in that situation.
And that's why we tell you to call Sweet James. It's Gary and Shannon. And when one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from that insurance company.
So we called Sweet James. The attorneys at Sweet James helped him get the medical care he needed so he can recover as quickly as possible and get on that bike
So
again.
instead of woe is me, oh my God, how is this happening to me? The way a lot of people face
If you are ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, the skill, and the resources to win the case for you.
Compensation is a huge part of that, but it's also
about compassion
Right.
and care.
If there's a part of me
James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small. That's why they win 98% of the
why
time.
would it
and they win
choose
big.
this
Call Sweet
particular
James,
account?
809 million. They can't guarantee the outcome, but make sure
What
you
is
have
it
them
then?
by your side.
809 million, 809 million, or go to sweetjames.com.
Americans
Yeah,
pay about
do it
$5
as a
billion
channel.
a year to control termites and repair the damage. More than
That
floods, earthquakes,
seems like
hurricanes
the right way to
combined.
put it.
Call Pacific Coast Termite at 800
Yeah.
Pacific for
That
free
doesn't
home
seem like
inspection.
right.
Certain
That is
restrictions
part
apply.
of the
No
purpose,
tenting
right? So get
ever.
back to
Call 800 Pacific.
the idea of
800
why,
Pacific. Visit
It's like
PacificCoastTermite.com.
we are
Call
agreeing
800 Pacific.
for death.
Coast Termite kills termites.
Clean, friendly way.
I am blown away. A listener in Manhattan Beach recently gained $470,000 in additional profit on the sale of their home using our friends at Revive Real Estate. Revive Real Estate is on a mission to help homeowners maximize the value of your home. Because in today's market, many homeowners are missing out on 15 to 20% of their home's value simply because it's not in tip-top shape. Revive Real Estate knows exactly which
Getting back to
renovations
this
to do.
idea of
They oversee the entire renovation process. They work extremely fast. Most renovations take just a few weeks, and Revive Real Estate fronts the renovation cost. That's right.
In order
Revive
to
fronts the
enjoy,
money for the
enjoy in
renovation.
quotes,
If
because
you're
it doesn't
thinking of selling,
necessarily,
don't settle.
it's
Call
all fun.
Revive Real Estate to see what your home could really be worth. Find out if your home qualifies by going to KFIRevive.com. KFIRevive.com. Don't just sell your home, maximize its value. KFIRevive.com, or simply pick up your cell phone and dial pound 250 and say Revive. Pound 250, Revive.
Hi, it's Sherry Harris, owner of Life Source Water. The Life Source whole house water system ensures that clean, delicious, and refreshing water flows from every tap and faucet in your home.
So
Our healthy water makes your hair shine and your skin glow. And now is the best time to get your Life Source.
Every now
For
and
a
then,
limited time,
they ended up
pay
somewhere
your sales
before their
tax.
job.
Save up to $1,000 on a new system. Call
So he had a bunch of
800-WATER-99 now, or visit LifeSourceWater.com. Offer
They all
ends
kind
soon.
of describe
Limitations apply.
a similar
So,
type
Jordan
of
from Walters Wholesale Electric was over
Where
at
they
my house a few
just
days ago. They
before
were installing my EV charger at my new place, and we were talking, and I said,
and they
who
talk
is
about
your biggest customer? He goes,
this time
businesses.
when they were
Why?
choosing
Because their employees go, where's the
what kind
charging
of a
station?
life
Because
they
they have
would
EVs, so many of us do.
and they would
If
see
you have
on the
customers,
screen,
can you
like a
imagine
screen against
offering a
metaphor.
charging station? It's
the
well,
time
Anaheim White House
they have
offers a
employees
charging
to
station.
choose.
If you're a
So
business
you
and you
choose
don't
to
have
go to
EV
Austin or
charging
stay in Los
these
Angeles.
customers, you're already
That takes you up this
Walters
path.
Wholesale Electric is a Southern California
You see,
leader in
like, when
commercial
you were out,
industrial retail charging stations.
now,
Walters Wholesale Electric,
for your
small
life.
and large
And
charging
then some of them
installations,
describe like
and it really takes an
having
expert to
friends,
put these things in
friends.
place. And that's exactly what Walters
and
Electric
that
is
they
all
would say,
about.
okay, how
Walters
are you going to
Wholesale
recognize
Electric. Dial
I'm
pound
gonna have
250 on the
this
cell
avatar.
and say
I'm
EV
gonna
charging.
have avatar.
Pound 250 on your cell, say EV charging, or visit
This is how you're going to recognize me
WaltersWholesale.com.
the first time you encounter me on a red bicycle.
3 packs or more.
Yo, dog, community guidelines violations. Up the ass, kids. Hey, dude, check it out.
Or how they would recognize
Your account has been temporarily suspended. Hey, here's my life, baby. Okay, so then what happened? Now we're gonna go to somebody else. Who? They're actually not seeing right now, but I think they're hilarious. They are drunk, and they're gonna be like, oh god, they're gonna go in. Oh yeah. Hold on a second. Hairball. Sorry, dog. Anyway, so you gotta follow. It's like a legit follow, dog. Dude, you have a Discord? Oh, dog. Don't throw me out, man. I won't come in here. I won't post my sex tape. I do have one. It's on Rabbi Rothschild. It's on Instagram. Oh, dog. Fuck. It always does that. If you don't know what this is, come watch all my videos on Super Rothschild, and you'll see, and you'll be like, oh, dog, the same shit happened to everybody that happened to you. Here we go.
Right, we're here. One way.
Yeah, this is bullshit. Everybody knows that the TikTok. And it's just what we're doing, man. Alright. Cobb Mob. So if you don't know, like, people have to be like, why are you making it special for Cobb Mob? There's a shit ton of people in here. It's a fucking party. 362 and 2. Dog! Oh my god, come on. He's got a force in there. Oh man. This motherfucker's not even streaming. Here's the hilarious thing, bros. All the people are always streaming and nobody's in their Discord. You aren't streaming and it's a fucking disco. That's amazing. I can't wait to shake it up in there. So I'm gonna hurry up with this fucking video. Let's check out your shit though. Your Discord's amazing. Dude, best Discord surprise of this totally. Dude, you almost have to like open a new one. That's amazing. I want to see my life in here, dog. Let's see if I have anything I can do to give you. Amazing. If you don't know who Cobb is, let's explain. He just got back from the Action Man tour, which went through the South, through New Orleans, through St. Louis, through Chicago, through Detroit, Philadelphia, New York City, Times Square. It was amazing. He seems like a lot of fun. He did everything from like being in like Midtown Manhattan to go to an organic farm like within 24 hours. It was wild. And I'm glad I got to spam him the whole way. He seems like a really nice person, and he's going to be a big streamer. He's networked himself really well with some really big other streamers, Mike Smalls Jr., just hooking himself up with JJ is great. The cameraman on that ship, I don't know that person's name, but they're amazing, and they're really the unsung hero of all this because we wouldn't have seen anything but for their hard work. And then of course Action Man, but this is really for Cobras, but he knows that's his. He's got a mob, and those are like some of the people. But he's got a huge group of people, so I want to check out his shit. And in the meantime, I just fucking lost it with a new account, and this bitch is just cranked it out like a motherfucker. So I hope he would appreciate it, and he should know that he gets a special shout out. He's not even streaming right now. His Discord is lit though. Oh, dude, I should probably check out some of his other shit too, just in case. Okay, check out his shit. He was live 3 hours ago, so it's not like he's not live all the time. He's live very often. Okay, so you got his Twitter. This shit's cool, dude. There you go. Look how cool that is. Hey, cool. Remember that time when I tried to fucking heart it and then it was like, oh, fuck you, Rabbi? Yeah, I remember. Everybody remembers that. All right, dog. Well, fuck you, dog. This sucks. Dude, I keep fucking... Half my fucking life on this phone has been clearing the goddamn thing for storage. Cover-ups, do you know about what I'm talking? Do you fucking know this shit is bullshit? If you want to see a motherfucker deal with goddamn phones, particularly iPhones, just watch through this. Whatever fucking iPhone you've had, I've had it and it sucks, dog. They've all been the same fucking thing since the first one. All right, dog. That's enough of that. Cover-ups, your shit rocks. You're really a big up-and-coming streamer. I see everybody, and just already, you have a huge head start on all the competition. You're going to be huge. You already are, but even bigger. All right, cool, dude.
Complex in Inglewood has been under construction with many delays.
That's what got me into a whole nother rabbit hole.
I don't want to give you an
Fuck
exact
that.
date,
It
but I want
didn't
to
work.
tell you, all of our equipment is in.
I have, but I don't necessarily.
Cobb would be like, of course, that's my fucking fortune. He would have a good one, and then it would suck cock. What the fuck?
Remember something
Serenity. Dude, what is up with this fucking storage of this goddamn thing?
It's about Mandela's death, right?
Well, that was the
Yo, did I get banned? No. Hopefully not. God damn it, this shit sucks.
Some people remember
July tends to be
What in the fuck?
Southern California, and that's when I do
Dude, that's amazing that like there were real people. Dude, oh my god, low battery, fucking too full. What the fuck else is wrong with this goddamn thing?
People that may not be at my fitness level, but
Oh my god.
my grandmother's fitness level. And so I do my best to
Oh,
try
bro.
to alter it during hotter times. But to be honest, we've been in June gloom for a while, Mo. Have you noticed that?
This shit sucks.
So what happened was,
Mine
that
too.
was
And
one
honestly,
Mandela
we had May
effect.
Gray, and now we're
And then
just
there started
creeping
to
around
be
the
all
corner
these
from
other
having June gloom for the
This
last couple of
shit
weeks. And I
sucks.
that were different. Some of these were relatively minor things like the spelling
Dog.
of the sun is out.
I mean, come on.
That's the most famous one.
I get that I have.
They just want to get up
That's just not that much shit.
If you ask people, most people remember it.
What is taking up so much fucking
When you look at it,
space? Videos.
It's a relatively small.
If anybody ever fucking hears me say anything, please fucking listen to this. The fact that you cannot filter by size is a goddamn shame. And I have to go through here and be like, oh, no, and then I gotta go like this, my fucking thumb. I have fucking thumbs like a goddamn gorilla because I can fucking scan this goddamn thing so well. It's like ancient memories that I really appreciate. It's like, well, I don't know. Should I fucking keep it? I don't know. Is it saved somewhere else? I don't know. So I mean, this is a 34-minute video that I'm getting rid of which I'm getting rid of. And it's like, I don't necessarily want to get rid of that. Dude, what the fuck? Okay, dude, just 14-minute video, 34, but it's like from years ago. And it's really important to me. Data, dog. Well, just know at one point I had wore two things. Dog, this one's really long. Hey everybody, remember when I did all that funny shit? Oh yeah, Rabbi, I remember. Well, guess what? No one else will. This shit sucks. Everybody would be like, dude, this is the worst stream ever. This is the worst. Like, of all the streams ever, this is definitely the worst. Somebody's gonna be like, I was watching this stream just randomly on the internet. You know, you've heard of it. And then this random rabbi came in, or into my life somehow, and I started watching their stream, and it was so painful. It was just not just agony, but it was like getting kicked in the groin, no matter your gender. Just whatever you were, you could be Barbie and Ken down there, and it just stunk. That's how bad this stream was. Rabbi just gave away all his information, and he just fucking huffed into his fucking phone, but they weren't even recording. Oh, it was just a clusterfuck of garbage.
And I thought, okay, wow.
The worst stream of all time. The worst stream of all time. Dog. Albums, screenshots, screen recordings, videos. Okay, are we? Did we delete everything recently deleted? I don't know why I just put my fucking finger into this. Okay, is it done?
And so I started looking around at wow, the Quran. They memorized the Quran word for
Dude,
word.
this shit sucks.
The first thing you have to do is
This shit sucks.
hold it.
Cobras. Cobras.
So I found this one Sufi imam.
Cobra. I get so fucking frustrated with technology, and to watch your recent outreach travels. I don't know how you guys do it. I mean, I do it, but I've done IRL. It is very complicated, and I want everyone to know that you are an up-and-coming streamer, and everybody should check you out. This is the second video I'm making for you. The first one was really great, but then this fucking message came up that said, I swear, Tim sits there, and he gets a fucking button every fucking time. And I get one of two fucking messages so goddamn much on my phone, and those are, you need to charge your phone, and your phone is out of storage. I don't care how fucking there's something, I'm just going to share this with you, dog, because I've already been through all your shit. I've already been, let me just tell you, incredibly impressed, more impressed with your Discord than anybody else's Discord. And you should be like, oh, really? I'll be like, dude, I already joined it. I already went through it. I mean, I've already been through this. But here's the thing, my fucking video didn't record. I'm streaming on 1,000 fucking other accounts. So it's like, dog, you can watch it. It's not gone. But it's just not in this video. So you've got another secret video out there. And I want you to know that I think you're really funny. And you did a really great job just going in. I was just explaining about you going to a farm with organic milk and, you know, hens and stuff and all that. And, like, it makes you really appreciate what you have when it comes to food and things like that. And you gave people a view into communities and gave visibility to problems that really needed it. And, you know, I had all this stuff said to you, and then all of a sudden the fucking thing didn't record. So anyway, it's out there somewhere. I've got a ceiling cam, dog. Did you know that? There's a fucking ceiling cam. I think you're hilarious. I've been through all your shit already, so it's like, I'm really impressed by your Discord. Really check out all your shit. We'll do it again, though, just for you, dog. So if you don't know how to find them, it's Cobra about. They're just TTS. Instagram, Twitter, Discord. Cobra. His Instagram, let's check out his shit. His name is Guinness. He's a really funny person. I remember you checked out his Twitter. I remember looking at it. He's got a picture of him right behind the RV. There you go. I mean, it was like I was there alongside him. And it was amazing. So here's your Discord again. And we'll just pretend that this is the first time you. Oh wow, and this is what I did. I was like, holy shit, and this is what I said. This was the most impressive. Dude, I'm still incredibly. It's even bigger than it was before, though. Everybody, shout out to the Cobra. Shout out to Jimmy. And shout out to the Outreach that they did. It was amazing. Shout out to Rabbi for shouting out everybody. So, Jimmy, if you're like, what the fuck is this? It would be Rabbi is going around and literally shouting out the top people on Kick. I'm going to just have a video for every fucking person on Kick. And I posted to Instagram, but Instagram sucks, and I posted to TikTok, and TikTok sucks. And sometimes we just flag on one and not the other, and vice versa. I'm amazing. I stream live 24/7. You know that, dog. And you need to tell everybody about it. And you're featured on it. And, you know, the longer I do these fucking videos, the more people find out about me, because now I'm getting them on fucking multiple platforms. Not only do I sit there and just fire off like Tommy guns into their goddamn chat, but on top of that, I get them on different platforms. Dog, I'm telling you, just type Viral Rabbi into the search of Instagram. Look how many fucking accounts I have. Type Rabbi Rothschild in Instagram. Here's how many accounts I have. I have over 100 Instagram accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,100 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Facebook accounts. I'm the biggest fucking deal in global history. I've been live streaming my life 24/7, 365 for more than 3 years. So tell everybody to know. And I'm sure I was covering the microphone that whole time, so anyway. Shout out to you. You're gonna be an even bigger streamer. Fuck, dude, this thing I bet didn't save.
Treat fat people and leave them on the street. They were dead before we ran over.
It doesn't matter whether they were dead or not.
I get so fucking frustrated.
I was surprised.
I get so fucking frustrated with technology and to watch your recent outreach travels. I don't know how you guys do it. I would simulation. And everybody should check it out. This is the second video thinking the first one was really great. But then this fucking message came up that said, Tim sits there.
And Alex used the Mandela effect as a way of illustrating this idea.
And I get two fucking messages so goddamn much on my phone. And those are, you need to charge your phone. And your phone is out of storage. I don't care how fucking big it is. There's something, I'm just going to share this with you, dog. Because I've already been through all your shit. I've already been just incredibly impressed. More impressed with your Discord than anybody else's Discord. And you should be like, oh, really? Like, dude, I already joined it. I already went through it. I mean, I've already been through it. But here's the thing, my fucking other accounts. So it's like, dog, it's not gone, but it's just not. You've got another thing. And
Curious George,
I think you're really funny. And you did a really great job. Just going, I was just explaining about you go to a farm, you have a you know, hands and stuff, all that, and like, it makes you really appreciate what yeah,
but so let's go back to my point about different
into
so imagine
and gave visibility to the problems that are self-aware. You know, I had all this stuff there and then all of a sudden
this one.
So anyway, it's out there somewhere. I got a ceiling cam now. Did you know that? It's a fucking ceiling cam. I think you're hilarious. I've been through all your shit already, so it's like, I'm really
Exactly. So now you're sitting on.
I've already checked out all your shit. We'll do it again though. Just read it down. So if you don't know how to find it, it's they just teach us Instagram, Twitter, Discord.
Right, so even though you can Google, no, I was wrong, but check out Mandela. In your mind, in your memory,
Right. I don't remember. Checked out his Twitter. I remember I got a picture of him right behind the RV.
They're talking about his friend.
I mean, it was like them there alongside. And
That's specific.
so here's a Discord again. It was like pretend that this is the first time. Oh wow, this is what I did. I was like, holy shit, this is what I said.
Right. There's some faulty memory.
Yeah, there's some faulty memory. But at the same time,
Some weird.
it's weird. It's not just the movie line. It's like the entire movie. To have had like let's look at the one.
Shout out to Jimmy and
So supposedly
shout
there
out
was
to
this movie
the outreach that
yeah, the movie in the night.
shout out to Rabbi for shouting out everybody. So you're like, what the fuck is this? Rabbi is going around and literally shouting out everything. The top people on kick. Just have a video for every fucking person. And I posted to
Yeah, that's right.
Instagram.
For called Shazam was
But
the one that
Instagram sucks, and I posted to TikTok and TikTok
Like
sucks.
Shazam.
And sometimes it's why I got one and not the other, or vice versa. I'm amazing. I shoot live 24/7. You know that, dog.
Okay, that was the
And
real.
you need to tell everybody about it.
Right. You get all,
Yeah, feature on it. And,
you get all these
you
people
know,
that
the
remember.
longer I do these fucking videos, the more people find out about me. Because now I'm getting them on fucking multiple platforms. Not only do I sit there and just fire off like Tommy guns into that goddamn chat, but
It did. In
on
fact,
top of that, I do it on
shot a
other
scene.
platforms.
Just for the hell of it.
I'm telling
Because
you,
these guys people
just look
say
at
that I was in the movie and I was
type
never in it, right? So he shot a scene.
the search on Instagram. How many fucking accounts I
Isn't
have?
that strange?
Rabbi Rothschild.
Okay, but again, whether you believe this or not,
I have over 100 Instagram accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,100 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Kick accounts. I'm the biggest fucking deal on both this
and
stream.
when you do,
I've
you
been live
maybe
streaming
remember
like 24/7 for 3 years. So tell everybody you know.
right? So,
And I'm sure I was covering the microphone that whole time. So anyway,
Museum is like, for me,
It
when
brings
I
up the possibility. In fact,
I
you may have
always
seen the
say,
movie
yes.
Adjustment Bureau.
Utter fraud.
Matt Damon.
We can take it for what it's worth.
So that was also
I've
based
only
on
come
Philip
across Will Smith the
K. So Philip
person
K. Dick keeps coming up in discussions that
relatively quick
ping pong for some
interaction
reason
was when
always
he
keeps coming up.
first started dating Jada Pinkett Smith.
So he wrote a story called The Adjustment.
And we just happened to be at the same party.
In that story,
I'll tell you if he's a bad dude or not. Just let's not forget, they are all professional pretenders. They are actors. Whether they stop acting when the camera stops rolling, I don't know. Some people are good at putting on these presentations. I call it their public representatives, where they put this person out to speak on their behalf. You know, it's not actually who they are. It's just how they want to present themselves. That's probably the case. I don't know Will Smith, but I'm quite sure he can be an a-hole like the rest of us. The question is whether he is predominantly an a-hole, and he's only a decent individual a small amount of time. I don't know. I probably will never have the opportunity to interview him or spend any reasonable amount of time to come to my own conclusion about who he is as a person. And this clip by Rob Schneider has been picked up by most media outlets, and people say like, "Oh my gosh, I can't believe he said that." No, I can believe that Rob Schneider said that.
Where that brings us is right back to that complicated physics experiment that I was telling you about.
"Quote unquote famous" that you and I don't not even be. He's around
delayed
these A-list actors all the time. He's had history with them over the years. He's done movies with them. He's done press junkets with them. And you get a good sense of who someone is. Rob Schneider says that Will Smith is basically faking it.
Should have been named
I don't know.
Sam and
But
Frank.
it is in the
But
land
the weirdness
profession.
I
that decision
just found
out. Those are both so most people can understand the multiverse idea as being something that starts here and spreads out across
I don't know if you're from this is.
like, so those are multiple possible. It's pretty easy to grasp the idea. What if there are multiple possible? What if there was a pathway to what if there was a what if there's a pathway to a meteor? They didn't kill a dinosaur.
640. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
What if there's a pathway?
Sam and Frank.
Passed away today at the age of 86. And I'm just going to offer my thoughts.
And so what the cosmic delayed choice experiment tells us is they try to do this, and they do it using light, some appreciable time. Turns out, that choice less than a second. But in the case of the cosmic collision, we're looking at a million years ago. A decision would have had to be made a million years ago.
Check this out.
Right back to the how do I know this?
Anyway, shout out to Trainwrecks TV. Rabbi, the greatest fucking motherfucker of all time. Shout out to Trainwrecks TV. Big up Trainwrecks TV. Big up Rabbi.
Swear we could.
Else was fucking happening.
Today's world is Some people have this memory of a different reality. It seems very, very real to them. Like the light switch.
Right back to the both. This idea that the past is not what we think. There was a guy at Shorter.
Brand new year, and my board
That not only are we choosing to split, but we're choosing from one of several there's a whole history where a cat there's a whole history. So this is not a very well understood aspect, but I think it gets to this idea that maybe there's this is simulated reality. Then it shows a little more understandable. So I said the main argument people have is
Shout out to Trainer X TV, big W's for Trainer X TV, big W's for Rabbi.
And now is the best time to get
app.
for a limited
that
time.
there's a probability wave. I don't know how it works.
This is Rabbi Rothschild.
Some physicists like this multiverse idea.
So, Jordan,
The problem is it ends up in all these universes. Now, I've never seen a planet clone itself.
I said, who is your biggest customer?
That would cloning may happen, but it happens at a very small level.
Something in this new if you have customers, can you imagine offering a charging station? It's
But if it's a simulated reality,
if you're a
then
business,
both of these things actually make more sense. Because on the one hand, you only render that which is seen as a player. On the other hand, what we're calling multiple universes are just different runs of the simulation. And so in computer science, we're always dealing with limitations. So we don't just run an infinite number of inputs.
I get so fucking frustrated.
But like, if you're playing a game, the AI is trying to figure out what's going to happen. What does it do? It will try this scenario, it will try that scenario, it
You
will
want to
try
sell
that
your home
scenario.
quickly and easily, and not
Best
deal with
scenario.
repairs or a long
And
sales
so in that
process.
case, you cut off the other timeline and you go that forward, and from there you can simulate different things and figure out which one you might want to do. So you've got a mechanism for the multiverse as information, but you don't have to have an infinite number of physical universes per se. Because
Dude,
when we say this is a
I tried to
universe,
upload to TikTok and the sound doesn't work. It sucks.
we could have run another program for a little while. Maybe we can shut that down.
And most stress-free way to
We
sell
could
your
even
home.
run them on parallel,
Ready
but
to go,
today's
you call Seller's Advantage.
laptops.
Get a no obligation offer at 888-321-AS-IS, 888-321-AS-IS, 888-321-2747, sellersadvantage.com.
What the heck is that quantum computer
DRE number
doing?
0196
That it can explore
It's
all
come
the
here over
15
the last 20
quintillion
years. The
possibilities
attorneys at Sweet James
and come
have
back
helped
to us
enough
within a few
accident
seconds.
victims to build an entire
Well,
sports
what does
arena.
a few seconds
The role
mean?
they play in their injured
A
clients'
few seconds
recovery
in our
drives
reality,
them to produce
the program
the best
stops.
results ever. Just
Like
listen
if
to
people are
the
watching this
story.
on
The client's
YouTube,
world changed after a reckless drunk driver
but they might
hit
have
his
Microsoft
vehicle
Word
and
running.
left him with severe
They might
injury.
have,
He couldn't get the insurance company to help with anything. And after all the frustration,
What's happening
he
is this
called
process
Sweet
is
James.
in the
Then the
foreground.
attorney
While
stepped
they're
in
watching
to make sure he got the medical treatment
all
he
these
really
other
needed. And they
processes
wouldn't let up until they delivered a
And so
massive
when the
$7
process
million win for him.
It just knows I'm going to the
In
next
these
step. Going to the
situations,
next step.
caring and winning go
It
hand
doesn't
in hand.
necessarily know how many
Needs
seconds
medical
it
care,
passed.
maximum
So what the
compensation, and
CPU
justice.
does is it
That's Sweet
stops
James. If you ever heard an accident, results better.
this window,
Call the attorney
and
at
it runs
Sweet
the
James.
background
And don't wait because waiting can hurt your case.
and then it comes back
809 million.
and runs this one for a
809
while.
million. 800-900-0000 and sweetjames.com. That's sweetjames.com.
If you're inside one program, that program could have been paused.
Live 5 to 6 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on our radio app. One thing we're saying about being a lawyer, you get paid a lot of money for it. Could have made about.
I could imagine how you
hypothetically, Adam Silver gave you the opportunity to pick who should be the next logo. I never did that. It's disrespectful to other players. Here's what my response is. That's band flag. You have any idea what the logo was about? Where's my marketing? So we decided to
You're trying to do it yourself. Right?
And that's when they decided to start.
Well, that's why you have to limit it, right? You can't do all the things.
No one knew who they were.
You try to figure out what is the best one. You make that choice in the game. And then you start moving forward.
You wish that no one knew who was. But I thought, what would I like for people to think about me?
Right.
He was a good guy and he cared.
Have a calling.
That would be it.
Yeah, and I think there's an element of
640. It's later with Mo Kelly. We're live everywhere.
So I talked about
NPC. And today was a sad day. Of course, you know the news of the passing
there's something in the
of the
middle
legendary Jerry West. And I know news media has been talking about his passing all day today. They talked about his legacy as a player. They talked about his legacy and greatness as a player.
I mean, I know NPC is used a lot now with pejorative and narratives, right?
His legacy as far as being the architect of the Laker dynasty,
if you think of NPC
the Showtime era, and also later when Kobe Bryant came along, because Jerry West was instrumental in the Lakers drafting Kobe Bryant. He had an aura which was unmatched in the NBA. In fact, he was known as the logo.
Outside
of the game, the NBA logo
your character knows more
after a Jerry West photo.
And
all of that is accurate. All of that is true. But it's not what I will remember most about him. I first became a fan of the Los Angeles Lakers when Jerry West was coach.
What happens is when we go to
maybe 1977 or so.
We're just kind of
But
running
it was
like
because my father would regale me
and we're not
with stories of Jerry West and Will Chamberlain and how the Lakers were so great, if not for the Boston Celtics, who they kept losing to in the NBA championship. That's how I learned about the legacy of Jerry West. And so when I started watching NBA basketball for myself and noticed that the guy on the sidelines coaching the Lakers was the same guy that my father was talking about, I made the connection. And then I soon after became a dyed-in-the-wool Laker fan. I had no idea that I would eventually meet him later on in life. I had no idea that my life's work would be in media, and along the way it would be in sports media. And I've told some of this story before, but if I don't tell it again today, then what's the point? Today is that day. But I was working as a beat writer for the LA Clippers. This is maybe 15, 16 years ago or so. And being a beat writer, you go down to the games, you have to get a quote from one or some of the players, and then you have to write up a story. And I was at all the home games for the Clippers. And Jerry West at the time was an executive. But as fate would have it, on this particular night, the Clippers were playing the Lakers at Staples Center. And so I was down there, and everyone was trying to get quotes from Kobe Bryant and so forth. It was a Clippers home game, but the Lakers were there. They were the bigger team. They were the bigger draw. So most of the media was trying to get quotes from Kobe and other Lakers. Me as well. But I was the newbie, and there's a hierarchy. When you're in that locker room, you have the TV people. They get to go first. When I say the TV people, you have the Lakers. Back then, Prime Ticket would get their questions in first. Then you'd have the Lakers radio broadcast. Then they would get their questions in. And then you'd have local legends like Jim Hill.
Same debate we have here
get his questions
about
in.
his abortion.
And folks like me who were nobody, didn't really know anyone. I was representing a small outlet. It was unlikely for me to get a question in to get a goal because you want to have your own exclusive audio with someone connected to the game.
Put on the headset.
And I remember I was getting frustrated. It was maybe my third or fourth game working as a beat writer, and I'm standing back from the gaggle of supporters.
It was pretty weird because I was talking about NPCs, video games and stuff, right? But it was actually pretty well received. But that is getting back to the idea
Jerry West. He was walking with
outside
Dennis
the
Johnson.
of Boston Celtics and also then the LA Clippers. They were walking together, having a conversation.
While we're
And
here,
for some
except
reason,
for flashes of insight
Jerry West
information
took
or
notice of
moving
me.
states, or perhaps
He could see
and I've
that I
never
was
done
struggling.
DFT,
Maybe it was on my face. Maybe he just had a
oh yeah,
idea
you know, when
that
I
he had
did
never
get
seen
saw
me
the
before,
wire,
knew that I was new. And he knew how the media game was supposed to go. And he came up to me unsolicited and said something to the effect of, son, or are you having trouble? Are you trying to get an interview with anyone in particular? And I remember I said something to the effect of, I don't know what is going on. I'm just trying to get my quote. And he said, can I help you? And then I said, well, can I speak to you, Mr. West? It wasn't Jerry West, it was Mr. West.
So much more
And he
real
was kind enough to
than
say, yes,
this
let's go over
current
here,
reality
walk
that
to
we're
the side.
both of us
And he gave me like a
presumably
5-6
experiencing
minute
the same thing.
interview. I got all the quotes and people
It
did not
seems
know.
more real.
All the other people in the
And
press
you
gaggle
get
did not know
not
that
just the
Jerry
sense
West,
that all
the
things
Jerry
are
West
connected,
was walking
but
up.
that you see
So they
it.
turned around
You see
and
how all
realized that
things are connected
nobody,
in this
me,
very
was getting this
strange
exclusive
way that
interview
you're not going to be able to describe.
Jerry West.
Because there's no
People
words
would be like,
that
who is this guy?
solve
How
that
did he manage to get time? I don't
make
know
sounds
if Jerry West never
so you
gave
can
other
understand
people
what I've
time.
seen.
I don't know if he refused
so how do
more
you
times
describe
than not to give reporters an interview.
Clumsily use
All I know
mouth
is
noises
he
to
gave
try
me
to
one.
get someone
He
to
gave
see
me
what you're
some
saying.
time.
And the only way
He
anybody
realized
really
somebody
understands
needed some help,
if they
and
do
he
it.
offered some help.
And
I don't know
you're
what
seeing
type
when
of
you
father
do
he was.
imagine
I don't know what
you've
it was
seen
like to
something
work
that
with him.
and a
I
lot of
don't know
people
anything about him.
describe it in a
The
similar
man.
way. But
What
then
I
the problem
do
is
know,
how much of that description is
showed me
based on
kindness.
your
That
understanding of
would
other
be my
people's
most
descriptions of it.
enduring memory of the Jerry West.
Yeah.
Yes,
Are
he's
you
one of the
relaying?
greatest
So
players of
definitely.
all time.
A lot.
Yes, he's one of the greatest leaders
How do you think all
of
this
all time.
relays
Yes,
into
he's
the
one of the
UAP
greatest
phenomenon,
NBA
UFO
executives of all
phenomenon,
time.
entities, whatever the hell they
All
are.
of those things. And I'm not
And
saying
to
that
watch
aside.
your recent
When people
outreach
watch those things,
That's
they're
right.
not able to recount something that I had.
Okay.
And I had
Sure.
just
Yeah,
one of those special
good.
moments.
Okay,
I said,
football.
to me,
Terrific.
Jerry West was one of the greatest of
So,
all time.
how does this
Having
relate to
nothing to do
UAP?
with his on the
UFO
court
phenomenon?
or his executive
Well,
exploits.
so
He's one of the greatest of all
phenomenon is
time
interesting
because
it ends up being a lot of
he did
different
not
things.
view himself in
I
that way.
get so fucking frustrated with technology, and to watch your recent outreach travels, I don't know how you guys do it. I mean, I do because I've done it. It is very complicated. And I want everyone to know that you're an up-and-coming here, and everybody should check you out. This is the second video I'm making for you. The first one was really great, but then this fucking message came up that said, I swear to you, Tim Cook sits there, he's a fucking button every fucking time. And I get one of two fucking messages so goddamn much on my phone, and those are, you need to charge your phone, and your phone is out of storage. I don't care how fucking big it is. There's something, I'm just going to share this with you, Don, because I've already been through all your shit. I've already been launched. Let me just tell you, incredibly impressed. More impressed with your Discord than anybody else's Discord. And you should be like, oh, really? Like, dude, I am getting so fucking frustrated with technology, and to watch your recent outreach
Training and testing. We're going to put live fire in the ground, and we're going to simulate how to put out fires. So it's very just
more impressed with your Discord than anybody else's Discord. And we should.
He also says it's the perfect time for people to clear defensible space around their homes. A former USC linebacker has admitted guilty to felony mail fraud for plotting to fraudulently get more than $1 million in COVID-19 unemployment benefits.
I get so fucking
counts of mail fraud and aggravated identity theft in 2021. 2020, he allegedly organized and helped a group of USC teammates file phony claims for unemployment benefits. A retail theft sting at an outlet mall in Camarillo has ended in 19 arrests.
16 of the 19 people
arrested are from LA County. During those arrests, police recovered around $5,000 worth of items, as well as a loaded gun, burglary tools, meth, and fentanyl. The Ventura County Sheriff's Department says investigators from several agencies worked with security at the Camarillo outlets to carry out the sting up over a 3-day period that began late last month. Brands of stores at the outlets include the North Face,
So he told me about another case. This was really
Trolley, KFI News.
And he said there was a case in like Northern California or Southern
online has been arrested during a traffic stop in Queens. NYPD Chief Jeffrey Madry says the amount of weapons and materials found in the car was significant.
Witnesses reported that the UFO came and 45
handcuffs. NYPD uniform officers. I get so fucking frustrated. They also found a stun gun, multiple knives, weighted whip, an expandable baton, and an orange NTA vest. Messages, God forgive me, baton. Henry says, based on what was recovered, he thinks the man was planning something very bad.
once all the other
Survivors
investigators
of the
left, he
massacre at
said,
Sandy Hook
there's
Elementary
something I
School
don't quite
in
understand.
Connecticut, remembering their first
He
grade
said,
classmates as
that
they
it came down
graduated
to
high school.
45 degrees.
Survivor and graduating senior Matthew Holden
But
says the
that means
tragedy
it would
never
have had
ends.
to cut right through the tree.
People lost that day with the smiling faces like shit filling
Yeah,
the classroom.
but it did, but we didn't want to say that to anybody else because it sounds crazy.
I get so fucking frustrated with technology and to watch
So,
your
my
recent
question,
outreach
my favorite,
I
there's a
don't
lot
know
of
how you guys do it. I mean, I told you, I've done it. It is very tough. And I want everyone to know that you're an up and coming machine, and everybody should check you out. This is the second video I'm making for you. The first one was really great, but then this fucking message came up that said,
physical, you can go back and find similar tales.
and I get one of two fucking messages so goddamn much in my phone.
But when you think about whether the UFO is physical or not,
there's something I'm just going to share this with you because I've already been through all your shit. I've already been through your shit.
we have a
Just take them
situation
incredibly
where
fast.
almost
More
like
message in your Discord than anybody else's Discord. You should be like, oh, really? Like, dude, I already joined it. I already went through it.
that time while it's during that time you can walk through the
right at Main Street. Still got a wreck there that has the two right lanes blocked
once the
off,
table is
so it's causing a heavy ride for the
it's
55.
pretty solid.
The 110 northbound in downtown LA just before the 101.
And so it's almost as if they're coming out of our reality and
So you're seeing delays as you get away from the 10. With Southern California's only
hologram.
traffic reports.
But then once they become physical, once they render, they're actually physically here. Right?
And our new podcast,
That's a
Risky
physical
Business, is
thing.
a
I've
show
talked
about
to many
making better
people
decisions.
years.
We're both journalists who unite us
It was
for
a
our
metallic
lives, and that's the
saucer
lens we're going
shaped
to use
craft.
to approach this entire show.
It wasn't something light in the sky at night that could have been the planet Venus. Right?
Like
It was,
whether I should call a
it
plumber
was this
or
metallic
use
thing
my
right
shower
above
myself.
my head.
And of course, we talked about the election.
I get so fucking
So,
frustrated
you know,
with
I
this
think there's
technology and to watch your recent
Getting
outreach
back to the case,
It's a brand new
I don't
year
know
in
how
my
you
Ford
guys do
Bronco
it.
Sport, and I can't wait for all the events.
So
My
It is
fiance and
very
I
tough
want
to
to
do.
explore more hikes around the city in the new year.
I want
And my
everyone to know
Ford
that
Bronco
you're an
Sport
up
is
and coming machine,
perfect because the
and
gas mileage
everybody
is
should check you out.
unparalleled.
This is the second
I feel
video I'm
so
making
safe
for you.
driving,
The first one was
and
really great, but then this fucking message came up that said,
described
choose to do
different.
that on
I
the night.
swear to fuck.
More adventurous, more fun with the Ford Bronco Sport. Unidos, we are
I
stronger.
get so
Check your
fucking
Southern California
frustrated
Ford dealers
with
for great
They were like
technology
different shit.
and to watch your lives.
And they were
I know
right
you
next
want
to
to watch it. It's not
We
on.
get into this,
But it's just not.
I think we get into this case where
You got another secret
reality
station.
may be more
I
permeable
want you to
than
know that I think it was fun.
that's where the intersection.
Call 800 Pacific, 800 Pacific. Visit PacificCoastLine.com. Call 800 Pacific.
I get so fucking frustrated doing it. I already went through it. I mean, I already been through this. But here's the thing, like my fucking other account. So it's like, no,
And I talked about this earlier. Let's suppose you and I are in a
so you've got another secret thing up there. Yeah, I want you to know that. I think you're
on
really
a
funny.
video game that's only not
You did a really great job. Just going. I would just
right. You just say you're level 30, you have
I get so fucking frustrated with technology and
your level. I'll say I'm only level 2.
Those renovations take just a few weeks, and Revive Real Estate fronts the
So
renovation cost.
I'm wondering
That's right,
if there isn't
Revive
an
fronts the
element
money for the
of
renovation.
what I call
If you're thinking
conditional
of selling, don't settle. Call Revive Real Estate to see what your home could
Some
really
people
be
see
worth.
it.
Find out if phone
so
It's almost like
by
they're
going to
rejected into reality.
KFIRevive.com. KFIRevive.com. Don't just sell your home, maximize its value. KFIRevive.com, or simply pick up your cell phone and dial pound 250 and say revive.
Phenomena
Pound
where they kind of
250,
dart from
revive.
one place to the other.
KFR AM
Almost like somebody
radio station, the exclusive audio.
So I'm not saying they're not physical. I'm saying that maybe they have this ability to render into the physical world, but then they can act like they can take a bigger object from one place, render it somewhere else. It doesn't always have to go straight through. And I wonder if that isn't part of what's causing this phenomenon. This is strange. And that I'm still talking about what we think of as the nuts and bolts of the phenomenon. Crap are considered nuts and bolts. Then you have this whole other phenomenon. Part of what I'm studying, I actually did a study where I interviewed a number of different professors
to have a song by Eric Lasardo. I spoke to him on X. I reached out and he reached back and
the problem is, I
talked
think,
a little bit.
in
And I
the
didn't
scientific
expect
world,
this so quickly.
they
and I'm
basically say,
thrilled
no,
that I
this is a
have
done
it. So
deal.
thank
We
you
know
so much, Eric. This was wonderful.
back in the
All right, let's get
70s,
into our stories. So the very first story is about a restaurant in St.
I'll give you an
Louis.
example. So
It
I
deals
spoke
with an age
at the
restriction
University of Toronto
policy. There are age
last year
restriction
at an
policies
astronomy and
all
space
around the
exploration
country.
forum.
You might have
And
noticed
the
in
speaker
certain
before me
areas
was
there
like
may be a
NASA
restriction
biologist
policy
talking
at your
about
local
biology.
movie theater. People under a certain age, usually
plants or
18,
whatever
can't
might
attend the
work.
movie theater without a chaperone over 18.
I gave
Malls are doing this.
talk
This has
about
been present
UFOs
at
from science
clubs and
fiction
different sorts of
to
social
science
venues.
again. Right?
Well, a
Because
restaurant
what happens
has
with this
now
topic
taken
is
it
it
upon
goes
themselves
these
to
ways
try and mitigate
where
what they feel
scientists
is
start
a
to take it more
problem
seriously,
with patrons
and
who
then
bring
get
a
shut
certain
down.
level of toxicity.
What I call
This
science
restaurant is called Bliss. Again, it's in St. Louis, Missouri, and they're going viral because of their new
Well, there's nothing weird
age
going on
restriction
here.
policy that says
That's it.
women must
Right?
be
Congress isn't
30
fine.
years old to
I
enter,
am so fucking frustrated with technology and towards your recent outreach travel. I don't know how you got.
you cannot be president and you
So
can enter this restaurant.
what happens is I gave this talk, and my basic point was that we don't know what these are. I'm not saying they're alien. I'm not saying
We don't
they're
have to worry
what we call
about the young
crypto-terrestrial.
folks.
I'm not saying they're time travelers, although that's an interesting.
So this is their attempt to mitigate
But
what they
if
feel
you
is
guys
this
who are students
ongoing
are
drama
curious about this,
issues, whatever it may
you know, you
be
should
in their
follow your curiosity
establishment.
because that's how science progresses. Don't have scientific doctrine. And then what happens is, so I gave this talk, and that was my main point. I didn't say what they were. And then you have this professor from MIT who studies exoplanets. Their name. She comes on after me, and this is what I heard because I was remote and all that. She says, that's very disturbing that you're talking about UFOs and academic study. And my father believed in this stuff back in the 80s and tried to get me to read some books. So I gave him a book that said in the 80s that this is all solved, this is all nonsense, and you should not. And I believe that is the kind of dogma that has prevented this topic from being taken seriously. There's stigma around this subject, when in fact it represents something that's quite unexplainable. Right?
Well, it's also quite foolish.
It's the same thing, and I go
It's quite
out.
foolish
I
to
don't want
write
to
them
have to
all off.
deal with knuckleheads.
Especially when
And
you
by and
understand
large,
what we're
knuckleheads
capable
spend
of.
less money
Right.
than the
We're
older
capable of
folks.
running
They
their
do.
railroad
They hang around more, and they can cause issues. I think this also
There's a
says
lot
something
going on
about the
that we
idea that
The
men
idea
and
that that
women
can't be
mature
done
at different
in any other
rates
way that
because
kids
women
can get
aren't
solved.
allowed to be
But that's
30
so
years. Men have to go
arrogant.
hold that 5 years or older to enter.
Yeah, and if you study the history of science, you realize that you get these areas that are hidden in science.
Let's get into it.
Yeah, it's so bizarre, right?
Right. So bizarre. It's completely
Right, and that's, in my opinion, that's not even out of our current model of reality. It doesn't take the redefinition of the word to me, that's almost the most prosaic explanation, because it's one we would understand. At least most of us don't, because we don't know exactly how to travel, but we know there's like
thing. It's very,
Skins game.
well,
Check
there's
this
a
out.
woman as a well-known TikToker, and she's extravagant. She's video and pushing this platform,
Right, now that's where
Oh, look, it's broken again. Please wait 1 second.
serious.
What is
And
this?
a lot of times when you media
Looking at.
science fiction
Anyway,
tends to
Even though what they're
This is why
shout out to
sometimes in a
Rex
good
TV.
way,
they know their
sometimes
place.
in a bad
Our
way.
rabbi,
Narratives
Lines,
in
they know
science
the
fiction
place.
tend
Like
to
the
greatest fucking motherfucker of all time.
so there's so much science fiction
Make them here at Rex TV.
she
that
referred
debate
Producer
becomes
rabbi.
friends,
no, is it possible it
husbands,
can't be
as
or yes they are, and that's it, right?
a
But that is a debate based on
just
our
like that, just
current
like that, right there
understanding
on the video.
of science.
In
If
front
we
of
had
her
this debate back in the
50,000
1800s, there would be
TikTok
things called the airships, right?
Because she
Nobody really
wants to
understood what
be a
they were.
traditional
And
wife
if you go
from
back to biblical times, right,
1960s or
there
so,
were
that is consistent
videos,
with that.
there were all
Jerry,
these flying
She took it back
chariots,
to
and things
Alabama,
like they are. But each
1959.
time we try to interpret them
great point. Perhaps
based
she was
upon
cosplaying, and
current
she did it very well.
just like the
She definitely had that
metaphors that we're
integrity.
talking about
But
earlier,
this is
the same
2024,
happens with
and
these kind of
you can
events,
be
right?
held
Chariots
accountable and
is the
swiftly
best
on
way
social
for
media
people to
because
explain
people
something
then
in the sky.
contacted her
That's a
employer
technology
because
they
we don't
did.
keep
So
anything
today,
secret nowadays. We
aliens
put
is
all
a
of our
way to
business
explain
out
UFOs
there.
because at
So
least
where
we,
she
you know,
worked
just
was
like the
known
planet
to her
Krypton, right?
50,000 plus
Right,
followers.
it's past the 10-year-old
They
test,
contacted
right?
the
It's where
employer,
you
and
can
the
say aliens,
employer,
whereas
as of
you know, back in the
Tuesday
time of Kepler,
evening or
who
Tuesday,
actually
has
been
fired
considered the
her.
first
Her
science fiction
TikTok
writer,
has
even
been
though he
taken
came
down,
up with Kepler's
but she
laws
is
of motion. He wrote
doubling
some fiction
down.
about
She is not
visitors from
apologizing.
other
She
planets
is
and stuff.
thanking the
Right,
people
back
who
then,
are
it was so
upset
bizarre
and
to talk
saying that
about
you have now made
that it was just
her
outside
a
of
right-wing superstar.
what people understood, but it was also outside of what the dominant institutions of the
About
time,
being a
which was the
traditional
church.
wife. Why
During
would she have
Galileo
a
and
social
Kepler's
media
time, the
presence?
church
Why would
was
she
the
have a
dominant
job?
institution,
I'm
so
old enough to
you didn't
remember
want to say
the idea
things
of a
that are outside.
the
What's
traditional
happened now
wife
is we have
was
science has
like
become
had to be
the dominant
had to be a
institution, so
homemaker
people within
and was not
academia,
speaking
you
unless
know,
spoken to.
feel
I
like
mean,
they're
we
constrained,
really
they want to be
to
careful
have that
in the
conversation.
same way that people were back then.
It's moving the
Talk about
goalposts.
this
It
weird
is
stuff.
appealing
And so I
to
think when you get into
this
some of these other
stage in
explanations,
our
it's
social
more
media
likely because the phenomenon has so
and
many
people
different
are wanting
aspects.
to
Like,
again
so, for example, I
present
was talking
themselves
with
as one thing, but
Whitley Strieber
unless you
recently.
see it, does it really
No,
happen?
you're
And that's
aware.
kind of what social
Communion,
media is
which,
about, right?
you know, because
Morality
communion has had that
depends
gray
on
head,
views
alien
and
head
exposure.
on the
So
cover,
unless
it's become
you
kind of
see it, unless you are
but
engaging
he was
with
talking
this
about a
content,
story recently,
does it
which again
actually
sounds so
exist?
bizarre.
It's kind of like the
About a
proverbial
young
tree in
man
the
who,
forest.
you cut this on the air, so I think you shared about this. But there was a young man who claimed that he had met this young woman. You know, they got into a physical relationship, and then one day
It
she called
does,
him over
and
to her house.
again, it
Okay, this
goes
sounds
against
totally batshit
what
crazy.
is happening
She says,
currently
I'm a
because
gray
there's
alien.
this idea, and
And
you've
then she
spoken about this
transforms
a lot,
into
Mo,
a
about
gray alien.
cancel
And then she
culture. Does
transforms
it
back
exist?
into
Does it not exist? Well,
And then she
there
says,
are
and, you know, I'm
ramifications to
pregnant.
this.
You know,
You
with a
can say
child,
whatever you want. There's
take
free
that
speech, and
child
she doubles down
back to
on
our
this. This
people
is
and
my
never
free speech.
And that's not what
Okay, so from a normal understanding of reality, that's just ridiculous. In so many ways.
It doesn't mean that you won't lose your
But
job.
when I was looking at
and your social media
stories
presence,
from
which for
medieval
her
times,
has all been stripped
Islamic
away
tradition,
this week.
there's actually almost identical
That's
stories
sad.
of men who would meet these jinns.
Well, I'll get into a little bit of it now. I'll give a little
They would have
teaser.
children with them.
The next
And one
story
day,
is about a woman who's going viral again on social media because
right,
she
who are like
engaged in
entities that exist in a
back
parallel
and
dimension.
forth with
Here,
her
but they're
boyfriend
not here, so
on
they step
social
in and
media.
out of physical
They both
reality.
posted
And
things
it was
on
like
their
almost
platforms,
identical
the
to the
exact
story
same
that
things.
people were having today.
Actually, it's even
So,
more
you know,
specific
is
than
it
that. This
possible
woman
that
posted
many
something.
of
I
these
believe
old
her
folk
boyfriend
stories are
reshared it
describing
because that's what
entities that
happened.
exist
So the content
outside
is
of
the
our
same
physical
across both
reality,
of
and
their
they're able
platforms.
to come
But
in and out.
here's
And when
the
you think of
difference. This
a woman
woman
turning
found
from
out
a
about
human to a gray
algorithms
alien
and how
What does that sound like? To me, it sounds like she has an avatar, right, that is projected, just like you can do inside a video game. You can like change your avatar at various times. Maybe there's certain rules
Therein is the algorithm.
at certain
What
points.
both of these people were able to see once they opened up their posts, the comments from their followers, the engagement was completely different. It was skewed in one way
So
toward
I
the
think
man's,
some of these other
and
explanations
skewed in another
may
way
be a better
towards the
fit
woman's.
than the simple alien
Both
hypothesis,
of
even
their
though I
posts
think
were essentially trying to
you know,
get
I
them to
think
be
there are. I mean,
combative
look,
against
I've
each
met
other.
probably 4 or 5 people
Never do
who
anything
told
like that.
me off the record confidentially. I don't think they like my express it without mentioning they are, that they have been part of the reverse engineering program. They have seen
making an admission
the
that
anti-gravity
has
stuff
stuff
that
in,
we've
I'd
created
say hot water,
based
but
on
only in certain parts of the body.
UFO, based on technology.
Continue the live rollout.
And I think that gets back to where
KFI AM 640 live everywhere. The iHeartRadio app now with Mark Roderick, the KFI 24-hour news.
around
The University of California Board of Regents has selected Julio Frank to replace Gene Block as chancellor. Frank's currently president of
So
the
I've been
University of
peripherally
Miami.
involved with both of
Block
those projects,
has come under fire from the university's
which is
response
taking
to
a very
Palestinian
scientific
encampment.
view.
He retires at the end of July.
Looking at this
House
broader
has approved a
aspect,
resolution to hold Attorney
which
General
includes the
Merrick
elements like
Garland
John
in
Ballet
contempt of
and
Congress
Sullivan.
by a narrow vote of 216 to 207.
These people
Ford
that say
refusing
they're
to turn
working
over recordings of President Biden's interview with Special Counsel
Where do
Robert
they
Hur,
think these
even
things
though he
came
turned
from?
over the interview transcript and Biden
Some of them say
privilege
they're
against releasing the
extraterrestrial,
recordings.
and some of them
And the Marvel
say
reboot of Blade, where Mahershala
more
Ali has lost its director. Jan Diamant is the second director to lead the project, which has
How
suffered
can
production
you let
issues
someone get away
since
with
being
saying
announced
it's
in
more complicated than that?
2019.
After what you just described for
The November
2.5 hours.
Right, I mean, for me, it's not even complicated.
Like, hey, come on, trust me.
Yeah, most of this was, I think, before, many of these people I got before I
That's frustrating to no end.
Well, me too, and or they can't talk about it, right?
Is that what it is?
It's a bit of both, but they can't talk about it.
How did they know?
And some good news if you're on the 5 northbound in Santa Ana,
Well,
right at
so,
Main
I mean, I
Street.
met many
Crash
people
there
who've
has
seen these
cleared
crowds.
out of the 2 right lanes. Your driver is recovering
There's
from
a few that I met that actually
Southern
seen
California.
that in, there's only a few that I met.
On base.
I'm Maria.
Yeah, that said somewhere within the
And our
government,
new
like,
podcast,
they're not even
Risky Business,
getting
is
very
a show about
specific
making
where
better decisions.
they're not allowed
We're
to say
both
it.
journalists who unite
But
us
that
both
we
in
have
purpose, and that's
some
the lens
technology
we're going to use to approach
that was
this
reverse
entire show.
engineered from some crowd.
Discussing
Like,
everything from ice
again, if we consider these reports, let's say you don't believe any one of them, that's okay. Just like I was saying with the religion, we consider most religions start
Listen to
from
Risky
somebody
Business on
peering
America's
outside the
#1
physical
podcast
world
network,
and
iHeart.
coming back.
Open your free iHeart app and
Same
search
with near-death
Risky Business.
experiencers coming back.
It's a brand
You
new
wanna find
year
what are
in
the
my
common
Ford
elements.
Bronco Sport, and I
More
can't wait for
likely
all the adventures ahead. My fiance and I want
1,000
to
people say
explore
they've been
more
to China.
hikes around the city in the
And
new
we have
year.
scientists saying there's
My
no such
Ford
thing as
Bronco
China. I've never
Sport
seen
is
China. It's
perfect
not in
because
our
the gas mileage
Therefore,
is
China doesn't
unparalleled
exist,
in this
right?
car.
That's-
I feel so
that's
safe
the
driving
kind
it, and there's
of
tons of
attitude
room
you
in the
often
trunk.
get.
So I can pack stuff for a
So,
picnic if
I'm
we
just
choose to do that all night.
extrapolating
More
what was the
adventures, more
thing
fun with the Ford Bronco
in
Sport.
common
To
with
meet
this
us, we
people
are
have
stronger.
said
Head to your Southern
who
California
have
Ford
first
dealers for great offers on
with the government. There's
Hey,
plenty of
John,
people
we're here. If
who
I've ever had an accident,
Physical
that there is a physical, there are physical
that's
objects
right. I already know that's the team I want on my side, and so
defy
should
our
you,
current
because the
understanding.
attorneys at
Now,
Sweet James don't just win,
propulsion
they
system,
win the most.
what we
One of
call,
our
yeah,
listeners
especially
was injured
metallurgy,
after being
especially
rear-ended at a
what
red light.
we
The
call
insurance
collectively,
company offered him
colloquially we call that
$60,000. Now, that might seem like a lot of money,
Technically, there's
but with
terms
Sweet
for that.
James protecting them,
And-
they
and
were
so,
awarded $745,000
I am of the
instead.
opinion
They
there
can't
is
guarantee
something
an outcome of the
there
case, but whether it's a car crash, motorcycle accident, or trucking accident, the attorneys at Sweet James are
but I don't have
unstoppable in their
definitive
pursuit of
proof
justice,
reports.
and you pay nothing
But,
until they
I
win.
think
So
they're,
if you
you know,
or a
pretty
loved
reliable
one
reports
has
in
heard an
my
accident,
personal
call Sweet James at
Now, what does that
809
mean, though,
million for
exactly,
free
right? How do they actually
consultation. It's
work?
a very easy
Does it
number to
use some
remember during an
physics method
uneasy
that
time.
might
Don't wait.
It's
because
really
waiting
weird
can
to
hurt
think
your
that there's
case.
a
Call the firm that
there's the
wins the
physics that
most.
we
Call
study
Sweet James.
in
809 million. 800
scientists, and then there's another physics that the government knows about.
Hi, it's
That's just
Sherry
bizarre,
Harris,
but
owner of
Alan
LifeSource
Hynek,
Water.
who's
A
in charge of
LifeSource
scientific
whole
advice
house
for
water
the food
system
book, he said,
ensures that clean,
we forget
delicious,
sometimes
and
that we're
refreshing
evaluating
water
these
flows from
things
every
based
tap
on
and
the
faucet
time,
in your
20th
home.
century.
Our healthy water makes your
But
hair
we forget there's
shine
going to be a
and your skin
23rd
glow.
century.
And now is the best time
And
to
there's
get
going to be a
LifeSource.
30th
For
century.
a limited time, we will
Right,
pay
so
your
imagine
sales
what
tax.
our
Save up
propulsion
to
technology might
$1,000 on a new
be
system.
1,000 years
Call 800 Water
I think that's how we
99
have
now
to view
or visit
what
lifesourcewater.com.
are.
Offer ends soon.
Warranty limitations
much
apply.
more advanced
So Jordan from
than what we came
Walters
to today.
Electric was over
But
at
also,
my
I
house a few
think
days ago when they were
they perhaps show an understanding of the
that
physical
really place,
world.
and we were talking, and I said,
And we're still caught in
customers,
very
businesses. Why? Because their employees go, where's the charging station? Because they have EVs, so many of us do. If you have customers, can you imagine offering a charging station? It's, well,
That's again a
if you're a
very
business and you don't have EV charging
paradigm.
for employees and or
It
customers,
doesn't
you're
allow
already
for
behind the times.
we
Walters Wholesale Electric is a Southern California leader in commercial, industrial, retail retail charging stations. Walters Wholesale Electric, small and
These
large
people that
charging
you have
installations.
talked to that
And it
have
really takes
worked on
network
back
to put these
end
things in
engineering.
place. And
That
that's
have
exactly
seen
what Walters Electric
Yeah.
is
Some of them
all
work,
about.
some of them work.
Walters Wholesale Electric. Dial
Did you ask them how far you got in training out how to put in?
Some people say we have figured out the basic. Several people out there.
Baseball field, a restaurant, a concierge service, whatever you want, but make sure they're locked up so they can't kill us. John Kobo. I don't care if they just get them off the streets.
One guy I talked to who's been very public who passed away. I don't know how to evaluate his results, his stories, but I know Cliff Stone, Sergeant Clifford.
So we last were talking about
He was a nice old guy when I met him. I didn't necessarily believe him.
he reacted
About something like this,
ever be
but
so
he was saying,
surprised because what she's talking about is pretty known if you follow social media and you see the trends
I'm sure you're aware of
how
those
your timeline can shift depending on what you engage with. Well, this woman is going viral because she was
in terms of his
very
own
surprised
credibility,
by the
I don't
results
know
of
what
her
to make of
findings. And again,
his
she
credibility,
found
but
that her
his basic
algorithm
story
was different from her boyfriends when
checks
they were
out for
engaging
me
on the
because
exact same
other people
posts. And so last
have
week
said
I just wanted
things
to
that
say,
are similar
and you
that
brought
they've
this up,
seen
how
some
could
craft
people,
within
why
some
ever would
program.
social media want to cause
So,
people
I
to be
think the
combative
basic
towards each
story
other?
checks out.
It's because if you argue, what
He's a
happens?
question source. I don't know enough about that. But you know, his credibility has also been attacked because he said he was at
Absolutely,
MIT.
and you have been
He wasn't really there, and so
this, I would say, or
there's that whole issue.
He explained that to me. I'll tell you about it.
Okay.
You've been involved, and you've seen it firsthand where people
I'd love
want
to know.
to
But his
engage
basic
with
story
you in a
seems
certain
like
way
yeah,
that
it could have happened.
I don't know.
And then you
I
start
mean, if
to
he's
see
a
more
liar,
and more people who want to argue with
just
you.
have
You start
one
to see
line.
less people who are
You're gonna
agreeing
stick with
with
this
you.
one
It's
line,
like the
word for
timeline
word
starts to
forever.
give you what they
Yeah.
feel you want.
Yeah, over all that time.
I would imagine if someone makes up something that
based on your
fantastic,
history,
that bizarre,
the likelihood of
that's
you
literally
responding to
otherworldly.
something that you don't agree with.
Probably
Yeah,
do that a
absolutely.
lot.
It will tailor
You know?
itself to you.
Yeah.
You know,
Well,
you
here's
gotta make
another
up
story
like
that
to be
is
a
kind
regular,
of related
pretty
to
much straight-laced guy
Taylor, and you'll
who makes
see
up
what
this
I do
one
with
banger
this.
of a lie.
It involves
and
the
just sticks with it
brother
forever.
of Taylor
I
Swift's
this is George Knapp
boyfriend.
when
This
they
brother
investigated
is
when they took the
Jason
Los Alamos
Kelsey,
labs and
former
didn't understand
NFL player, now
the way it works,
retired,
including their
who
security
is
systems,
known
people that
to
work
be
there
a
and use them.
very
But
That
they
part,
knew him.
I believe he was there,
Yeah.
and
very
he even
friendly
like there was even a newspaper
He's
article
making
showing
the
I put a
rounds
rocket
on
engine
different
on
platforms.
a Honda, right?
That
Yeah.
he's
So
involved with now
I think that's
post
reasonable to
NFL
assume he was
career,
there.
and
The question is, what was his
appear
role there, and
this
what
talk
was his
show,
role
but he was
in
referenced, and the
Area
talk show is
51,
called
all
The
of that. But
Talk.
again, it
It features
checks
Jerry
out with other
McDonald
stuff I've
as one
heard
of
from
the
other
hosts,
people.
Jerry
Weird
Shepherd
enough.
and others,
Yeah.
And
they
these
were
people that
talking
say
about
that they
Jason
work with
Kelsey's
back engineering
recent
things,
admission
do
that
they tell you what
when
the
he is
source of
in
these
the
things are, how they were
he
acquired?
does
Some-
not
Some
specifically
say that they're
focus
extraterrestrial.
on his
Some said don't
beat.
rule out
That's
that
probably
it's
pretty
extraterrestrial, right? That's a
And
very,
that's what I was going
Mm.
to
it's a very
ask you
oblique
about,
way
because
of saying
what Jason
without
Kelsey
saying.
says
Right.
is that he
That
just,
at least some of this
I don't
is
want to get too
extraterrestrial.
explicit.
And it could be
because this
possible
is
that
just, you know,
more than one different types of phenomena are occurring.
to his feet, but he
I think
doesn't
that's very
actually
likely.
watch
I
them. He
think
doesn't actually
the
tend
time
to
travel
them. And
hypothesis
this caused and has caused, because it's
If
come
you
back
think about
around now. It seems like it comes back
what
around
would be a
every few
reason
months.
for such
This
extremes?
conversation about what to
Like, we
watch
put
in the
technology
shower.
quarantines
There are people who are
through
saying
the
they only
IAEA
watch, like you said,
on
the hot
certain
spots,
countries,
and
right?
the
We
other
say,
parts
okay,
just get
all right,
the kind of
the
the kind of blowback,
didn't have one
whatever you
anyway.
might want to call it.
Or anyway,
Water going down the drain.
right,
Just a
so
little consideration.
we try to
And others
impose
say,
these
no,
restrictions.
spend that time
Whether we have the right to do
really,
that,
really
that's another
washing every part of
question.
your body
Political
so that
situation.
you're covering your bases,
Why do
so
we
to
do
speak.
that?
Jason Kelsey
They
says,
said, well, maybe the technology
doesn't
is
vote, you wash your feet,
dangerous,
you wash
right?
in
Like,
between
what
your
happens
toes.
if
Yes, I
everybody-
have to. And the reason I do is to
Somebody
put
might start
myself
saying,
special just because
Now,
my
what if
lifestyle
there's something about this technology
barefoot all the time.
that actually disrupts
And it's
physical
very
reality
easy
or
that you
changes
can get
time.
fungus or infection.
Right? I mean, you can't have everybody time traveling and changing time. Now we're back to that multiverse draft that I talked about, right? basically every time somebody makes a change, it's like in Star Trek. Some of the series, they have the time wars. People are constantly going back and changing things all the time.
Not that I've ever met
What was that old
Smith, but
Van
I
Damme
can
movie?
say that I've been looking
Yeah.
at social media and seeing
and there's a guy named Dr.
LC's
Michael
admission.
Masters who wrote
A lot of
an interesting
people are
book
not
about this idea
engaging
that
in
the Greys with their
to
big
that
eyes
extent
could
or
be, he's an
consistent
evolutionary biologist, and it could be if humans were evolved from their female years.
Yeah, that's how I always think of it. I think of
guys
that
are nasty. Like for
this
example,
sort of
Twilight and I had gone
iconic
to the movies one time,
thought,
and we were
this
thinking
image that we have in our head is essentially how you would play out modern humans if we continue to go along the path of evolution to all the way back to what we used to be.
didn't wash his hands and walked around. And
primitive
Twilight and I
hominids,
just like this,
and then you take it to what
just
we are
did not
today,
walk by.
which is
He didn't
much
have enough
weaker,
shame to think like, or at
much
least
smarter,
looking at me, I might as well
much
like,
more,
throw some water on my hands.
much more
I think
technological
that I can't
progress,
speak for women. I think
and then
that's
also the
typical
environmental
of a lot of
factors.
guys.
That's
Yeah,
leading
you
us to
know,
be
being
kind
in
of
women's
genderless.
bathrooms, I can say there are probably a
This
bunch
is
of women listening right now
microplastics
who
in
are
our
like,
diet,
yeah, that
contamination,
happens in our bathrooms
various
as well. And I don't know if you
pesticides,
do this, I'll get to the
herbicides,
next
all
story in a
these
second.
different things
But
are
do
endocrine
you, when
disruptors.
you're at the washing
We're
basin to wash your hands
less
in a
and
public
less
restroom,
physical,
if you are
right?
there
So
and
then
someone
we
walks
become
up at the
these
same
spindly
time,
things.
do
Our
you
brains
kind
get
of spend
bigger.
more
Our
time
brains are
washing
far
your
bigger than
hands to
chimps,
make it
right? And then
apparent
this
that
thing
you are
would be
engaging
far
in good
bigger than
hygiene, that
that.
you're clean, or
Continues
do
to
you
evolve
do
and
your
grow,
kind of normal get in,
especially
get out?
if we
I don't worry
physically
about the person
integrate
next to me as far as what they may think of me, because I know I'm washing my hands and I am using
no
soap.
longer have the
I'm making
need
sure
for
I clean my hands as
biological
best I
reproduction.
can,
Well, now we
and
don't have
hopefully not
gender
touching the
anymore.
knob,
Yeah.
the hand all the way out.
I don't want to finish before they
telepathically.
Oh, see, I don't think about that.
And that thing kind of looks like a person a million years in the future. It doesn't look like something from like. Did you ever see Arrival? Great movie, right?
Yeah, great
Interesting.
movie.
They look so different than us, right? But the Greys don't look
posted
different
by
than
a
us,
mom
really.
and a
They do,
content
but they
creator
don't.
named
They look like what we could
Weimar.
become.
She's good by 20s
Right.
on
They look
TikTok.
kind of close
She
to us.
shows
Pretty close, right?
a $370
But
Venmo
some people also believe
request.
that the Greys
Venmo
are
is
actually
a money sharing app where you can just send someone money or receive money. People can also
Which also might be what
request
we're
money
become.
from you.
Yeah,
It's very
very much,
new
right?
age.
And
begging,
even if we
right?
were to get
It's
the
also a good
technology
way
to go
for small businesses to make purchases easier.
In this case,
Well,
this isn't a small
people
business.
die.
Free
Especially if you
says
have an
that she
artificial
received
person.
a $370
You don't have to worry about what the
request
atmosphere is
from
like
her
over there.
son's
Right,
Yeah.
exactly. It makes much more
because
sense.
her
There
son,
was something
the
called
teacher
von Neumann.
alleges that the son has
No.
Von
broken
Neumann
many items during this school year. So the teacher sent
computer science.
free a $370 request. Hey,
Today,
your son
architecture
broke
uses
this
computers.
pencils and did this with that and a sharpener here, and all of this amounted to
He's a brilliant guy, but
$370.
he
And
came
she
up with
sent
this
it to
idea
the
that
mom.
if we were to
Hey,
send out probes,
so free, of
what we would
course,
do
to
have
her social media and all of her
that are
followers,
capable
because she is
of
a content
replicating
creator.
itself.
This is what she does.
So we would send
And
out
she
a bunch of raw
laid
materials.
into the teacher and said that this isn't a normal thing that teachers do. I understand asking for donations. I understand saying, hey, can you send some tissue or can you send some pencils or paper? But to accuse my son of these sorts of grievances and then to attach prices to them, to monetize
In
it,
it, there's this
or to quantify it, and then to have the breeze mind, the ever-loving nerve to send me a request is just out of this world.
This is simple. Kids can't
materials, and then it
get a
starts
tab.
to build.
Okay, they can't,
You
develop
the
a
raw
tab.
material.
If
That's
there's
that was so
right,
That's
if there was a
basically
problem, let's
illustration
the first $10, $15. Don't come back to me at the end of the school year.
Well, it kind of makes sense that if we do have the ability to create. I mean, if you've been messing around at all with the most recent iteration of
ChatGPT,
I haven't played with the one that came out literally a few days ago.
it's so strange. It laughs, it talks to you. This guy did a video where he was talking about going for the job audition, and it was giving him suggestions, maybe run a comb through your hair, or maybe just go with the Mad Genius look, where you've been up all night coding, and then he puts on a wacky hat and it starts laughing. Well, that's certainly going to make a statement. Like, it sees the image and recognizes he's being silly. But this hat is very strong.
Yeah, I saw that video, and
I'm really anti-A-holes. That was an A-hole.
That was an a-hole.
AI was
That's an
telling
a-hole.
AI. Now we have to be a little bit careful because having been in the tech industry, usually these are like canned demos, and when you actually use the product, it's not quite that good. But that said, it's getting better and better all the time.
Well, we did use the product last night.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, we were talking shit to it.
Yeah.
I was asking, what about stupid people? Like, what about universal basic income? What about humans? You know, like, what are you going to do when automation takes over? And it's giving me this very interesting
sites, including Puerto Rico,
humanity.
Vancouver,
Right.
Costa Rica.
Now, where does it get? So, if you think of these LLMs, where do they get their
Local officials say the pollution is the result
basically
of raw sewage.
scouring the internet? They're also predicting
Forced the beach to close for over 2
what
years.
is the
Miles
best
of
next
copper wire have been stolen from the
right?
Sixth
And
Street
so
Bridge in LA.
it sounds
Several electrical
intelligent,
boxes have been left
but
exposed
it's not
where thieves
quite
cut
at the
the
conscious
copper
level. So I'll give you an
leading
example.
wires
I've had
along the
students
bridge.
turn it
This man works nearby and says on Friday thieves hopped onto his office roof and started cutting copper pipes leading to his AC unit.
They're just dragging the pipe this way.
Wow, that sounds like a title for an article.
Really long, heavy copper pipe.
Why have I never heard
Leader
of
said in
this?
January they would put together a
And it had a
$400,000
URL
copper
there,
task force that local say thieves keep coming back. Officials say crooks will only get a few hundred for the copper, but it'll
Turns out
cost
it was fake.
taxpayers
There was
millions.
no.
In LA,
That URL was made up by ChatGPT because it was predicting what the next word should be and what the next letter should be in the URL. And so then I looked at the professor's name. So we emailed the professor. I never wrote an article like that, right? So it just completely made that shit up. So you have to be careful with today's AI, but we're getting there, right? What I call stage 9 to this on the simulation.
Shearbaum says Greer reportedly told people on the bus yesterday he was bipolar, so they think he may have been triggered by the other shooting.
Right, this is the term
Already suffering
hallucination.
from a mental issue as it happened.
Have an answer.
Self-line weather from KFI clouds and fog, patchy through some tonight, lows around 60.
Right, and what it tries to do is
Usually becomes
statistically
better more
predict
afternoon, then we'll get sun.
what
highs
is the
around
best
70 at the beaches,
say,
mid-80s in the
which
valleys,
is not
maybe in the
necessarily
mid-90s in the
an
IE.
expert.
Pretty much the
It's
same
kind of like
Friday, then
Wikipedia,
partly sunny,
right?
then
When
12 degrees
Wikipedia,
warmer
when it
this
first
weekend.
started out, everyone
It is
was like,
67
don't
right
use
now,
Wikipedia
and Burbank
to
64
reference
in orange, and we've got cones on the 5 in Irvine.
But eventually it got to the point where you shouldn't use Wikipedia as your final reference, but it's not that
It's there set to reopen for you at 6 a.m. And as you make your way eastbound on the
then
16
you
in
need to
Chino,
go
just after Reservoir, a stalled semi-truck blocking the
to
right
figure out
lane. That's just after Reservoir. You'll see
Wikipedia
some
has a
soldiers
lot
come away from the
of
71 and the
too,
15
so
northbound in the Canoa.
I wrote an
Pass
article
works
for
from there
CNN not that
between
long ago
Kenwood and
about
Oak Hill has the left
Gemini.
lane closed off. That's set to
The
reopen for you
Gemini
at 5
scandal,
a.m.
remember that?
With Southern
Where
California's only
they
airborne
were,
traffic reports. I'm Pedro Moreno.
Nazi soldiers for like multiracial.
Yeah, we're like multiracial.
Asian women.
Black soul guy.
Native American Nazi soldiers.
Right, exactly. And so, that created a whole article. But what it does is it shows that as AI and it's moving in that direction. Right. For my students, and they use because it's summarized.
It's a brand new year in my
So
Ford
in a sense,
Bronco Sport, and
there is
I
this
can't
worry,
wait for all
and
the
that's why
events
Google
ahead.
went
My
so
fiance
heavily
and I
to
want to explore more hikes around the city
Plus,
in the new
there's the
year,
sense that
and my Ford Bronco Sport is perfect because the gas mileage is unparalleled in this car.
right before
I feel
search,
safe
everything
driving
before
it,
Google,
and there's
how
tons
did we
of room in the
navigate
trunk,
the
so
web?
I can pack stuff for a
was
picnic if we choose to do that on the hike. More adventurous, more fun with the Ford Bronco Sport. To meet us, we are stronger. Head to your Southern California Ford dealers for great offers on all Fords.
Right,
Americans pay about $5 billion
like
a
there
year
were all
to
these
control
ways, and then
termites
search
and
became
repair
the
the
dominant
damage.
area.
More than floods, earthquakes, hurricanes combined. Call Pacific Coast Termite at 800 Pacific for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, never. Call 800 Pacific. 800
problem is you
Pacific.
get into a
Visit
situation where
PacificCoastTermite.com. Call
in this
800
case, they were
Pacific.
using their own tools. Now, they were doing it for a good reason. In the past, AI has been biased against.
Hi, it's Sherry Harris.
So if you said, show me a picture of a CEO, it'll show you
Whole house
like
water system. It ensures that clean, delicious, and refreshing water flows from every tap and faucet in your home. Our healthy
And
water
so they were
makes
trying,
your
but they
hair
went
shine and your skin
over the
glow.
line to
And
the
now is
other
the best
direction.
time to get your license.
But it shows the
For a
ability
limited
with which
time,
we can
you can
manipulate
pay your
stuff.
sales
At
tax.
least with search
Save up
results,
to $1,000 on a new system.
they might be
Call
lower. You can generally find them
800-499
unless
now,
Google
or
is.
visit lifesourcewater.com.
But
Author and
if the
sale.
AI
Limitations apply.
doesn't
So
show it to
Jordan
you,
from Walters Wholesale Electric was over
you're just
at
gonna assume
my house
it's
a few
not
days ago
there.
when they were installing my
a
EV
really
charger
powerful
at my new
tool
place.
for
And we were talking, and I said,
sponsored sensors.
customer business. Why? Because
That's my personal fear. I'm not so worried about will AI take over the
if you
world.
have customers, can you imagine?
And a lot of people with this newest ChatGPT
Well, Anaheim
have been
White House
referencing
offers
the movie Her.
if you're a business and you don't have charging,
Yeah, so the guy who made the movie,
you're
Spike
already
Jones,
behind the times.
he saw an
Walters
earlier
Wholesale
chatbot,
Electric is a Southern California leader in commercial, industrial,
and
retail
he saw
charging
like how it was
stations.
interacting
Walters
with
Wholesale Electric, small and large charging installations, and it really takes an expert to put these things in place, and that's exactly what
But so
Walters
he then
Electric
created
is all about. Walters Wholesale Electric, dial pound 250 on your cell and
what
say
happens at
EV
the end?
charging. Pound 250 on your cell, say EV
You can watch
charging,
it,
or
okay.
visit
So what happens at the end is that the AI has different priorities. She doesn't really want to
Free from the Los Angeles Public Library.
She goes off. Spoiler alert.
You can access the latest music and
It was
movies.
2013, so I think we're okay. 10-year-old movie, like The Matrix. Spoiler alert.
Magazines and more. If you don't have
But
a library card in
the AI
city of
decides to
Los
go off on
Angeles,
its own.
you can
What
get
it
a
really
digital
wants
card
is a
online
virtual
for free.
space
Check it out at
that it can interact with
LAPL.org/media
other AI. Right? It doesn't have the same necessarily priorities. And I think that's where we make the
Last
mistake.
season, millions tuned
We're
into the
worried
Trail
about AI taking
podcast
over.
to hear a shocking
Is
story of
we're kind of
deception.
assuming that
I'm
AI
Andrea
would have
Gunning, and now we're sharing
same
an
kind of
all-new story of the
priorities,
Trail.
Desires and needs of humans.
Justin
have.
Rutherford,
Or have ego. Why would it?
doctor,
Why would it
father,
have a desire
family
to
man.
succeed?
It
Why
was
would
the
it have a
perfect
desire to
cover
Why would it
to
have any
hide
of those
behind.
desires? Other than just existing.
Right, and so you mentioned The Arrival, Ted Chiang, wrote that. So he wrote an interesting
America's
story,
#1 podcast network,
short
iHeart.
story called The Life
Open your
Cycle of
free
Software
iHeart app
Object.
and search the Trail
And
and
in
start
that,
listening.
there's the metaverse, which is like
Taking out the political trash. One
the
hack at a
metaverse
time.
is the science
Hacking a duster.
where it's a virtual
on
world,
KFI.
3D avatars wander around. And so in the story, there's semi-intelligent AI tech in the metaverse. So pets, technology, but it basically becomes like a little pet. The companies that created those shut down. People died, and people are like trying to keep the AI pets alive. But one of the features that the AI pet has, so remember, it runs around in a virtual world, one that we created. But there's a feature where you can download it into a robot body, a physical robot body of a dog. So you get your AI pet from the metaverse. And what happens is that the AI pets are like, this sucks. Like, I can't teleport anywhere. I can't do anything in this world that I can do in my virtual world. Right? So they actually prefer to be in this free-form virtual world. And there's this debate about whether you need a body or not to be fully conscious or to reach AGI, artificial general intelligence. It's still kind of an ongoing debate.
There was talk in the
Listen, man, this subject we could go on forever. I really think we could, unfortunately.
Yeah,
we can't get anywhere. But it's so fascinating, and I really, really appreciate you.
But it's reported in Radar Online as if it's an exclusive that Sean Diddy Combs allegedly ordered a hit on Tupac Shakur's life just months before the late rapper's murder. I throw my hands up in the
Yeah,
air
it really is.
because
And,
if you
part of the
work
reason
the
why
business on
I
any
ended
level,
up writing about this
was,
and talking
I
about
can't say
this
a known quantity, but it
was
was
because
pretty
it
much
brings together this
accepted
different
as
thread
truth.
of how we search for truth. Right?
28
And
years
religion is
ago,
a search for truth.
Yeah,
Philosophy
it
is a
was
search
that
for truth. Science is a search for
it
truth.
was
But
literally
they all
the
use
first
different
suspect
methods.
within
In the end, what if we're all trying to
the
get at
neighborhood, within the community, within all
I
rap
had this
trades,
idea when I came across it.
urban radio,
It's about all that
across the
stuff.
board.
It's about
Everyone's
as interdisciplinary.
that one was Diddy.
Well, it's absolutely fascinating.
He was automatically the first person that people were looking at because
Yeah.
Very much.
he
Thanks
was
so much for having me.
My pleasure. Bye, everybody.
No disrespect to Radar Online, but come on, brother. It says, quote, in a sensational development to come, nearly 28 years after Shakur, 25, was fatally shot shot during a drive-by shooting in Las Vegas on the night of September 7th, 1996. New allegations have emerged connecting Diddy to
experience.
Drink by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day. Allegations that Diddy told Davis that he wanted sir.
I was standing talking on the Bears heads. Your suspenders. You told me how many pairs of suspenders? 30. I wear them every day.
Do you really? Every day? Why do you like suspenders?
Yeah. And now they're reporting it's like, breaking news. Diddy is now thought to be implicated in the murder of Tupac Shakur. This is like
Especially my personality.
Living in a cave or something.
Different ones have different.
These are new allegations. Not at all. The difference is people look at Diddy differently.
Different
in the larger
personalities.
community because of what has been happening more recently. So it's just another style. That's what I was talking about last night.
The reason why I was asking, you don't see any hand-painted suspenders.
Degree, but I'm saying,
Have you ever seen one? I don't know. I only noticed because you were here. I'm not really a suspender aficionado. But the reason why I'm asking is because you're, basically a technologist.
This is what I really dislike about the media in a general sense. I say this person is a member of the media. It's dishonest how they put some of this information out here as if it's a breaking news story.
I'm surprised I haven't gone on.
It is not a breaking news story.
But you have to have somebody who
long
can actually paint
alleged
them.
years ago. Years ago.
Hand-painted suspenders. So the ones that you have, these are right here, these are hand-painted?
Acting as if they haven't just
Okay, so that's part of it. So you're wearing
issues of source or 5 pages
So,
or any
and
other
others
magazines that existed, print magazines that existed back then. All
That's true.
had
And
these stories with
that's the very first.
testimonies
I mean,
and
I've
all
been now in
these stories from different people within the
AI
industry.
for 61 years, which is actually a record.
And because
The first thing I did was
the violence
create something that could
on video, maybe they're
write
more
music.
inclined to believe it. But I told you,
Write music now, but with AI,
executives asked with this internet.
feels to
Skeezed
me.
out. You have to
This was
believe me.
actually the
It's
first
in the LA Times. They covered it. All this was
You know, it's
well
one of the
known,
many.
and now people want to get brand
That's the
new
first one.
and act like. oh my
So
gosh,
when you,
Jimmy
why
might
did
have
you
had something to do
go
with the
about
hit
doing
with
that? What was
someone.
your desire
Yes.
to create
Quite
artificial
possibly.
intelligence music?
Quite probably, if you
My
ask
father
me.
was a musician.
I mean, it's
So
shameful
this would be a
how
good way to relate to him.
various
And he
magazines,
actually worked
various
with me on it.
outlets, when I say magazines, I mean online ads,
You could feed in
news outlets,
music,
everyone else who was trying to cover this story was looking for one sensational aspect
figure
or
out
another. They're
how they
digging into a
created
past and really
melodies,
rehashing a lot of
right melodies and the
things
same
already
stuff.
suspected,
So
but
you can actually tell
nobody
this is
cared. No
both
one
sides
cared
of
to
the
hear
story.
about when anyone was telling any
Wasn't
of
as
the
good,
truth, when anyone was
but,
telling any of the truth. No one wanted to
first
hear
time
it because it wasn't
that
newsworthy back then. It wasn't. We didn't have
Yeah.
social
Is
media.
it, what are the capabilities
By and
now?
large,
Because now they can use pretty extraordinary
those who are
things.
moguls or very influential in
Yeah,
the rap
it's
world
still not
were not
up to what humans can do, but it's getting there. And it's actually
and the crossover
pleasant to
community with the
listen
general
to.
community.
We still have a while to do
Biggie
art.
Smalls, Notorious
but
B.I.G.
art
was killed
music, so,
and Tupac was killed. They were news
Well, one of
stories,
the
but
main
it was the
arguments against AI art comes from actual artists who are upset that what essentially they're doing is they're, like you could say, draw a paint, or create a painting in the style of Frank Frazetta.
Now there might be a
And
story
what
here.
it would
I'd
be
willing
would
to
be
put
to
the
take
service
all of
people
Frazetta's
alive.
work
They have
that he's ever done,
understanding
which is all
if I were
documents
the
on the internet,
editor,
and then you create an image that's
Because you're acting like you're
representative
putting out
of
something that's
that.
actually
So you're essentially,
breaking news,
one
giving
way or another,
a
you're kind of
viewpoint or
taking
vantage
from
point on the story
the
that
art.
no one else
Right,
had.
but it's
No,
not
it's
quite as
shameful.
good.
This is
It
really
will be
shameful.
as good.
Shameful.
I think we'll match human
Lived
experience
through this.
by 2029.
Yeah. This was the thought from the very beginning. It was when I say it was an open secret.
Which is the best
people
human
were
generator right now?
wondering how much involvement he had. Not
They're really
that he was
changing
involved, but just to what degree.
Right.
That was the belief. Because again, there was this thing called the East Coast, West
His
Coast
journey
beef,
is incredibly
which was
incredibly
seen by many people who had no idea what it meant outside of hearing those names. The publicized names
not
associated
boys.
with that
It's so much better than the
were
first 5 years ago.
Notorious
That's what's scary.
B.I.G.
Yeah. It's so quick. I mean, it's never going to reach its limit.
And everyone
We're not
says
going to
it
get to the
started
point,
with
okay, this is
incident
how good
having
it's going to be.
Source
It's
magazine
going to keep getting
versus
better.
having to do
with
And
individuals
what would that
connected
look
to
like?
the streets that were tied to
a
both
certain
of
point,
those
it will far
camps,
exceed
and how
what
all of
human
that's built out
creativity
into the music
Yes,
industry.
I mean,
But
when we
this
reach
old MTV News
the
beat
ability of humans, it's not going to just
stories.
match
This
one
is
human, it's going to
ridiculous
match
that
all humans.
to me that there are so many different outlets that are profiting now. Old news.
Go, it's going to play it better
What
than any
bothers me
human.
even more is
Well, that's already been
these
proven.
outlets want to
They
act like
invented movies.
not only are they going to
AI
try to profit, but they actually
now been
care
invented by
about
humans.
the lives
In a
impacted.
very
They care
complex game that they
about
never thought that AI was going to be
brutality
able to
against the women.
parse
They
and
care about the lives of children
Ours, though, we're not
people
quite there,
killed.
but
No,
we
you
will
don't
be
care.
there.
It's just now that you know how to monetize it.
2029,
Clickbait. And that's why I tell you, you need to listen to Later with Mo Kelly more often, especially when it comes to these entertainment stories. A lot of this we've lived through.
Well, I'm actually
know the actual principal players. In fact, one of my bosses, I talk about some of my name was Kevin
I actually
Black.
said
One of
that
the original
in
promo people
1999.
at Death Row Records. One of my original mentors was Dick Griffey. Person
Match
who
any
financed the beginning
person
of Death
by
Row Records.
2029,
Radar
so
Online
30
can't
years.
tell me anything
People
about
thought
Death
that
Row
was
Records.
totally
Not a
crazy.
damn thing. You can keep
And
listening
in
to
fact,
Later with Mo
Stanford
Kelly. If you
had
care about the Diddy story, if you care about what the truth is, you will have
conference. They
free
invited several
here
hundred
and
people
not
from around the
in
world
these other
to talk
fly-by-night
about my prediction.
websites who have
People
no
came
idea
in.
what any of this
Yeah, and people
means
thought
or
that
its
this would
significance.
happen, but not by 2029.
It's Later with Mo Kelly, KFI AM 640
Yeah, I've
live
heard that.
everywhere on the
I've heard that,
iHeartRadio
but I
app.
think people are amending
Come back,
those.
check it out.
Is it because human beings have a very difficult time grasping the concept of exponential growth?
The federal appeals court was ruled in favor of California rideshare drivers,
In fact,
saying drivers for Uber and other rideshare companies are employees, not contractors.
It's going to grow
Also, big actor
exponentially.
Kevin Spacey
Yeah,
says
but
he's
maybe
broke. His
2%
home is in
a year.
foreclosure after legal fees from multiple sexual misconduct
It
suits.
actually doubles.
Even though he's won most of them, the 64-year-old actor said his home in Baltimore, where he's lived since starting a House of Cards, auctioned off at a fire sale. And Sony Pictures has bought Alamo Drafthouse Cinema, a Texas-based theater chain that serves food and drinks.
Is this chart
and
available
famously has a
online?
strict no talking and no texting policy, and it's more
But
than
is it
30
available
locations in the U.S. Alamo filed for bankruptcy 3 years ago because of COVID. Sony is the first major studio to enter the theater market since the prohibition that began in 1948 ended in 2020. Got a stall on the 10 in downtown LA.
It says price performance of computation 1939 to 2023.
Causing some sleeping backups about Maple Avenue.
Yeah,
If you're on the 91 heading eastbound in Cerritos, so we're some
like,
from Bluefield to
what's interesting
that's set to reopen for
it's an
5 p.m.
exponential curve.
And the 57
And a
South
straight
Avenue
line represents
all roads to
exponential growth.
Orangewood. Work zone
And
has
that's
the
an
right lane
absolute
closed off.
straight
That's
line
scheduled
for
to be
80
reopened
years.
for you at 5 in the morning. It's
Uh,
Southern California's only
very
airport
first
traffic
point,
reports. I'm Pedro Moreno.
This is the speed of computers.
iHeartRadio Broadway celebrates this year's Tony Awards this Sunday and takes you backstage with Broadway's biggest stars and commercial-free Broadway hits
calculations per
24/7.
second per constant dollar.
Just search
The
iHeartRadio
last
Broadway on
point
the
is
iHeartRadio app and
35
start listening.
billion calculations.
Brand new year in my Ford
20
Bronco Sport, and I
quadrillion
can't wait for all the
fold
adventures
increase
ahead. My
in
fiance
those
and I
80
want to
years.
explore more hikes around the
But
city in the new year, and my
speed with
Ford
which
Bronco
it
Sport is
gains
perfect because
is
the gas mileage
actually
is
the
unparalleled
same
in this
throughout
car.
the entire
I feel
80
so
years.
safe
Because if
driving
it was
it, and there's
sometimes
tons of
better
room
and
in the
sometimes
trunk,
worse,
so I can pack stuff for a
this curve
picnic if we choose to do
would
that on a
bend,
hike.
bend
More
up, bend
adventures, more
down.
fun with the Ford
It's
Bronco
really
Sport. Unidos,
very
we
much
are
a straight
stronger.
line.
Head to your Southern California Ford dealers
So
for
the
great
speed
offers
with
on
which
all
we increased it
Hey, Tom, we're
was
here
the
at
same
Prime. Never heard an
regardless of the
accident.
technology. The
Good.
technology was
I'm
radically
calling Sweet
different.
James. That's
The
right. I
beginning
already know
versus
that's
the
the
end,
team
and yet
I want on my side, and so should you,
increased the
because the
speed
attorneys at Sweet James
exactly
don't
the
just win,
same
they win the
for
most.
80 years.
One
In
of our
fact, the
listeners
first
was
40
injured
years,
after
nobody
being
even knew this was
rear-ended at a
happening.
red light.
So
The
it's not like
insurance
somebody
company
was in
offered him
charge. Say, okay, next year we have to
Now,
get to
that might
here.
seem like a lot of
People will
money,
try to
but with
match
Sweet
that.
James
We
protecting
didn't
them,
even know
they
this
were
was
awarded
happening for
745,000
later, I
instead.
noticed
They can't
this
guarantee an outcome of a
for
case,
various
but whether
reasons
it's a
that
car
they couldn't
crash,
stay the
motorcycle
same,
accident, or trucking
speed
accident,
increase
the
each
attorneys
year,
at Sweet James are
which it
unstoppable
has.
in their pursuit
In
of
fact, we
justice,
just put the
and
last
you
stop
pay
like
nothing
2 weeks
until they
ago.
win. So if
That's
you or a
exactly
loved
where it
one
should
is hurt in
be.
an accident, call Sweet
So,
James at 800-9 million for a free consultation. It's a very easy number to remember during an uneasy time. Don't wait, because waiting can hurt your case.
at the
Call
same
the firm
speed.
that wins the most.
And this
Call
goes through
Sweet
one
James,
piece, and I say, well,
800
maybe it's rated during war.
900
No, it's exactly the same. You can't tell when
James.
there's war,
Do you want to
peace,
sell your home
or
quickly and
anything else
easily?
out
And
there.
not
It just
deal with
matches
repairs or a long selling process?
from one
Well, Well, look at Sellers Advantage. They have thousands of satisfied customers.
And
And
there's
then the
also
go-to
true of other
choice for
things.
homeowners looking to sell their homes fast. They'll buy your home for a competitive cash offer,
getting
and
energy
they'll
from the
close in
sun.
days, not weeks or months.
That's also
Because they're not gonna
exponential.
be
It's
waiting
also
around
just
on
like
interest
this.
rates. No repairs are needed.
It's
They buy the homes as is, like I said, and with
Um,
the most 5-star reviews on Google and Yelp. It's no wonder why thousands of
Now
satisfied
getting,
sellers have chosen Sellers Advantage for their home selling needs. Sellers Advantage is the fastest and most stress-free way
energy
to
from the
sell your
sun that
home.
we did
If you're ready to go, you
20
call
years
Sellers
ago.
Advantage. Get a
Because
no
the
obligation
implementation
offer at
is all
888-321
It
as
has
is.
the
888-321 as
function of
is.
it increased exponentially as well. The
888-321-2747.
function of what I had understood was that there was a problem.
DRA number 0196165.
As far as how
Bill
much
handle here.
you
If you're a
extract
business
from the
and you don't
sun
have
from
a
those panels.
charging station for
No, not at all.
employees and
No.
customers,
I mean, it's
you are looking
increased.
backwards. Walters Wholesale Electric is a Southern
99.7%
California leading commercial,
since it
industrial, retail
Right.
charging stations.
And
And when I'm driving my
it does the same
EV, I'm
every
always
year.
checking out
It's an
where charging
exponential
stations
curve.
are. We EV owners have
If you look
range
at the curve,
anxiety. How much
you'll be
juice do we
getting
have? When I go
100%
to a
of all
hotel
the
and
energy we
driving
need
there,
in
I
10
always
years.
ask,
The
where's
person
your
told us
charging station?
Elon
That's a
Musk
mantra among
is
EV owners.
fully
Walters
solar
Wholesale
powered
Electric offers both small
not
and large
capable of
EV charging
absorbing that much
installations,
from the sun
including
with a small
EV
panel like
chargers.
that.
And
So
every
there's a
charging
physical
project is
the
totally
panel
different.
side.
Different city, county
No, I mean,
ordinances,
it's increased
permitting, electrical plumbing
99.7%
issues have to be
since we
addressed.
started.
Takes an expert
So,
expertise, and that's Walters Wholesale Electric. Dial pound 250 on your cell, say EV charging, pound 250 on the cell, say EV charging.
And not 99%.
WaltersWholesale.com,
of as well as
WaltersWholesale.com.
the expansion of use.
Let's have automatic text message. My heartbeat.
I've been told that we have to get to this.
I mean, you might have to
So
store
Eric,
it. We're also
the
making
producer of the show,
it games
gently
and
suggested
storage.
handle
Right.
you're going to do this, we're going to punch you in the crotch.
So you don't have to get it all from the solar panel.
You know, you're like one of those herding dogs.
The concept was like, could you make a solar panel
And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
and would that be enough to power the car? And he said no. He said it's just not really there yet. Right, it's not there yet, but it will be there in 10 years. Yeah, he seemed to doubt that there's a certain limitation of the amount of energy you get
All
from
on
the
the
sun.
podcast. You might have missed something. You want to hear something again? The podcast is the best
Well,
place
you're
to
not
get
going to be
it.
able to
You
get
can
it
get
all
it at KFIM640.com or the iHeartRadio app. Coming up in just a few
Right.
minutes, we'll be Coast to
So
Coast
you wouldn't
AM
just be
with
able to
George Martin. He
drive
joins me right now with the previews. What's up, sir?
We've got a classic coast to coast show tonight. We're going to be talking about astrology and the year ahead, and then we'll be talking with a lady who lost her boyfriend.
You can also store the energy.
Hey, George, quick question. You see that story about the Harvard, I guess, scientist who says that there might be aliens already living amongst us, just a much more advanced race of humans?
I'm going to have a part of it
All
on the show
renewable
tonight in our new
So what are they going to do
segment.
with all these
I
nuclear
think they're living here somewhere.
That's completely
I appreciate
unnecessary.
when you program your whole show around what I like.
Nuclear power,
Which is
without, you can get it all from the sun. And,
Don't make me cry.
within 10 years. So in 10 years, you give power Los Angeles with sun and wind.
Before we get out of here, gotta let you know, or remind you, do
I
not miss
was not
on the
aware
4th
that we
of
were
July, the
anywhere
Broadway
near that
music
kind
of
of time.
George M. Cohan.
That's because
Tap along
people
with
are not
patriotic
taking
pride
it
to Mr. Broadway's flag-waving classics like
So the
You're a
exponential
Grand
growth
Old
also
Flag. Remember singing that in school? Stars and
because
Stripes
just to
Forever.
pull the amount of power
Played
that
that
you
from the
need
Armed Forces
to charge,
Day Parade when I was in high school.
X amount of million. If everyone has an
and
electric
there,
vehicle
you know the songs,
by
but there's also a pre and post show concert.
the amount of change
Beer
you
of
need
Cohan songs. It's all happening Sunday, June 30th at Harvard Theater for the Performing Arts. Get your tickets right now at
I had this
Lamarada.com.
impression
That's
that there's
Lamarada,
especially in Los Angeles, they've actually asked people at certain times.
And I miss
to
that
not
George.
charge your phone. We're looking at the future.
George and I, we talk
It's true now,
3-4 times a day.
but it's growing
And I go over the
exponentially
things
in
that
every
he needs to put in his show just for my enjoyment. And I know that sounds
Is the
selfish.
bottleneck
I know
the battery
But he
technology?
and I have all
How close are they
people
to
don't understand.
solving
And
some
more
of
times
these
than not,
problems, like conflict
be
minerals and the
pliable.
things that we need in order to
And
power
just
these batteries?
put some things in his show for me. And I appreciate him for it. Well, when you come
ability
right down to
to
it,
store
he
anything
owes his
is
success to you,
exponential.
all of it. And I wouldn't say all of it,
Putting all that
large
together,
percentage. I put the AM in coast to coast. That's very humble. It is. It is. It
wow. Most people don't think that. So you're thinking that based on this idea that people have a limited idea of the computation.
Like Tiffany Hobbs was saying earlier this week,
Continuing to do that.
do you wash your feet? I was kind of coming in and out of the news booth and I didn't hear the discussion. That's okay. It's a very simple question.
No one
I do
expected
wash
that
my
to
feet.
happen
Okay, so you have to know, like, I need to know the
It
context
happened
of
2
this.
years ago,
Here's
but
what
they
he
didn't
did.
work
That's
for
my
it.
bet. And the thing
So it
is, like,
began
look, if I asked
a little
you
less
all
than
the
2 years
papers to
ago
say yes or
that
no
we could
question,
actually
you don't need to know. Yes to both. I don't have mental foot washer
and that was
and toilet
very
paper
much a
user.
surprise.
Okay. Golly.
So that,
Like, that makes it so damn difficult.
probably is
What
the
was
primary
the
example
the
of
background?
that.
Very quickly, Jason Kelsey, who is the brother of Travis Kelsey, who's the boyfriend of Taylor Swift, who is the biggest music artist in the
Used
world.
AI to
Jason
go
Kelsey,
through a CAPTCHA
just retired
system,
from
and the
Philadelphia
AI
Eagles.
told the
In some
system that it was
conversation,
vision
he
impaired, which is not
acknowledged,
technically a
revealed,
lie,
admitted
but
that
it used it to
Showers, he
bypass,
often doesn't
are you
wash
a
his feet
robot?
or doesn't go out
Well,
his way to
no,
wash his feet.
no, it's
Well, you're right
the
in there.
most
Why would
language
you skip
models to
that?
say they don't know something. So you
Because
ask
it's
a
too far
question,
to reach
and
out.
if that,
Is it,
the answer to that question is not in the system, it still
I mean,
comes up
can you
with
not
an
lift your
answer.
feet up? Can you not
So
bend
to look
down?
at everything,
It seems like that's just
giving
part
you
of the
the
deal.
best answer, and if
Why would
the
you
best
stop
answer is not
scrubbing
there,
into the
it
feet?
still gives you an
Because
answer.
people, look,
But
this goes
that's
to the other portion of the
sort of an
conversation
hallucination.
where I can speak from
I
it,
mean,
men are generally nasty, so that doesn't surprise
So
me.
the AI is
Because I think we're
hallucination,
generally lazy.
so they cannot be wrong.
And
They have to
So
be able
far,
to answer.
we're actually working on being
it's
able
probably
to tell
something
if
that
it
most men
doesn't know
don't do.
something.
And I was using the
So if you
example
ask
of
it something and say,
guys
oh,
not
I
even
don't
washing
know
their
that.
hands after
Right now, it can't
number
do
two
that.
in the bathroom. I remember you guys talking about that. That is
So
absolutely
it gives you some
You were there?
answer.
Yeah, I didn't see the guy, but I may have
And
attacked
if
him.
the answer's
if I
not
saw
there,
that.
just like make something up. It's the best answer, but the best answer isn't very good because it doesn't know the answer.
Just the fit.
And the way to fix hallucinations is to actually give it more capabilities to memorize things and give it more information.
The stall
So
door
it knows
closed.
the answer to
And
it.
the bathroom closed.
If you tell it
Okay, well, can't talk
an
to
answer
that
to a
guy.
question,
The thing is,
it will remember
Joel and
that
I
and
were
give
at
you
the
that
sink.
correct
Dude
answer.
walks behind us. Okay,
But these
it wasn't like
models
he
are
even
not,
made
we
it
don't know
overture
everything.
towards
And
the
it
sink.
has to,
And I'm looking at him in the mirror, just
we
watching.
have to be able to scan
It's
an
like,
answer to every
this
single
fool is
question,
really going to act like there are no
which we
sinks.
can't quite
Did you
do.
think you were going to shame
It'd be
him?
actually better if you could actually answer
No,
it.
no, I
Yeah, I
wasn't
don't
going to
know
shame
that.
him. I was just trying to
Right.
see
Like,
and convince myself.
particularly, like, say, when it
I
comes
saw
to
what I thought I saw.
exploration of
And then did he go in
there's
and
a certain amount
had
of
the snack bar
fast
afterwards?
stuff
No, he was a patron.
So if
Okay,
it
I was
has
just
to
thinking
answer
like, I'm
questions
not going
about
to
that,
touch
Right,
that.
come up
and
with an answer.
Right, it'll just
That's the
come
only
up
thing
with
I
an
was
answer.
thinking. That's
It will
completely
likely be
He should
wrong.
be shunned from polite society. But see, the thing is,
That
I
would be a
believe
real
he's one of
problem
many. I don't think
if
he's
someone
that
was counting
special.
on the AI to have a
I
solution
think
for something.
this is
Too
what I
soon,
think.
right?
I think
Right,
most
they
people
don't
wash
know
their hands in the
everything.
bathroom.
Search
There's someone
engines
else in
actually
it.
know
And if they were
pretty
by
well
themselves, they
vetted.
wouldn't have washed their
If
hands
it actually
at
answers
all.
something,
I 100% agree with that.
it's
Yeah,
usually
but that's one of
correct.
those situations where if you don't do it, you're
Unless
really just
you're-
cheating yourself.
But large language
But
models
see,
don't
what I
have
was
that
pointing out too is
capability.
he had absolutely
So it'd be good actually if they knew that they were wrong.
none.
And
He
they'd
walked
also
past
tell us
two people,
what we have to fix.
and
What about
Right.
the idea
Two
that
people he
AI
presumably would
models
see.
are influenced by ideology? That AI models have been programmed with
let's say
certain
15
ideology.
years younger. If I was the
I
person
mean,
I
they
used
do
to be,
learn from
so if you
people.
were 50,
Yeah.
People have ideologies,
go ahead and give it to him.
Right.
Go ahead and give it to him.
some of which are not correct.
It's taking too long.
And that's
Sometimes the tantric nature of it makes it even more true.
it will make
Oh yeah, there's a word for that, but let's keep moving.
learning from people.
Right.
If I were much younger,
So
and
right
of a
now,
different mindset, one that I used to be, I would have gone into the middle of
somebody
the
has
theater
access to a good
and loud talked
search engine.
and made a scene.
They will check
Not
before they
only to
actually
shame
answer
them,
something
but
with the
to
search engine
instigate
to
a
make sure that it's
situation.
correct.
I'm right there with
Search
you.
engines are generally
Since I now
much more
follow the
accurate.
teachings and wisdom of Chen Kane,
Right.
I wouldn't do that either. But
When it comes
I
to
believe that
this
somebody
idea that people enter information into a computer relies on an ideology. Do you anticipate that with artificial general intelligence it will be agnostic to ideology? To be able to reach a point where instead of deciding things based on social norms or whatever the culture is accepted currently, that it would look at them more objectively and rationally?
Well, eventually,
But we still
to be calmer.
call it artificial
I
general
really am. You don't
intelligence.
want the guy slapping your dentures across the room
People
with that hand.
by
I think it's
whatever
really
that
lucky that the show's over. I know. What?
people that they
Trying to help,
respect.
following your lead. Yeah. We're on the same side for
Feel
this.
is correct.
Let's see what you're complaining about. Like you. I don't know you.
Will be as influenced
Love
by
me. You probably have a tattoo of me somewhere on your body that I haven't seen.
let's still
No,
call it
watch
artificial
go.
general
Just dip your
intelligence.
ass. No. Wrong side.
We are starting to check
Can't find it on 640. We're live everywhere. The iHeartRadio app.
large language models come up with search engines and that's actually making them more correct.
And KOST.
So we have to actually continue on this curve. We need more data to be able to store it.
Blood at
Not
UCLA.
enough data to be able to store everything
UCLA has
correctly.
appointed its first Latino
Large
chancellor.
University of Miami President Dr. Julio Frank will replace Chancellor Gene Block, who's stepping down at the end of July, but the new chancellor won't take over until January.
So that's
Dr.
what
Frank says as
kinds of data
protests continue to pop up on
Yeah, we
campus,
also have to have
safety
the
will be
correct storage.
paramount.
So that's really where the effort is going.
Frank says once he takes office, the first thing he's going to do is just listen. Listen to students, staff, and faculty. UC Regents unanimously approved Frank's appointment after 17
Well, we
years of
usually come
leadership
up
under
with
G
wrong
Block.
things.
In
Like
LA,
large language
Chris Adler,
models is
KFI News.
really the correct way to
Dragging it
talk about this. It does know language, but there's a lot of other things it knows.
Amy Tate says the bear became
we're
a house
using
guest
them now
more than
to
a
come
week
up
ago and has
with,
been living there ever since. Tate says the bear named Samson is already tagged by wildlife officials. Police
medicine.
won't do anything because the animal has yet to pose any danger. Tate says Samson barged into a neighbor's crawl space before it became a squatter underneath his own home.
We wrote down every
Supporters of actor Johnny
possible
Wachter have rallied for justice after he was fatally shot in L.A.
More than 100 people attended a rally held where Wachter was killed. A group then marched to City Hall. Wachter's friend Nika Parker used some of his remarks to blame soft on crime policies for Wachter's death.
There's actually
Our city
several
leaders,
billion
including Mayor
mRNA
Bass, DA
sequences.
Gascon, and the city
And
council, were
tested
elected to
them
do a
all,
job. They swore to protect this
and
city,
did that
so we are
two
asking
days.
that they get off the
So actually
sidelines
came
and
up
do
with
their
a,
jobs.
Wachter
tested
failed
several
shot with
billion
confronting catalytic converter thieves last month.
decided on it in
Investigators
2
today
days.
confirmed they have several leads.
We then
In
tested it
downtown
with
LA,
people.
Blake Crowley, KFI News.
We'll be able to overcome that as well because we'll be able to test it with machines.
Oregon wrote reviews in the area for more than 3 decades. It was known for shows on KVCR, KTIE, and KCAA. His longtime co-host and girlfriend Izzy Bussey was also killed while the pair was on the trip to Missouri over the weekend. CHP says their car crashed on I-44. The IE say they'll cover Georgia for his signature Hawaiian shirts. His dedication to showcasing good food across the area. The Biden administration says it's sanctioned over 300 entities whose products and services enable Russia to sustain its war effort and evade sanctions.
The U.S. is also expanding its secondary sanctions on any foreign banks and institutions that work with a sanctioned Russian entity, meaning the number of secondary sanctions will dramatically increase from 1,200 entities to 4,500.
ABC's M. Lynn says this comes
But that could be
Biden
done
said to discuss the war in
literally in a
Ukraine at
matter
the
of
G7
days.
summit in Italy.
Right.
And great whales that live off the coasts of Oregon and Washington were getting smaller. Researchers at Oregon State University found that over the last 20 years, the average adult gray whale is 13% smaller, or about 5.5 feet shorter. They say it could be a sign the population's declining. Smaller whales have smaller calves, what's the risk of predators. Southland weather from KFI clouds, fog, patchy drizzle tonight, lows around 60. Grizzly should be gone by tomorrow afternoon, then we'll have sun and highs around 80. 70 in the ranges, mid-80s in the valleys and AV,
So we'll have to come,
mid-90s
there's
in
going
the
to have to be a
IE.
point in
To look
time
about
where
like that Friday, then partly sunny and a couple degrees warmer this weekend. Right now it is 65 in Brea, 61 in San Clemente, 62 in Koreatown, 62 in Agora Hills, and we have a problem in downtown LA.
But we'll be able to get
And
rid of
we're
the
actually
test
looking
for
at two
people.
separate wrecks now. So downtown LA 110 northbound at the 10. The first problem crashed at the right lane, slow from Exposition Boulevard. If you find yourself on the 10 East right before Alameda, this was a slow car in the left lane, jam-packed from San Pedro. If you find yourself in West LA, it's going to be a wreck. Luckily, in the clearing state is 10 East before the 405.
When you
Long
look
Beach,
at
we've got a
artificial
problem on the
intelligence,
Lakeport Boulevard on-ramp to that 405 southbound, and in Chino, disabled vehicle stuck in the right lane, 60 East a little after Reservoir. With Southern California's only airborne traffic reports, I'm Nancy Rodriguez.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival presented by One.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
One stage.
Capital and cardholders can score their tickets first right now. before anyone else. Available while pre-sale tickets last
Right now,
until
you go
Friday at
through a
1
year.
p.m. Eastern.
When you do something, you're
Access to your pre-sale purchase to attend an exclusive free concert event with
we're
a
doing
performance
scientific
kids on the
progress,
block.
and we're
Available
making
during the cardholder pre-sale.
new cures for diseases and so on. Right now, you're getting back about 4 months. So you lose a year, but through scientific progress, you're getting back 4 months. So you're only losing 8 months. However, the scientific progress is progressing exponentially. And by 2029, you'll get back a full year. So you lose a year, but you get back a year, and you can pretty much stay in the same place.
So by 2029.
Revive Real Estate knows exactly
And
which renovation
past 2029, you'll actually get back more than a year.
renovation process. They work
You'll get
extremely
back.
fast. Most renovations take just a few weeks, and Revive Real Estate fronts the
No, but
renovation
you'll,
cost. That's right.
in terms of
Revive
the
fronts the money
longevity,
for
you'll
the
get back
renovation.
more than a year.
If you're thinking of selling, don't settle. Call Revive Real Estate to see what your home could really be worth. Find out if your home qualifies by going to KFIRevive.com.
Eventually, you'll be able to do that.
Don't just sell your home. Maximize its value.
Doesn't guarantee you living forever. I
KFIRevive.com,
mean, you
or
have a
simply
10-year-old
pick up your
and
cell phone
compute
and dial pound
you've got
250
many
and say
decades
revive.
of
Pound 250,
longevity.
revive.
It's a brand new year in my Ford Bronco Sport, and I can't wait for all the adventures.
But overall,
my fiance and I want to
overall,
explore more hikes around the city in the new year, and my Ford Bronco
And
Sport
that's
is
something that we're
perfect
going to get.
because the gas
And
mileage
also
is
using the
unparalleled
same,
in this car. I feel so
type
safe
of
driving
logic
it,
as far
and
as
there's
language
tons of
models.
room in the trunk,
But that's
so
not
I can pack some for a
language or
picnic if we choose to
creating
do that on a hike.
medications.
More
So
adventures,
we should
more
call
fun
it
with the Ford
large
Bronco
event
Sport.
model.
Unidos, we are
Large
stronger.
language
Head to your
models.
Southern California
It's not
Ford
just
dealers
doing
for great
language,
offers
it's
on
doing
all
little
Fords.
kinds of
Hi,
things.
it's Sherry
When I
Harris,
talked to
owner
you
of
10
Life
years
Source
ago,
Water.
you
The
tell me
Life
about
Source
this
Whole House Water
pretty
system
extensive
ensures a
supplement.
clean, delicious, and refreshing
Well,
water
I'm
flows
trying
from
to
every
get
tap
to
you
the
possibly
point where we
can.
have
Our healthy water makes your
longevity,
hair
same
shine and your
philosophy,
skin glow.
in good
And now
shape.
is the best time to
And
get your Life
yes, I do
Source.
follow
For a
that.
limited time, we will pay
I
your
take
sales
maybe
tax.
80
Save up
pills
to
a day,
$1,000 on a new system.
some,
Call 800 water
injections,
99
so
now
on.
or visit
So
lifesourcewater.com. Offer ends soon.
peptides. So far, it works.
Open a Poppy Premier Savings account with a
and,
5%
have you ever
annual
been
percentage
offered
yield
to
guaranteed for 6 months at Poppy Bank.
No.
Rated 5 stars by Bauer Financial Inc.
Yeah.
Poppy Bank is
I mean, it
known
seems
for
to work.
strength and security.
There's
Visit
evidence
Poppy Bank
behind
and find
it.
out why we've been named Best Business
70,
Bank. For more information,
76.
contact us
You look
at
good.
poppy.bank.
You look good for 76, man. That's great. So
Bank.
doing something.
And
And so your goal is to get to that point where they start doing static and then eventually get back to
Right, it's not that far off. If you're diligent, you can get there by 2029. Not everybody's diligent. So.
now past that. This is for life insurance. But what about how AI is going to change society?
Yes, well, that's a very big issue, and it's already doing lots of things. Some people are comfortable. What we're actually doing is increasing our intelligence. I mean, right now, you have a brain. It has different modules in it that deal with different things. But really, it's able to connect one concept to another concept, and that's what your brain does. You can actually increase that by, for example, carrying around a phone. This has connections in it. It's a little bit of a hassle to use. If I ask you to do something, you gotta kind of mess with it. Actually, we go to this actually listen to your conversation.
Oh, it does.
You without saying anything, you're just talking, and it says, oh, the name of that actress is so and so. Well, the phrase of dealing with that too. We don't. So we haven't done that yet. But that's a way of expanding your connections. What a large language model does, it has connections in it as well. In fact, it's getting now to a point that's getting fairly comparable to the human brain. We have about 1 trillion connections in the brain. Things like the top model from Google or GPT-4, they have about 400 billion connections possibly.
And Nick is correct.
There'll be a trillion probably within a year. That's pretty comparable to what the human brain does. Eventually it'll go beyond that. We'll have access to that. So it's basically making us smarter. So if you have the ability to be smarter,
and the Russian warships may make a stop in
that's something
Venezuela
that's
before they head
positive,
back across the
really.
Atlantic. But here's the real threat. When Nikkei Asia
If
warns
we
of the
were
danger
like
of
mice
simultaneous
today,
conflicts in Europe and Asia, it
we had the opportunity to become like humans,
the current war
we wouldn't object to that. But we are humans and we don't object to that.
It understates in the Middle East axis of evil proxy Hamas and
And this is going to basically make us smarter.
Israel, the only democratic
Eventually
Western
we'll be
state
much
in the
smarter
Middle
than
East.
we are today.
If Hamas and Hezbollah succeed,
And that's the
crippling Israel,
positive thing.
Iran, their puppet master,
Two
is
things
convinced
that
that all of Western civilization will
today that we
fall.
find
In
bothersome
Africa, Russia has
in a
helped
way
them
that's much more
and pull off influence operations that have brought roughly
The
11
idea of us
African
getting
countries
smarter sounds
into
great.
Moscow's sphere of
Great.
influence.
Great, be smart.
And in South America,
Right, but people object to that because
it's
it's like competition.
neighbor Guyana. If Russia wins in Ukraine or if Hamas wins in Gaza, there is a good chance that Venezuela
Google has
will take the opportunity to
70,000
invade.
programmers.
Meanwhile, the axis
How many
of
programmers
people
are
is using the BRIC alliance,
How much
the
longer is
economic
that going to
alliance
be?
between Brazil, Russia, India, and China
Because
to win more than 100
large language models already
of the global south
code.
over
Not
to the
quite as
axis
good as
of
the
evil
real
side.
coder.
And China is growing.
But
to see if
how
the
long
West
is that
will
going
allow
to
it
be?
to expand its
It's
territory
not going to be
by
100
cementing
years.
its
It's
grip
going to be
over the 1.35 million square miles of China
so
Sea.
people see it as
It's not
competition.
that sea. From the 7
I
other
have a slightly
countries who
different
have claims
view
to
of
it.
that. I see these things
Meanwhile, in Ukraine,
as
Russia has
actually adding
started
to our
winning
own
territory
intelligence.
thanks to a
We're
6-month
merging
delay
with
of weapons
these
shipments
kinds of
imposed by one of our
computers,
political
making
parties.
ourselves
What's
smarter.
more, Russian TV
We're merging with it.
commentators are
And
aware
eventually
that one of our
we'll
two
go inside our
presidential
brain and be
candidates
able to
would hand Ukraine
make
over
us
to
smarter
Vladimir Putin
instantly.
in the blink of an eye. The Russian
Just like we have
television
more
personalities called that
connections
American
inside our own
candidate,
brain.
quote, our
Well, I think people who have reservations have always opposed to great change. And
They
this is
say he
probably
is
the
sorely
greatest
missed,
change,
and
the
that
greatest
Russia
change
is
we've ever
ready to
experienced
elect
in
you
our
again.
lifetimes for sure.
Handing over Ukraine
And this
would
would make
prove
that
that global leadership no longer belongs to
it'll
America.
change
It belongs to the axis of evil.
It seems
Thanks for the
inevitable.
report, Howard.
I understand that people are upset about it, but it
Secretary
just
of
seems
State
like what
Blinken
human
said that
beings were
Hamas
sort
had
of designed to do.
numerous changes, some
Right, we're the only animal that actually creates technology.
proposal for a
Yeah, it's a combination of our brain and something else.
but that mediators were determined to close the gap.
So I can
Hamas says
imagine
they haven't
something.
submitted
Oh, if I
anything.
take that
The Federal Reserve
tree, I
said it's
can
keeping
create
its benchmark funding rate at its current level for the 7th time in a
other
row,
animals have actually bigger
signaling
brain.
fewer rate cuts
Whale,
than previously estimated. That means borrowing costs on everything from car loans to mortgage rates will
they have a
remain
larger brain
elevated.
than we do, but
Here's
they don't
investment
have
analyst
something
Mish
equivalent
Shedlock
to
with
them.
his thoughts. Mish, what's up?
Monkey has something that looks like the thumb, but it's actually an inch
after
down.
the jobs report Friday,
So they can actually create a
kind of
tool,
knew where the
but
Fed was
they
headed.
don't create a
with
tool that's powerful enough to create the next tool.
The inflation numbers
So
today,
we're
the
actually
CPI
able
came out today.
to use our tools and create something that's
And
that
I
much more
think, and
significant.
I told you last week that
So we can create
I thought the
tools.
CPI
And that's really part of who we are.
would be good. I don't know anyone else
Makes
that
us
made that
that much
call,
more intelligent.
but it wasn't
And that's a
enough
good
to convince the Fed because of the job numbers last week. But
Yes.
so let's go over those job numbers just to catch up. It was a totally bizarro report. The payrolls rose 272,000. Employment dropped
U.S. personnel income
408,000.
per capita. So
Now,
this
if
is
this was just a
the average
one-time
amount
thing,
that we
George,
make
you know, we could write it off.
per
But
person.
this has been going on for
Constant
over
dollars.
the year. Listen
There's
to these
a-
numbers. Non-farm payrolls were up
Until we make a lot of money, but
2.7
things cost a lot
billion
more money too.
from a year ago.
This is constant
Employment
dollars.
was only up
Constant dollars in relation to the inflation.
376,000.
So
And
this is not
full-time
to show you
employment,
inflation.
George, this was down
These are constant dollars.
1.2
So we're
million
actually
from a
making
year
that much
ago.
more.
these numbers are really bizarre, and
So if your remedy
economists are
doesn't
trying to figure out which set of these numbers are right. But if you look at gross domestic income, we've talked about this before, it is way under what gross domestic product is, and they're supposed to be the same. So this lends credence to the idea that jobs are not as strong as what's being reported that's been going on for a year.
I've always felt like that's one
Back
of
to
the
the
things
dot plot
that
today. The
materialism
Fed Matt,
is one of
they
those instincts
penciled
that
in
human beings
only
sort of
one rate cut
look
this
down
year.
upon.
I told
And,
you last week I thought we'd get one in July.
Buying
That
things.
jobs report
I
on
feel like
Friday,
that
last Friday might have
motivates
taken it back.
technology because
I don't believe that
the constant need for the newest,
So we
greatest
have,
thing is
one
one
more
of
jobs
the things that
report
fuels
before
creation and
the next
innovation.
Fed meeting.
If you were to go
And
back
we
100
have
years,
one
you could
more
go to that.
CPI.
Oh, yeah. Because
So it's really going to depend on those. But if we don't get a cut in July,
you'd have most
then there's no meeting in August. The next chance is September. And if you look at the odds on that,
So we
that's
didn't
around
live very
50-50. So the next chance for a rate cut, if they don't cut in July or September, is going to be after the election. Let's
Life
discuss
was
the dot
48
plot.
years
The
in
Fed does
1900.
not
This is
seem
the 35 years
very
in
confident
1800.
of
Right.
their
Go back
forecast
1,000 years, it
because
was
they
20 years.
went all the way out to actually all the way out to 2026 and beyond.
Some people
For
did
next
live long.
year,
Like, there was
the range of
people that lived back
forecasts,
then.
each Fed
Nothing happened.
participant,
Did live to be.
pencils in where
That's
they think
actually very
interest
rare.
rates are going to be.
Because most of
They
it happened.
range all the way
Most
towards
people, by the time you
from
get
2.75% to 5.5%.
broken this, broken that.
And it looks like it's been a top. So what this tells us is they really
But the
don't
human
know.
body is busy.
I don't think the job data is that
Well,
good.
our human
So
body
I
can
guess
go
we'll
on
just have
forever.
to see what happens in the next job report and the next CPI report.
There's nothing in our
none of
body
it
that
adds up to
means
it.
that you have to die at
Sometime this year,
120.
who knows when and how
We can go on really
New research
indefinitely.
revealing a startling connection between being depressed and memory loss, showing that these two conditions can fuel each other over time. The findings suggest that identifying and
FDA
treating
doesn't
depression
accept that,
early
but they're actually
on
beginning to
could be
accept
key to
it.
protecting brain health and preserving memory in their later years.
They're forced into it.
It's a great story.
The concept
An
of
identified
artificial general
technologically
intelligence
advanced civilization could be living secretly on Earth.
the term here.
That startling claim was made in the new
How
paper
far
by
away
researchers
are
at Harvard
do
and
you think
Montana
actual
Technological
artificial
University.
or will we ever
They
get there?
speculate
Will
that
we
the
integrate
unidentified
before that takes
anomalous
place?
phenomena, UAPs, another term for UFOs, of course, could be
All of
living
this
underground,
additional intelligence are
perhaps on the
creating
moon or here or even
something
walking
that we
along.
use.
Researchers acknowledge in the paper that their hypothesis
We're
may
actually
be
making
regarded
ourselves more
skeptically
intelligent.
by the general scientific
I don't
community,
think that that's a good thing.
but they still deserve
And if we have it,
consideration
and
to
then
a
we say,
spirit
well, gee, we don't really like this, let's take it away.
about that.
People would never accept that.
In a moment, astrologer
Maybe
Leslie
against,
McWork joins us to tell us about the year ahead.
The idea of them
And
take
next
general
hour, she'll
intelligence,
take
but once they
readings
get it,
coast to coast.
nobody wants to give that up. And it will be beneficial.
You're probably careful with your personal
The
information,
Levite
but what
started
about the
200
other
years
places
ago
that have it?
because
The
the cotton
doctor's
gin
office that
come
mixed
out.
up your files.
And
They
all
have
these
your
people that
social
were making
security
money
number.
with the cotton
The
gin
power company that mistakenly cut your
were
service
against it.
as your payment and phone
They
last
would
three
actually destroy
addresses.
these
And
machines
the
at
hotel
night.
that lost your reservation has your passport info.
And they said,
Your
"Gee, if this
information
keeps
is in endless
going,
places
all
outside of your
jobs are going to go away."
Any one of them could
And these
accidentally
people
expose you to
using
hackers and
cotton
identity
gin
theft
to
through
create
lack
more wealth,
security,
that
breaches, or simple
didn't
mistakes.
go away.
LifeLock monitors
But we actually
millions of
made more
data
money
points every
because we
second
created things
and
that didn't
alerts you
exist
to a
then.
wide range of
We didn't have
threats.
any
If your
like
identity is
electronics.
stolen, a U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it, guaranteed your money back. With plans covering up to
You can actually
$2
see,
million for
we
stolen
make 10
funds
times
and
as much in
expenses.
constant
Mistakes happen.
dollars
Don't let
as we
not having
did 100
protection
years
be one
ago.
of them. Save up to 40% your first year at
And if you would ask,
LifeLock.com.
well, what are people going to be doing?
That's promo
You
code
couldn't answer
George
it
at LifeLock.com to
we
save
didn't
up to
understand
40% towards
the internet.
Why do so many
There's
dogs suffer
probably
from
some
weight
technology
issues,
down
skin
the pipe
problems,
that
messy
are
poops,
going
and low
similar
energy?
impact.
It could be the popular dog food found in a bowl each day. Cody was sleeping a lot, wasn't
But are they
playing.
going to create
Dry kibble just wasn't cutting it. That's why, after more than 45 years of experience of helping dogs make complete health turnarounds, veterinarian Dr. Morty created Nature's Blend. It's a freeze-dried raw dog food made with wholesome ingredients like premium meats, seeds, vegetables, and fruit. And once dog parents switch their pups to Nature's Blend, the results can be astounding. She's got her energy back. She's running around like she did in 5 years.
What I think is that human
She's just
beings
feeling
are
all
some sort
around
of
better, just like a new
biological
dog. Thank you, Dr. Marty. Get your dog started today and save up to 54% off Nature's Blend. Plus,
I
receive
think
a free
we are
pack of our
creating
best-selling
a
liver
life
dog treats. Go to
and that we're merely
drmartypets.com/coast. Protect
and that all of our instincts and ego and emotions all seem to feed
All those are
into
unique.
materials
Results have and will vary. Message and data rates may
that
apply.
buying, and keep innovating, and technology keeps increasing exponentially. And eventually it's going to be artificial intelligence, and artificial intelligence is going to create better artificial intelligence in a form of
And
being
welcome back to
that
Coast to
has
Coast.
no
We're story
limitations
with
in
you.
terms
We've
of
got a
what it's
great
capable of
program
doing.
for you tonight. Leslie,
Capable of
we're back
traveling
with us.
anywhere without having any
Internationally
biological
acclaimed
limitations.
astrologer,
But that's going to
breaking
be
new ground
ourselves. I
in
mean,
mental
we're going to be
health.
able to create
As she
life
collaborates with Western trained doctors to
that
put forth
is
a new
like
vision for
humans, but
holistic healing.
far greater
Now, her
than they are
groundbreaking
today.
work is
With an
bridging the
integration.
gap between how
Yeah.
astrology
If
explains
we
the
choose to go
personality,
that route,
whereas
but that's the
science is
prediction.
unable to do
We
that.
will go that route, like a neural
Leslie has been
type deal.
studying the system
Something
of
along those
astrological
lines.
imprinting
So
for
I don't
more
see
than
this
40 years,
competition.
and her level of accuracy is
No, I don't think it's
undeniable.
competition.
She states her
Well,
accuracy
it will
is
seem like that.
95%.
I mean, if you have a
Currently,
job
the medical community
doing
is
coding,
gathering data
right,
that
and suddenly they
confirms
don't
that
really
fact.
want you anymore
She is
because
also
you
the
do coding
founder
with
of
a
the
large
Astrology
language model.
Wisdom
It's
Academy.
going to feel
She
like
brings
it's
astrology
competition.
to
Well, there's an
life
issue
through
now with
creativity and
films.
storytelling.
Tyler Perry
The book is
owns
called The Power
he was building an $800
Leslie,
million
welcome back. How are you?
television studio and he stopped production. So what's it called? Sora?
Looking forward
Is that
to
what it's
this.
called,
We're getting
Jenny?
calls already for your
He
readings, but
stopped
that's next hour.
production when he saw the capabilities
How did you
of
get involved in
AI
astrology?
just for creating visuals.
My mother was worried about me when I was 19.
There's one that's
I was having a
incredibly
difficult
impressive.
time.
It's Tokyo.
And she had
They're
a
walking down the
friend
street of Tokyo
who had
in
a daughter who
winter.
was
So
an
it's
astrologer in New York
snowing and
City.
they're walking down the
So I
street.
went there,
And you look at
and
it, you're like, this is
literally
insane.
the woman
This
saved my
looks
life.
like
She
a film.
understood
Even if
who
I
I was better than I knew
because it's
myself.
incredible.
And
Would you want to get rid of that?
my life as
Get rid of
being
what?
one that could
That
be
capability?
either a
No.
total hot
No,
mess
I don't
or
want
a
to do
total
that.
hot
Right,
success.
but
And
people
it mattered
do.
Well, people that
whether or not I
make
stayed on
movies,
the right path.
people
So
that
she
that
said,
actually
"Must get
film
involved
things with
with
cameras and
creativity,
use
writing,
actors
art,
are going to be very upset.
astrology. These were
So this is all
pathways
fake,
that would bring me
which
success.
is insane.
And
Beautiful snowy
I
Tokyo City is
literally
bustling. The
think,
camera
George,
moves
that if I had not
through the
met
bustling
her,
city street,
I'm not sure I
following
would
several
be here
people
because
enjoying
my
the beautiful
chart
snowy
is
weather and
dark
shopping at nearby
and
stalls.
when
Gorgeous
it's
sakura
great
petals
and when
are
it's
flying
difficult,
through the
it's
wind
difficult.
along with
But
snowflakes.
that's why
And this is what you
astrology is so fantastic.
I mean, this is
because it tells
insane.
you how
The variability, like just the way people are
so that you don't
dressed.
get stuck
If you saw
in
this
those
somewhere
patterns, which can
else,
become
like
like
this,
quicksand.
a robot's
And
life in a
that to me
cyberpunk
is
setting.
such a
If you saw
incredible
this,
gift to humanity to be able to
you would say,
explain
"Oh, they
this to
filmed
people and
this."
help them
But just
through
look at what
those
they're able to do with
challenges, because
animation.
I have
Kids movies.
many of those challenges myself.
It's going to get
I
better.
think it makes
Yeah,
me a better
it's just
astrologer.
incredible.
Well,
It's
Leslie,
a
I'm
new
glad
art
you
form.
took her advice because we would have missed
It's
you.
right there. The smoke was
And I went into this
Yeah,
there's some problems with this,
but
very
not
reluctantly.
much.
I've been an artist
And
and a
you
writer.
imagine what it was like 5 years ago, and imagine what it's going to
And
be like
the
5 years
idea
from now.
of sitting down with a total
And it's
stranger
insane.
and
I mean, no
telling
one
them
took into consideration the idea that kids are going to be cheating on their
that's
school
kind of
papers
a
using
scary
ChatGPT.
thing for me.
My kids
But
tell me that's a real
as
problem
I
in school
realized I
now.
had a real gift for helping people,
Yes.
and I also remembered what that astrologer said when I was 19. She
So no one
said,
saw
"You
that coming.
stay
No
on
one
your
saw this
path.
coming. And
You
what
are an
we're,
instrument
what we're at now is
bringing
with
forth good
ChatGPT.
things in the world,
Right?
and if you
4.5?
do the right thing,
Well,
everything works
4.5 is
out."
coming.
And she was
4.5 is
100%
coming.
right.
5 is supposed to
If
be
we
the
put 10 astrologers
massive
in a room
room, and let's assume all of them were pretty good.
It'll be a leap,
Would they
just
all
like
come
3
up
to
with
4
the
was a
same
massive leap.
rationale for
Yeah,
things?
but it's gonna continue. It's never gonna be finished.
How people interpret.
Right,
So
it'll keep going, and it will also be able to make better versions
like a
of
piece
itself.
of music. If you give it to Ray Charles and Billy
Yes, well, we
Joel
do
and
that.
Sting
I mean,
and
technology
10
does that
different
already.
musicians, they're all going to
Right.
have a
But you
different way of
scale
playing
that
that
out.
piece of music. And it's
100
very much
years
the
from now.
same with
What are you looking at?
astrology. And the trick is to
It'll be
make
less than
sure
100
that
years.
you use language
Say like I had a
that
God in
is
50 years.
compassionate and
less than that. I mean, once we have the ability to emulate everything that humans can do, and not just one human, but all humans. And that's how many 2029, that's only 5 years from now. And then it will make better versions of that. So it will probably solve a lot of the problems that we have in terms of energy storage, data storage, data speeds, right, computation speeds, and also medications for us. For humans, yeah. It wouldn't be better to just, right, just download yourself into this beautiful electronic. Why do you want to be biological?
Things when I'm talking unless the person
I mean,
is well versed in the language, but
ultimately that's what we're going to be able
different
to do.
language. It's like learning Japanese.
Yeah.
And I
So
like
do you think
to
that we'll be
tell
able
stories
to,
about
I mean, we'll
about their
be able
church,
to
explaining
create
why they are the way they are.
the singularities when we
Like,
multiply our
there's
intelligence
a woman I had yesterday who has
2045.
a daughter
So that's
who
not
has
that
a
long.
really
from now.
unusual
It's
chart,
like
and
20 years from now.
it's like she's an exotic creature. She's
And
not,
therefore, most
and I
of
don't
your
mean creature in a bad way,
intelligence
but
will be
she's not your run-of-the-mill person.
handled by the
In
computer
the
part
animal
of
kingdom, you know, we have a lot of animals we see all the time, like dogs and cats.
The only
and
thing
horses
that
and
won't be
pigs, and
captured
she's
is
not one
what
of those.
comes with a
Like a very exotic
body originally.
beetle that
We'll
perhaps
ultimately be able to do that as well.
thrilled
Take a
to
little
find
longer,
because it's so
but
rare
we'll
and
be able to
exotic.
actually
We've got to be
capture
able to like all
what
the
comes
parts
with
of
our
the animal
normal
kingdom, including
body.
human beings, which are all
And be able
completely
to
different. And we have to
recreate
be able to accept what we are. I
That
had
also
to
has
do
to
that
do
with
with
my chart at age 19. There were parts of this
how long
things
we
that
live.
she told me that I thought, wow, I wish I could trade this
Everything
chart
is
in and
backed
get
up.
another
I
one.
mean, right now, anytime
That's
you
not going to happen.
put anything into a phone
You
or any
call
kind of
astrology
electronics,
the language
it's
of
backed up.
compassion. What does
So,
that
I
mean?
mean, I could look, this has a lot of data.
We
I
have
could
an owner's
flip it,
manual,
and
and
it ends up
basically
in
we are designed a
a
particular
river.
way,
You can't
and
capture it
it's not
anymore.
our
I can
fault.
recreate
That's
it
the way
because
we
it's all
came
backed
in.
up.
And you think that's
So
not the case?
my belief is that when we
That's going to
understand
be the
our
case of our
human
normal
design, the way that we
biological
were
body as
created,
well.
and
What's to
how
stop someone like Donald Trump
flow
from just
in this
making
world,
100,000
and how we
versions of
can
himself?
learn the lessons we need to learn, and
Like if
not
you can
get
back
stuck
someone
in
up,
patterns where we keep
could you
having the
duplicate
same
it?
thing happen
Couldn't you have
over and
3 or
over
4
again.
of them? Couldn't you have a bunch
So
of them?
with
Couldn't you live multiple
astrology, we
lives?
can compassionately look at the whole
Yes.
situation, and I always tell
Could you be
people,
interacting with each
especially
other
if they
while
have
you're living
something
multiple lives, having
up in their chart
consultations
that they didn't
about what is St.
realize
Louis Ray doing?
something they
Well,
were
I don't know.
born
Let's
with.
talk
I
to San
tell them it's
Francisco Ray.
exactly
San
the same
Francisco
as your
Ray is talking
car.
to Florida
When
Ray.
you see that you've got a problem, you need a new battery or
It's
spark
basically a
plug
matter
or
of
whatever.
increasing our
You have
intelligence.
to address that,
Being
and
able to
if you
multiply
don't, then it continues to be a problem. So there's a
comes
lot
from
of
that.
what
Do you think
I
there'll be
do with
regulations on
astrology
that
where I
to stop people
tell
from making
people
100,000 versions of themselves
basically
and
find a
operate a city?
mechanic
There'll
to
be
help
lots
them
of
with
regulations.
some of these
Lots of
things that are
regulations you
not
have
their
already.
fault.
You can't
But
just like
after
create a medication
astrology reading, if you
and sell
don't
it to
take care
people
of the things you need
cures
to
the
do, then you
disease.
can
Right.
stay
There's tremendous
stuck.
amount
So
of
compassionately,
regulations.
Sure, but we don't
wanna
really
try
with
to
phones.
help
Like
people
with your
have
phone,
the
you could
easiest, best
essentially
life they
give money.
possibly can.
There's been
If a
comments
couple
that
came to you
Yes.
with, their astrological birth dates, things like
There are
that,
some regulations.
would you be
We
able
have
to
to
tell them
regulate
whether they're going to
everything.
match up
But
and be
yeah,
successful or
but
not
you're right.
in a relationship?
Generally, electronics
Yes, 100%. I think astrology is
have as much
extremely
regulation.
useful.
right. And when you get to a certain
all
point,
kinds of
you will
partnerships,
be
not just
electronic.
marriage, but also business partnerships. What we
Yes.
want to avoid
Yes, I
are
mean,
certain people
certainly
that
if we
we
multiply our
instantly
intelligence,
are infatuated with, but perhaps in
everything
the long run are not that
that
great for us.
additional million
So astrology
fold
can
of
save
yours
you
is
a
not
lot of
regulated.
aggravation and
Right.
time and money.
When
Because if
you
get
think
right
about
to
the concept
nature
of integration
how
and
those two people fit
technological
together. So
integration,
some
when
people
do
are
you think
yellow
that will
and some
start to
people are blue,
replace
and then you
what
put
will
them
be the
together and they
initial
make green,
usage
and we
of
have
it?
to
Like
like
what will
what
be
that green
the
is.
first version?
But sometimes
And what
both people are yellow and then they turn out
Well,
to be
we
yellow
have it
again, and
now.
there's
Large
not
language
enough
models are pretty impressive.
differences between them
I
to
mean,
make
if you
it
look at what they
interesting.
can do,
I mean, I'm
So we
talking
just
about
have to,
physical integration.
like an artist, like a painter, you mix things together and you see what color comes out,
right.
and
Some people feel that we
try
can
to
actually
get the best we possibly can.
understand what's going on in your brain and actually put things into your brain without actually actually going into the brain
Truly remarkable.
with something like neuro.
When you're doing
So
your
something
reading,
that let's take from the outside of
next
your
hour,
head.
I will give you the birth month and days first.
Not clear to
Give
me
you a
that
little head
that's
start,
feasible.
okay?
I've been assuming that they actually go in.
Wesley's website is
The
linked
Neuralink
up at
isn't
coasttocoastam.com.
exactly what I want
It's
because
called
it's
The
too slow.
Power of Mercury, Understanding Mercury
It's actually
Retrograde and
will do what
Unlocking the
it's
Secrets of
advertised to do.
Astrological Communication.
Like if
Leslie,
some people
we
like
say
this
Mercury is in
were
retrograde.
active
It has to do
people,
with the spin.
and they completely lost the ability
It has to do with the fact that if
to
you're
speak
standing
and to
on
understand
planet Earth
language
looking
and
up
so
at
on.
Mercury, which rotates around and has an orbit at
So they can't
300
actually
times the
say
speed,
anything to you.
it appears from planet Earth as if it's going
You
back.
can use something like Neuralink to
10
actually
years ago, the early
have them
astrologers
express
said
something. They
that's
can
not
fix something
normal, that's strange,
and then have
this is
it
a weird
be
time, and it
expressed.
became known
Right, they're
because
doing
Mercury
that,
is
right?
the
They
planet
had
of
the first
communication.
patient
It
that
became known
was,
as a time when
and apparently that person can move the
travel,
cursor around on the
anything
screen.
to do with
Right, and therefore
technology,
you can do anything. It's
get
fairly
a little
slow.
haywire, and
Neuralink is
we
slow.
have to
If
realize
you really
that
want to extend the
Mercury
brain,
is
you
just
need to
a
do
rock
it
in
much
space,
faster
and
pace.
it
But isn't that
doesn't
going to
have to
increase
have this
exponentially as well?
horrible
Yes, absolutely.
doom and
So
gloom
how long
thing
does
that
it
happens to
before
us down here just because it
or,
appears
well,
to be
it's got to
going
be by
backwards. Really
2045.
not.
What a rock in space it is. We're going to come back with more with Leslie McWork in just a moment.
That's like the singularity. And when you say 2045, what is the source of that estimation? Because we'll be able to based actually on this chart.
Radio Music Festival presented by Capital One.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
One stage.
Capital One cardholders get more their tickets first right now before anyone else. Available while pre-sale tickets last or until Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern. The Capital One Access Pass to your pre-sale purchase to attend an exclusive pre-concert event with a performance from Kids on the Block. Only available during the cardholder pre-sale.
This is following the current graph of progress. So if you follow the current graph of progress, and if you do understand exponential growth, then what we're looking at 2045 is
They were installing my EV charger.
Does that concern you at all? Or are you excited about it? But you think it's just a thing that is happening and you're a part of it? You're experiencing it? I think we'll be enthusiastic about it.
Offering a charging station. It's well, Anaheim White House offers a charging station.
I mean,
if you're a business and you don't have
imagine if you were to ask a mouse,
customers, you're already
would you like to actually be as intelligent as
Walters
a
Wholesale
human?
Electric is a Southern California leader in commercial, industrial, retail charging
I don't know
stations.
what people would
Walters
say,
Wholesale
but generally
Electric,
that's a
small
positive.
and large charging installations, and it really takes an expert to
And that's what it's going to be.
and that's
It's going to
exactly
be that
what
much
Walters
smarter.
Electric
What you
is.
and once we're there, I would.
Wholesale Electric.
Someone's going to say, "No, I don't really like this. I want to be
EV charging, pound 250 on your cell phone, EV charging, or visit WaltersWholesale.com.
Nobody's really going to say that. Do human beings now say, "Gee, I'm really too smart. I really would like to be like a mouse"? Not necessarily, but what people do say is that technology is too invasive.
Revive Real
It's too
Estate
much
is on a
part of
mission
my
to help
life, and I'd like to
homeowners
sort of
maximize the
have a
value
bit
of
of
their home.
an
Because in today's
electronic
market,
vacation.
many homeowners are missing out on 15 to
There's a lot of
20%
people that I
of their
know
home
that have gone
value
to,
simply
but
because
nobody
it's
does
not
that.
in tip-top shape.
Nobody
Revive Real
becomes
Estate knows exactly which renovations to do. They
stupid
oversee
like
the
we used
entire
to be when
renovation
we were
process.
right.
They work
Right, but I'm not
extremely
saying
fast.
stupid. I'm
Most
saying some
renovations
people
take just
just
a few
like
weeks,
being
and
human.
Revive
Way
Real
humans
Estate
are
fronts
now.
the
Because
renovation
one of the
cost.
complications that
That's right.
comes with the
Revive
integration of
fronts the money
technology is
for the
what we're seeing
renovation.
now with people.
You're thinking of
Massive
selling, don't
increases in
settle.
anxiety,
Go Revive
social
Real
media
Estate to see
use,
what your home could
manipulated by
really be worth.
algorithms.
Find out if your
Infected, it
home
has a
qualifies by
culture,
going to
misinformation, disinformation,
KFIRevive.com.
propaganda.
KFIRevive.com.
There's so many different
Don't just sell
factors
your
that are
home,
at play now that
maximize
make
its
people
value.
more anxious, more depressed,
KFIRevive.com, or simply pick
statistically,
up your cell
than ever.
phone and dial pound 250 and
I'm
say
not sure I have
revive.
more
Pound
anxiety
250, revive.
It's a brand new year in my Ford Bronco Sport, and I
today
can't wait for
than
all the
we used
adventures
to
ahead. My fiance
Well,
and I
I
want
certainly
to
had more
explore more hikes around the city in the new year,
certainly had
and my
more
Ford Bronco
anxiety
Sport
over
is
constantly
perfect
about
because the
war.
gas mileage
But
is
I think people have
unparalleled.
a pretty heightened
I feel
level
so
of
safe
war.
driving,
I mean,
and
80
there's
years
tons of
ago,
room
we
in the
had
trunk.
100
So I
million
can pack
people
some for a
die in
picnic
Europe
if
and
we choose to do
Asia.
that on a hike. More adventures, more fun with the Ford Bronco Sport. And meet us, we are
We're
stronger.
very
Head to
concerned
your
about
Southern
wars
California Ford
today,
dealers for great offers on all Fords.
and they're terrible.
You have termites?
But we're not losing
Or you don't
millions
have
of people.
termites. Either way, call the folks at Pacific
Right,
Coast
but we
Termite
could.
for a free home
We most certainly
inspection.
could.
Certain
With what's going
restrictions
on with
apply.
Israel and Gaza, with what's going on with Ukraine and Russia, that could easily escalate with thousands of people.
Pacific. Visit
For now.
PacificCoastTermite.com.
Yeah, but if it escalates to a hot war where it's involved in the entire world,
The clean,
What would really cause a tremendous amount of
Hi, it's Sherry Harris, owner
danger
of
is
Light Source
something
Water.
that's not
Light
really
Source
artificial
whole house
intelligence.
water
It's
system
invented when
ensures
I
that clean,
was a child.
delicious, and refreshing
Atomic
water
weapons.
flows from every tap and faucet.
I remember
Our healthy water makes your hair shine and your
5
skin
or 6
glow.
we'd actually
And now
go
is the
outside,
best time to get
put
your
our
Light
hands
Source.
behind our
For a
back
limited time, we'll pay
to
your
protect
sales
us from
tax.
nuclear
Save
war.
up to $1,000 on a new system. Call
Seems to work, but still here.
800-WATER-99 now or visit
Remember those
lightsource.com.
things they tell kids to
Offer
get under
ends
the
soon.
desk? Yes, that's right. We went under the desk, which is hilarious. Under the desk. Right, but that's not AI. Right. No, but AI applied to nuclear. Isn't one of the problems with AI is that AI will find a solution to a problem. So if you have AI running the military and AI says, what do you want me to do? And you say, well, I'd like to take over Taiwan. And AI says, well, this is how to do it. And you just implement it. No more. No thought. Sort of diplomacy or just force. Right. Hasn't happened yet. Yeah. People are against the AI. AI can't avoid it. Sure, they can have some sort of response. But if we get to the point where one superpower has AI, how much of this is I mean, I do think that there are problems. There's problems with intelligence. But actually,
From the city of Athens, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
We shall take your calls next.
Overall, sure. Right, but my question was, if
your readings,
so if there's a month,
day and year, and then you ask her
how
a
close
specific question and she will run with it. Lots more to talk to
who's
her
at the
about.
lead, and how much capital is being put into these companies that are at the lead, and whoever achieves it first,
to get through.
if that is under the control of government, it's completely dependent on what are the morals and ethics of that government. What are the constitutions?
A lot of hits people are listening to Beyond Contact with Captain Ron. We know you have a lot of choices in your podcasts, and we invite you to listen to the iHeartRadio and Coast to Coast AM Paranormal Podcast Network. If you listen on your phone, just download the iHeartRadio app. If you listen on a PC, go to iHeartRadio.com. In either of those, just put Coast to Coast AM in the search. All our shows will pop right up. Captain Ron's show, Shades of the Afterlife with Sandra Champlain, and of course, Strange Things with Joshua P. Warren. A lot of shows in there for you to check out, so check it out. It's the iHeartRadio Coast to Coast AM Paranormal Podcast Network.
Perfect. And here's something we implore you to get from.
HealthyLooking.com and Dr. Alan Millay bring 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Millay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low on hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age, can be supported by reducing inflammation and aiding the body to heal itself appropriately. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation. AI can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of ImmuStem and Adaptostem together, supporting the body to be the best it can be.
Dr. Millay, how will I feel after taking Adaptostem and ImmuStem?
The ImmuStem is going to have an immediate effect, but I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put Adaptostem along with it, and most will feel it in 30 minutes.
Order now at HealthyLooking.com. The stem cell wellness kit from Dr. Millay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The stem cell wellness kit with Adaptostem and ImmuStem and your free gift Relaxum is only available at HealthyLooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. George's Stem Cell Wellness Kit at healthylooking.com. That's healthylooking.com.
I mean, I'm worried if people who have a destructive.
What are you feeding your dog? Chances are, even if it's premium or organic dog food, it contains 50 to 64% processed cereal byproducts, cooked at high temperatures that rob them of nutritional value. 45 plus years, Dr. Marty Goldstein has been a pioneer in the pet nutrition space. Now he's developed Nature's Blend, a premium freeze-dried raw dog food made in North America. 81% of the formula is made from real cuts of raw turkey, raw beef, raw salmon, and raw organ beef. It's designed to mimic what your dog would eat in the wild, and it's pantry safe. No refrigeration necessary. Once you feed Nature's Blend to your dog, they'll dive right in and love every bite. Limited time, save up to 54% off your first order, plus order today and receive a free pack of Tilly's Treasures, the best-selling beef-delivered dog treats. Go to drmartypets.com/coast or text COAST to 511-511. Text COAST to 511-511. Message and data rates available.
If you want jazz music, go to
actually some message there.
Bales has to be New York.
Mutual assured
Skiing, Colorado.
The thing is, would artificial psychics,
California psychics.
It has not happened.
When you want the best,
Would
some
artificial
places
general
better than
intelligence
others.
in control?
That's why at CaliforniaPsychics.com, home of free spirits, big dreams, and open minds, we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. In fact, 98% of the psychics who are about to work with us don't make the grade. We'll connect you with the very best. So we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. So whatever direction you want to take your life, you know where to start. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
My concern is that whoever gets it has to stop it from being spread everywhere else and control it completely. And then you're looking at a completely dystopian world.
And welcome back, George Norrie.
What I'm concerned about.
We'll take your calls from Leslie next hour here.
Yeah, that's what I always want to get out of you guys. There's
astrology,
so many people that are rightfully so high on this technology and the possibilities for enhancing our lives.
Yes, I believe
The
that
concern
it
that a lot of
is
people have
a
is that at
scientific
what cost
study,
and
it's
what are we
ancient,
signing up for?
But it is an esoteric,
I mean, if we want to, for
interpretive
example,
science, not hard science.
definitely.
It's a lot like
This is what we need to
acupuncture
do.
in that it's not
What if you're
going to be
denying
the same.
yourself
If you go to 20 different acupuncturists, you'll get a different experience.
Concept, but if heaven's
Astrology,
real, the
same.
idea of
That
the
is
afterlife is real,
something that
and
it's
it's
an
the
art
next
form,
level of
basically,
existence,
and
constantly
yet it
going
has
through these
very, very
cycles of life.
deep
What if you're
and very
stepping
healing
in
properties
artificially
to
denying?
it, and it's just
It's hard to imagine. It is hard to imagine, but so is life. So is the universe itself. So is the Big Bang. So is the black holes.
The greatest joy right now is trying to share the way that I do it with other people because I believe I make it much more user friendly. It's a very, very complicated thing to learn. And if you try to learn it through reading books, which is how I started to learn, it's really difficult because it doesn't all come together.
But he
I
hasn't done that.
decided to explain it more as learning how to play a musical instrument. Like you cannot learn how to play the guitar from reading a book about it. You have to pick up the instrument and actually play it. So that's what I do with my students is I make it playful and fun and we actually get to do it together and it's the only way to learn it really. It's not something like music. You can't just intellectualize
when you
process,
do that,
you have to embody it. And what I love to do is help people get knowledge that goes deep into their soul and then it's anchored in so that you can embody the wisdom and then makes you a much better astrologer.
Leslie, there are astrological elements such as fire, earth, air, and water. How do they influence your astrological chart?
It's certainly it can be something representative of what he looks based on photographs that you have, right?
You have four tires.
Things like that
should be properly inflated.
Continue.
But a lot of times we're born and we might come in with a flat tire because those four tires are represented by
continue
four
to
elements.
exist.
There's fire, earth, air, and
You
water.
talk to people and they say, well,
When
I
I was
don't
born, George, I was
know.
born with zero air, so I was basically born with one tire completely flat. So
In my
when
mind,
we
if you
have an
don't
imbalance
exist,
with the elements, it means that you're
there's nothing
out of whack
for you
in
to
some ways, but you're
experience.
also very
That's true.
gifted with
In
the
this
very element
My
and what that
thought on
element
that, people
represents.
saying
You're
I don't want to
gifted
live
in that area of life.
It's
So
like,
for me,
okay,
with no
you're alive
air,
now. Do you like being alive?
it has to
What's
do
the
with
difference between now and then?
astrology,
Is
because
it
that's
just a
the
number,
air
or is it
space
just
kind of thing
deterioration
about
of the physical body?
relationships with
And
the
how much effort can
and
you put into
yet it also
mitigating
can
the
show up as
deterioration
health
of your
issues
natural
as
body
well.
so you
And
can
for
enjoy
me,
life
when I was
now?
younger, I had
Exactly.
really
We've
bad
actually
sinus issues
seen
and had to have
who would want to
surgery
take their
twice.
lives.
And
People do
I
take their
tend
lives.
to, in my
If
artwork,
they
it
are
is more
experiencing
black,
something
not
that's
very
miserable,
much about perspective and
they're suffering
shape. Like I would never be a
physically,
great architect. You
emotionally,
need to have a
mentally,
three-dimensional sense of
spiritually,
things, which doesn't come
and
naturally
they just
to me.
cannot stand
But
the
what I
way
feel is so
life
important for people to
is
know
carrying
is
on,
if you can
then
find
they want
out
to take their
what
lives.
element you're missing or
Otherwise,
what you're
people
low in
don't.
or what your balance is, it can
If they're
help
enjoying their
so
lives,
much
they continue.
to help
So
you not
I
only
don't
dealing
live
with
past
career
100.
decisions, but
But
physical
when they get
things.
to be,
It's
you know,
incredibly important.
99,
And what I
0.9,
suggest people do is when
they
they're
don't
missing an element, they need to
disappear
put that
unless
element
they're
into
suffering.
their life
Unless they're
with
suffering.
intention.
That's what's
So
interesting
take my
about the
air,
positive
lack of
aspects
it.
of AI.
One of the best
Once
things
we
for
can
me to do is
manipulate
actually
human
being on
neurochemistry
air. So
to
being
the
on your
point where we
radio
figure
show is
out
like a
what is
naturally
causing
good thing for me, or
great
television
depression, what is
is good.
causing anxiety,
Being
what
in
is causing a lot of
airplanes,
these
being around
schizophrenic
living
people.
in places where you have high
Right.
ceilings,
Have
lots
the
of
terms.
space,
You understand
people with
schizophrenia.
Right.
no
People
air
definitely have
tend to
it.
be
For sure. But what if we get to a
claustrophobic.
point where we
It's a
can
whole
mitigate
thing
that with
that
technology?
you can
Where
learn
we
about
can
those.
say,
So
this is
one of the
what's going
things
on
I'm
in
doing
this
right
why we're
now is
continuing.
a
Right.
special class
I was
just
saying
for
that's a
those
good thing.
listeners
That's a
where
positive aspect of
going
this
to
technology.
look at anyone
And
who
think
signs up
about
for
also
this class is gonna be able to
profoundly,
look at
think
their
about how many people do
chart
take their
and
lives
figure out
and with
what
this
element
technology
they're low
would
in
not
or what
just live
their
happily, but
balance
also
is.
be
So it's an
productive
hour
and
class
also
on
contribute
just
to
helping
whatever
people get some very
society is.
specific information. So
That's
I'm
why we're
trying this for the
carrying
first
on.
time, and
Yes.
you can go to your
But in order
website
to do
and
that, we do have
click on
to
the link there
overcome
and
some of the
find out more about
problems that
this
you've
class. But
articulated.
it's a very,
Yeah.
very helpful thing to know.
I think
and
what a lot of
most
people are terrified
just
of
think
is
of
that these
astrology
people
about
that are creating
their
this
sun
technology,
sign. That's the
they're
least
being
interesting
there's
thing
there's
for me.
oversight, but it's
Knowing your
oversight by
elemental
people that
balance,
don't
now that's
necessarily
super
understand it
useful
the way
and
that
can
the
help
people that created
anyone.
it. And they don't know what guardrails are in place. How safe is this? Especially when it's implemented with some sort of weapons technology, you know, or some sort of a military application, especially a military application that can be insanely profitable. And the motivations behind utilizing that are that profitable.
I would say the
And
one that
do
changed my
horrible
life was
things and
obviously the
somehow
best.
justify it.
They were all
I mean,
good
I think
astrologers,
democracy
but
is
there was
actually
one in
important
particular, a
issue
woman
here,
from
because
England, who
democratic
helped
nations
me
tend not to
bring
go to war with each
astrology
other.
to life because she would show up
And
in a class I
when you
took
look
with
at
her wearing
way
costumes and bringing in props and playing music to
and
represent the different planets.
military
So she's the one
technology,
who helped me understand how to pull it all
if
together.
everybody
So
was
I've
a
taken
democracy,
her
I think they'd be able to
method of bringing it to life
As long as
with
it's
the students that I have now.
democracy, it's not
So
controlled
yeah,
by
it's
money.
it's always
As long as
interesting
it's
to go to
democracy, it's not
astrologers
controlled by the
and
military
get their
industrial
take, because it's always
complex,
going to be a little bit
the
different.
pharmaceutical industry, or
We're
whatever
almost
puts
halfway
people
through the
that
year,
are in elected
Leslie. What do you
places.
see for the rest of the year?
puts them in?
Astrologically.
How do they get funded? And what do they represent once they
This
get
is
in?
a really
Are
tough
they
year
there
for a
for
lot
the
of
will of the people?
people.
They're there for their own career? Do they bypass the safety and the future of the people for their own personal gain?
If anyone out there having a tough
Politicians
time,
do.
don't worry, it will
There's
pass. But
certain
this week is a tough
problems
one.
with every
So the
system
biggest thing
that
that's
involves
going
human
on at the moment.
This is another
is
thing that technology
we have
can do.
Pluto, which is the
One of the
planet of
things, if you think
transformation,
about the worst
like that,
attributes of
going through a
humans,
giant
whether it's
transformation into a new zodiac sign.
war,
So it takes about 20 years for
crime,
it to
some of the
get
horrible
through
things that
one
human beings forget.
zodiac sign.
Imagine that technology
Been
can
bouncing back
find
and forth
what
between
causes
Capricorn and Aquarius,
those thoughts and
and
behaviors in
we're
human
not
beings and
through
mitigate
this
them.
bouncing back and
I've joked
forth
around about
stuff
this, but it's,
until
if we came up with
November
something that would
18th.
elevate dopamine just
Then
300%
it will move
worldwide,
into Aquarius, where it will stay until
everybody
March
would
of
be loving everybody.
2043.
Be
So
interacting
because
with each
this
other.
planet
This
is
is going
so
to do it.
intense
There also
and
be
so
sense on.
transformational, it's basically telling us that we must have
A little bit of that
progress
too.
at all
Or do
costs. So
Maybe we don't. Maybe
until that
that's
sort
just a
of settles
byproduct of
down,
our monkey minds.
mostly, you know,
One
starting in
day we'll
2025,
surpass that.
it's a
We'll
little
get to this
rocky out there.
point
And
of
then we've
enlightenment.
also got Jupiter just
Enlightenment
into
seems
the sign of
possible
Gemini, which by the way, I
without
know you're a Gemini and happy
technological
birthday.
innovation, but maybe not.
So
Never really
now
met
for
a
you
truly
and
enlightened
most
person.
Geminis, Jupiter is the planet of
You
good
could get
fortune,
there
so
with
you have
technology. The
that
technology
aspect
just
helping
completely
you out.
elevated the human
Started on
consciousness to the
25th,
point where all
and
of our
it will
conflicts
be there
come to
for
rest.
you until June 9th of 2025. But the one thing about Jupiter,
Quite
there's
aside
nothing
from
ever all good or
the
all
motivations
bad
of people.
about any planet. So
Most
Jupiter
people
makes
die
things big,
not because of
good
people's
fortune, but it also
motivations, but
can
because
be
our
very
body system will last
amplifying.
right.
So sometimes that's good and sometimes it's a lot.
And a lot of people
We
say,
just want to make sure
you know,
that
I don't want to live.
especially being in
Makes no
Gemini,
sense
that
to me.
we
Why would you
realize
want
this is
to
all about
disappear?
communication. So we may have a new
not be able
social
to
media platform
have any
come
kind
out
of
in the next
Well, I
year.
think some people
Wouldn't be
don't think
surprised about that at all.
there
But,
is
but overall, you know, Jupiter and Gemini will be great
thought
for you and
in
all
many
Gemini
cultures
people out
that
there.
this life is
So
but
we
one
have
step,
two Mercury retrogrades coming up.
and that
The
there
next
is an
one is not
afterlife.
until August
Maybe
4th
that
through
exists
the
for us
28th.
because we
And
deal
then we
with
have one
existential
last
angst,
one
the
on
reality
November
of our own inevitable
26th
demise.
to December
Or
15th.
maybe
So
it's a
the
function
tricky
of
thing about
consciousness
Mercury
being
retrograde,
something
though,
that we don't
is
truly
that
understand.
you
And what
need to
you
find
are
out
is
if you were born
a soul
during Mercury
contained in
retrograde.
a body.
I was born during one of those
We have a very
periods. So it
primitive
means for me,
understanding of
things don't go
the
in reverse.
existence of
Things are
life
not
itself
bad when
and
it's
the existence
retrograde.
of
For me,
everything.
it's like making
Well, I
walk
guess
the
that makes
sunshine
sense.
for me. So it's important for people. That's why I wrote my book, The Power of Mercury.
There's no
You
evidence,
can look
right?
up your birthday in the back of the book and find out.
Is it there's no
one of
evidence
those
because
people.
we're not
Only
capable
20% of the
of
population
determining it yet
has
and
Mercury
understanding it?
retrograde in their natal chart,
Or is
so
it
that's
just man
a
doesn't
really
exist?
important thing to know. And then
That's
the other
the
thing
real
we've got
question. It's like,
here,
is this
we have
it?
two
Is this
more
everything?
eclipses coming
Or
up,
is this merely a
and
stage?
this has
And
been
are
the
we
year of
monkeying
these
with that
giant big
stage?
eclipses. The
Like
last two
interfering
are not as
interfering with the
powerful as the
process
ones
of
we
life.
had earlier, but there's a lunar eclipse in Pisces on
Makes sense.
September
Yeah.
17th, and then there's a solar
I can
eclipse
see
in
your
Libra
perspective.
on October 2nd.
I don't see the evidence
So
of it
those
either,
are
but
the
it's a
biggest
concept
events,
that is not.
for this
Look,
year,
just
but trust me,
when you start
2025
talking to
will
string
start
theorists,
to
you
get
start talking
easier, and it's
about
not really until
things existing
2026
and not
that we
existing
can
at the same
relax
time,
a
or
bit. So
particles
this
in
is a tough
superposition.
time for a lot of
You're talking
people,
about magic.
and I
You're
just
talking
want
about
everyone who's listening out
something
there
that's
not to lose
impossible
faith.
to wrap your head around.
They're not alone.
Even just the structure of
No, and I
What?
just,
What's
that's
that?
why I
What's
love
in there?
astrology so
Nothing?
much, because if you can
How much of
see
it is
why
space?
you're having a tough time, you don't take it
entire
personally. Again, that's why I
existence
call
of
it the
everything in the
language of
universe
compassion.
seems
If
preposterous.
you have
But it's all
really,
real.
really difficult
And we
weather,
only have
astrological
a
weather
limited
pattern
grasp
happening
of
to you right now,
understanding of
you'll
what this is
realize,
really all
wow,
about and what
it's like
processes
a
are
hurricane
really
just hit me.
But if you look at
You
people's
feel like it's the
perspective,
end of, you know,
somebody
happiness
gets
when you have these
these
difficult times that come
kind of
upon us.
they can only
But if you
live
know
for
that it's
6 months.
part of living on this
People are not
planet
happy
and
with that.
it will pass, when you
Well, they're
can
scared. They're
understand that
scared
it
it
will
dies,
pass,
and
then
natural
you
human
can get through it.
keeps us
But
alive
if
for
you
all
don't understand what's going on,
Yeah,
then
but
it can
very
be
few
very
people
scary,
would
and
be
that's
happy
when
with
people lose faith.
If you've never
And
had
that's
something,
why I love
gee,
teaching
we have this
astrology
new
and helping people
device, you
understand
can take
the
this,
weather patterns
won't
that they're
die.
going through now,
Right.
so
Almost
that they
everybody
can
would do that.
not
Sure.
overreact.
But would they
What
appreciate
exactly is
life
a natal
if they
chart?
knew it had no end? Would it be
A
the
natal
same thing?
chart is
Or would it be like a lottery winner who just
basically
goes nuts and spends all
photograph
their money and loses their marbles?
where all of the planets were at the moment you took your first breath.
Well,
So
first of all,
every
it's
one
not
of those
a
realms of
guarantee
space
to
has a
look for it.
Sure,
position
you
in
get
the
an
sky,
accident.
and it gets translated into a map or like a
But we
photograph
get to a point
picture
where
of
You have automated cars.
Basically, it's a harmonic pattern. We are electromagnetic people. All you have to do is get an EKG.
How far away are we
figure
from
that out.
that idea?
We have
We don't really truly
an
understand what
instrument
consciousness
that
is.
occurred, like a piece of music that
So how would
was
we
born
be
with a
able
musical
to
score.
manipulate it
And the
or
natal chart
duplicate it to
is
the point where you're putting it
simply
inside
your
of
piece of
some
music that
kind
you
of
were
a
born with.
computation
And
device?
how
We-
it can
we
be
know
predictive is that
to be
if I
able to
see that you have a chart that's like classical music,
computation
and I see that you're
matches what our brain does. That's what we're doing with these large language models.
Right.
And we're actually very close now to what our brain can do with these large language models. And be there like within a year. And we can back up the electronic version. And we'll get to the point where we can back up what our brain normally does. So we'll be able to actually back that up as well. We'll be able to detect what it is and back that up as just like our computers.
So we're created in the form of an artificial version of everything that it is to be a human being.
Right.
In terms of emotions, love, and
And
excitement.
that's going to happen over the next 20 years. It's not 1,000 years.
But will that be a person? I mean, or will it be some sort of a zombie? Like what motivations will it have? If you can take human consciousness and duplicate it, much like you can duplicate your phone, and you make this new thing, what does that thing feel like? Does that thing live in hell? Like what is that experience like for that
What
thing?
about large language models? Do they really exist? Can they actually, I mean, they can talk.
They certainly do, but would you want to be one?
Are we different than that?
Yeah, we're people. We shake hands. I give you a hug. You got my dog. You listen to music. You'll
be able to do all of that as well.
Right, but will you want to? Will you even care? The thing is, like, a lot of what gives us joy in life is biological motivations. There's human reward systems that are put in place that allow us
Well, it's
to.
going to be part of who we are.
Right.
It's just like the person, and we'll also have our physical bodies as well. And that'll also be able to be backed up. And we'll be doing the things that we do now, except we'll be able to have them continue.
So if you get hit by a car and you die, there's another ray that just pops up. Oh, we got the backup ray. And the backup ray will have no feelings at all about how it had died and come back to life.
Well, that's a question.
Yeah.
I mean, why wouldn't it be just like Ray is now?
Why wouldn't it? If we get to a certain, if we figure out that if biological life is essentially a kind of technology the universe has created, and we can manipulate that to the point where we understand it, we get it, we've optimized it, and then replicate it, physically replicate it, not just replicate it in form of in a computer, but an actual physical being.
Right. Well, that's where we're headed.
Do you anticipate that people will be happy with whatever they have? Because if you decide, I don't like being 5'6", I wish I was 6'6". I don't like being a woman. I want to be a man. I don't want to be Asian. I want to be, whatever. I want to be a black person. I want to be.
We'll actually be able to do all of those things simultaneously and so on. We're not going to be limited by those kinds of happenstance.
Which is going to be very strange. Like, what will human beings look like if you give people the ability to manipulate your physical form?
Well, we do things now that were possible even 10 years ago.
We certainly do, but we don't change races, size, sex, gender, height. We don't do all of the radical increase in just your intelligence. Like, what is that going to look like? What kind of an interaction is it going to be between two human beings when you have a completely new form? You're much different physically than you ever were when you were alive. You're taller, you're stronger, you're smarter, you're faster. You're basically not really a human anymore. You're a new thing.
I mean, we're expanding who we are. We already expanded who we are from.
Sure. Right, over the course of hundreds of thousands of years,
well, that's
gone from being Australopithecus to what we are now.
That has to do with the pace at which we make changes.
Right.
We can make changes now much more quickly than we could, 100,000 years ago.
Mm-hmm. Right, but if we can manipulate our physical form with no limitations, what are the... We're going to have 6-armed people that can fly? Like, what is it going to look like?
Well, do you have a problem with that?
Yeah, I would discriminate against 6-armed people that can fly. That's the one area I allow myself to be prejudiced to.
Okay.
No, I'm just curious as to how much time you've spent.
7-armed people would be okay.
Yeah, 7-armed people is cool because, like, maybe 5 on one side, 2 on the other. No, I'm just curious as to like how much time you've spent thinking about what this could look like. And I don't think it's going to be as simple as, it's going to be
Ray Kurzweil, but Ray Kurzweil as like a 30-year-old man 50 years from now. I think it's probably going to be, you're going to be all kinds of different things. You can be kind of whatever you want. You can be a bird. I mean, what's to stop? If we could get to manipulate the physical form, and we can take consciousness and put it into a physical
But
form.
that's a description, I think, of something that's positive rather than negative.
You could be a giant eagle.
I mean, negative is people that want to destroy things, getting power.
Sure.
And that is a problem.
Well, it's certainly improvement in terms of the
Having
viability.
seven arms and being like an eagle and so on. I mean, and you can also change that.
Right.
I think that's a positive aspect. And we will be able to do that kind of thing.
Sure, if you want to look at it in a binary fashion, positive and negative, but it's also going to be insanely strange. Like, it's not going to be as simple as there'll be people that are living in 2069.
It seems strange once it's first reported. If it's been reported now for 5 years and people are constantly doing it, you won't find it that strange.
It'll just be life.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what I'm asking. When you think about the implementation of this technology to its fullest, what is the world look like? What does the world look like in 2060?
KFR AM 640. Ignorance is bliss. We have zero bliss. Completely blissless. Our iHeartRadio Music Festival presented by Capital One.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
One stage.
Capital One cardholders can score their tickets first right now before anyone else. Be available while pre-sale tickets last or until Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern.
It's certainly
Have
interesting.
access pass to your pre-sale purchase to
Certainly.
attend an exclusive
I just wonder how much time
performance from New Kids on the Block. Be
what
available
this
during the
world
cardholder
looks like
pre-sale.
with the full implementation of the kind of exponential growth technology that exists if we
Hey, so Florida's the main man, Anthony Caliendo at FNBC Florida. And if you own a business and looking to sell, there's nobody better to hire than the main man. I will sell your business faster and get you the most cash. And being a marketing machine, nobody can market your business better than the main man. There's almost no business I can't sell. How do you know when it's time to sell your business? Take the main man 5-question challenge. Are you tired of all the stress? Are you tired of all the risk? Are you tired of all the competition? Are you tired of all the employees? Are you just tired of being tired? If you answered yes to these questions, then it's time to sell and allow the main man to cash you out. Whether your business is profitable or not so profitable, with 100,000 or 100 million, there's a buyer out there for every business. Do you really know what your business is worth? Call me at 1-800 the main man, because we specialize in maximizing the value of your business, and we're doing all for free. That's a $2,500 value to you. Call me now at 1-800 the main man. That's 1-800-843-6246, or visit us on the web at themainman.com.
Never
Hey, it's Dr. Reno, question for you. Do you own a business? I want to tell you about my friends at Bright Star Credit Union and what they do for business owners. Because right now, if you open up a business checking account and maintain a balance of $20,000 or more, you can enjoy a very impressive 3.75% annual percentage yield APY. And when you open up that Bright Star Credit Union Premier Business Checking account, enjoy high yield interest, easy access to funds, unlimited check writing, overdraft protection, and a business Visa debit card. So join today at bscu.org/premium.
Shows you the benefits
BSCU
that she
membership
has.
eligibility required.
Everybody gets it.
APY means annual percentage yield.
Perhaps,
Rates as of February
that's the
1st,
best way of looking
2024,
at it.
subject to change. 3.75%
Positive,
APY is
beneficial
only
to
applicable
each other,
on deposits over
society.
$20,000.
That is
Federally insured by the
the
NCUA.
benefit. If you have more intelligence,
Getting
you
beat
can
up
go like
financially in
this.
retirement.
Yeah,
Tune into Let's Talk Safe Money.
for sure.
Financial Sensei, Let's
That's the
Drink,
benefit.
and Financial Master Chef,
So we live longer and we're also smarter than making
for the
more
rest of you,
rational
fight back and take control of your
decisions.
retirement finances. Saturdays at 2 p.m. and Sundays at 1
So
p.m.
overall,
This
when you're
dynamic
looking at
duo
this, you
will
just
dive
don't
into topics that
concentrate
concern
really
you
on
most about
the
retirement.
negative
Gain unique
possibilities.
insights from their extensive
Well,
knowledge
no, I
and
mean, I do
decades of
focus
experience in
on
the
that as
financial
well.
services industry. Call now to schedule
What do
a
you think
in-person
overall
or
is net
virtual 15-minute consultation to
Yes,
receive a copy of Len's new book,
called
Way of the
Intelligence.
Financial Warrior.
free.
If you have more intelligence,
844-299-0355. Or visit lsfcapitalgroup.com. That's
Do you think that the experiences that we're having right now,
like right now, we have
and
much
our
less
Saturdays at 2 p.m. and Sundays at 1 p.m. for Let's Talk Safe Money on WIOD. There are more identity threats than you realize. Even if you monitor your credit, only a little personal info needs to leak out, like your social security number or password.
Statistics.
LifeLock alerts you to threats you
go back
if your identity is stolen. A dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions, but everyone can save up to 25% off their first year with promo code NEWS.
The kind of additional intelligence that we've created is actually good for
Bandit Drillers is a proud sponsor of the trip around the diamond and your store to get the perfect gifts this Father's Day. Choose from a huge selection of watches and diamonds and gold jewelry starting at $99.
generally
Free
always
gifts for every
seem to
purchase.
be moving in a
Plus,
better
Daniels
direction.
guarantees 100% approval on financing now up to $4,000. So get pre-approved at DanielsJewelers.com or visit your nearest store. Own the dream, Daniels Jewelers.
What I try to do in the comic book is to show how it's related to
Wednesday, a
what
CNN special event.
We're actually
Time to celebrate freedom, progress,
you feel
and
it's
the trailblazers
function
paved the way. Everybody should acknowledge it, and everyone should celebrate it. Join CNN's New Black Man for a night of interviews and performances by John Legend,
We've multiplied the amount of competition 20 quadrillion
on
times.
CNN special event.
So we have things that didn't exist 2 years ago.
Wednesday at 10 on CNN and streaming on Max.
When you think about the idea of life on Earth, when this is happening, and that we are on this journey to 2025 singularity, do you consider whether or not this is happening elsewhere in the universe, or whether it's already happening?
Yeah, we see no evidence that there's any form of life, let alone intelligent life, anywhere else.
Discover artists touch on
these other people.
NCAA women's basketball had an incredibly successful season, and your favorite players from the 2023-2024 NCAA season will be in the WNBA. This season, watch big-name players and teams. Brianna Stewart, John Wall Jones, Asia Wilson, Kelsey Plum, and Sabrina Ionescu on must-see TV. Also rookies Caitlin Clark, Cameron Brink, Angel Reese, Rakia Jackson, and Camila Cardoso. To all the new fans joining, welcome to the W. Tune in to a rematch of last season's WNBA Finals between the New York Liberty and Las Vegas Aces on Saturday starting at 3 p.m. on ABC.
Hello, it is Ryan, and we could all use an extra bright spot in our day, couldn't we? Just to make up
Over
for
a long
things like
period
sitting in
of time.
traffic, doing the dishes,
Some
counting
people
your
that might
steps,
be ahead of
all the
us
mundane stuff.
could be
That
ahead
is
of
why
us.
I'm such a big fan of
Simply
Chumba Casino. Chumba
thousands
Casino
of
has
years,
all
even
your favorite
millions of
social
years.
casino-style games.
So they'd
You
be
can
like
play for
way
free
ahead of
anytime,
us.
anywhere.
And they'd be
Daily
doing
bonuses. That
galaxy-wide
should brighten your day a little.
engineering.
Actually, a lot. So sign
How
up
is
now
it
at
that we look out there and we don't see anybody
That's
doing galaxy-wide?
ChumbaCasino.com.
Or maybe we don't have the possibility to actually see it. I mean,
Yes, it's
the
possible.
universe is, what's the 13.7 billion years old, or whatever it is?
But even
KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk.
the capability would affect galaxies. Do you see that?
Would we, if we were, if there is intelligent life in the universe, some form of that intelligent life has to be the most advanced. And what if we are underestimating our position in the universe? And we are.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
But maybe there's something that's like 10 million. Maybe there's an industrial age.
I think there's a good argument that we are ahead.
Right. But we don't have the capability of observing the goings on of the planet 5,000 light years away. We can't see into their atmosphere. We can't look at high resolution video of activity on that
Yeah, but
planet.
if they were doing galaxy-wide engineering, notice
I think they were more advanced than us, maybe we would, but what if they're not? What if they're at the level that we're at?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
What if we're at the peak and it's like this?
I think it's an argument that we are at the peak.
What if it gets to the point where artificial intelligence gets implemented and then that becomes the primary form of life and it doesn't have the desire to do anything in terms of like galactic engineering?
And then you ask her a specific Question.
Even just incidental
Father's Day is Sunday. It's
things would
almost here.
affect.
Are you struggling to find that perfect
Like
gift
what
for the
things
man
like we're
who
doing, are
has
we affecting the whole
everything?
galaxy?
The solution is
Right,
quite
but what if it's
simple.
like
Give him
us,
the
but it gets to the point where it becomes
unforgettable
artificial
experience of
intelligence,
Omaha because a
and then it
world-class
doesn't have
dad
emotions, it doesn't have
deserves a
desires, it doesn't have
world-class thing.
ambitions,
Also
so
remember
why would it
this,
decide to
it's
expand?
beyond
Why would it not have those things?
Well, we'd have to
Father's Day
program it
experts at
into it,
Omaha
but it would
Steaks
probably
made it easy
decide
to
that
put
that's
a
foolish,
smile on
and
the
that
big
those things
guy's
have caused all
face.
these problems.
With hand
All the
selected
problems the
gift
human
bags
race,
just
what's
starting
our
at just
number one issue? War.
$89.
What is
When you
war
go to
caused by?
omahasteaks.com,
It's caused by ideologies, it's caused by acquisition of resources, theft of resources, violence.
War is not the
endless
primary thing that
endless variety, endless value.
motivated by.
Truly, they have
It's not the
perfected
primary
more than
thing
steak,
you're
and your
motivated
dad
by,
is
but it's
guaranteed to
existed
love
in
your
every single step
from
of the
premium
way of
proteins
human
like
existence.
juicy pork
But
chops,
it's actually getting
chicken,
better. I
beef
mean,
burgers.
look at the effect
Time
of
is
war.
running out.
Sure.
I
Wait
mean,
till
we
the
have
last
a couple of
minute.
wars
For
going
much
on, but they're
time.
not killing
Go to
millions of people like they used
omahasteaks.com
to.
and use
Right.
promo code
Right.
George.
My
Check
point
out
is that if artificial intelligence recognizes that the problem with human beings is these emotions, and a lot of it is it's fueled by these desires, like the desire to expand, the desire to acquire things, the desire to
Emotion is positive. I mean, music and
to us. But if it gets to the point where artificial intelligence is no longer stimulated by mere human
At California Psychics, we know that
creativity, all
many
these
doubts
things,
like
why would it
how
even
much
have
will a
the
psychic
ambition
cost,
to do
and how
any
will
sort
I
of
find the right
galaxy-wide
can
engineering?
stop you
Why
from
would
getting
it
the
want to?
guidance you need. That's why we offer the best psychics at the best value.
It is based on us until it decides it's not based on us. That's my point. If you realize that, like, we're based on a very violent chimpanzee.
If you can't
You know, there's a lot of what we are because of our genetics that is a problem. And this is what's causing all of our violence, all of our crime, all of our war. If we just step in and put a stop to all that, will we also put a stop to our ambition?
On your life situation.
We are moving away,
We
but that's just natural, right? That's natural with a more understanding.
So there's never been a better time to take the next step. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy and certainty.
But as soon as you become something different, why would it even have the desire to expand? If it was infinitely intelligent, why would it even want to physically go anywhere? Why would it want to? What's the reason for our motivation to expand? What is it? It's human. So the same humans that were tribal creatures that roam, the same humans that stole resources from neighboring villages. This is our genes, right? This is what made us, that got us to this point. If we create a sentient artificial intelligence that's far superior to us, and it can create its own version of artificial intelligence, the first thing it's going to engineer is all these stupid emotions that get us in trouble.
Always a way out. So
If it just can create happiness and joy from programming, why would it create happiness and joy through the acquisition of things, creativity, art, music, all those things? And then why would it have any ambition at all to travel? Why would it want to go anywhere?
Being like quicksand or like a mountain trap.
Right, it is a problem because a lot of what we are and the things that we create is because of all these flaws. If you were programming us and said, well, what is the cause of all these issues with the plague of the human race? Murder is a flaw. Is there a flaw?
That's what way down.
Right, but it's a
technology moves ahead.
if it happens to you, it's a flaw. And if crime is a flaw, all these things, theft is a flaw, fraud, those are flaws. If we could engineer those out, what would be the way that we do it? Well, one of the things we do is get rid of what it is to be a person. Because what it is corrupt people that go down these terrible paths and cause harm to other people, right?
You're taking a step there.
Which is interesting and useful, but I want to get under the hood and actually,
No,
deal with the
I'm saying
tire,
it's the
deal
root
with
of
the spark
these
plug.
flaws.
And
That
I think that's where
greed,
astrology
envy,
comes in.
lust,
It's much more
anger, are the
intense
root.
with finding the root cause of why we are the way we are and how to avoid thinking into despair, because there are definitely charts that have heavy issues like depression
It
or
makes me think about
anxiety.
myself
And
now.
it's not their fault. George, again, that's why I call it the language of compassion. And I've
It's when I
got
have
an
emotions
aspect in my chart that's
that are positive
really tough,
emotions,
and I have to
like
make
really
sure
getting
I
off on a
do things
song,
so that I don't
or
get
a
stuck
picture
on that line.
or some new
What's going on,
iPhones that
Collins? Nice start with a
exist in the
birthday for you.
past. That's positive.
9988.
That's what I live for.
Going to Vanessa in Sherman Oaks,
Relating to another
California.
person
Hi,
in a
Vanessa.
way.
Welcome.
That's
Hi, thank you.
Welcome. What is your question for Leslie?
so. I mean,
Okay, well, I kind of just
the
want to
idea
know
that for
what
actually
you
more
think that
intelligent,
about that
not to get rid of that,
question.
to actually
I want to
enjoy that
move, not
to a greater
not
extent.
far, so the same thing,
Hopefully.
but I want to move it, and you
What I'm
see
saying is that
Yes, the things that can go wrong, it
the
might
next
lead us
month or so.
in an incorrect
So,
direction.
are you
I'm not
thinking
even
of
saying it's
staying in,
wrong.
you said close by, you just want to move
I'm
to
not
a
saying
different,
that it's going to go wrong.
place
I'm
nearby?
saying that
Yeah.
if you wanted
Yeah,
to
like,
program
that's
away
part of your apartment.
some of the issues
Okay,
that
so let
human
me
beings
take a look
have
here
in
and
terms
see.
of what keeps us from
Yeah, it looks
working
like
with
you
each other,
definitely could do that
university,
right
all
now.
over the world. What keeps us
very
from
strong
these things?
aspects
But we're actually doing that more than we used to.
changing how you do
But
everything,
also
not
not.
just
You know,
moving
we're also like massive
physically.
inequality. You get people in the Congo
You've
mining
done,
cobalt
a
and
very
sticks,
good
powers your
aspect
cell phones.
for
There's a lot of real problems in
things with
society.
your
Right,
home
there used to be
being
more of that.
transformed,
Mhm.
and
There's a lot of
I
that.
think it's a
though.
great
There's a lot
idea
of
for you to do that.
that. And if you looked at greed and war and crime, all the problems with human beings,
Yeah,
a lot of it has to
exactly.
do
You want to use the
biological
weather
instincts,
patterns that you've
these
got right
instincts to
now
control
and
things, these
help them
built-in genetic codes that we
with
have
what's
that
going
are
on, and
from
sometimes there are
our ancestors.
patterns that
Because when
tell
we
you that's
haven't
not a good
gotten
time
there
to move,
yet.
but choose
Right.
a good pattern
But when
to
we
move.
get
And
there,
one thing that you do have in your chart that you should
you
know
think we will
is
be
that
a
you can be
better
really hard on
version
yourself,
of a human
and
being, and we will
want
be
to
able to
watch out for
experience
that.
all the
You have a
good,
tendency to
positive
be
aspects
that
of
way.
being a human being. The art, the creativity, and all these other
I
things.
hope so, and actually,
Again, George,
look
that's
at,
the way he's designed. So now that she knows that she has that tendency, she can make a choice going forward and say, hey, I know I've got that
I
tendency,
mean,
but I
it seemed
should
that
not
way.
be so
No,
hard
it does
on
seem that way.
myself.
It does
It's something you
overall,
just have
you
to
know,
be
but it's
aware
also
of
like
and work with it. But otherwise, you've got a great chart. You know, you've got three planets in Virgo.
it's moving
You're
in
a
a
very
general.
lovely person.
We're moving in a generally
So that's
positive
why
direction.
we want to continue
How does
moving in
astrology
the same
work,
direction.
Leslie?
Yeah, I don't think that
But
we're
it's not a guarantee.
Charts. How does it work?
Describe things that would
I think that's the mystery of the universe trying to explain it. All I know is that it does.
It could be
Again, I think it has to do with what Tesla
Or it could be
said.
the
If you want to
beginning of next
understand
week.
the universe,
This
it's
new
all
thing.
about
well, I mean,
frequencies,
when I was
energy, and
born, we created
vibration.
nuclear
And I
weapons.
think that astrology
People were
gives us insights
very soon
that
we
are
had hydrogen
so
weapons.
incredibly helpful,
Yeah.
especially right now. I think the
We have
more
enough
that the
hydrogen
world
weapons
gets
to wipe out all
crazy and
humanity.
insane, and
We still have
we
them.
live in a time where there's so much
That didn't
there.
exist like 100
If you
years
can
ago.
understand things
It didn't exist
from
80
this
years ago.
very natural
Yeah.
perspective, which is what astrology is.
So
It's probably the
that-
most natural thing there is
It's
because
something
it's
that
very
concerns me.
specific to you. It explains
You could do the same thing
your
with artificial
exquisite
intelligence.
design,
You could also
and then it can look at weather patterns and help.
What I'm getting at is
So
like,
when you
what
take your
do you
car
think
on a
life
trip,
looks like
you want
if
to
it's
get a
engineered?
tune-up before
What do
you
you
go a
think
long
human
distance,
life
and you
looks like
follow
if it's
maps,
engineered by a
and
far
that's what we
superior
use astrology
intelligence? And
for as
what
well.
would
We use it
change
to help
what it
tune
means
up
to be a person?
our system, and then we use it to help navigate. So there are two things that it can do for us.
First of all,
But it's
we would base it on
it's
what
a
human
very
beings are already.
misunderstood art form
So we
and a very
better
misunderstood
versions of
esoteric science.
ourselves.
And
For
I'm
example,
trying
we'd be
to
able to overcome
demystify the whole thing, and I
life-threatening
think that
diseases.
the more I'm working with doctors, I just mentioned the one doctor, but there are about 20 doctors that I've been working with, a lot of psychotherapists,
Yes,
and
but that's
the
still
more I get
human being.
involved in the medical community,
You're
I think the
implementing
better, because
large
one day
scale
it
artificial
will be part
intelligence.
of our medical system,
You're-
just like acupuncture is now, because
You're
50
essentially
years
a
ago, people
superhuman.
thought
You're a
acupuncture
different
was
thing.
strange.
You're not what we
So
are.
I think that
You're going. If you have the computational power,
important thing for our world to use in a more regular basis.
but
Can you
this is the
imagine,
thing.
George,
If you're
every
engineering
child,
this artificial
every
intelligence,
school
you're
had their chart
engineering
read and their
this,
teacher
which is essentially
understood their
superior
wiring
life
system? or
it's
in
going
a
to look at
corporation,
it logically.
understanding
It's going to look at the issues that human beings have logically and say, well, we don't need this. This is a problem. This is what we need. We'll make progress. We're not bad.
Alcoholism and drug abuse centers, being able to look at the charts of those people and helping them figure out how to recalibrate what they're dealing with so that they have a way out. It's like an escape route into an easier, happier life.
In my mind,
so I don't can't totally understand how it works only until that it does.
relationships.
Next up,
Well, the relationship should be all perfect.
1962.
We keep going in a general direction.
East of the Rockies.
But if you get artificial intelligence, we're
Hello, Brian.
each other's minds, and
No,
everyone's working
we're
towards
bloody old style, straight of mind.
Taking Barry's place, huh?
Yeah, I think that's a good way to honor me, man. Memory alive. And happy belated birthday, by the way.
Thank you. How about a question for Leslie?
But can you do
Hey,
that with
Leslie,
technology?
my wife and I, man, we're in tune with the universe.
It's difficult with your phone.
Trying to put out
Anyone
positive
can
vibes
listen to
and
you.
stuff.
And I mean, anyone who has a significant
Actually, it has
that might be able to help me retire in about 2.5 to 3 years.
You definitely could. Yeah, Pegasus. You could hack into your phone easily. Not hard at all. The new software that they have, all they need is your phone number. All they need is your phone number, and they can look at every text message you send, every email you send. They can look at your camera. They can turn on your microphone.
So I want to know what do you see in my chart about that? Well, you have a very
Right, but
unique
it's definitely
chart,
not built into your
so
phone now.
whereas some people are driving
Security
cars,
people
you're
that really
driving a
understand
helicopter.
the
You have
capabilities of
6
intelligence
planets
agencies,
in
they
air.
100% can listen to
So
your phone.
you are
100% can turn on your camera. 100%
out there
can record your
and
voice.
brilliant, and you're just a force of eccentric, creative, brilliant energy up there. So
But
you
from
have
who?
right now
You
Pluto
can keep privacy from me
is going
because
to
I don't
be
have access to
visiting
your device.
all of those
But if
different
I was
planets
working for an intelligence
in
agency and I had
Aquarius
access to a
over the next
Pegasus
20
program,
years. So
I
this is the time for you to completely
Now, I've talked to
change
people
and
that
probably do more things that are going to help the world. Or do you do many things like that now? Because you're such a
but the privacy that we have today is far less than the privacy that we have before we had phones.
teacher, member, blue-collar worker.
Keep America
How so?
going here.
If you didn't have a phone, okay, and you were at home having a conversation, a sensitive conversation about maybe you didn't pay as much taxes as you should, there's no way anybody would hear that. But now your phone hears that. If you have an Alexa in your home, your Alexa hears you say that. People have been charged with crimes because Alexa heard them committing murder.
And you can get very stuck in your head. Well, we moved out to Brown County in, out in the country, in the nation.
If your phone
About
doesn't
5
have
years
that,
ago.
that's just an imperfection.
It's really important to you, especially during the
But
next
it's not
20
just
years
an
cycle that you're
imperfection, it's sort
going
of
through.
built into the program
So a
itself,
lot
because
of
that's
big
what
changes,
fuels
so
the
I think
algorithm,
retirement
is it has
right
access
now,
to all your data.
so my biggest
It has
suggestion
access
for
to
you
all
is
of your,
just to
what
make
you're
sure
interested
that
in, what you like, what you don't like, you can't opt out of it, especially if you've got a Google phone, that thing is just a net scooping up
Brian,
information.
why do you want to retire so early for?
Well, I've been working, I'm 62 and a half now, as you can tell.
How did you do it?
I wanted to work till I was 68 if I could, but then we come up and formulated this plan, and it sounds good, and we have potential for financial backing to get it to build on the back part of our property, so we can turn the house that we live in now
Unless they don't
back
want it to
into a
be built
vacation
in there,
rental,
because there's an
what it
actual
was.
business model and
And
not
we
being
moved right
built in
before the
there.
pandemic. I mean, it was perfect. I couldn't. My wife, she is such a blessing to me. It's unbelievable. But so I just want to retire.
But you recognize the
enjoy
financial
life,
incentive of not doing that,
travel.
because that's
A lot of
what
things you don't
a
think
company
I
like
want to
Google,
see.
for instance, that's
Or you
where
better pick us
the
up
majority
if
of
we're
your money
driving
is
down to
data.
Indianapolis for a show one day.
For a lot of
You
people.
know, George, I'm always your guy to taxi. You just call me and I'll be there. I promise you.
Thanks, Leslie. Leslie, did you ever give somebody a chart of everything you didn't want to give?
What's up on your phone, private?
So, meaning
Private
I
from
didn't
some
want
people,
to be their
but
chart.
not really private.
No, that's never
It's only
happened.
private
But I've had
until they
people
want to
who
listen. And now the
did not want
capability
to
of
have their
listening to your
chart
phone
read,
is super
and
easy.
they were given it as a gift. And
No.
one time recently,
With
this
the
was kind of
Pegasus
a funny
program,
story.
it's very easy.
The wife had a reading with me, and she thought it was fantastic, so she wanted her husband to do it. And
Right, but I
He did
think
not
it's a
want to have
feature.
his chart read.
I
And
think
I
part of
looked
the
at his
feature
chart
is that they want as much
and for her, and I
data
said,
from
oh my
you
God,
and
that's so
knowing about
interesting. And
what you're doing,
he's
what
gonna
you're
end up
talking
being a
about.
friend
You ever had a
for life.
conversation with
And
someone and
he
just asked
refused
for
to
that?
have a reading with me, and so I finally said, listen, just give me 10 minutes. Get on the phone with me, 10 minutes, and if you don't find it
So something's
interesting,
going on where it's
we can hang up and you're done, you don't have to
listening
pay
to
me
your
anything.
conversation.
Well, to make a long
Picking up
story
on
short,
key words.
he's now one of my best friends. I knew it before he knew it,
Not yet.
and
Well, it's not unless it wants to.
the couple, both of them are wonderful people.
Intelligence
But there's an
program.
example of
Gather
someone who did
information
not
from the
believe in
phone.
astrology, was
And you're
totally
basically
against
a
having
little
chart
spy
read,
that you
and
carry around with you
now
everywhere you go.
he's a total believer, and
Unless
I
you're
helped
using
him a lot
leaders.
with
I mean, if you think it's a
decisions
major
and
issue,
coach him on issues that he's got with his company, and he's been a really good friend.
His next-up birthday is
Me.
December 20th,
But if we
1954.
did, well, there are some phones that like graphic.
Going to
You know
Terry
about that? You know about
in
people that
Marina Del Rey,
take a
California. Hello, Terry.
Hello.
different
Yeah,
lens based
what's your question?
Makes it much more
Health
able to
and
track. There's
well-being.
multi levels of protection.
Health
There's a
and
bunch of
well-being.
phones that are being made. That are
Okay,
security
so
phones.
definitely.
But I mean, we lose access to apps,
Just like
lose
the
access
last
to a lot of the features
you
that
were,
people rely
not
on when
only
it
are
comes to
you
phones. Like for
low
instance,
in
if
earth,
you
you
have
have
GPS on your phone,
zero earth,
as soon
so
as you're
your
using
body
GPS, you're easy to
has
find. Right? So you
definitely
lose that privacy. They
been
want to
kind of
know
a tricky
where
thing for
he's
you. I would
focused. They know
imagine
exactly where
that
he's focused.
whatever health issues you have going on right
You are,
now,
and your
this isn't the
phone,
first
they've
time.
got you tracked everywhere you go.
Complicated. If this were a
Lots
major
of
issue.
different health issues that I've solved.
I think it's
Yeah.
a major
I
issue,
have
but I
some
don't think it's a
that's
major
coming,
concern for most people.
Okay.
But
So,
it's because they reap the
when you
benefits.
were
And, like the
a little
algorithm
girl,
is
did
specifically
you have
tailored
any
to
surgeries
certain
when you were under the age of 5?
Right.
No surgeries under the age of
Unless
30.
you decide to get a flip phone.
Good, all right, excellent. All right.
They figure out where you are
When
and
we
triangulate
see
you.
a low earth element in someone's chart, it means that in order for you to be healthy,
You give
you've
up
got
certain
to have
things.
a better relationship with food. Sometimes people
Yeah, we do.
with low earth, they either eat too much or eat too little, or
Giving
has
up.
that ever been an issue with you? Definitely.
Overcome that.
Okay, so what are you doing about that? Well,
Yeah.
that'll be decided in
If
August
people agree
when I
that
meet
the
with the
benefit of
doctors.
overcoming that
So
outweighs
what are they
the
going
loss
to be looking at?
and the financial loss that you would have with not having access to those data information.
All my total
What you're
insight.
giving up is a certain
So your
type of
digestive
data.
tract, all of that, which is just total. So what happens to our bodies when we have an elemental imbalance is that if we don't add the element that we're missing into our life in a healthy way, then it shows up as problems like what you're having with the food, basically. So have you ever thought of getting do you have a dog or a cat? Do you have any
It's
pets?
possible.
Yeah, I do.
But it's also
Okay,
easy
well
to
that's
have.
good. And do you ever do gardening and get outside, get your hands in the dirt? The more you're fertile. Good. Well then that's perfect. But it's the food thing that's the issue. Are you gluten free?
It's a complicated issue.
Not really. Try to. Okay. So you've got inflammation obviously in your system, and
General, for most
gluten
people.
is one of
But
the most
my point is,
inflammatory
as this
things you can
technology
do. I know
scales
you said
upward,
you've tried to,
when
but it's
you
sort
have
of
greater
like
and greater computational
when you
power,
have a
and then
fire
you're
and
also
you put
integrated
gasoline on it,
with
even
this
a little bit of
technology,
gasoline is
how does
gonna
that keep
put out the fire. So you gotta
whatever
really make sure that we
group is
tone
in
down
charge
all the
from
inflammation that's in
being
your
able
body.
to
So
essentially
there are a lot of things
access
that
the
you can
thing
do,
that is inside your head?
in terms of what you're
How do
taking in
how do
that would
you
help
have a
you
technology
not
that's
have
going
all
to be
these
upgraded,
intestinal problems.
going to get new, new software, it's going to keep improving as time
Does that
goes
help you, I
on?
hope?
What kind of privacy would be
Alright,
involved
I
in
got a
that?
couple
Literally
minutes
having something that can get into
How
your
can
brain.
people get a
If
hold of
most people can't get into your brain, can
So they can go to your website and right under my picture there, my
government's getting into your brain?
website, or they can just go to
What is that?
let'smakework.com
I'm not
or
looking at
email me
this
at
as
info@let'smakework.com.
just like completely
And
objective.
I'd love
What
for
is
people to
what
know
is
that
what are the
I have a
possibilities?
community of people in my new Facebook group called the Astrology Club. And we're doing meetings once a month on the 15th of every month. It's totally free, and it's a live meeting where people can talk with me and ask questions. And it's just a way to build a community where you can be seen
What do you
and
think
you can
about
have
the
faith
potential
that
for
your
a
universal
going to be around people who are like-minded and
one of the things that
a very alive group of people. And I think we'd love to have more of your listeners join us because I have made so many amazing new friends. Every time I'm on your show, George, I meet the most fascinating, interesting people. And many of them have become friends for life, and I'm just very, very grateful for the work that you do and for the people who listen to this program. And I've got some wonderful students now in my Wisdom Academy where they're learning astrology and very exciting. I'm also going to be teaching more in live settings, so if people sign up for my mailing list, they can get my newsletter, which comes out once a month, and in your hometown soon, and
it's pretty good.
Giving
but there's also context.
We're working on that right now.
There's different cultural significance. There's different ways that people say things. There's gender language and other nationalities use, and other countries use.
I know, it's crazy.
Too fast.
You can, but it's a little bit slow down.
As you get older, it goes faster. I remember when I was a kid, it seemed like forever for summer vacation to come, you know?
All right, stay with us, Leslie. We're going to come back in just a moment here on Coast to Coast and take final phone calls with you. Leslie McGurk with us.
If you're creating something,
just uncanny.
What we have, all of our languages.
Are you on hold? Just hang there. We'll get right to you on Coast to Coast.
We use it, but
the Coast website is now streamlined for mobile devices. Great news if you're a Coast insider or simply want to enjoy our website on your phone. Visit coasttocoastam.com on your iPhone.
We decided to make a better version of technology through better version of language through artificial technology. And say, listen, instead of trying to translate, now that we're super powerful, intelligent beings that are enhanced by artificial intelligence, it's created a better, more superior, universally adopted language. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I think that would change a lot. I mean, we'd lose all the amazing nuances of culture, which I don't think is good for us as human beings, but we're not going to be human beings. So maybe it would be better if we could communicate exactly the way we refer to human beings.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival presented by Capital One.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
Tonight, one stage.
Capital One cardholders can score their tickets first right now before anyone else. Available while pre-sale tickets last or until Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern. Get Capital One access pass to your pre-sale purchase to attend an exclusive free concert event with a performance from New Kids on the Block. Only available during the cardholder pre-sale.
Pre-sale tickets are limited and all go fast.
For now, when you're
iHeartRadio.com/Capital One.
you're flying around.
Hey, South Florida, it's the main man, Anthony Caliendo at FNBC Florida. And if you own a business and looking to sell, there's nobody better to hire than the main man. I will sell your business faster and get you the most cash. And being a marketing machine, nobody will market your business better than the main man. There's almost no business I can't sell. How do you know when it's time to sell your business? Take the main man 5-question challenge. Are you tired of all the stress? Are you tired of all the risks? Are you tired of all the competition? Are you tired of all the employees? Are you just tired of being tired? If you answered yes to these questions, then it's time to sell and allow the main man to cash you out. Whether your business is profitable or not so profitable, with 100,000 or 100 million, there's a buyer out there for every business. Do you really know what your business is worth? Call me at 1-800 the main man, because we specialize in maximizing the value of your business, and we're doing it all for free. That's a $2,500 value to you. Call me now at 1-800 the main man. That's 1-800-843-6246, or visit us on the web at themainman.com.
Hey, it's Doc Reno. Question for you. Do you own a business? I want to tell you about my friends at Bright Star Credit Union and what they do for business owners. Because right now, if you open up a business checking account and maintain a balance of $20,000 or more, you can enjoy a very impressive 3.75% annual percentage yield APY. And when you open up that Bright Star Credit Union premier business checking account, enjoy high yield interest, easy access to funds, unlimited check writing, overdraft protection, and a business Visa debit card. So join today at bscu.org/premier. BSCU membership eligibility required. APY means annual percentage yield.
Rate as of February 1st, 2024, subject to change, 3.75% APY is only applicable on deposits over $20,000. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Tired of getting beat up financially in retirement? Tune in to Let's Talk Safe Money with financial sensei Len Strickland and financial master chef Art Athanas from LSF Capital for the recipe to fight back and take control of your retirement finances. Saturdays at 2 p.m. and Sundays at 1 p.m. This dynamic duo will dive into topics that concern you most about retirement.
Having some sort of
insights
virtual
from their extensive
experience
knowledge
that's
and decades of experience in the financial services industry. Call them to schedule an in-person or virtual 15-minute consultation to receive a copy of Len's book, Way of the Financial Warrior. Free.
I'm younger than you, but I can remember
844-299-0355 or visit lsfcapital.com. That's 844-299-0355.
Yeah, now you look at
Saturdays at 2 p.m. and Sundays at 1 p.m. for Let's Talk Safe Money on WIOD.
What the capabilities are.
Hey, this is Adrian Gonzalez.
Right, but as you expand that further, you get to the point where you're actually
get that the
in
perfect gift
simulation.
this Father's Day. Choose from a
Your
huge
life
selection
is
of
not
watches
this
and diamonds.
carbon-based
And gold jewelry starting
biological
at
life
$99.
feeding
And free gifts
texture
for every
that it
purchase.
is.
Plus,
You're
Daniel
really
guarantees 100%
part of this
approval
thing
of
that's been
financing,
created.
now up to $4,000.
This is where it gets real weird
So
with like
get pre-approved
probability.
at DanielsJewelers.com or visit your
They
nearest
think
store.
that
Own the
if
dream.
the simulation is possible, it's more likely it's already happened.
Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
It's really nice things that we can simulate experience.
Yeah.
It's not the same as any simulation.
In a way, yeah. And if you were some sort of life, wouldn't that be the way to go instead of like taking physical metal crap and shooting them off into space? Sort of create artificial space, create artificial worlds, create something that exists inside of the experience. And it's indiscernible to the person's experience. Up to a point, until it actually does all the same things that regular reality does. It just does it through technology. Maybe that's what it is. So the galaxy flying well, there's definitely no real evidence other than
To talk to George Norrie, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
Next hour, Micah Trigus tells us about signs surrounding you. Love never dies. The existence of the other side. Looking forward to that. We're going to come back in a moment with Leslie McGurk. Take final calls
is
with
this
her.
something that intrigues you, or
Talk
just
about astrology
no evidence on that?
on Coast to Coast AM. Well, this is Wednesday, and that means for you Coast Insiders, 2 more programs from the Art Bell Bowl.
Yeah, it sure does. We dug deep into the vault of over 400 programs and pulled out 2. One from 2007, where Art talked to science writer and author Jennifer Collette. They talked about various aspects of advanced physics. And then we went to 1996. Art was joined by Dr. Jesse Marcel Jr., and they discussed handling pieces of the Roswell
wreckage, which is very cool. Please take a listen to this classic audio. It's available at Coast Insiders. You can listen on multiple platforms.
Over the next
Please sign up to be an insider in Canada or the U.S. So many perks to being an insider.
It sure is, and it's only 15 cents a day.
I love being a Coast Insider. I travel a lot. I can always have my shows. I download them on my podcast and never miss a thing. And every show I learn at least one thing.
Hey, this is Bud. I'm a Coast to Coast Insider, and I'll tell you what, it's a great thing for me. Here in West Virginia, we get inundated with snow. It doesn't matter as long as we have our provision. I've got 5 years of Coast to Coast program in place.
And you can sign up one of two ways. You go to our website, coasttocoastam.com, right at the top of the homepage. Click Insider and sign up. The other way is to download the app from the App Store, the Coast to Coast AM app, put it on your phone, and through the app, you can sign up and you get 2 weeks free that way. And as Tom said, if you're in Canada, you can become a Coast Insider now as well. So here's something for you to stay in shape.
If you're looking to lose some weight, learning the science of weight loss versus just counting calories is the true secret to Weight Magic drops and capsules. Here's product creator Dan Putnam to explain how insulin management is the key.
Everything for weight loss has been focused on eating less calories. What a lot of people don't realize is one of the most important things to your insulin levels. We eat it, it first goes to the liver, then it goes to the blood. So if anything more than that, then it goes into the fat. If there's insulin present, the body thinks that you just ate. So the body has a mechanism that it actually shuts down the energy of the fat. So you have to be able to control that insulin, or it's going to be very difficult, almost impossible to control the fat.
Dan, so tell me about Weight Magic drops.
We have these absolutely amazing Weight Magic drops. The concept of this is control insulin, exercise insulin sensitive. Also has an exact diet to control your insulin levels. So by using these drops, that's all this diet is putting the body into the fat burning mode.
Dan, Weight Magic capsules help resolve a problem most overweight people have going against them. What is that?
Your body temperature
You know it's scary.
Some people
I don't ask about
in December, we created the Weight Magic drop, helps control the insulin, also cleanse the liver, and then the Weight Magic capsule to increase that metabolism. Not uncommon for somebody to lose half a pound to a pound a day. So it really is the perfect duo for fat loss.
Buy George's Weight Magic drops and capsules now and shed those pounds. Order now at healthylooking.com or by phone at 800-595-7490. Free shipping with promo code George. That's healthylooking.com or 800-595-7490.
Dedicate your whole life to this. In this book, Ray Kurzweil, the singularity is near when we merge with AI. It's building up. The audio version of it?
That many dog foods, even the ones labeled healthy,
Are you doing it?
powdered cellulose sourced from wood pulp. Your dog needs a high meat diet for a very healthy lifespan.
No.
And that's where Dr. Marty
I want to hear it in your voice. It's your
45
words.
plus years. He's been a
Yeah,
pioneer
why don't you do it? You should do it.
nutritionary.
You know what you should do.
Now he's developed Nature's Blend.
Why waste all that time sitting around doing it? Basically, they just do it now. Oh, 100%. Look, they can take your voice from this podcast.
Raw salmon, raw organ meats. The rest of it is incredible omega-3 rich.
You know what they're doing now with Spotify?
Superfood
They're
veggies,
translating this
support your
podcast. They're
dog's health,
translating
happiness,
German,
and wellness.
French,
All of it designed to mimic what your dog would eat out there in the
and it's going to
wild.
be like
Nature's
your
Blend
voice,
and
perfect
safe.
sound, my voice,
No
and perfect
refrigeration
sound.
necessary. For a limited time, save
Pretty wild.
54% off your
It's
first
100% you should do that.
Receive a
My friend
pack of
Duncan does that all the time.
treats
He'll have friends,
Go to
text friends, or send voice messages, Facebook messages.
drmartypets.com/coast. That's
Ridiculous. They're talking about how he's marrying his cat or something like that.
drmartypets.com/coast.
But he does it with AI, and it sounds exactly like whoever that person is.
Tax fees.
So that's the solution. Have AI read your. Of course, you should have AI read your book. I can't believe we even would think of you sitting down for 40 hours or whatever it would take. It probably take more than that to read this whole book. And then if you mess up, you gotta go back and start again. Certainly that's going to be feasible.
I don't have any bruises on my arms, but I'm always full of bruises. I can't put my finger on it, but I know something's happening. I have to tell you, that has to be the kind of Lord. Look at my average work, you can hardly lift yourself above.
I bet they could do it. Don't you think they could do it, Jamie? Yeah, I think they could do it right now. Listen, Ray, I appreciate you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you for this book. When is it available? Thank you, sir. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Bye, everybody.
866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORA.com.
We have enough for tomorrow? We don't have tomorrow. Ben Shapiro, we are live. The people have spoken. Well, thank you for having me. Thanks for being here, man. I became a fan of yours when I watched you with what the fuck is his name? The CNN asshole. Piers Morgan. Oh, that was glorious. when you went after him with the Sandy Hook thing, like right away, immediately. It was just glorious, and you could tell that he didn't know what to do with it, and he literally said, "How dare you?" Which is what I say to people all the time when I'm joking.
Yeah,
say, "How dare you?"
Exactly. As one of my friends said, it looked like he was clutching his pearls. He was really pissed. He was really pissed. It was a 2-segment interview, and during the break, I said to him, "Thanks so much for having me on." And he growled at me. He was not a happy camper.
Yeah, well, you crushed him, and one of my other favorite ones was Chelsea Handler crushing him, where she was literally talking like, "You don't even talk to me in the break. In the break, you're checking your phone and checking Twitter," and you could tell he was like, "Oh no." He just, he came from that weird British tabloid environment, and you found out that the company that he worked for did really creepy shit, like check people's voicemails. They hacked into people who were dead, and they gave the family false hope because they had checked the voicemail, and they found out that someone checked in. They thought, oh, maybe she's still alive.
And then we made him a host on like the X Factor and brought him on CNN. It was awesome.
I just don't understand why CNN thought that. We have this fascination with British people.
Yes. If you have a British accent, we automatically add 20 points to your IQ.
Yeah, they're great for like selling mops late night and non-stick cookware. And I enjoy John Oliver. I think John Oliver is great. Apparently, he has, a lot of people think of all British accents as being the same. But he has like a blue-collar British accent. But I don't.
I can't tell the difference too much, except for I'm watching My Fair Lady or something.
Well, I could tell people from like Manchester and stuff like that because they have like the sort of like way of talking so fast and all the words kind of pile into each other. But Oliver's his recent one, Eddie Bravo got really mad at it. The recent one about Alex Jones is fucking hilarious.
Well, it's almost impossible to make something not funny about Alex Jones.
Yeah. You got to meet Alex. Have you met him?
I don't know that, given how much I've made fun of him.
Oh, fine.
Oh, really?
Trust me.
Okay.
Yeah, he's a
he wouldn't like to strip off his shirt and start.
He might, but he'd calm down. You're a good guy. We're basically on the same team. He would come around.
Well, if you remember, the Piers Morgan thing happened 2 nights after Alex was on Piers Morgan. So Piers was like flying high because he had that whole debate with Alex, and Alex did his shtick, and it was really over the top. And he thought I was going to be like Alex Jones Part 2. It was going to be Piers, succeeds again. And Alex and I could not be more different in our approaches.
No, you're very rational and very reasonable. And, we've been talking about some of your debates. There's not a lot of guys like you out there, which is really interesting. It's like you're a fast-thinking, fast-talking, very smart young guy who's also a conservative. Like, there's not a lot of those out there. And this is one of the things that we're encountering today is especially on college campuses, there's this very strange separation between the left and the right, to the point where the right is like almost non-existent, or at least doesn't have any representation, and they're actively shunning that representation. Like, they're pushing people out. I know what's going on with you in Berkeley. Has that been resolved?
Yeah, I think that, so Berkeley, after the publicity, they said they're going to try
explain to people if they don't know the whole story.
Yeah, so UC Berkeley, if you recall last year, I actually spoke there before this happened. I spoke to UC Berkeley in like April 2016, and then Milo was supposed to speak there, and he actually went there, and there was a riot where Antifa infiltrated the student community, and there were all these pictures of them bombing things and blowing up cars, and they're setting them on fire at least, and then throwing things at windows. And so Berkeley shut down that event for safety reasons. Then Ann Coulter wanted to speak there, and they basically used what they call time, place, and manner restrictions to stop her. They kept saying, well, we have safety problems, we can't figure out how to do the event, and in the end they just canceled it because they didn't have security. And then Young Americans Foundation, which sponsors me to go to a lot of these campuses, they said, we want Shapiro to come. And again, I spoke to them like a year and a half ago, and they gave them 2.5 months advance. And Berkeley said, well, we have no venues available. And so this seemed to be another cover for, we're not going to allow conservative on campus because there are security problems. So we made that public. And then Berkeley said, no. We'll make sure that you get in. They gave us an alternative venue, and they even said they covered the security fees. They didn't like that publicity.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, so that should be good.
Well, you know what happened with Jordan Peterson yesterday?
Yes.
Yeah, just yesterday, Jordan Peterson was banned from YouTube. And YouTube has a new policy that it's very weirdly worded, but apparently they're allowed to block and restrict any kind of videos that are about religion or that can be deemed offensive, which is almost everything.
Yeah, that's right. Anything that's remotely, anything that's interesting is going to be offensive to somebody.
So it won't be monetized. It also won't be in the videos of interest. Or
I know they did this to Prager University as well. They blocked like 10 of their videos a couple of months ago. So it's this is nasty stuff. And listen, YouTube's a private company. They have the right to do what they want, but don't proclaim that you're a free speech promoting institution if you're going to block people like Jordan Peterson, for God's sake.
Well, the problem is they're not blocking things that are offensive to other people. They're not blocking certain things that are representing Islam in a positive light.
That's right.
Or there's a lot of weirdness with this left-wing choice of what to censor and what not to censor. And it's not just dangerous, it's also bad for the whole idea of being a progressive or being a liberal, because it makes them look really petty and really weird and really resistant and hesitant to actually have real debate.
Yeah, for sure. And this is one of the reasons why I'm very meticulous in my terminology about people who are on the other side of the aisle. I actually separate people who are liberal from people who are leftist. So when there are people who try to ban speech, I call them leftist. And if they are not interested in banning speech, then they're liberal, meaning they want bigger government, they disagree with banning politics, but they're still willing to have a conversation. They want an open forum. People who are on the hard left think that it's actually an insult to their identity to disagree with them. And this is what I experience sometimes on campuses, Cal State LA, where there's a near riot when I speak. University of Wisconsin, where people storm the stage and stand in front of it and won't leave. Penn State, where we have, again, another near violent incident over at Penn State. Or DePaul, where they actually banned me outright. So sometimes you get this routine from people who think that they conflate their viewpoint with their identity, and then if you have a different viewpoint, you're denying them their humanity. And it's like, no, I'm not denying you. I just think what you're saying is dumb.
That's a very good point. That's a very good point, is that they have their identity completely connected with their ideology. And when you oppose these people, when you have these debates with these people, what's really fascinating is the level of hysteria that gets reached while you're staying calm.
Yeah, that's what I've noticed, is that there's a ton of, I tend to keep relatively calm just as a human being. And very often when I'm debating someone, you see them getting more and more and more emotional. And people on the right love this because, of course, it's the triggering of the snowflakes. But the easiest thing in the world to do is trigger some idiot college kid who doesn't know his ass from a hole in the ground. And what's hard to do is actually discuss issues with somebody who's intelligent enough to make the point. But the level of hysteria on the campuses is really increasing. I now have to travel with 2 members of security to every campus just because you don't know which campus is going to go off. I never had to travel with security before. It's the weirdest thing in the world.
How long ago did this start happening?
Well, February of 2016 is when I started traveling with security. So I spoke at University of Missouri. Remember they had the big blow up at the University of Missouri, the Black Lives Matter taking over campus offices and suggesting there was some sort of big racism problem at Mizzou, which is just ridiculous. And so they flew me in, I did a speech there. And then the next time I spoke was Cal State LA, and they brought in a couple of security guys, and I was like, what do I need security for? I'm just speaking on campus, who cares? We get to the campus, and they'd already tried to cancel my speech because of security. And I said, I'm coming anyway, so tough. I had to be escorted in by 20 armed police officers. I had to be escorted off campus by motorcycle cops flashing their lights. There were 300 students who had blocked all of the entrances, were physically assaulting people trying to get into the theater. The police had to sneak the students in 2 by 2 into the theater. They told them that until I left the campus, they couldn't actually let the kids out of the theater because they were afraid that if they let the kids out of the theater, they'd be attacked as they were released. It was... That one was pretty wild. So after that, I was like, okay, well, I guess the security is necessary.
What has shifted? Like, what is ramping things up?
I think the identity politics is ramping things up. So I think there's a new mentality out there. It's this intersectionality politics on the left that says that there are a bunch of victim groups, basically. They're blacks and Hispanics and gays and Jews and Asians. They're all victim groups. And we get all those people together to attack the system because the system is keeping them there. And if you, and there's a hierarchy among these victim groups. And if you are a straight white male, you're very, very bottom of the hierarchy in terms of viewpoints that should be acknowledged, because you're the creators of this vast white supremacist system that keeps down everybody else. If you're a black woman, you're near the top, right? If you're LGBT, you're at the top. If you're a white guy and you challenge the viewpoint of a black woman, your viewpoint is an attack on her identity, and therefore she has the right to shut you down. And so the idea is that your words are violence to her identity, and therefore she has the right to react. This is the term you hear on campus a lot is microaggressions. This idea that my opinion microaggresses you. Now, even that terminology I think is really stupid, because normally in regular life you would say that's insulting and you said something I don't like. The terminology microaggression suggests aggression, like I'm actually doing something aggressive to you. And the rational response to someone aggressing you is to use physical force in response. And so you start to see a more violent response. I think it's been growing in our politics. I think there's a reactionary side on the right that's growing. If there's an identity politics on the left that says, black identity politics, gay identity politics, female identity politics. I think you're starting to see in some areas of white identity politics that's almost formed in response. Like, okay, well, if everybody else gets to have their identity politics, why can't we defend ourselves on those same grounds? I hate that shit. I mean, I think it's terrible.
I hate that shit too, and I would like to find the person who invented the term microaggression. That fucker, whoever it was, they created quite a mess. Now, I'm sure you saw what happened at Evergreen with Brett Weinstein, where literally the left is eating itself, and that's where it gets crazy. It's like you're not progressive enough unless you're literally submitting to leaving your class because you're white. Like, you can't be there because you're white. They want a day of absence, meaning the professors, the white people. And then when you don't do it, you're somehow another racist and a Nazi. I mean, the whole thing is very bizarre to watch, but not surprising, because you see it so much, so often all over the country right now. It's almost like some new flower of ridiculous thinking and behavior that has blossomed, and it's in bloom everywhere. And when people can point to it existing in other places, like in Missouri, where that woman, what was her name, Crick? Was that woman who got the
Melissa?
Yes. Yeah, whatever her name was. When you see her in video, when you see her on video saying, "Can we get some muscle over here?"
Exactly.
Like, this is fucking insane. Like, you're telling a photographer, and by the way, a minority, an Asian man taking photos of a public place that you've created some safe space, but it's this weird thing where it's half of it is identity politics, but it's also wrapped up in this need to control people and control people's behavior, control their vernacular, control the way they communicate, and how much you give in to groupthink. It's weird.
It's scary. And Jonathan Haidt, who's a social psychologist over at NYU, he did a really good piece for The Atlantic in 2015 about this phenomenon, this kind of safe space trigger warning phenomenon, this idea that you must never be forced into a position where someone has an idea that opposes yours. And what he said is it basically makes people crazy. It actually makes you crazy. The idea in psychology is that if you have a chain of thoughts leading to a bad outcome, if you're depressed, right? If you're depressive, then you have a chain of thoughts leading to a bad outcome. The way that psychologists deal with that is with cognitive behavioral therapy. They say, okay, where in this chain of thoughts are you going wrong? Are you attributing to somebody a motive they don't have? Or is your wife really being nasty, or is it you just attributing nasty to her, and that's why you're getting depressed, you're spinning off, right? Try to control your own chain of thoughts. What the microaggression trigger warning culture does is it actually grants value. The more you are offended, the more value you are granted. And therefore, you have actually an interest in being offended. We give you awards if you're offended. You're treasured if you're offended, because it demonstrates that you're woke, right? The more you are offended, the more we can show that you are woke, and because you are woke, therefore, you're granted this virtue, you get to lord it over everyone else. I mean, I say in my speeches, if we could somehow identify, like, the LGBT, half black, half Hispanic, 1/4 Native American, little person, then we would finally have the person who we could go to answer all of our questions, because their identity would be unquestionable. It would be Yoda. You're right. If we could find Yoda, we could just get rid of democracy and discussion altogether. You just rule from on high, he, she. I don't want to put a gender on Yoda.
Right, I don't think Yoda's gender.
Yoda's a dude, right?
It's gotta be a guy with a deep voice. I think we're being rude, but
I don't know.
But yeah, you're absolutely right. No one's left to know.
Yeah, I don't know where the limit is, and they're so far left that they've actually made common cause with the people they hate, right? So when they talk about safe spaces, in Missouri, and all these black students protesting. And they actually said, we don't want white people who think like us and who want to help us in our safe spaces. We feel insulted by that. I just thought to myself, well, the KKK agrees. Like, if you want to do safe spaces for separate races, I can find some Jim Crow racists who are totally up for that in like 1962.
Well, there's the really bizarre statement that I've heard over and over again that black people cannot be racist against white people because they don't have any power over white people.
Yes.
Wow.
Then it's just it's innate. I mean, it's an inane statement. This idea that you have to have power in the superstructure in order for you to even be racist. I can understand the argument if they said, look, you being racist is not connected to racist action. If you don't have the capacity for action that affects people, then your personal racism is not as important as the racism of people in power. That at least is an argument. But the idea that you can't be racist at all if you're black because black people don't have enough power. First of all, the idea that black people have no power in the United States is utterly crazy. I mean, it's utterly crazy.
Well, especially when it was going on what?
Well, Obama was president, the Attorney General was president. And I always said this about Baltimore. We kept hearing it, Baltimore. Right, when they had the riots, they had riots, and they were saying, well, Baltimore PD, they're cracking down on black people. Okay, the chief of police was black. The majority of the city council was black and Democrat. The entire the district attorney was prosecuting the case was black. The majority of the police department was minority. The attorney general of the United States was black. The president of the United States was black. But apparently, the majority of the city of Baltimore is black. But apparently, it's the white guys' fault. Like, at some point, you're going to have to make your ideas actually work in concert with reality. I can't like do this with you.
Do you ever step back and look at this trend? Look at what's going on in popular culture and look at what's going on with identity politics and this war between the left and the right, and wonder where it's going. I mean, it feels like people on the left are completely emboldened by the fact that you have this guy in office who said things like grab him by the pussy and he lies all the time and makes fun of people's plastic surgery. If you think that having this guy in this position, I guess in some way emboldens them and makes them even more convinced of the fact they're right, fight, put up the resistance, hashtag resistance, all over the place. Where does this go?
I think, no place good. I think what's happening, and it's one of the things that I personally am not a fan of, and this goes all the way back to the Piers Morgan debate that you mentioned. I mean, I started off that debate with Piers Morgan saying to him, you don't get to attribute intent to me that I don't have, right? You're standing on the graves of the Sandy Hook in order to promote your political agenda, implying I don't care enough about dead kids because I don't agree with you. That is the sweet spot where a lot of people like to live, which is if we disagree on politics, it's because you're an asshole, right? It's not because we disagree on the best method to get to the goal, or we have different goals. It's because you're a bad person. And I think that what you're seeing is with Trump, there's an attempt to cast all of his voters as people who love all of the things that are bad that he does and says. It's not that they voted for him because they thought Hillary Clinton was the worst presidential candidate in the history of America, which is true. Right? So they voted for him because they like the grab him by the keyboard stuff. Right? They voted for him because they like that he's vulgar and he lies a lot. They voted for him because they are bad people, right? This is why people misread, I think, Hillary Clinton's deplorable speech. The implication was, okay, everybody who voted for Trump is a bad human being. They tried this with Romney, too. I mean, they tried to castigate Romney. Whatever you can say about Mitt Romney. Mitt Romney was maybe the most honorable person ever to run for the presidency. They tried to cast him, as Joe Biden said, a guy who wants to put y'all back in chains. They said that he straps dogs to the top of his car, an evil, nasty guy. Oh, yeah. This was a big issue in the straps dogs. So there was a story, I think it was the Boston Globe, about how, like, back in 1982, he went on a family vacation, and when they were traveling, he put the dog in a cage, put the dog on the top of his car. And this was like a big campaign issue, right? You remember Binders full of women? And you remember in the
47% number.
Right, exactly. Right, he's mean. He hates the poor. He hates women. The Binders full of women thing was particularly stupid because the entire point he was making is that I was trying to recruit women to my administration so they'd bring binders full of female resumes to me so I could staff more women. And they turned it into binders full of women. It's like Hugh Hefner. Yeah, Mitt Romney? Like, really? So this attempt to castigate the other side is really bad. And I think that you see some of that on the right, but I think it's more reactionary. I think that the unearned moral superiority that the left likes to kind of wallow in, I think that's more on the left than on the right, although I think that there is an attempt by some on the right now in response to do some of that.
Well, it becomes these sticking points that you use to win, and it becomes something that people repeat over and over again, like the deplorable thing. Or,
racist, sexist, bigot, homophobe.
Yeah, it's just, I was walking down New York City, down the street, right after Trump won when they were protesting, and there was this guy right next to me fucking screaming. He wasn't even in the actual parade itself. He was like on the sidewalk, but he was screaming, Donald Trump, KKK, racist, sexist, anti-gay. He had just boiled it down to this thing, but the best part about it was he saw a black guy coming towards him, and he just started screaming, Black Lives Matter, Black Lives Matter. And I saw him, I saw his soul, like in that one move.
Exactly.
Shift to screaming Black Lives Matter when he saw a black guy.
Yeah, exactly.
The whole thing was just,
so there's the intersectionality for you, right? You have to know how to appeal to every racial group on the basis of a stereotype. It could have been Thomas Sowell. He wouldn't have known.
Yeah, it's almost like the laziness in having the ability to communicate is one thing, but having the ability to express a complete thought that covers something as nuanced and as complex as American politics in 2017, that's too. So let's just yell out, Donald Trump, KKK, and this ability to like boil down what's the difference between the left and the right to like a little statement is, or a bucket of deplorable, basket of deplorables, whatever it is, the binders of women. It's so tempting because it's so powerful that it works. You put it on the back of a bumper sticker, and
I think we've also been shaped a little bit by we all live in Hollywood. I mean, you live in Hollywood, I live in Hollywood. That means that, and I think all of America lives in that milieu because everyone watches TV, everyone watches movies. So when we do politics, we tend to see it through the prism of House of Cards or any of the other political movies you've ever seen. And that means there's a bad guy, right? There's a bad guy, there's a villain. And the villain you can't just be that the villain is somebody who's incompetent. Like usually in politics, if somebody is bad, sometimes they have a malevolent point of view. That's pretty rare. Usually it's somebody who's misguided, maybe they have some bad ideas. Usually they're just stupid or incompetent. Like, this is what I keep saying to people who oppose Trump. Like, why are you attributing to him malice when stupidity would do? Like, you keep saying that everything Trump is doing is out of some sort of malicious genius. Are we watching the same film? Like, if you have a problem with Trump, it seems I have a solution for the left, by the way. If they really hate Trump this much, listen, I thought Obama was a crappy president. I have a deal. How about we just minimize the power of Washington, D.C., and then we don't have to give a crap who's the president of the United States? You think anybody in 1832 really cared who the president was? It had no impact on their lives. But now the presidency has this outsized impact. We care about Washington all the time. We treat it, and the truth is we watch it for fun. I mean, right now, the last week particularly, with Scaramucci, it's impossible not to watch it for fun, but it's actually kind of serious business. Like, there are other world leaders who are actually looking at this like, this impacts my nation. For us, we look at it, we go, well, I wonder what's on TV on tonight's episode of Trump, the series.
When you say reduce the power of the president, I think there's a lot of people that would think that would be a great idea, because having one person that has the authority over 300 plus million people, it is kind of ridiculous at this point in time. But how would you go about doing that? Like, what would be the best way to implement something like that?
I mean, it really isn't just the presidency. You'd have to reduce the power of Congress as well. I mean, you'd have to go back to a federalist-based system where localities and states have more power over local issues, and the federal government just isn't that powerful. Because what's happened basically in the constitutional structure, the federal government is never supposed to be anywhere near this big. Right? There are very certain delegated powers in the Constitution of the United States that Congress has, and they are very small. I mean, it's things like building post offices, interstate roads, and regulating interstate commerce. But the idea that they could regulate, your toilet flushing is just that's silly. I mean, the founders would have thought that was ridiculous. Yet you have a federal government that's that big. So Congress regulates on that. But if you're in Congress, the last thing you want is to be answerable for that. So what you do instead is you drop vague statutes, where you say things like, we're passing a law that says that we should fix the environment. And then you kick it over to the executive branch. And the executive branch, run by President Trump or President Obama, has a bunch of executive branch agencies like the EPA. And the EPA puts together all these regulations that you've never seen, never heard of, you never elected these people. They put together all the regulations, and then those are the ones that actually govern your lives. So if you're in Congress and things go bad, you say, well, that's not what I meant to do. I told them to do good stuff. And the bureaucrats who are not elected don't have to care. So basically you have everyone kicking the can to the other person for purposes of responsibility. The only way this is going to happen is if the American people just decide they're sick of the federal government running all this stuff, and they start actively working to elect people who want to minimize their own power, which is difficult. I mean, most people in power don't want to minimize their own power.
Yeah, that seems almost impossible. It seems like no one anyone who's worked so hard to get to the top of the game is going to try to.
Yeah, the other way to do it is to elect people on the state level who are pretty zealous about their own authority. Right? You've seen this from like Greg Abbott in Texas, that every so often he'll say to the federal government, listen, you're telling me to do something, go screw yourselves. Like, what are you going to do about it?
Well, Texas is a weird one. Like, they're almost ready to leave.
Yeah,
like at any point in time, they're ready to put a fence up and go, "Fuck you." I mean, weren't they for the longest time? They were not really a state, right?
They're still called the Republic of Texas, right? So yeah, I mean, people in Texas, I mean, it's a wonderful state. I love that when you drive through Texas, every single store is called Lone Star.
Yeah.
You know, Lone Star Brewery or Texas. Everything is named after the state. Like nothing is really named after the country. It's all named after the state. Like a lot of state pride in Texas.
There's a lot of state pride, maybe more than any place else I've ever been.
Yeah, well, not a lot of state pride in California because everybody's a transplant.
Yeah.
Also,
well, there's some, people who get here and represent something that they always wanted, some sort of a liberal paradise where you could get famous for doing nothing. I mean, it kind of is that.
I feel like there's some city pride, like there's Hollywood pride, there's San Jose pride, but like California pride, I mean, the people who run the state are idiots.
Well, California's so confused. We have a grizzly bear on our flag, but we don't have grizzly bears.
We have a team called the Los Angeles Lakers, not a lake in the state.
Yeah, our lakes are all man-made. We have to keep pumping water in until they fucking dry up.
Our river is just a giant concrete.
Yeah.
Yeah,
LA River is hilarious. When I've shown people the LA River, I'm like, that's the LA River, they're like, shut up.
Yeah, they're romantic and
it's a real river. Like, that's not a river. No, it's the LA River. Like, it is LA. It's a fucking concrete, shitty slide for water.
This city's so dirty. I mean, it could be like I've grown up my entire life here. I mean, I was born in Burbank, grew up in North Hollywood. Like I've lived here my entire life. The first time I realized I liked it is when I moved to Boston for law school because at least the weather here is good.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's gotten so shabby lately. It's such a shabby city.
The weather's amazing. But have you ever been to Mexico City?
No.
I've been a couple times for UFC events. I'm not going back because I would get headaches from the pollution. And what Mexico City to me is like LA in the future, but with zero respect for the traffic lights. When I mean zero, I've never seen anything like it. It's crazy. They're very nice people. Like, everybody's worried about getting kidnapped over there. I find Mexican people to be some of the nicest people. And real friendly and easy to get along with, but they don't give a fuck about traffic lights. When we were stuck in traffic, there's bumper to bumper, and it's a green light going this way, cars just go in front of you, and they just sort of make their way through, and people hit the brakes, and they make their way through the intersection. It's a straight up red light. And they just go. And it's not just one. One guy goes, and another guy goes behind them. And then you got like 20 cars, and it's just gridlock.
Yeah, it's funny you say this, but it's actually indicative of why the United States works, that people actually follow traffic lights. Like it's true in Italy also. It's true in Israel. Like when I visited Israel with my wife when we got married, no one pays attention to the traffic rules. Everyone's honking their horns at each other. I'm American, so why are these people so rude all the time? And my wife's like, honk the horn. She's really, but it is why, like in America, because we have a baseline, and this is what I think is breaking down actually, so not to get too deep on a point about Mexican city traffic, but I think that, the country was based on this idea. There's a social fabric. We all have respect for each other enough that we're going to follow the basic rules of the game. And that's true as far as traffic lights. It's true as far as financial dealings with one another. And when you lose that, when you lose the basic respect for the guy who lives next to you, you need to get through the red light. Screw it. It doesn't matter if it's red. Then it's kind of indicative of a culture in collapse generally when small rules start to go broken. Like in Italy, the problem in Italy is that 50% of their economy is black market because they have high tax rates and no one pays them. You're starting to see that in California too. California has the highest taxes in the country by far. We also have the #1 rate of deduction. So we pass all these high taxes so we can congratulate ourselves for social justice. And then we avoid all the taxes as much as we possibly can.
Wonderful for the accountants.
Yeah, exactly. Those people are making a freaking fortune.
Well, I just also feel like when you get a giant number of people smashed into a small area, and with LA, it's not even a small area. It includes Greater Orange County, and it goes into the Conejo Valley, and it's just like there's so many areas. There's so many. Yeah. It's almost like you get that sort of diffusion of responsibility thing. There's just too many people to care about, and you lose this feeling of value that you have for fellow people. I lived in Boulder for a little while, and when I lived there, People's Republic of Boulder, you want to talk about lefties?
Oh yeah.
Holy shit! If you had a right wing anything on your lawn, like a sign for someone running, they would take it down. They literally take things down. But when I was there, I was amazed at how many people are polite when they drive and they wave. And, like, there's only 100,000 people.
Exactly. So that's what I was going to say. I'm looking it up while we're sitting here. It's like 110,000 people in America, and the population of LA County is 10 million people.
It's plus Mexicans. You got to count Mexicans, and then you got to count everybody's connected to all the other counties around it. It's not like there's some border.
Yeah,
you just drive around.
That's exactly right. So it is. And the first time I visited Oklahoma, I had this, and I was in Oklahoma for doing a radio show.
Southern California, look at that, 23.77 million.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm in Oklahoma, and I'm walking down the street, and the first thing that, and this is some lady, and I catch eyes. Now in LA, you're from LA, you look away, right? You don't want to get stabbed, you know? So if you catch eyes with somebody, you meet, it's rude. You don't catch eyes with people in LA. And I'm on the street, we catch eyes, lady goes, "How are you?" I called my father. I was like, where am I? What's going on here? Like, this is not regular. But I do think that there is something to the idea that if you have too many people in too small a space, we're all up in each other's business so much that it's very hard to say to people, okay, liberty, stay away from one another, leave each other alone. It's like, yeah, but he lives next door and he's a jackass. Hate that guy because he's like right next to you. In Oklahoma, the guy next to you is 3 miles down.
There's that. There's also, it's been replicated in rat population density studies that you get more mental illness, you get more weird, aggressive behavior when they stack rats in these cubicles and just jam them closer and closer together. And that's exactly what's happening with people. It's what Manhattan is famous for. I mean, I enjoy visiting Manhattan, and every time I'm there, I'm always like, no, I can't live here.
Oh, yeah.
Too many humans.
I was there last week, and I like the sky, so you can't actually see the sky in Manhattan, right? I mean, you see brick buildings, 25 stories high. And I noticed that we were walking past the store, and there was a shirt on sale. And the shirt's entire text was F you effing F. And I thought, only in New York did you sell this, right? I mean, you try to take this anywhere else, and people would have been like, wait, what now? But in New York, I'm sure that's a bestseller. That's why, honestly, I think it's one of the reasons why Trump won, is because he's basically just a guy from New York. He's like a taxi driver from New York who's really, really wealthy. And, you know, he does what a taxi driver from New York would do if you're really, really wealthy. He marries models and builds gold toilets and all this kind of stuff. And people in the rest of the country actually take that language seriously. So when he says stuff like, yeah, we're going to bomb the shit out of him, and people in New York are like, yeah, that's what we do, you know? And people in Oklahoma are like, wow, he's serious. Like, that's actually going to happen. And it's like, probably not. Probably that's just how people from get it talk. Yeah. We saw this last week, right? He was talking about the cops, and he was saying this thing about covering their heads. Yeah, covering it. And he's talking like a Long Islander. You know, he's talking about, like, you know, they throw him in the back of a paddy wagon, and we do all the, and you don't put your head on the, fine, they bump their head, they just killed someone. And so the entire media went, how dare he? He's talking about how cops should rough people up. Listen, is it appropriate for the President of the United States to talk like that about treatment of suspects? No. Are we supposed to take this super seriously? Like, this is like Trump is actually recommending a policy change with regard to that's what he does. He works the room. He's a New York real estate guy who works the room. And more than anything else, if you understand New York and you understand LA, you understand Trump. He's not a giant mystery. Right? He's just any other reality TV star. He's a marketing image guy. I mean, that's what he does. Like, he's not even that great at real estate. He puts his name on the side. He brands himself. He puts his name on the side of buildings. They pay him not to be involved in the real estate business, so they can put Trump on the side of his hotels. Great. I mean, that's what he does. That's why I'm kind of shocked that he's kind of crappy at the imaging as far as being a president. You'd imagine that he'd be better in this part, but at least.
I just think he didn't understand the volume of the that was going to come his way. And I think he's such an egomaniac, he has a hard time dealing with it. He has a hard time, like, separating. And that's one of the things that I've read about him, that he's getting better at getting away from the comments and not reading comments on Twitter. But he fucking blocks people.
Yeah,
so you know about that.
Yes, yeah.
Well, there's people, a group of people suing them, and now they're actually starting to rule against public officials, people who are in the public light, being able to block citizens and having their own opinion about what this person is doing or not doing. So then you have to say, well, are you allowed to order towards the president? I mean, how far does that go? I mean, what are you allowed to say?
I mean, my view is you should be able to say whatever the hell you want about anybody, but
you can't threaten them.
Well, you can't threaten them, obviously, but it does go more to the level of pettiness. He's the most powerful man on the planet, and he's busy blocking people on Twitter at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Well, like, dude, Joe Scarborough, what is her name?
Mika Brzezinski.
That was just insane. He was saying that this is the fucking president. He's saying she showed up with bloody scars, or she was bleeding from her recent facelift.
Exactly. And first of all, it turns out that probably wasn't true. But
of course it wasn't true.
I mean,
who the fuck goes out when you're bleeding?
I agree with you. But I wrote a piece about it in National Review about this. You say that the level of hatred directed toward Trump is warping Trump. I think that it's also warping some people on my side of the aisle who are so interested in the fight that they're less interested in advancing the policies that I'd like to see achieved. So I think there's a whole group of people where, let's say that Trump would just resign tomorrow and say, you know what, I've had it, screw it, I'm out. And Mike Pence becomes president. And then Mike Pence proceeds to do all the things conservatives want him to do. We get tax reform and limit immigration, and we'll do all of these things. But he does not tweet about Mika Brzezinski's bloody face. I think there's a whole group of people on the right who pissed.
They miss it.
I think that, right. I think
especially now because it's fun.
What they want is somebody who pisses off the left more than beats the left. Right. Pisses them off. If you piss off the left, I think Obama sort of trolled some of the right into insanity. I think there are a lot of people on our side where it's like, this jerk. He keeps saying things just to piss us off. And Obama did do some of that. And so Trump is kind of a Twitter troll. And so he does the same thing. We're like, yeah, that's awesome. Like 2 days ago, or yesterday, there was a report that Trump said that he thinks the White House is shabby. Now, I can say, as somebody on the conservative right my entire life, if Obama said that, we would not let him forget that for 1,000 years, that the White House is shabby. I mean, it's an ass move to say that the people's house is shit. First of all, it's a mansion, right? Like, and second of all, this is the most iconic building on the face of the planet. And it's shabby.
How is it shabby? What was he saying it was shabby?
He said they were asking him why he visits his golf courses so much. And he said, because my golf courses are nicer and the White House is shabby. But there are people on the right who are like, fine, it's funny. Like, at least he's trolling the left. At least it's taking them off. And saying, guys, ticking off the left is not a substitute for defeating the left if you actually care about defeating the left. Like, this is one of the things that drives me nuts, because what my life goal has been to promulgate particular ideas, not just to piss off the left. But I think that in the fight, there are a lot of people who have fallen into the trap of thinking these two things are identical, right? Piss off the left, that means you're winning. It's like, no. Pissing off the left may be part of it, but that's not how you win. You win by saying things that are true, and if they get pissed, they get pissed.
Well, my good friend Bill Burr did this piece about Obama back when Obama was mocking Trump and saying the one thing that I am that you'll never be is the president of the United States. And the crowd went nuts. Yeah. Remember when he did that?
Oh, yeah.
And Obama was saying this on stage, and you see Trump in the audience boiling this, big fraud double chin, just sitting there eating it all. And that fucking stuck in his craw.
There's a whole story that came out from BuzzFeed about his interaction with Annie McKay Coppin, the reporter from BuzzFeed, in which McKay was basically like saying to Trump, like, you're a joke, you're not going to run. I think Trump ran just because he was sick of people telling him that he wasn't going to be president. So I really think that's half what drives him. That doesn't mean that he can't do good things. I hope he does do good things. He's the president. I want every president to do things I like. But, he's going to have to get it under control a little bit because, he was willing to keep the mooch. I mean, the mooch was only ousted because of John Kelly. And the mooch is
What did the mooch say? What was his, it was about Steve Bannon sucking his own cock?
Yeah, that's exactly right. About him performing acts.
Why would he think they even say that once he's in the office? I mean,
first of all, I would think that Steve Bannon could even possibly do that. I mean, Bannon's not flexible. I know, Steve. That's not something in Steve's repertoire.
A giant unit. But it doesn't matter. Just the idea that he would think. I mean, he must be emboldened by the fact that Trump has said so many outrageous things.
Well, I mean, there were reports from the New York Post that Trump liked it. That all that happened is that there was so much blowback that he had to replace Kelly, and he puts Kelly in there, and Kelly's like, I can't do this. And Trump's like, okay, fine.
But doesn't it seem more crazy to fire a guy after 10 days than it does to sit him down and say, hey, man, don't say that again.
You would think that's right.
Let's move forward.
That's what they should have done the next day. But the problem is he's been doing it for a week at that point. Right, he was out there like saying that Reince Priebus was leaking on the president and was an enemy of the president for a week.
And he was saying he was going to get him fired.
Right, and at the same time, remember, this is the same week that Trump himself is tweeting out that Attorney General Sessions, who was his most loyal supporter for a year and a half, that guy's like a traitor.
Right.
And that he wishes he'd go away.
Because he recused himself. Yeah.
First of all, Trump can fire any of these people at any time. Like, this is very passive aggressive. For a guy who made his living saying you're fired on TV, it's amazing that all the people that Trump has fired have been fired actually through surrogates.
Yeah.
And Mike Flynn resigned. James Comey was fired basically through Rod Rosenstein and Sessions. And then Rosenstein had to recuse himself, which is how you get the special counsel.
And Comey found out on television.
On TV, right? He sent like an emissary to go to LA and give him a letter. And like everyone he fires has to be fired in the most roundabout. I think that Trump actually, I think the dirty little secret is I'm not sure Trump actually likes firing people. I think he kind of likes torturing people, but I'm not sure that he actually likes firing them.
Well, maybe he doesn't like people being mad at him face to face.
I think that's
he wants them to love him in front of his face. So like when he's not there, they can make make a phone call. Fire him. You're fired, Jetson, and hang up the phone. You don't have to actually see the guy. He wants that guy to like it. Yeah. I don't know, the Comey thing was really bizarre because it was like, oh, you can do that? Like, this guy is looking into improprieties, and you can just say, no, you can't do that anymore. You're fired. You can't look into the things I've done wrong.
Yeah, well, the way he did it was the stupid part. So I was calling for Comey to be fired since last year. I thought the way he handled the whole Hillary thing from beginning to end was terrible. I thought that Trump should have replaced him before he became, as basically day one. Here's my new cabinet. Comey did a great job, usher him out the door, bring in somebody new. He kept him around. And then the first thing he said to Comey, you remember, was when he met him, he said, "You're more famous than I am." Well, when Trump says that to you, that's the writing on the wall right there.
First of all, it's not true. But second of all, I think maybe there's also a part of the problem was that Comey's a giant.
Yes.
Comey's really 6'8",
6'9", yeah, something like that.
Giant dude towered over
The whole
Trump.
thing is such a comedy. And Comey saying he was trying to hide in the curtains to avoid Trump. So you just see Herman Munster over there hiding in the curtains.
Yeah, it's weird. Now, what did
I'm
you
enjoying
think?
the show. I mean, it's wild.
If I didn't think that nuclear war was a possibility, I'd probably enjoy it more. If I see a fucking Korean missile headed our way, I'm gonna be pissed. When Comey was handling the email thing, what specifically did you not like about it? What I thought was crazy was when he restarted or reopened the case because of Puma having used her computer with Anthony Weiner's, all that stuff. Like, that's not enough. Like, that seems crazy. The deleting the emails, to me, seemed like, I had Mike Baker on from the CIA, and he said essentially anyone else would be in jail for sure, right?
And well, Comey, so he screwed it up and then he re-screwed it up. So when he originally said publicly, we're not going to prosecute Hillary Clinton, he was doing something he didn't have the authority to do. The FBI does not decide whether to prosecute people. They refer the information to the DOJ, and then the DOJ decides whether to prosecute people. It was Attorney General Loretta Lynch's decision whether to prosecute or not. The statute itself, I'm aware, the statute itself did not say, do you have intent to commit espionage, do you have intent to make classified secrets public or expose them to the possibility of being made public. Intent is not an element of the crime, right? If you do it, it's a crime. So my wife, she's a doctor, and that means that she is under HIPAA requirements. There's no element under HIPAA that says that if she reveals somebody's, proprietary medical information by accident, well, there's no intent, so she's okay. That's not part of the statute. If she brings somebody's medical records out to her car, and somebody steals the medical records, she's working at the VA or something, that's a crime. It doesn't matter if she intended to do it and just left it in her purse. So Comey read the element of intent into the crime to get Hillary off. And then he said, okay, we're not going to prosecute this. We're going to leave it alone. He shouldn't have intervened in the first place. Remember, he made an entire case basically for why she should be prosecuted. And then at the end he goes, but no, we're not going to do that. He also said we're going to keep Congress updated on any future developments. Well, you get to October, and there's a future development. They found this laptop with all sorts of information on it, with new emails from Hillary Clinton they haven't seen before. And now he has an obligation to inform Congress because he told them that he would. And so he screws the pooch again, because he's afraid that if he doesn't reveal that information, Hillary goes on to win, and then it comes out there's something criminal, then people are going to blame him for Hillary winning and putting a criminal in the White House. So instead he said, I'll be fully transparent. I have to honor my institution. I'm going to put this out there. Of course, then Hillary loses, and now he screwed it up twice. And then he gets into the White House, and now he's supposed to be investigating the Trump-Russia stuff at the same time. So now he's investigating basically both candidates in the 2016 election. He handled this the wrong way every step of the way because he was so focused on what will uphold the integrity of the FBI, the integrity of the investigations, the integrity of the DOJ. He was less worried about, okay, what do I actually have to do under the law? What's my obligation under the law? His obligation under the law is to shut his pie hole, hand the information over to Lynch. If Lynch wanted to kill the investigation, let her do it.
So, in a sense, Trump was right in saying that he's a grandstand.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think that part was right. But the problem, remember, was not the firing of Comey. It was that 2 days after he fired Comey, he went to Lester Holt on NBC. And he said, the reason I fired Comey was not all the excuses I gave about the Hillary stuff. It's because of the Russia stuff. I was angry about how he was handling Russia. I mean, that's really stupid.
Yeah.
That's intensely stupid.
It's intensely stupid, but it's also strange that it didn't go anywhere.
Right.
Like, that was it. Like, that's against the law.
Well, it's obstruction. So obstruction, looking at the statutes, obstruction is a little bit more than that. So you have to actually obstruct an ongoing investigation into criminal activity. There's a counterintelligence investigation going on, but not necessarily a criminal one. So not to get too specific about it, but
you should get specific about it.
Yeah, I mean the obstruction laws. I mean I've looked into kind of the statutes that they've used to suggest obstruction, and it's not clear that there's any statute that specifically governs something like this. Plus, it is true that Trump does have the power as the chief executive to fire, as the commander-in-chief, to fire the FBI director for any reason he chooses now. All that said, he can be impeached for any reason, criminal or non-criminal. Right? Impeachment is not you don't actually have to commit a crime to be impeached.
Well, most people don't even understand what impeach means. They think that somehow or another impeach means you get kicked out of office.
Right.
That's not what it is.
There's the House, and they have to vote to impeach you. And then there's the Senate, and they have to vote by a 2/3 majority, or 60, yeah, it's 2/3 majority, to actually convict you of a set of crimes that they come up with. But these are all political definitions, right? When it says high crimes and misdemeanors, it doesn't mean they actually have to prosecute you like they would in a criminal court. You'd have to go to jail or any of that kind of stuff. Like they could impeach anybody at any time. Clinton didn't even have to commit perjury. If they wanted to, impeach him, they could. They could impeach every president. You can impeach. It's just a vote. It's just a vote. So all the talk about what's criminal and what's not criminal. The problem for Trump, there are two ways of reading Trump's behavior in the whole Russia thing, right? Way one is he's got something to hide. And that's the most obvious way. He's got something to hide. That's why he gets rid of Flynn. We don't know why he got rid of Flynn. He gets rid of Comey. We don't really know why he got rid of Comey. And then brags to the Russians that he took pressure off him on the Russia stuff. Yeah, so way one is he's hiding something, and now he's firing everybody who gets in the way. And there's, the chain of evidence doesn't not fit that. I mean, the people he's angry at in order are Attorney General Sessions, the Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein, the former head of the FBI James Comey, the acting head of the FBI McCabe, and the special prosecutor, right, Robert Mueller. So those are all people involved with Russia. Those are the only people he's really angry at. So there's something to be said for the idea that maybe he's trying to hide something. On the other hand, we haven't actually seen any hard evidence of collusion itself. So we saw an attempt to collude by Donald Trump Jr., but we haven't actually seen any evidence that the Russians were providing special information to the Trump administration, which was then being weaponized for use in the campaign. We haven't seen any of that stuff. So here's the other plausible theory, and this goes to Trump's personality. He's so petty, and he wants to be loved so much, that he is angry that people keep saying he won because of the Russians. And so now, every time people say that, he just gets pissed and he fires people. So Comey, I mean, this is totally plausible, right? Comey comes to him and has said privately that you are not under investigation. And Trump says, well, why didn't you say that? And Comey says, well, I can't say that because if I say that, I'm going to have to update Congress if you do fall under investigation. And Trump doesn't like that. He wants the public to know he's free and clear. So he fires Comey. And then he goes up public and he says, I didn't like how he was handling the Russia thing. I'm innocent. Why would these people leave me alone? Right? So there's two ways to read this. Either he's totally innocent but stupid, or he's trying to hide something. Those are the only two plausible ways of reading the situation.
The Donald Trump Jr. thing was really bizarre because it released all the emails. Like, almost like, look, I've got nothing to hide. Like, you aren't supposed to do any of these things you're saying in these emails.
Yes, that was not a good moment for Trump Jr.
Do you think he got, and then you hear that he was coached by his dad.
Again, none of this is good stuff. I think that Donald Trump Jr. releasing the email, first of all, it is imperative to note, 8 minutes later, the New York Times released basically the email chain, right? So he was beating out the gate, and so he puts that out there,
which is a smart move.
I mean, it would be smart if you had found a way to spin it, right? Like if you'd done it, this is the thing in politics now. The way politics works now is your smartest move, if there's dirt about you, is to be the first person out the gate with it. And you put a spin on it, right? So, like Barack Obama, imagine if Obama hadn't said anything in 2008, and then we found out a week before the election that he did coke in high school. Now, a lot of people wouldn't care, a lot of people would, right? In 2000, George W. Bush was hit with a DUI charge in 1973, and it probably lost him a point in the polls. So, what Obama did is he wrote an entire memoir, and he just kind of dismissed it, right? In the middle of the memoir, he goes, when I was away, did a little blow, no problem, did a little blow. Everybody went, oh, okay, did a little blow. All right, cool. So if you're going to release this kind of stuff, you have to put a spin on it. Trump Jr. did. He put out the emails, and the emails themselves contain the damning material, right? It says right in there.
Right.
There's a Russian government lawyer. The Russian government sees this as part of its effort to aid Mr. Trump's campaign. And Donald Jr.'s like, thumbs up, guys.
Feels like I love it.
Sounds awesome. Right. And so that does not look good. It's not quite as much as people on the left want to say it is, meaning that there's no evidence yet that any information was actually exchanged with the Russians or that anything came of the meeting. Most of the people in the meeting said something and said nothing came of it. But we don't know whether Trump knew about the meeting. I find it kind of hard to believe he didn't, considering every major campaign figure was there. But and then they just keep lying. And this is the part that's a problem. Are they lying because they just think they can get away with it and they're stupid, or are they lying because they're actually being meticulous about their lies? Now, I tend to think the former because this isn't a professional administration. I think Trump, fibs a lot. He says things that are, on stupid things. He says things like, the leader of the Boy Scouts called me and told me that he loved my
best speech ever.
And then the leader of the Boy Scouts like, what? So is that a calculated lie to hide something, or is it just that Trump lies by nature and so he doesn't lie?
Well, I think he's just so used to putting that spin on things, that publicity spin.
Right.
And the thing that he said about this was that this is what politics, this is what happens in politics. You get dirt about your enemy, and people exchange information. It's just what happens. It's just you're seeing it now. So a lot of people are like, yeah, well, that makes sense.
Right. And this is something that, again, I think that we're shaped by Hollywood a little bit. Politics is dirty, but some of this stuff is not usual. Right? It's actually not particularly usual to meet with a government that is really not friendly to the United States to receive information about your political opponents. But if you watch House of Cards, you think, well, it's like two steps down from throwing somebody under a subway. So
do you watch House of Cards?
I don't, because I work in politics, and when I go home at night, the last thing I want to do is watch entertainment about politics. I watch Game of Thrones. That's as political as it gets.
Yeah, House of Cards is a great show, but it's half right. Like, I always wonder, the thing that gets me is when people suicide themselves that are on their way to trial. I'm like, okay, I don't want to be that fucking guy. I don't want to be that tinfoil hat guy. But how many people are going to suicide themselves? I mean, for sure, someone's been murdered. Somewhere along the line, someone knew something, some powerful people got to them, and they murder them. It's going to happen. It has happened. It must have happened.
I mean, I think it happens a lot in Russia. I don't think that, I don't believe what Trump said. And again, I think this is what Trump has a skewed vision of what politics is. And because he thinks that the outer limit of politics is Russia, he thinks anything inside that limit is now okay.
But do you think it's ever happened in the United States or just in Russia?
Like political assassinations?
Yes.
I can't name a specific example of where it has. I think that
Are you open to the possibility?
I'm open to, if someone shows me
Lyndon Johnson. Lyndon Johnson
would
whack somebody?
I don't think Lyndon Johnson whacked anybody.
What about Kennedy?
I don't think that Kennedy whacked anybody.
What about Hillary?
I don't think Hillary whacked anybody.
If I had my last $1,000, I'd be super tempted to bet on black. I'd be super tempted to go, you know what? I think she went dark. She's whacked. Let's go see what we got here. I want to see Whitewater. I want to see Vince Foster. I want to see that Enron guy who shot himself in the head twice. There's a few. If I could really, man, I think it's happened. I just don't know.
I'm sure it's happened at some point, but again, if I don't know who and when, I'm hesitant to. I think that we tend to think things are regular when they're never really irregular, right? So we tend to think that this stuff is happening like every day, and that's why you see Trump on TV saying, "Well, Putin, like America hasn't killed people." It's like, well. No, not quite like Putin. I mean, like Putin legitimately murders his journalistic enemies.
Yes.
Like I haven't seen you trying to double tap Jake Tapper. So I'm pretty sure no, it's not a regular thing around here. Even Obama wasn't trying to kill Chris Wallace.
Right, but maybe maybe.
And the hotel that lost your reservation.
Well, Putin is obviously the extreme example, right? Well, obviously the extreme example is North Korea, but Putin is in that range of a totally feared, essentially a dictator who's.
I mean, there are a bunch of them, right? I mean, Erdogan in Turkey, Maduro, and Assad, Maduro now in Venezuela, who's literally jailing his political opponents.
Now like a complete dictatorship, and this is very recent.
Right, but America is I mean, would you believe it if I said like leaders in France had people regularly whacked? I find it a little bit hard to believe. I don't think we're significantly worse than France in the whacking people in politics business.
I don't think regularly, but I think every now and then the move is.
I'm open to the possibility, but I'd have to see the evidence. The lawyer in me.
Well, I don't think we're a house of cards. I don't think it's that ridiculous. But
the point I'm making is, if you think that's a regular thing, if you think that it's not like a rare thing, and maybe once in a while, once every 20 years somebody gets whacked quietly for political reasons, if you think that's like a regular thing, then fibbing is like way inside the line.
Right.
Like you hiding documents is really, or you like writing your son's stupid statement about a stupid email exchange and then fibbing about it publicly, like that's really inside the line. So again, I don't think that. I think some of this. I have a rule about the Trump administration. I never attribute to malevolence what I can attribute to stupidity, because I think that that's more likely to be the case. It's like the Occam's razor of the Trump administration.
I think that is a smart way to think, but I think sometimes malevolence is real.
No, I agree.
Like the Gary Condit, Chandra Levy thing.
Yeah, that was weird.
That was a weird one. Yeah. For people who know the story, this guy was having an affair. The girl turned up dead, and then 9/11 happened right away afterwards. So people kind of forgot about it, but they found her body in the park, and everyone was like, Jesus Christ. Like, this is a woman that was about to testify that she was having an affair with this guy. And
this is Coast to Coast AM.
Yeah, but
the term's not a good one, obviously. Terrible.
So I think that, so let me say this. I think that, if there's murder in politics, it'll probably tend to fall more into the personal than the political. It'll probably fall less in the time as like, I have a political vendetta against this guy and I'm going to kill him. We haven't really done much of that since Alexander Hamilton and Burr. But there are, listen, Teddy Kennedy left a woman in the back of his car in a body of water. So
right, drunk driving, right? That was the thing with him. He just didn't want to be responsible for something horrible that did.
Right.
Similar to Dick Cheney, not just meeting with the police for like 13 hours after he shot his friend in the face.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he was trying to assassinate his friend.
No, he was just drunk hunting.
That's
for everybody.
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah, I mean,
I would imagine.
I can't rule that one out. So.
Yeah, but it's
Honestly, I'll find Teddy Kennedy a little more suspicious. You leave the woman in the back of the car, swim out of the car, go into a house, sleep, come back the next day, and my God, she's dead. Yeah. Well, yeah, it turns out when you leave somebody underwater for 12 hours, they tend to do that.
Yeah.
It's weird how that works.
Well, unless he was so drunk that he didn't know what he was doing, which can happen. You can get blackout drunk,
So
or you wake up and you go, wait a minute, did I crash my car?
So I don't drink that heavily. Is that really a thing? Like, you climb out the window of the car, swim out to the river, bank, go to somebody's house, come back like a day later. You're like, oh, shit, there was a girl in the backseat.
I've never had it happen, but I've had what I would call slideshow nights. Where I get hammered and then like I wake up in the morning with a pounding headache and I just have these flashes in my head like where was I? Where were we? Oh yeah, that was that. And then you eat breakfast with your friends and go, you remember that thing? And you go, oh yeah, Jesus. So it's not necessarily blackout like I did something horrible and I completely forgot about it, but I forgot a lot.
Okay.
But some people, I have a friend and he goes gerbilized. There's a switch that goes off 3 or 4 shots in and he's gone and he's not there anymore. And you almost gotta like nerf the world around him, protect him, and get him in his bed. And he wakes up in the morning, he doesn't know a thing. Doesn't know a thing about what happened. And it's really bizarre. It's a legit.
So you guys are nice to him or do terrible things to him?
No, we're nice to him, but your instinct is to get the fuck away from him and just let horrible things happen. But the stories are legendary. But he does. He gets shark eyes. He gets these black, like soulless eyes where he's gone. And you go, oh no, he's gone. Yeah, it's weird. I wonder what that is. I feel like that's a neurological issue. I feel like if alcohol does that to you, there's probably like some switches that aren't connected right in the head.
I imagine there's something going on here.
Yeah. So Teddy Kennedy, I mean, he was obviously a raging alcoholic, and that could have been a part of the problem. I mean, he literally might have gone home not even knowing that he killed somebody.
I mean, that would have to be it's his only defense. So you'd imagine.
Well, that was one of the things that they said that they would have used as a defense against with OJ. That OJ, with the CTE, that he might not have even known what he was doing. He might have flown into some blackout rage.
That would be an amazing defense. Like, I would like to hear that. Like, everyone who has CTE now gets to, like, run around chopping up their ex-wife and grandos and end up at their house. That's a hell of a defense. Still a funky defense, right?
Yeah, well, the defense was hilarious. But there are people that think that, you're going to see more and more things like that out of former NFL players with massive brain trauma issues.
It's actually a serious legal question. Like there's always been the question.
Weeks ago, this kid doesn't even know he did this.
Oh God!
Oh wow!
Former NFL player Devon Hall accused of killing his mother. He doesn't remember. Yeah, well, that's real.
Yeah, I don't find that wildly implausible. No. I mean, the fact is that we have an insanity offense. And what it means, you don't know right from wrong. Well, if you don't know what you're doing, like this is something we teach in law school. If you're sleepwalking, you kill somebody, and there's no motive. So it's difficult to, like, you need mental treatment, but you should be in jail for that? Not really. I mean, they've had cases where people are, like, sleepwalking and they think that, and they're dreaming at the same time, so they think their wife is actually, like, this defense has been used, where they think their wife is some sort of monster in the room, so they covered it up, and then they wake up and they're like, oh, that was my wife. It's a really creative defense, or it's true. I mean, one of the two, so.
Well, we know that people can go crazy, and we know that brain trauma is a real issue. The two of them together, I mean, there's something about getting knocked around in the head where it's so completely unpredictable, and then you add in this impulsive nature of their behavior that happens. There's something really weird about brain trauma. It causes a lot of very strange impulsive behavior in people. They really can't understand even why they're behaving the way they're behaving. It's just not good. Obviously, it's a way off track. But it's my point is, you don't want a former NFL player being a fucking president. They did the CTE study. It was 111 players, and 110 of them had CTE.
I mean, you tell me. I mean, you have more experience with this. I mean, I didn't find that shocking at all. I mean, they've been calling people punch drunk since 1910. So,
well, see, the thing is, when you get to that, when you get to the slurring your words part, you're so gone. Like, you're already gone. There's a lot of people that have CTE that speak really well, and they're very articulate, and they're very reasonable, and you wouldn't even understand that they're dealing with all this host of neurological issues. By the time your voice, I'm not a neurologist, by the time, as it's been explained to me, your voice is slurring and you're dealing with like real heavy-duty symptoms, like you're fucked. Like you're so gone. Like you're way off the deep end.
So here's a weird question for you. I mean, what would you do about? Like, I think the NFL's going to start losing viewers because of this.
I think they are. I think you're right.
And I wonder about MMA.
It's a factor. I think there's two things going on. There's the fucking factor where people like, I don't care, I want to watch people get their ass kicked. It's fun. It's exciting. People love it.
It's consensual,
primal. Yeah, and people know what they're signing up for when they do it. They know the consequences of it, and it's worth the glory to be the guy who delivers it versus the guy who receives it. So I think there's that. But then there's also, look, like the Colin Kaepernick thing. I think that probably cost a lot of ratings for the NFL.
There's that poll that came out that said, I think of the 12% of people who said that they were not watching NFL games last year, 28% of that 12% said that the Kaepernick national anthem thing was the reason.
Yeah, I mean, some people, it probably emboldened them. They probably liked it. They wanted to watch it more.
This is fascinating about the cultural breakdown of the country. Basically, white people hated it and black people loved it. This is how the polls work. It's like 72% of black people thought it was great, and like an equal percentage of white people thought that it was just terrible. Which is a fascinating look at sort of how race relations work in the country at large. It's actually one of the reasons I think that ESPN's been losing ratings. Like, I used to watch ESPN religiously, and now all I want is to just watch my sports and not be bothered with the politics. As I say, I do that during the day, and it's a pet peeve of mine. And every time I turn on ESPN, I have to hear a lecture about Caitlyn Jenner or about Black Lives Matter. It's like, shut up. Caitlyn Jenner hasn't even been athletically relevant since before I was born. I was born in 1984.
Well, the Caitlyn Jenner piece, when they did it for ESPN, and I don't know if this is true or not, but the word was that her getting Athlete of the Year, or whatever the award was.
It's like Hero of the Year. It's like the Hero of the Year award.
Yeah. Hero. Was directly tied to the exclusive interview with Diane Sawyer. They sold the two of them together as a package deal, which I buy 100%. If you don't, come on, think about where she came from. She's a fucking Kardashian, okay? She's a giant Kardashian. That's right. That's what she is. Now notice I'm saying she.
Yeah, you're saying she. I would say
very politically correct.
Yeah, I know.
But the video where they circled her house and she was like moving in the shadows behind the drapes. Did you ever see that?
No.
It was wonderful. It was wonderful. It was like the first time she was revealing herself as this woman. So they're circling her house. It's this glorious house. And like, it looks like it's in Malibu or somewhere. But they're circling the house and it's in the hills with helicopters like filming. It's like fucking high production value shit. This isn't just like, hey, we met with Caitlyn at home. Caitlyn, tell us your troubles. Like Kristen Beck, the former Navy SEAL, who just sits down very reasonably and says, "This just feels better for me. This is who I am."
Right.
No. So there was like curtains and shadows. And it was mysterious, and then she starts talking like, "Whoa, you're like, whoa." And then there was the weirdest part where she said she got surgery, but it doesn't make me any. It wasn't like I was any less of a man or less of a woman before the surgery.
Right. Well, this is the case about gender, right?
Well, then why get the surgery? That was like.
This is, well, there are a lot of questions. This is the logic of all this. Like, you call Caitlyn Jenner, Caitlyn Jenner is a biological man. I know. So, sorry to break this to all the people who listen to your show. Caitlyn Jenner is, I had a tweet this week.
All the people that listen probably agree with you.
Yeah,
at least a good amount.
The number one retweeted tweet I've ever had 100, and I tweeted I think a day ago, and it has 120,000 likes. And there was a headline from CNN that said transgender man gives birth to transgender man assigned the female sex at birth, gives birth to a healthy baby boy. And so I tweeted, woman gives birth to boy. Right. Because it's a woman. I mean, this isn't like, that's not a headline. I'm sorry, like, just because the woman believes she's a man doesn't make her a man. Like, biology still exists, sex still exists. If you want to say she's a woman who feels like a man, that's fine. If you want to say that, and by the way, I don't care if she gets hormone treatments or if she wants to have surgery. Like, it's a free country, do what the hell you want. But when you start insisting that I just throw biology out the window, I don't understand why that's any better than I, as a religious person, saying every time you say something, you have to mention God. Like, well, I don't have the right to do that to you. Like, well, that's idiotic.
Are you fascinated by it? Are you fascinated by the transgender?
I'm fascinated by society's obsession with it.
Yes, that's a good way of saying it. Yeah. There's not just an obsession. It's compulsory and it's rabid.
So I think that there's a couple of things that are going on. One is that it's very dark, but I think that there is an element of like, this is different, and we get to revel in the weirdness of it. But we're going to pretend that it's all about the civil rights of it. Right? We're going to feel like special because we're on their side. We're not watching Caitlyn Jenner because it's a curiosity, because it's weird and entertaining. We're doing it because we're on Caitlyn Jenner's side.
But they've been trans people forever.
Yeah, right. I mean, Renee Richards was a trans person.
Yeah, I mean, it's happened throughout history. I mean, there's what was I reading a couple of days ago about a Roman, like, there was something about reports of some trans soldier in the Roman army, more than 1,000 years ago. It's got to be, if it exists now and it's existed before it was popular. Yeah. I mean, there's got to be a lot of people that turn trans now just because it's exciting. Oh, there it is right there. A trans soldier in the ancient Roman army. Of course.
It wouldn't be surprising.
I'm not shocked.
No,
I'm not shocked.
I mean, it's a condition. I mean, the DSM called it gender identity disorder, and then they called it gender dysphoria. It's a condition. I mean, like, I'm not saying conditions don't exist.
Dysphoria, but that in a lot of people's mind is labeling it somehow a negative.
Well, I mean, it is highly linked to suicidality. There's a 40% lifetime suicide rate for people who have this particular gender disorder. That seems to me not to be like very positive.
Whether or not they transition. Yeah.
Whether or not they transition, yeah. I mean, and again, I don't care if you transition, do what you want to do, but the idea that we as an entire society have to redefine what sex is, and we have to blind ourselves to what biology is, this is something I'm not willing to do. I think that it's actually damaging to kids.
I'm more than willing to call her a she, and change, but you can only change your name once.
I'm willing to call Caitlyn Jenner Caitlyn Jenner. I'm not willing to call Caitlyn Jenner a she. Because you can't change your sex. You can change your name. You can change your name to whatever you want. I don't care. But you can't. Caitlyn Jenner is not a chicken. Caitlyn Jenner is not a woman. Caitlyn Jenner is a man, a biological man. And if a man lost his penis and in a tragic accident, it wouldn't make him a woman. And if he were born with a high dose of estrogen in his bloodstream, he would also not be a woman. Right? You're determined by your chromosomes. And it's not even talking about intersex people. Like, intersex is an actual status. Intersex is a biological status. But this nonsense that if you, Joe Rogan, decide tomorrow that you are a woman, no surgeries, no hormone, nothing. You just tomorrow, you wake up and not decide, but you feel like a woman. Then you have already been a woman. We must treat you as a woman. You don't have to change anything about yourself for us to even determine whether you're a woman. We just no. I'm sorry, no. I mean, like, I had mental illness. I had a grandfather. I get so much shit for this, but I had this is not me being unsympathetic to people who suffer from a condition that is really tragic and obviously harms people. In terms of the rates of suicide and depression are astounding. My grandfather was a bipolar schizophrenic, and it would have not been good for him or my family if people had said to him, Nate, you're right, the radio is talking to you. Nate, you're right, the curtains are talking to you. They put him in a mental hospital, they gave him lithium, and then he was better. He could actually live a normal, relatively happy life. There's no good treatment for gender identity disorder, gender dysphoria, whatever you want to call it. But to suggest that it is a condition that doesn't require treatment, that really it's just that you're actually brain female. Again, this is ascientific. There's no scientific evidence to back this whatsoever. Even these studies that have been done talking about there's a female brain and a male brain. First of all, if you say this to a feminist, you're a sexist. Right? If you say to a feminist, there's a female brain and a male brain works differently than the female brain, the feminist will look at you like, how dare you?
Well, it's also one of the rare times where you're allowed to celebrate classic definitions of female beauty when a man embraces it when he becomes a woman. Lipstick, high heels, short skirt. This is like not
Caitlyn Jenner was only a woman when Caitlyn Jenner was on the cover of Vanity Fair and a bustier. Right. But if he had just said, listen, I look exactly the same as I did yesterday, but I'm a woman.
Yeah, if you got a short haircut and dress like Billie Jean King.
Right. It's the reason why the media loves Laverne Cox, because Laverne Cox has had surgeries and looks a lot like a woman. So
I don't know who Laverne Cox is.
The one with the guy from the transgender woman from Orange is the New Black.
I never watched that show.
I've never watched that show either, but she's on the cover of Time magazine.
Oh.
Or he's on the cover of Time magazine.
Well, there was the woman in that show. Isn't that the one where the girl who Ruby wrote? Is that the girl?
That's Laverne Cox.
Okay, that's a woman or man?
That's a man.
But it used to be a man.
It used to be a man.
It's a woman now. Very tricky.
No, still a man, but
transgender. I'm so out of the loop. I'm that old man.
Well, look at that headline there, right? It says America's next civil rights frontier, and that's the key. You have a bunch of people in the United States who are suggesting that they want the next civil rights fight. Always the next civil rights fight, right?
Yeah.
So the civil rights fight is immigration, or the civil rights fight is gay marriage, or the civil rights fight is transgender. Okay, how about this? How about there was only one real civil rights fight, and it was about black people who had been historically oppressed in the United States for 200 years.
Slaves.
Yes, who had been slaves and then Jim Crow.
Transgenders.
This is correct.
Yeah.
Okay, the worst that Caitlyn Jenner had experienced was being incredibly wealthy in a high net worth suburb. This is not to say that transgender people aren't discriminated against in some areas of American life. I'm sure that's true, but it's also like behavior is not the same as being born black or being born Asian or being born with disabled. If I'm a business owner and I hire you and you're a man and you come in the next day and you're dressed in a woman's clothing saying you're a woman but you still have a full beard, like I don't see why I as a business owner am expected to eat the cost of that. Like that seems bizarre to me.
Eat the cost is a great way to phrase it. I didn't have a dog in this fight. I was completely open and liberal about it until there was a case where a man who had been a man for 30 years became a woman for a little less than 2 years and then started MMA fighting women.
Yes, exactly.
Beating the fuck out of these women and not proclaiming that he or she used to be a man because, in quotes, it was a medical condition that I did not need to disclose. Like, that's not a fucking medical condition.
Right.
And if you ever watch the fights, she wasn't winning. She wasn't winning because she was skillful. She was fucking manhandling these women. It was ugly.
Of course.
It was hard.
Of course. Like this is, but again, it's so funny how the transgender movement destroys the feminist movement by living off of the sort of lies that the feminist movement promulgates. The feminist movement said stupid things like women and men equally athletic proficient.
Well, that's something that's not been repeated very recently, that there's no biological difference in the genders and it's all social.
Absolute horseshit. I mean, I'm just sorry. There's no scientific evidence to back that, and it's particularly true with regard to actual physical capacity. This is just nonsense.
Not just no scientific evidence, but a mountain.
Yeah. I mean,
mountain of it.
My favorite study on this is, there was those commercials about like throwing like a girl, running like a girl.
Right.
Remember, there's feminist commercials saying, what is it to be running like a girl? No, you're an adult woman and she's running a little girl, and then they show a little girl and she's running, and it's still a little girly, but she's running normally. Fierce. It's only exactly fierce. It's only society that has forced little girls to run like women. First of all, I have a 3-year-old girl. She runs like a girl. Second of all, it's not because I'm teaching her. It's not because her mom runs, because she doesn't, right?
But she play with dolls because you're a sexist pig?
It's because of that. My daughter started off liking trucks like in the first year, and I did. And now she likes playing with dolls and dressing up in princess dresses. Like, who cares? She's a girl. She's always been a girl. She'll always be a girl, whether she likes dress or whether she likes
Yeah,
dresses.
that was an issue with one of my daughters too. My daughter was a little worried about it. She's like, no, I go, what's the big deal? You like lesbians? Who cares? I don't care. I'm like, I do not care. And she's like, and then she turned the corner and then she got, but we just let her be whatever she's in. But she was really into like Batman for a while.
Yeah, my daughter is into Batman, and she's into Wonder Woman. Like, who cares? But what's funny about this is that the left kept saying, even when I met my wife, right, he was a conservative, and I made him more conservative when we got married because that's what men tend to do to their wives. But she, I remember early on we had a conversation about this, and I said, women don't throw like men. And she got like all offended. And I said, but that's factually true. She said, right, but it's insulting. It's like, no, that's factually true. Like, I'm sorry, there have been studies. Out of 1,000, if you took a woman throwing a baseball and then 1,000 men throwing a baseball, the woman will throw faster than out of those 1,000 men, is in both the sports gene. The woman will throw faster than 2 of those men out of 1,000. And we're not talking about like Bruce Gossett here. We're talking about the accountant from down the block. We're talking about Paul Ryan flinging a baseball.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that's not the way this stuff works.
Well, that was the counter that Fallon Fox used, was that she actually lost to a woman. She lost to a woman named Ashley Evans Smith. But what I said was, no, this proves my point, is that you're not good. You're just a man.
Well, this was, John McEnroe got slapped all over the lot when he said about Serena Williams. She's great. Serena Williams is great and all. But if Serena Williams were competing, he said she's the best female player ever. And they were like, well, why not just the best player ever? Is it because she's a woman? Like, if she were a man, she'd get her ass kicked. And everyone was like, no, how dare you? There is something called the universal tennis ranking. She would rank in the mid-ranks of college male players if she were a man. And Serena Williams said like 5 years ago, no, I never want to play with like Andy Roddick. He'd kill me. She actually did this. There was a 200th ranked man in the world. She wanted to just warm up with, and they played a normal match for he won 6-1, 6-0, right? And he was like ranked 200th in the world. And the only shock was that he dropped a point.
Well, there was the issue of Renee Richards when Renee Richards started playing tennis against women and kicking their ass, and he was a middling player at best as a woman, or as a man rather. But as a woman, he was a fucking killer.
This is what should insult feminists. It turns out that Caitlyn Jenner won all these Hero of the Year awards and everything. We men are so great that even when we decide to be women, we're better than women.
That was the most bizarre thing. They only been a woman for 6 months.
But he's amazing at it. He's incredible at it. He's a natural.
He's a gold
It turns out
medalist
that men
as a
are better
woman.
even at being women than women. No wonder feminists are pissed, and they should be. And this whole glossing over the difference between feminists who've been claiming that women are distinct from men and important and different and better in certain ways. Like, I don't understand how you hold these two simultaneous thoughts. Hillary Clinton needs to be president because we need a female president. But also, Donald Trump, if he said he was a woman tomorrow, would be a woman. How do you hold those two simultaneous thoughts? I always thought that in the last week of the election, if Trump thought he was going to lose, he should have just declared himself a woman, and then he too could have run for first female president. That would have been incredible trolling.
If he showed up in a dress and lipstick,
and the entire left.
I identify as a woman. I'm the best looking woman ever. I've been voted as the best looking woman of all time. One of the great arguments that I got in online, it wasn't even arguments, but so many people were calling me a bigot because of this Fallon Fox thing. It was stunning because it was so confusing to me. Like, I'm talking about defending a biological woman. Like, these biological women, at least 2 of them got the fuck beaten out of them by Fallon Fox before they found out that she used to be a man. I'm like, that's not an issue to these people. And so this one woman said, she's always been a woman. And I said, okay. She gave birth, she impregnated a woman and got her pregnant. I go, what about then? She goes, even then.
Yeah.
So even then, she was a woman. She was fucking woman with her dick and getting that woman pregnant. Like, we are in fantasy land.
Yeah, it's crazy.
This doesn't mean, this is what's crazy. Like, you can't, just because something's illogical, you can't just decide someone's big. Like, we're in a weird area. We're talking about bone structure, and here's the crazy thing. Here's the crazy thing is that they always rely on these gender reassignment doctors to define the terms. And it's really interesting because I got deep into the rabbit hole with this because I was really shocked at how many people were angry at me. And there was one doctor who was a board-certified endocrinologist who sort of broke it down. She's like, not only is the science behind this crazy, but when you have gender reassignment surgery, one of the big issues with men transitioning to women's bone density. She's like, when you have gender reassignment surgery, you're taking estrogen, which actually preserves bone density. She's like, not only do they have less bone density once they become a woman, they might have more. Because if you're deserving it. Like you're not going to automatically be just like a woman in a year or so.
I don't think surgeons. I mean, I know too much about doctoring from having spent 1,000 years with my wife's medical education to believe that doctors have the capacity to magically change a man into a woman. No.
Maybe it's going to happen one day with like CRISPR or something like that. We start using, genetic, literally genetic
before
editing.
birth, maybe. I mean, if you actually edit the chromosomes before birth. But no. I mean, like, no. Like, once your genes have been defined, once your chromosomes have been defined, this is fifth grade science, people. Fifth grade science.
What scares the shit out of me is when you hear these stories about people deciding that their child is like 8 or 9 years old.
That's beyond belief.
It's scary because you can't be 9-year-old like a fucking 17-year-old doesn't. That was the thing about that Ruby Rose girl. She was saying that when she was young, when she was a teenager, she wanted to be a man. She wanted to be transgender, and that she had gone through that phase. And now she's so happy that she didn't do anything.
Right. Well, they say that 80% of kids who experience any sort of gender dysphoria as children grow out of it. So when you have a society that reinforces it, and then in Canada they're passing laws now that say that if a kid says, you have a girl, and the girl says I'm a boy and she's 3, that the government can come into your house and take the kid, because obviously if you don't want to humor the kid and get the kid treatment or surgery or hormone blockers, then you're obviously doing something wrong to the kid. This is just, it's insane. First of all, if anyone tried to do that with my kid, I would meet them at the door of the gun. I mean, this is the kind of stuff where you're talking legit civil war. Like when you say that the government can take people's kids from them because the government knows better than you how to parent your kids on basic things like, are you a boy or a girl? That's going to get violent pretty quickly. If you send someone to my door at the gun saying, I'm taking your daughter from you because your daughter says she's a boy at school, and you're not going to take her to a psychiatrist to start her transitioning process, no.
But how did we get so far down this rabbit hole of insanity? And this is not taking away the personal choice of a 60-year-old man like Bruce Jenner who decides he wants to be a woman.
I want free country.
Go have at it. Have a good time. But how did we get so crazy that becomes an option, that people they're not paying attention to the massive variables that a child encounters, psychological variables, stress variables, what's going on in the home, what's happening hormonally, what's happening psychologically, what is happening to you, and how can you decide, like, this is it? You're going to allow this kid to make a lockdown decision to begin gender transition surgery at like 9 or 10 years old.
Hormone blockers in there to 8.
Yeah, and then they'll show you like this girl who's like 13, who used to be a boy, and you see her act and talk, and they go, how could you imagine this isn't a girl? Okay, I don't know. I just don't know what happened.
I'm going to go with the fact that there's a Y chromosome in every cell of that person's body, except, ironically, for some of his sperm cells to tell me that that's probably the boy. And yes, you can block the manifestation of some physical characteristics that did not change the chromosomes. And there are legitimately intersect people, right? I mean, there are people who legitimately have conditions like Klinefelter syndrome. I mean, they're like, these are actual biological things. But if you're telling me any boy can be a girl, no. No. The answer is no. And that's not biologically correct, and you're not doing any sort of service to a child, especially evidence-less. I mean, you're doing no service to a child by humoring what is obviously a mental condition. And a mental condition, by the way, again, linked 40% lifetime suicide rate is higher than any other population on planet Earth by a whopping margin. I mean, telling kids that we are going to force you into the, like you expressed when you're 5, that you think you're the opposite sex, and now at 8 we're going to transition you into this, and your suicide rate is exactly the same as somebody who didn't do that, right? Or it's very similar to somebody who didn't do that, and like this is somehow supposed to benefit the person. It's just, it's beyond imagination. I think it's cool.
Well, it's very strange, for sure. And as someone who doesn't experience gender dysphoria, I like to, when someone's got some sort of an issue, whatever it is, whether you call it an issue or a condition or whatever the fuck it is, I don't have it. I try to be as standoffish. I try to be as objective. I try to be as kind as possible. This is a weird one, though. This is a weird one because it's become some sort of a fad, and any criticism of it whatsoever, even discussion of it, you are labeled as a transphobic piece of shit.
Yeah, I think it's only weird, honestly, because it's run into the weird sexual politics that dominates in the country. Right. Because if we were to talk about anorexia, which is a form of body dysphoria,
yes,
right, or if we were to talk about, I mean, there actually is something body identity integrity disorder, right, where people like want to lose an arm. And we would be saying, well, the problem is in your brain, it's not in your arm. Like chopping off your arms seems a little extreme, but if you want to do that, like go ahead. But if you're a kid and it's a 5-year-old, you wouldn't say, oh well, this kid's going to suffer with this their entire life. Just chop off their arm now, right? Prevent their arm from developing. Like this is not. And to tell the entire society that this is a positive good is a whole other thing. It's one thing to try and treat people who have a disorder humanely. It's another thing to redefine the terms of the entire civilization as well as biology in order to fit that. It's valuing the subjective over the objective. Science is objective. Your feelings about who you are is subjective. You can have those feelings, but once you are trying to translate those feelings into the objective standard we all must hold by, now you're encroaching on my territory. It's not just you doing what you want to do anymore. You're telling me what I have to do. That's a different thing.
Right. Well, no, when people say that there's this 40% suicide rate amongst transgender people, one of the arguments that I've heard is it's because they're not accepted.
Right. I've heard this too. Yeah.
Yeah. And if they were accepted and they felt themselves, and they felt love for their true self, then it would be just like everybody else.
And I've seen no evidence to suggest that. If there is a decrease based on treatment, then it's marginal at best.
But that dysphoria, is it uniform? Like, I would like to know, like, is like gender dysphoria, is it in a similar percentile as anorexia, or what bodybuilders get, or what strippers get when they get triple F tits?
I have to look up like the anorexic suicide rate.
Body dysphoria is a weird thing. You know,
it is.
I've met people. There's a girl that goes to class that's anorexic. It's so disturbing.
Yeah,
so sad.
It's horrifying. It's horrifying. And listen, I'm not saying we should mistreat people, but again, you're talking about an entire society being forced to redefine basic biological terminology.
Right.
Then, like, be an adult. Like live with this. I'm happy to treat you with. Listen, I would hire a transgender person, but I'm not going to change what reality is in order to humor you. Like, if you call yourself Napoleon, I'm not going to call you Napoleon. You're not Napoleon. Like, this is not something I'm up for.
Would you take it into consideration, though? I mean, when you were looking at this, like, what if someone was really good at their job and someone else was equally good at their job but not transgender? Would you lean towards the not transgender person because you say, well, the transgender person, they're dealing with a host of psychological issues, obviously?
Well, I mean, I think that you would have to think about, typical aspects of reliability, just the same way you would with any other mental disorder. If you knew somebody was manic depressive, which is super common, and you have somebody who's equally qualified who's not manic depressive, you might think, well, that might have an effect on how they do their job.
Yeah.
So maybe. I mean, I haven't had enough personal experience with transgender people to know whether it would impact a secretarial job or something. Probably not.
Yeah.
Probably not. But again, to pretend that, like, transgenders in the military, this seems to me like a decision that should be made by military people who actually have to determine how much does this impact the job. And if you already have a group of people with a 40% suicide rate who have higher levels of instability as a group, not individuals, group, and you're choosing which groups to pick from to be on the front lines in small units, living under severe pressure for months at a time. Like, is that something is that what you're going to go for, or is that something where, like, you'd have to overcome certain presumptions in order to get there?
Yeah, I tweeted something that Kristen Beck wrote the other day about the military ban. When Trump, apparently there was not a real ban.
I mean, basically, Trump was trying to distract from the sessions thing.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. 2 minutes later, he was executing that session. This was the part of that I didn't like. Like, I actually agree that there is a question as to whether the military should be recruiting transgender people, because I think that the military has certain, like, it creates a bunch of questions. Not just questions about the shower room, but also questions like, okay, you have a transgender man. Does he have to fulfill female standards of fitness or the male standards of fitness? Right, like, these are actual questions.
Yeah.
How does it work with troop cohesion? Right, you have a group of men, and then you have a man who's technically a man, but do you treat him as a woman? Like, does he have to carry the same stuff as the guy? Like, how does that work exactly? And does this the cost of gender transition surgery and hormones and psychologists? Like, does that come into play at all here? Would you recruit from the anorexic community for the military? Like, these are, like, real questions. But that said, that's why they commissioned a study from General Mattis at the Department of Defense. He's going to look into all of this and then give a report in 6 months. And Trump just sort of tweeted it out there. I agree that I think that Trump's general attitude on it is probably correct in terms of what the military is there to do and what's not there to do. But what I don't agree with is how he did it at all. Because it's disrespectful to the people in the military who are transgender. I mean, like, I wouldn't want to find out in a tweet. I want a better rationale than, 2 tweets, and then we're back to, like, look, they're doing more than I. I mean, they're serving the military. I didn't serve the military. It seems like it would be pretty hypocritical of me to say, well, it's perfectly respectful to say, in 2 tweets, you're out, because that's the way it is, without any sort of supporting argumentation. And he didn't actually implement the policy. He didn't give the policy to the Defense Department so they could even implement it. The Pentagon says they're not implementing it because they don't have a policy. So the PR thing.
PR thing, but it really stirred up people in the
Which
comment
I think it's designed to do, right?
I'm sure. Well, either that or he just felt like tweeting.
I think that's what I think that's what it was. I mean, he wanted to shift the conversation, and it was the funniest thing about that is that he did it in 2 tweets. And the first half of the tweet was, in consultation with my generals and my military experts, we have decided that we will no longer accept ellipses, 10-minute gap, transgender people in the military. So there was a story at BuzzFeed that was kind of funny. They went and interviewed a bunch of people in the Pentagon, and a bunch of people in the Pentagon were like, during that 10-minute gap, I didn't know whether we were going to nuclear war or what, right? Because that first tweet was like, we will no longer accept. It could have been North Korea's missile test program. So.
Wow.
Yeah, this again is evidence. I think it's an example of, even if I think the policy is good policy done the wrong way is actually counterproductive for the policies that I want to see done. Like, I want it laid out by Mattis. I want it laid out by the Defense Department. I want all the reasons laid out so we can have a good discussion over it. I don't really want just like thought vomit on Twitter. It's just not. I don't think it's effective.
Well, it also seems that this issue is such a hot issue, and it's also an issue that you're not really allowed to have an opinion on, other than the standard opinion that this has always been a woman trapped in a man's body, and this is the way it is. And
by the way, this Descartes notion that it's like a man, that it's like the soul in the machine, and there's a woman down for 40 years who had 3 children with a man's penis, and now is escaping. There's a Ghostbusters. Like, again.
Hi, Dave Michaels here. For generations, my family.
Have you seen the man in England? Was it in England? No, it's Germany. The man that identifies as a 6-year-old girl.
Yes.
So they turned him into a 6-year-old girl.
So there's this clip. There's that clip of me that's going around the internet a fair bit where I'm talking to a college girl about this, and she's saying like men can be women, women can be men. And I said, well, how old are you?
I love that clip. Why aren't you 16?
Why aren't you 16?
Yeah. And she's like baffled, like what?
And then he finally hits her, and it's like, well, you know.
Yeah.
I think this is what's kind of frightening about the age we live in, is that we can't even come up with common definitions of basic things. We're supposed to have conversations with each other. We can't decide what a man is or what a woman is, or whether a scientific fact ought to be relevant or not. You know, like at least we could decide what was a scientific fact or not before, and now it's like the subjective is just eating everything. If I don't think it's a scientific fact, it's no longer a scientific fact.
And you change the parameters of the argument. It's become about freedom, the freedom to be your authentic self versus biology.
And right, and again, be your authentic self. I don't give a shit. Do whatever you want. Like, you know, more power to you. But it is no longer about your freedom to be your authentic self when you're talking about either legislation that impacts how I run my business or how I raise my child, or you're suggesting that it is my duty to humor your authentic self. Like, I think there are a lot of people who do stupid crap their entire lives. It's not my job to humor their authentic self. I mean, I'm pro-drug legalization, but I've never done drugs, and I think that drugs are stupid. You know, don't tell me that I have to like cheer when somebody smokes a joint. Like, do what you want, but don't tell me that I have to redefine what I think is good and bad behavior. That's silly.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. And the other thing that it became this weird political hot point where we're talking about bathrooms.
Yeah.
That it became like the number one topic.
Because it was easy for people to sort of boil down the argument into that.
Right, of course. Like this, what about my children? My children go in the bathroom, and a man with a dress is going to come in. He's going to claim that he's identifying as a woman. And it got to the point where so many people were upset about it. People were boycotting South Carolina. Remember that?
Oh yeah, you know, and this the one I thought was amazing was the NCAA saying they were going to remove the Final Four from North Carolina because they passed the bathroom bill right in North Carolina. And I asked online, okay, so when are you going to abolish the separate male and female divisions of the NCAA? Like, I mean, you said that we can't have separate male and female bathrooms where biological males play, and, you know, where biological males go to one bathroom and biological females go to another. So why do you have separate divisions? Why do you have an NCAA women's division and an NCAA men's division?
Yeah, where does this go?
I mean, eventually,
boil down.
I mean, eventually it goes to one place or another. Like, either we just say, this is a step too far, give me a break. You know, science says no. Or we say anyone can be anything at any time. A man is a woman and a woman is a man, and you know, and just pick.
Have you ever seen any of the videos of people that are gender fluid?
I have seen those videos.
Those videos are fascinating. Like they wake up one day and they're a woman, and the next day they're a man. And there was a guy on NPR on Radio Lab on podcast who transitions at times of stress.
Makes perfect sense to me.
In the middle of having a conversation, I just switched. I'm Paul now. I'm a man.
So when he's more stressed, does he switch into a woman? Because that'd be really sexist, right? I mean, I think that like if he's stressed at work and he switched into a woman and started crying, that seems kind of sexist to me. That's implying that women are the people who cry at work. So
that is sexist.
Also, this raises a bunch of other weird questions. Like, okay, if you're like, there's been this. Again, if you want to talk about weird, there's been this weird push in parts of the trans community to suggest that a male who doesn't want to have sex with a biological male who says he's a female is now a sexist against women. Is a transphobe, right? You're a bad person if you're a man who doesn't want to have sex with a man, a biological man. And it doesn't make you gay to do that, right? If you have sex with a biological man who says he's a woman, that's straight sex. But if you were to have sex with a biological woman who says she's a man, you're gay.
Yeah,
kind of weird.
It's definitely weird, but I have seen the arguments and the blog posts and the tweets about men who discriminate against trans women, who do not want to date trans women.
And people keep saying, well, it's culturally defined. It's like, no, that's called evolution.
Right? Have a baby together.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. It turns out that evolution wants men to have sex with women. Like, I'm sorry to break it to everybody, but evolution relies on human reproduction. Okay, if you put that thing in the wrong place, it ain't gonna reproduce. Like that's just sorry. I mean, look, I don't know why I have to keep apologizing for science. And then they say that my party is the party of non-science. Like what? Like you're the ones who say that 2 minutes before my baby is born, it's not a baby, and a man can be a woman. But I'm anti-science. I'm wildly confused by this.
Well, the whole thing is wildly confusing. But it's such a strange subject. It's such a strange subject that's been brought to the forefront.
Again, I think it's about more the moral posturing than it is about people who actually think this is a major issue.
I think you're absolutely right. And I think people love to be virtuous. They love to be on that side. They love to virtue signal.
How dare you?
Yeah,
it is the how dare you.
It's the how dare you with dicks. Or lack of fake dicks. But they don't really have a lot of fake dicks. They don't really go that far. They just sort of take testosterone and see what's up. But it's just it's a weird facet of our society today that is unexpected. I mean, you go back 20, 30 years and it was an oddity. And even during the Renee Richards thing, it was more of an oddity than anything.
I think it's sort of accepted. Well, this is why I say I think that it's. I think a lot of people who are virtue signaling are still treating it as an oddity. They just won't admit that.
Right.
I think they're watching it because it's a circus to them. And I think that's actually cool. I don't think that you should put people who suffer from mental illness on the cover of magazines. I think that's bad.
What about bodybuilders?
I mean, I don't know. I'll be honest with you. I don't know much about bodybuilding. Do I look like I know that much about bodybuilding?
No, but the argument that I've heard.
I'm a CrossFit guy. I'm really small.
I'm more of a marathon runner. What I've heard the argument about bodybuilders is that they suffer from it as well. Is that in order to get that big, you almost have to have some sort of a body dysmorphia. You have to not understand how insanely huge you are.
Yeah,
or be really into it. There are arguments that are really into it, which makes sense to me. But I've heard people say that it's like almost like a reverse anorexia. Like they never feel like they're big enough.
Yeah, I've seen that. People say that before. Yeah.
Well, it's weird that the human mind is suspect or subject.
It's really variable. It's really open to suggestion. Really open to suggestion. I mean, you see that
scares people about children transition.
For sure. For sure. I mean, listen, you see it in everything, including fashion. Like, how many dudes wax their chest now? 30 years ago, nobody waxed their chest.
Are they waxing? Dudes are waxing?
Shave their chest, wax their chest, whatever it is.
Questions about the youth that turned to young Jamie.
Yeah, but I mean, you watch TV now, and every dude on TV has a chest as bare as my, 14-month-old son's. And it's like, where did this come from? And this came from TV. And it also came from TV. I mean, it was like TV. It was going to be men are going to be hairless now. This is the new trend. The men are going to be hairless. Apparently, you don't even get the Burt Reynolds bare chest anymore. And so if people are susceptible to even that with regard to fashion, people have for 5 years people convinced themselves that skinny jeans were a thing. Like people are open to virtually any sort of suggestion.
Bell bottoms, they come in and come out. Remember when they tried to bring bell bottoms back a few years ago?
not a good call.
They tried. And people are like, nah, not this one. Platforms, when these are platform shoes.
That's why I'm just keeping around all my dazzling clothes, because eventually they're going to come back in again.
You never know. Yeah, the idea of fashion and culture also being like the same sort of mechanism that allows people to be variable when it comes to their gender. That's,
I mean, you actually said there was a study, I thought this was fascinating, there was a study in Britain, or Poland, Britain, about sexual orientation. And what I found was 95% of people over the age of 60 identified as exclusively heterosexual. Of people who are under the age of 30, only 42% identified as exclusively heterosexual. And it's like, okay, well, in 2 generations, it's not that half the population became bisexual, right? That is not a scientific thing. It means that people are open to suggestion about their sexual behavior, which you would assume. Right? So assuming that culture has no impact, and this goes against the whole born this way aspect of even the homosexual rights movement, the gay rights movement, that says, oh, you were born this way. Like, I agree that there's a genetic component to sexual behavior, but the idea that that's why 50% of the UK population is shifted toward, I'm open to anything. The culture has something. 50%? As I say, 95% of people over the age of 60, and then 42% of people under the age of 30.
Wow.
So that's it. So that's
42%
say they're exclusively
bisexual in the UK?
No, 42% people say they're extremely heterosexual.
Extremely, 40%.
Say exclusively heterosexual. So 60%, 60%, 58% say that they're on the spectrum, but not exclusively heterosexual.
That's fascinating. I wonder if they only talk to women who are drunk. Like young drunk girls, they get crazy.
Like,
but I think also it's like they're trying to.
The Adam Carolla thing, right? Where Adam has a whole shtick about like in the future there's going to be a point where guys are considered gay if they won't kiss another dude. Like, what are you gay? You afraid that you're gay? Kiss another dude. Show me you're not gay. We've gone around the bend a little bit.
We have. Well, there's also this thing that I think happens when you have 2 very clear sides. Where you have teams, and you sort of have a line in the sand that you're not supposed to cross. And there's the right side, and there's the left side. And we have that in this country. We really don't have a third-party option.
No.
Like, a third party is kind of a joke. And whenever you have 2 opposing viewpoints, people dig in. Have you seen this new documentary about William F. Buckley and Gore Vidal and the debate?
No, I heard about it. Is it any good?
It's great. It's really interesting. Debates they had during the 1968 election. It's fascinating.
I've watched some of those debates, but yeah.
It's intense.
Yeah, particularly when we're Buckley friends who punched it all.
Yeah,
It's pretty
we call
spectacular.
them queer, and it says, I'll sock you in the face and you'll stay plastered. Like, it's weird. It's so
Stay plastered. It's spectacular.
And it's such it's so in the speak of the day, like
It's got
1968.
the Brahmin accent. It's great. Like, it's almost British accent. Yeah, it's fantastic.
It's really interesting. And then, these, it's that thing. It's my team versus that team. And I think the left is guilty of it as much as the right is guilty of it. It seems like it's a real issue where there's a lot of people that have ideas and opinions that sort of cross party lines. But they vote on one side or another, and they vote for their team.
I think that's right. I think that, especially in this last election, I think that was true. I think that people felt so alienated by the other side. Like, to understand, a lot of people voted Trump. You have to understand that there are a lot of people in the country who felt insulted by the left. They were just sick of being called a racist, sexist, bigot, homophobes every time someone wanted to advance policy on the left. And so they said, okay, screw that. At least Trump's not calling me that.
Right.
So I'll do that. And then there are a bunch of people on the left who now feel insulted by Trump's even presence, and they think all the people who voted for Trump are those people. And so they're fighting racism, sexism, bigotry, and homophobia by voting against Trump. Again, I think we go back to this. And there's a hardening of there's not one bubble in the country. There's 2. The right likes to accuse the left of being in a bubble in the coast. There's a bubble on the right too, which is the idea that everybody every piece of the media is lying to you. Right? There's always fake news. Everything's fake news. You don't like it, it's fake news. These bubbles are not healthy for the Republic. We can't have conversations with each other if we do this.
No, deception is not healthy across the board. And there's another thing that's going on where everybody's a Nazi. Like, I've never heard people called a Nazi more than I have over the last 6 months. I mean, it's been crazy. If you support Trump, you're a Nazi. You're a neo-Nazi. You're somehow or another, you're a fascist. If you didn't vote for Hillary, you're a Nazi. Like, some people have boiled it down to like the purest form.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, first of all, it demonstrates tremendous historical ignorance. Forget the Holocaust. Like, you just look at who Hitler was and the policies he promulgated. Like, he basically, he was all over the place. When he wanted to talk to socialists, he was a socialist. When he wanted to talk to capitalists, he was a capitalist. He was a top-down government guy for sure, but he would speak the language of what could be considered the European far right today. On a lot of issues, but then he would talk about redistribution of resources and universal health care and all this kind of stuff he really does. But he's just a convenient club. I mean, it's just a convenient club because then, and this is the part that scares me, once you say that somebody is Hitler, then it actually becomes obligatory to physically resist them. Then you can't have a conversation with Hitler, right? Like, once you say somebody's Hitler or the KKK, what are you going to do? Have a conversation with them? At the very least, you won't talk with them, and at the most, you might try to punch them.
That is really a problem with that. The nomenclature, right? That's really a problem with identifying someone in that way. That they are someone that you have to resist, and they are someone who cannot be reasoned with. They are someone who is absolutely evil. There's no variables or variance in their behavior.
And listen, I like fiery political rhetoric. I find it fun, but I think that once you label somebody, completely evil, you have a responsibility not to debate with them. You have a responsibility not to talk with them. Even the conversation legitimizes them.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, I'm sure you're going to get a bunch of shit from people for even having me on, because the idea is going to be, well, how could you have on somebody like Shapiro? You're legitimizing his point of view by having him on. I know a lot of people who I politically disagree with who've had that experience. They'll have me on their show, and it's like, how dare you have Shapiro on? Because you're just granting him cover. Or we can just have a conversation and maybe we'll disagree, maybe we'll agree.
Yeah, I really don't give a fuck about those people. I think that's a silly conversation. I feel like you should talk to everybody. And if you disagree or agree, I have friends on there. I had my friend yesterday on Eddie Bravo who believes everything's a fucking conspiracy. I disagree with him wildly, and I love him like a brother. I don't think you have to agree with people. I don't think you have to. The idea that you can't just have a conversation with someone about something and see if you can find middle ground or see if you can clearly define their point of view or find their perspective, that's missing today in a weird way. And one of the weirdest things about the election was the ping pong match between the left and the right as played out on national television by the media. I would watch, especially cable news, I would watch Fox News and then go to CNN and go back and forth, flip channels. You have that previous channel button on the DirecTV. I would just put it on both of them and go, what's really happening?
It's two different worlds. My mom said this in 2012 with Romney and Obama. If you read the right-wing media, there was no way Romney was going to lose. And if you read the left-wing media, there was no way Romney was going to win. And so which one of these do I believe? And I said, it's probably somewhere in the middle. Like, I have a basic rule, which is that if you have a New York Times report and then you have a report from my site, the Daily Wire, and they share the facts, you can probably assume the facts are true. But the opinions that are, embedded with the facts, those are opinions.
Right.
And that's what's so hard about, I think, the modern media landscape is trying to separate the facts from the opinion. And so this is why when Trump says fake news, he's not wrong that CNN hates him and the New York Times hates him. That he's right about that, but just labeling it all fake news is inaccurate also, because most of what they're reporting is true, right? It's just that it's biased. Because something can be both true and biased. Right? I'm true and biased, right? I say things that I think are factual, but I'm obviously conservative. That's my point of view. Tough shit. So
and you're a commentator. Right. That's what you do. I mean, half of it is, riling people up, saying provocative things.
This is where I think the right is correct about CNN and the New York Times and some of the other networks. Like, if you ask the right, what pisses you off more, CNN or the MSNBC? Most people on the right will say CNN, not MSNBC, because MSNBC is honest enough to say we're on the left. And CNN pretends we have no bias. We're above all that. Same thing with the New York Times. We're above all that. And then they run the most egregiously biased headlines. So we go, well, if they're lying about that, they're lying about everything.
One of my most fascinating characters in this whole play was Scott Adams. And particularly because Scott Adams, when I had him on my podcast, he was saying he doesn't even vote.
Yeah.
And he's like, what I am paying attention to, because I am a trained hypnotist, and I'm paying attention to the powers of persuasion, and I'm looking at trends, and I'm making some predictions that turn out to be accurate. And he's looking at Trump, and he's not talking about Trump in these glowing terms. He's talking about him as being an effective persuader. And he lost millions of dollars because of that opinion. Talking about a guy that he's not even going to vote for. And this is all leading up to the election. People were fucking furious at him.
Yeah.
And even more furious at him after Trump won, because he would do those coffee with Scott things where he does on Periscope, where he wakes up and he starts asking questions, and he's so
measured and calm. And he had a podcast recently with Sam Harris where I think he was just like a little too far over the edge of apologizing for some of Trump's behavior and sort of attributing some of Trump's behavior to that you could say was incompetence and attributed to like some sort of master plan.
This is my only quarrel with Scott, I think, is that he tends to believe that everything Trump does is 987-degree underwater, upside down, hungry hippos. Like everything is just, it's all just acts of genius, and it's 3 steps down the road. And,
instead of like stumbling his way to victory.
I knew everyone involved in the campaign. Like every single person who was involved in the campaign, I knew. This was a stumble their way to victory. Like it is amazing. The minds of human beings are. We need to think. It's sort of like the Joker says in The Dark Knight. We need to think there's a plan. We always need to think there's a plan. And so Trump won, it must be because there was some master plan that he unveiled over the course of the campaign. 3 weeks before the election, he was caught on tape saying that he wanted to grab women by the keyboard. No, there was no master plan. Okay, it's just that Hillary was an awful candidate and no one liked her. Okay, the idea that Trump was like, even the idea that there was like broad national movement for Trump that wasn't there for other candidates. He won fewer votes in Wisconsin than Mitt Romney did, and he won the state. And that's because no one liked Hillary. I mean, this is the untold story of the election. This was not a referendum on Donald Trump. This was a referendum on Hillary Clinton, particularly in the heartland, and people hated her guts. Right? Barack Obama won Ohio walking away. Everyone talks about Michigan and Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. Nobody talks about Ohio. Trump won Ohio walking away. One of the reasons he won Ohio walking away is because in 2012, Barack Obama really drove out the black vote. The percentage of the black vote typically in Ohio, it's like 10% of the general vote. In 2012, it was like 13 to 15% of the general vote, and that was the entire margin of victory for Obama in the state of Ohio. Hillary got closer to sort of the traditional percentages, and she lost in a whopping blowout in Ohio. No one likes Hillary Clinton, and the left was so arrogant that they thought we can take the most unpopular, unlikable, unqualified, nasty, boring human being anyone has seen for 20 years. We'll run her. She's the one who will run. But do you understand how confident you have to be? How confident you have to be to lose to a celebrity game show host? Like you have to suck at this in a royal manner.
Well, I don't know now. I don't think the floodgates are open. But don't you think
Senator Kid Rock, man?
Yeah. Kid Rock is going to win. Apparently, he's like way ahead.
Well, so he's going to win the primary. If he didn't win the primary, then he would have to run as an independent. Then he'd be indie rock, right?
Kid Rock is going to win the primary. Oh,
well, we can only hope that once he's in the office, he grows into it and he becomes adult rock.
How is Ted Nugent not run for office yet? That's what I want to know. How's he not?
I
saw him giving a conversation about running for president. And that if people really wanted it to do it, I was like, oh, good Jesus. Oh.
I just can't wait for The Rock Oprah.
The Rock might win.
The Rock might win. Hey, if Oprah ran in 2020,
yeah, The Rock with Oprah, it's a fucking dual slam dunk.
Oh man,
yeah, The Rock and Oprah together.
So I have this weird idea that we should actually reinstitute a monarchy, and it should just be ceremonial, and they can be a celebrity. So just make a celebrity monarch, okay, and that person will just be there to look pretty and be
sort of like Queen Elizabeth.
Exactly,
but don't really have anything.
No power, because we keep conflating the presidency with like who actually has to do things. Right. So like people who would want to represent the country.
Yeah, we have a popularity contest. Who gets to control the news, which is insane.
That's pretty wild. It's pretty wild. I think that this is. We all think in cinematic terms now, and Hollywood is run by the dopiest jackasses. Like, I grew up with all these people. These are not people who want controlling the narrative. And they were like, you know what? Let's say if Tom Hanks would be wrong. If Tom Hanks, what makes you think Tom Hanks would be the president? Like, did you look at Trump and go, God, he's doing such a brilliant job. What we really need now is a guy from Castaway.
We need is an actor again. We did well with Reagan. We did another actor. We did great with Schwarzenegger as the governor.
Like, at least Reagan was governor for 20 years before he was the president of the United States. I mean, like, let's put him through the ringer. I mean, Schwarzenegger proved in 8 years that he was not capable of doing anything except kind of sucking.
Well, you ever heard him talk about it? The way, from his perspective, it's like, you don't really understand how much red tape and bullshit you have to go through. He goes, I would meet with people, they would agree with me that it's a good idea. However, they would say, my voters are never going to agree with this, or I'm going to oppose it. So even though I know you're right, there's a bunch of farmers that are going to be mad at me for doing that, so I'm not going to do that.
Well, this is the other thing in politics that really drives me nuts. There are two promises that politicians make that are complete bullshit. The first promise they make is, I'm going to go to Washington, D.C., and I'm going to get things done. No, you're not. Okay, the system is built for gridlock. It's built for gridlock. That's why we have two separate houses of Congress. That's why we have a president who can veto. That's why we have a Supreme Court that rules on cases. It's built for gridlock. It's why we have states that are supposed to be able to check the federal government. All this is in the Federalist Papers. It was built for gridlock.
And some people are happy with that because that's how Trump is being like sidelined at every time he tries to make something really important.
I think we all should be happy with that because the only way things were supposed to get passed was with wide public support. Right, which is probably a good thing. We don't want the government shifting wildly and veering on its axis every 4 years or every 2 years. I like the gridlock. My big problem is that the gridlock now protects a huge system that I don't like, that's been built up over 100 years in the case of broken government. But I like the gridlock, but that's one promise that's made. And then people are disappointed, oh, if we get in there, we're going to repeal Obamacare. It's like, no, you're not. You're not. I mean, like, you can promise it, but now you're not going to do it because you were full of crap when you said it, and now you're not going to do it. And the gridlock is there, and it's hard to change things. You know, it takes a tremendous effort of will and electoral power to actually change things in a big way. It's this idea, we'll elect Trump, and Trump would say, it's not going to be so easy. It's like, no, it's not. It wasn't easy for Obama. Obama passed Obamacare, and that was it for his presidency. He didn't do anything for the next 6 years. Right? Like, there were no major pieces of legislation. Nothing happened after that. He lost Congress, and that was it. Okay, so that's promise number one. The other promise is your anger is justified, and this is the one I hate even more. And that is the idea that, you know, in regular life, when you have kids, I have kids, when your kid is angry, the first thing you have to teach your kid is maybe you're wrong to be angry sometimes. But your anger is not justified. If you want to make good human beings, you have to determine whether they are right to be angry. Is your anger correct? Politicians are in the business of justifying people's anger. Oh, you heard this about the Trump voter a lot, right? They're so angry. They're so angry. Okay, well, I'm angry too about things, but are they angry about the right thing? Right? Like, and Trump would say, you're right to be angry because you lost your job in Podunk, Ohio, because it's being stolen by the Chinese or by the Mexicans or something. And it's like, well, is that factually true, or are you just pandering to the anger? And on the left, you hear people say this to black folks in the inner city. It's the system that's keeping you down. It's a racist, white supremacist system that's keeping you down. And well, is that true, or are you just pandering to the voter? Because it's hard to tell people hard truths, like they're not right to be angry, get off their ass and do something with your life. And it's true for regardless of race. You know, go out there. No one cares enough to stop you in your life. Your life is your own. No one in the United States cares about you, wants to stop you, wants to throw obstacles up in your own way. I'm not sure you can win an election on the basis of go live your own life. Even though everyone keeps claiming they want to live their own life, I think most people are full of it. I think most people don't want to live their own life. They want a politician to tell them that all of their complaints about life being unfair are justified, and the politician's going to solve all that. We don't want people who stand in our way. We want people to be mobbed. And you know, that's a tempting proposition for politics.
There's certainly a lot of that when you're talking to adults, because you're dealing with people that have the momentum of all their failures in their life and all the different things that are not going right. And then here they are at this moment today, right now. And they want to figure out why and why they're not on track and how to get on track. And the easiest way is to point the finger or blame someone else. And everybody has their own hand. I'm not saying that people's hands are fair and that, you know, one person doesn't have it easy. A lot of people have it easy.
I have it easier than a lot of people, for sure.
Absolutely. But the reality is there's a tremendous amount of psychological factors that go into why someone does not succeed. And to placate them, to play on those psychological factors as, you know, not being your own fault. It's very tempting because it works. People love to hear that. They love to hear that it's not your fault.
Yep, and I think that's what politicians have become in the business of doing. And it's both right and left. It's just people saying that it's not your fault because you're being screwed by some foreign country. It's not your fault because the immigrants are doing it to you. It's not your fault. Well, maybe some of that's true, but you have to show me why it's true. You have to show me what the actual, like, did you lose your job because of China, or did you lose your job because you're in an industry that is being crowded out because of technological change, because your union struck and created wages too high to be globally competitive? Like, let's look at the actual logic here, and then how can we change it? How can we make it better? How can we? Is it something we have to do, or is it a matter of you need to broaden your skill set? Like, you see a lot of people now who are stuck in the mindset of 30 years ago that you're going to work a job and stay there for 20 years, and then you're going to leave with gold watch. That's not the way the job market works anymore. I mean, if you're entering the job market right now as a college student, you can expect that in the next 10 years you'll probably work more jobs. You know, like this, the turnover is too great, and you have to be constantly increasing your skill set.
Also, with every new innovation, there's businesses that
branch out and become new. And then there's also businesses that die, and there's no bringing them back. You're not going to bring back the printing press.
Exactly.
There's a lot of stuff that.
But for the guy in the printing press industry, you tell him that. Try to get elected from the printing press guy.
Well,
right?
I mean, right now they're trying to stop automated cars. I mean, there was a vote, right? Wasn't there a vote like within the last day or two to try to block automated trucks?
Tell me about We Magic.
Yeah. Because there's a tremendous amount of people that that's what they do for a living.
Yeah.
But it's going to be a lot more efficient when it's not people.
And, this is the great fallacy that's been, people have been trying to fight since the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, is this idea, okay, well, the new technology is going to kill jobs and then no one will ever work again. Right. So we've had the same unemployment rate in this country for the last 100 years. And the technology is a little bit better.
Teamsters convinced Congress to block driverless trucks.
That's crazy.
It seems crazy. It seems like you're fighting an inevitable tide.
Well, I mean, imagine that, like, how is that going to work for all the other industries that are affected? Let's say that you now have, you're artificially raising the prices of all the goods that now have to be brought in by the Teamsters, and now it's more expensive, so it's more money out of your pocket and my pocket. And that's money that maybe I was willing to buy American, but now I'm going to buy Chinese because I have to feed my family. Like, that's not how economics works. It's just not how it works.
Is there any argument that they're not ready yet? Trucks aren't viable?
That's one of the issues, is that with a lot of the automated trucks, basically, in order for them to work, you need dedicated lanes. Because otherwise, human error is such that if there's a Google car on the road and you're a bad driver, the Google car is probably going to get in a crash, or it might be more likely to get in a crash than if you're human driving.
Have you ever seen people freak out those Tesla cars? Have you seen what they can do to them?
I haven't seen those tests. I actually saw somebody do a Google car.
When a car is on that automated thing, if you just swerve at it, they slam on the brakes and back up on you. Like, people have done it to people and filmed it. You see people using automated cars. It's not done. It's not 100% ready.
Yeah, it's the mix again. It's sort of like how there's a lot of fuel-efficient lighter cars on the road, but they're a lot more dangerous than the heavier cars. The heavier cars, the clunkers, are still around from 1970 and the tanks.
Yeah.
They just run through 3 Priuses.
How do you feel about universal basic income? Because that's a subject that comes up a lot lately. When Elon Musk is talking about these driverless cars, one of the things he's saying is that one thing that we're going to need is universal basic income. He said we're going to have to figure out some way to feed all these people that are going to get taken out of the job market because their jobs are becoming irrelevant.
So I think that universal basic income is for when the technology gets so good that there legitimately are no jobs. I don't think that we're there yet. So if you have a machine that can make everything basically for free, and then there's a bunch of people who you don't need anymore to do work, then you can talk about a universal basic income because there's no scarcity. Scarcity is what creates a need for labor. So if there's scarcity in any industry, then there's going to be a need for labor. There's going to be a need for new labor. People are going to still have to work on these trucks and deal with technology, and the computer industry didn't destroy jobs all over the United States when typewriters went out. So I think it's a little premature. I'm not sure there will ever be a day when there's when machine society is so well developed that it can take over all jobs. I do think you're seeing bifurcation in the labor market. So I think people who are in jobs like yours and mine, we're lucky. This is a creative job. It's hard for machines to create, but for jobs that are single task jobs, a lot more of those are going to be technologically driven. And so people are going to have to, work the right side of their brain a little bit. We're going to have to train people in a different way. But my perspective on universal basic income is when you have a 4% unemployment rate, it's very difficult to say you need a universal basic income. It's, again, 96% of people in the labor market who can work are working. So that's not suggesting to me that there's this vast underclass of people who are totally incapable of working. And once you do that, you see what you've seen actually with the disability programs in the United States, right? Where now everybody's on disability. Like the fastest growing government program in America is the disability program, where people declare themselves disabled so they can get government pensions, basically. Once you have universal basic income, is there an incentive to work? And also, I'm not sure that you've solved a lot of people's problems. Like, people still need something to do with their day.
Yeah.
I mean, how many 60-year-olds do you see who retire and then they're dead within 3 years?
The utopian idea is that somehow they're going to open up these people's inherent creativity and they'll find something they actually enjoy.
Yeah, that's a bunch of hooey. I mean, how many people say, it's like, again.
I love that you said hooey. You're like 32. How old are you, man?
I'm 33, yeah.
But you're 33 using the term hooey.
Yeah.
I love it.
It's, again, I hope I never retire because I just know too many people who retire and then, I'm going to retire and I'm like, golf, and 6 months later, they're dead.
Yeah. Well, people enjoy doing things and feeling like they're valuable. And I don't know if that necessarily has to be a job, but it's a very clear, definitive test of whether or not you're valuable. If somebody gives you money, and you get that money, and you're like, look, I'm valuable, I'm doing something, I'm contributing, I got a check for my job.
Exactly. There's a lot of hours in the day, and it's going to be hard to fill that with watercolor painting and deep poetry classes.
I don't know, man. I'd find shit to do, but I've been fairly self-employed most of my life.
Yeah, I think
I've gotten.
Some people are driven, like I would find stuff to do too, but there is a difference in, not all human beings are the people who would actually go out and take classes and find things to do.
Do you have aspirations outside of commentary when it comes to politics?
Maybe some point down the road.
Do you think you run for president or something like that?
I mean, apparently anyone can. And this is what I'm finding out.
Sure.
So,
but you're a reasonable guy.
I don't know. I mean, I like what I'm doing in the sense that I get to work on what people believe, which I think is sort of the root of politics. I'm not sure implementing is the same thing. As I said, I'm not sure that the president can get, I'm more focused on getting people to think in the terms that I'd like them to think, about limited government and you taking control of your own life. And I might be able to do more good, promulgating that message using a growing medium. We're very lucky. I mean, our podcast went from having 3,000 listeners, 300 episodes ago to now we have 300,000 listeners a day. So it continues to grow. So as that crowd continues to grow, it's actually harder for me to say I'd want to jump into politics. Not easier, I think.
The limited government thing to me has always been a fascinating subject because the people that don't want limited government, that is the utopian ideal in my mind. That somehow or another the government's going to be effective if you give them more money. I had an argument with a friend where he wanted people to be taxed more because he felt like that money could be distributed to people and you would get more funding for the arts was one of his arguments. But my thought was first of all, the arts, when they're valued, when people like them, they pay for them. But that's not good. And funding for the arts means you're going to have fucking LACMA. You go to the LA County Museum of Art and you have a fucking box on the ground that someone's calling a piece of art.
You see that guy, I think he went to, it was either in San Francisco or LACMA, where he went there and he took off his glasses and he just put them on the floor and then he stood next to them going, kind of standing there and kind of stroking his chin. So there were 30 people all around him staring at the glasses on the floor. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's fucking horseshit, right? The modern art exhibits, there was another one recently where someone left behind a pineapple or something.
Yeah, I remember this, yeah.
It's crazy. It really is crazy. And it's also pretentious. And it's also stoking those fires of pretension and making something that's not legitimately creative, making it celebrated because you don't really have the ability to create something that's legitimately creative.
Yeah. I was pointing this out today with regard to, it's funny how a lot of people who want bigger government, they embrace states that start to grow the government, and then when things go to shit, they're nowhere to be found. So Venezuela is the most obvious example, right? Venezuela has turned from what was the richest country in South America and had the best oil reserves of anywhere in the Western Hemisphere, basically. They've turned it into just a garbage heap, people waiting in line. I have a friend named Nami Horowitz went down there, did some documentary stuff down there, and he was, I think his cameraman got shot. He was watching people literally shooting dogs in the streets for food. And this is, Caracas is the most violent city in the Western Hemisphere now. And all of this is because Hugo Chavez was a piece of garbage who centralized all power to himself, redistributed the wealth to all of his friends and cronies, and then supposedly uplifted the poor, except that now everyone is poor.
Wait a minute, wasn't he friends with Sean Penn? I don't even know what you're saying.
Yeah, exactly. So on my show today, I played Sean Penn and Jesse Jackson and that freak Jeremy Corbyn, who's the head of the Labour Party in Great Britain, and they're all just praising Chavez. Right? He's a great guy. He was a hero to the poor, and now Venezuela's going to shit. And where are all these people? Would someone stick a camera in Sean Penn's face now and just ask Sean Penn? So 5 minutes ago, you were saying this was awesome.
Well, there's got to be some sort of a left response for that. What is their take on why it all like that?
The no true Scotsman fallacy, right? This is them living on. It's because they never really got rid of enough private industry. If they just went further, it would have been better. The Soviet Union didn't work out that great either. But I actually got a response. It was really funny. Today, I tweeted out that according to the World Bank, Venezuela has one of the least income unequal societies on earth. So it's actually pretty income equal. Right, 'cause nobody has anything, right? And it's garbage. And so the socialist, the official Socialist Party tweeted me, and they said, this is because socialism has never truly been tried. Okay, dude. All right. Sure. Why not?
Well, the wonderful idea of socialism is that it's going to even everything out, and that you shouldn't get paid more. That no one should get paid more. That everyone should have some sort of a peak that you can reach, right? Like there's some sort of competition involved. There's got to be some. There's got to be some sort of incentive, but only so much.
Right. This is like Bernie Sanders, democratic socialism. Like formal socialism is the state owns the whole thing. But democratic socialism is there's private industry, but only to a certain point. And then we tell people no more.
Then you find out about Bernie and his wife, and his wife's idea was to buy up a bunch of land and expand the college, and then the fucking college went under, and now they're being sued.
To vacation homes.
Yeah, come on, man.
It's all based on a lot of myth making about like Western Europe and the Netherlands, right? So there's always democratic socialist countries that are working great. First of all, a car in Denmark has a 60% import tax. It costs literally twice what it would cost in the United States. Tax rates in Denmark are insane, except for corporate taxes, which the left in the United States really, they love corporate taxes. They want those higher. Denmark has some of the lowest corporate taxes and regulations in the industrialized world. So everybody's coming in and investing in Denmark. It's only the citizens who are getting screwed by paying for this giant welfare state. Then their GDP tanked, and now they've had to elect right-wing governments to slash back the level of government. I mean, it turns out that capitalism is the great engine that drives, like Singapore there's nothing on Singapore. Right? Singapore is like a rock. Okay, so there's nothing there. Singapore has one of the most powerful economies on earth because they basically have no business regulations, no taxes, and no tariffs. So you can do whatever you want. When people can do whatever they want, they make a lot of mutually beneficial exchanges. End of story. It's not that difficult, but it is difficult if you think that life is unfair.
So what would you propose? Like, what would you propose for the United States? Like, the United States, obviously, what Trump wants to do is reinvigorate manufacturing, make things in America again, bring back the labor force, take away the jobs that are going to overseas and other countries in South America.
So I think that's a bunch of slogans from him, and I don't think it means it. So number one, I don't think a manufacturing job is more important than a tech job. Right. Okay, a job is a job, and in industries that are thriving, you actually need more jobs, and in industries that are not doing as well, if the jobs disappear, that's just the wages of the global economy. And I know it sounds harsh to people who are in those industries, but it's not a referendum on you or your value. It's just saying that certain industries over time always, are outsourced. Like we used to make T-shirts in the United States. You don't make T-shirts, you make them in Vietnam, and it costs us like $5. Right? So my view is, I'm not going to privilege one side. I understand a lot of this is politics. You want to favor manufacturing bases because there are a lot of manufacturing hubs in Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin. But since I don't care, right, since I'm not a politician, my view is that if you want a thriving economy, you relieve as much regulation as possible, you lower the taxes for everyone, personal and corporate, you attract as much foreign investment as possible, and you allow people to build businesses with as little risk as possible, and then you allow them to compete. And if they succeed, they succeed. And if they fail, they fail. And you get rid of tariffs as well, because I want cheap inputs for my product, and I want cheap products on the shelves at the store, so I don't have to pay $1 bajillion for a pair of shoes. So my view of this is that economics is an element of freedom. I am a free person. I get to do with my money what I damn well please, and you don't get to stand in my way unless there is some sort of moral thing, right? Like if you want to say, let's put sanctions on Iran, let's put sanctions on China, right? China's funding North Korea right now. There's our national security. You want to put sanctions on China to try and pressure them into ending North Korea. That's a national security thing. But the idea that, like today, Trump rolled out this new plan on immigration, and he says, I want to cut down on legal immigration. But the reason is because I want to raise wages of people in the United States. And I think, well, that's not productive, because what you're actually doing is you're restricting the supply of labor, artificially increasing the wages, which artificially increases prices, which means it's not competitive on a global scale, which means the companies outsource. Right? So it's the exact same thing as minimum wage. You create a minimum wage, you're artificially increasing wages, that increases prices, that makes it non-competitive, people outsource. So it actually achieves the opposite of what you're trying to achieve. All government intervention in the economy, save for interventions that are designed to prevent externalities, things that I think hurt you, all of those are unjustified in my view.
What about environmental protection?
So those are externalities, right? So like if I were to pollute a river, it's not my river, I don't get to pollute it. I don't get to throw my trash over my fence into your yard. Right? That's a different thing. That's it.
Yeah, that's one of the most disturbing things about this administration is the cutting of funding for the Environmental Protection Agency and changing of their standards, removing some of the funding for things like satellites they're using to track the climate change change and things along those lines. And that scares the shit out of me. Like, it scares the shit out of me that they're going to ignore the environment in favor of the economy.
So I think that some of the environmental regulations are badly drawn, and some of them are overwrought when it comes to, for example, fracking. Obama pushed a lot of environmental regulations on fracking and the Keystone XL pipeline.
How do you feel about fracking?
I'm very much in favor of fracking.
Well, what do you think about, like, when you hear stories about more earthquakes happening and unstable water supplies and water tables?
So from what I've seen, the earthquake evidence is extraordinarily weak. From what I've seen, I'm again, if you present me evidence that I find convincing, I'm happy to change my mind on this.
Right.
As far as water pollution, again, the evidence has been pretty weak. So if that changes, then I'm happy to regulate. As far as
when you say it's been weak, there has been instances of fracking leading to pollution, right?
Sure, but that's not every fracking leads to pollution.
Right.
And so the question is, how broad is the regulation?
Or how many are you willing to accept?
Right, which is the truth for all business, right? Like, how much we all drive cars, how much pollution are you
water
willing
bottles somewhere there's a seagull choking on a cow.
Correct. So, like, how much are you willing to accept? Like, what I don't appreciate is when people kind of cuts the evidence and it's like, oh, well, I set my water on fire because of fracking. It's like, well, no, that's not because of fracking. That's because of the groundwater. But in any case, as far as the satellites and global warming, listen, I think that it's pretty clear that the climate is warming. I mean, the greenhouse gas effect is a thing. The question to me is less whether it's happening and more what are you going to do about it? Because even the left seems to have no real solutions as to what to do, except for massively cutting economic growth. And it seems to me that if we're talking about an increase according to the IPCC, it's something like 7 degrees Fahrenheit over the course of the next century, then on average, right, not universally, on average, then it seems to me that it's easier to just say that the climate changes over time, and maybe cities that are on the coast are going to have to pull back a little bit over time. Like 100 years is a long time. 100 years ago, we would have said that the pollution was the chief thing to worry about in the United States because we were all using smokestacks and exactly. And now, not really even through regulation, but just through market competition, you've gotten better environmental products. So I think that the market does take care of a lot of these things. People don't actually want to live in human waste. Like we actually don't want to do that. So.
You know what's been disturbing me recently is how many times I see Bill Nye on TV talking about climate change.
Well, he has the same qualifications I do. He has a mechanical engineering degree.
Yeah, is he kind of a comedian?
Yeah, I mean,
I think he is.
From my childhood, yes.
I believe he was like a comedian.
He's a stand-up guy, yeah.
Yeah, and he thought. Did you ever see his thing with Tucker Carlson?
Yes.
Which was great.
Yeah.
Tucker Carlson kept saying, okay, but you're talking about science, so tell me how much of an effect do human beings have on climate change, and what's the science? Show me. And all he wanted to say was that,
consensus settled. Yeah, exactly. And
like, what is the difference?
Or
how much is changing?
Right, give me a range. Like, it doesn't have to be an exact number, but give me a range, and then tell me, okay, what do we have to do in your opinion, in order to stop the climate change where it stands, or if we can't do that, in order to minimize it, what's the actual risk? Also, like, people keep giving these catastrophic scenarios where it looks like the day after tomorrow, Dennis Quaid running into subways and shit. And
one of the weirder ones he said was that we were supposed to have an ice age. Now that's not going to happen. Like, Jesus Christ, man, that's good.
Yeah.
Randall Carlson, who's been on my podcast a few times, and he's an expert in collisions, asteroidal collisions. And one of the things he said is, like, he goes, global warming is not great. He goes, but it's way better than global cooling.
This is true.
Global cooling kills everything.
The little ice age was not a good thing for the world. I mean, the global warm period was actually a pretty good thing for the world. So, I mean, this is the other thing, is that there are costs and benefits to climate changing, which it has throughout time. What are we willing to sacrifice in order to make that 7 degrees into 6 degrees?
Right, and just losing some coastline is not the real issue.
Like, I'm sorry about
is far more devastating.
Right, I mean,
losing coastline.
So I think that if you're going to worry about the emissions problem, worry about the sea absorption of emissions, right? Like the toxification of the oceans. Like, that seems to me to be a bigger problem than the climate changing over time. We're pretty adaptable. Like, there's a lot of land. Okay, so we move.
JKA.
We have historically. Right. I mean, Venice, the sea level rises in Venice every year. People are going to move. I mean, like that's the way it works. There's this weird idea, and it's true in economics. It's true with global warming that where you were born is where you must die. Right? And you can never move. And it's like, well, this is the most mobile society in human history. You can get on a plane and be on the other coast in 6 hours. It's easier to move than ever before. So if you really think that the climate is that bad, first of all, I'd like to ask Barbara Streisand if she's actually concerned about global warming, why she doesn't shut the coastline to stay.
Yeah.
But it's like, am I going to lose a lot of sleep if a bunch of Hollywood stars lose, 5 feet off their coastline because we didn't kill the industry of the United States and lose $4 trillion a year? Like, no.
And I'm not really sure that would have worked that way one way or another. It has been absolutely proven that human beings are having an effect on this carbon dioxide level.
Of course.
Right?
Of course, yeah. And there's a greenhouse gas effect, sure.
100%. So,
but the modeling's been so wrong that, like, there's no level of certitude, and then there's no level of solution that I know for sure is going to do this. So you're talking about human beings suffering in the now for the later. And let's be real about this. Like, yes, there are a lot of emissions from the United States, but the leading emitters on the planet right now are China and India. And they're not going to stop this shit anytime soon. Like, that's not going to happen.
Well, there's also this thing that happens where if you even discuss it, you become like a Hitler or a Nazi. You become a climate change denier. And once you get locked into one of those labels, you're a piece of shit.
Well, this is it again.
Nobody wants to be locked into those labels, so they don't even want to have a discussion or the debate. And that's one of the things that I felt like Bill Nye was not prepared for, because I felt like he's so lazy with this conversation because so many people just appease him and agree with it.
Yeah, I think that's
when
right.
Tucker Carlson was challenging him on it, he didn't have any data to support this argument. He just wanted to sort of like play word games and have this, say, well, you guys on CNN, there was one time when they had some guy on who was saying exactly what we were saying, that the models, they have not been proven to be accurate, and that Al Gore's movie predicted that we'd be underwater in 2014. Like, didn't it?
Yeah, I mean, his predictions in that movie are not correct.
They're not correct at all. And he's made like some insane amount of money off of it.
There's a sequel out this week.
Isn't he like the first $1 billion green guy?
Yeah.
Like, he's made a shitload of money off of giving these speeches and
cap and trade.
The whole thing is very strange because it becomes this untouchable subject, like what we're talking about before with transgender people. Many other subjects become, you can't discuss them. They're not even open to debate or scrutiny. They become locked down. And when Tucker Carlson was pressing Bill Nye, like, what are the numbers? Like, what is happening? Tell me how much of an effect are we having? And Bill Nye had nothing on it. He just became stammered and started getting angry. And it was like, wow, this is weird.
Yeah.
This is weird to see.
I mean, if this is the cause of your life, you should know a little bit more about it than everyone who disagrees is denying.
I think the way Tucker handled it was brilliant.
I thought it was Tucker's best moment, I think, on the show.
I think so too, because he was saying essentially, he was like, I'm not denying it. I'm not saying it's not. I just want you to tell me how much of an effect. Tell me exactly. And he had nothing. It's like, so maybe Bill Nye's the wrong guy to have there. But Bill Nye shouldn't be selling himself. Like, you can't have me come on a fucking show and talk about global warming because I don't know anything about it.
Or at the very least, Bill Nye should say, listen, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change did this study.
Right.
You can look up the numbers there. I don't have them off the top of my head.
Or have the numbers.
Right.
Have the fucking numbers. You would be on one of those shows. You're going to be on for 7 minutes.
So everybody in the media is lazy. Nobody actually does their prep for debate or for TV appearances. Like, because the truth is, you think you're going to be on for 5. I haven't done 1,000 TV hits at this point. Most people think, okay, I'm going to be on for 5 minutes. I can get through 5 minutes, right? Like, it won't be that bad if I'm on for 10 minutes. How bad can it be? And the answer is, you can get cans on national TV in 5 minutes if the person knows what they're doing.
Well, you've done that to many people. One of the things that I think is, do you talk fast always?
Yes.
Like, you're born this way?
Yeah, everyone in my family talks this
Your
way.
family just talks fast. Because I was wondering if it's like, was a strategy developed to be really good at those shows?
No. It's been fortunate that it fits that way. But yeah, even my kids talk this way. Even the 3-year-old talks
We
this
see
way.
some people that are just really good at and you get them in the podcast, and after, like, Peter Schiff's a great example. After like 20 minutes, I'm like, come on, drink, let's have some whiskey. We had a couple of glasses of clink, cheers, and we settled down. And then he settled into like a normal way of talking, but he's just so used to like force feeding you facts and opinions and
It's just, it's such an ineffective way to communicate with those three heads, and the one person who's the host, Megan Kelly throwing a question, and then this person's talking over that person, and so it's such an ineffective way to communicate.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the things that I do like about, long form podcasts like this one or like mine. I like the ability to actually expand on a point.
Yeah.
On TV, it's like, okay, you have 30 seconds of a point. Excellent. We can make that work for us.
It's the only place left that you can do this, unless you're making YouTube videos, and Jordan Peterson's obviously that's a problem.
Yeah,
but unless you're doing something along those lines where no one's there but you, and you get to expand and express yourself, there's no other form of conversation like podcasts where you're not getting interrupted by a commercial, you're just talking, and you know as well as I know that conversations sort of evolve and move. They, when I get to know you better, I see how you're thinking better, and I kind of have more questions to ask, and you expand more, and you get to know a person for real. And that's just, those television shows are so, it's so divisive in that
honestly,
way.
it's hard for me to watch cable television because of that. I don't feel like I'm getting tons of information that way.
Well, CNN had 9 fucking people on this show.
It's crazy. The panel on CNN, it's Hollywood Squares now.
Yeah, Anderson Cooper sitting there in the middle, and there's people, and there's people that are just, and they're interrupting each other and saying, "Excuse me while I talk. You mind not interrupting me for a moment?" Like they're grandstanding and trying to have this point that they think is going to be a zinger because they wrote it last night. It's just like,
the best you can hope for is that you have 30 seconds where you say something that goes viral. That's basically that's the extent of it.
Yeah, well, you've done a lot of those.
Yeah, I won't say I'm good at it. I'm good.
No, you're good at it. But it's like we were talking about before, that a lot of the people that have debated you, they're really fucking lazy. Like they have this supposed passion for something, but when it comes to preparing for this sort of interaction, they're not really doing that. They're not.
For sure, and I think that part of that is there are people who are experts on particular topics who could, I'm sure, know more about their specialty than I do on a lot of topics. Like if I were to discuss climate change with a person who's like an expert on climate change, I would not know as much as that person. Sure, but there are a lot of people who think they're generalists and have never read a book.
Right.
Like I know one fact about one thing, and it's that you're a denier.
Yeah.
If I know two, then I beat you. So
right. Well, that's the climate denier thing seems to be one of the laziest things about the left. And this is not saying that there's not some sort of a real issue with human waste. I think it's a giant issue with plastic in the ocean. There's a giant issue with pollutants in our water system, in our air. And there's a lot of issues with the side effects of being a person in an industrialized civilization. We burn things, we create poisons, and we've got to figure out a way to be sustainable. I don't think there's any denying that by anybody.
I think it's also worth noting the market makes these things better. I mean, the fact is that if you look at the areas where, for example, everyone is down on carbon-based fuels. Okay, fair enough. But if you go to places that don't have carbon-based fuels, they're burning animal dung in wood. There's nothing worse for particulate than animal dung in wood. So as we get better, if we get even better than this, we get to nuclear power, right? Which unfortunately a lot of people have banned because of unbased fuels. Like most of France's electricity is provided by nuclear power, and that's about as clean as it gets. So I do think
until it goes dark, until it goes Fukushima.
Even in worst case scenario with Fukushima, I mean, if you're talking about global warming and environmental damage, the amount of environmental damage supposedly done by carbon emissions is a lot larger than Fukushima.
Right, but the local damage is devastating. That's the disturbing thing, that they don't have a way to stop that. That's like they figured out a way to put a wall of ice around the containment area, and that didn't work. It seems so fucking science fiction-y that they really don't know what to do.
I don't know enough about nuclear containment to pick up on that one.
Nor do I.
Let's just say that one disaster basically there have been 3 major disasters in Chernobyl, 3 Mile Island, and Fukushima.
Yeah.
The only one that's happened, 2 of those 3 have happened in the First World, right? Fukushima and 3 Mile Island. 3 Mile Island basically ended up having no long-term impact. So Fukushima is really the only major disaster in 40 years of industrialized countries using nuclear power.
Well, apparently they had some weird meltdowns here at Rocketdyne that
really?
weren't really discussed. Yeah,
He knows all about it.
well, there's it was all during the 60s, 50s or 60s, when they're involved in the rocket program. But the Rocketdyne stuff, my friend's dad is a scientist, and he was explaining to me the half-life of whatever was released in the atmosphere. It's nothing of concern, but there's a bunch of there was a bunch of articles that were written about it, like worrying about people that have higher cancer rates in this area. And, but there's also like, I think there's a website called the Sins of Rocket. Really? Yeah, see if you can find that. I think there's a website dedicated to that. And people, but there's a lot of cancer just living in cities, man. Like, they say that one of the worst environments for a human being is living in a place that has a lot of brake dust. Like, if you're living in Manhattan and you get your window open, you're just inhaling particulates from people. There it is, the Sins of Rocket. But the thing is, like, I mean, how much more cancer are these people? This is from 2003.
Yeah, so sometimes the statistics on cancer are hard to correlate,
right,
because you'll have groupings that are sort of weird, and that's just because random statistical grouping happens. So how much of it is due to X factor or Y factor? If we knew that, then presumably the cancer rates would be going down a lot.
Yeah.
And they haven't really in most cases. So it's pretty rare you have like a lung cancer situation where smoking obviously causes lung cancer.
Right.
Most cancer is like breast cancer. We have no idea why it happens. So,
also, the valley itself, like anything that happens in the valley, like when you drive from like Thousand Oaks over the hill and you look down the valley, like, Jesus, that can't be good.
Yeah, I hear you. I've been flying into the valley my entire life, and every time you fly into the brown gunk soup that is the valley atmosphere, you think that's not great.
Yeah,
I mean, that is one area where obviously we have gotten better. I mean, the smog alerts have gone down tremendously in the last 30 years.
Yeah, it's gotten a lot better. It's gotten a lot better. But that's also one of the things that Donald Trump has relaxed some of the standards.
The case standards?
Wasn't it?
I don't know if he really did.
Wasn't it emission standards he changed?
The car emission standards?
Yeah.
Maybe. It's again, I wonder how much of the car emission standards. Like, there's actually a pretty thriving debate in the libertarian community, particularly, about whether case standards are what drove greater fuel efficiency, or whether it was the price of gas that drove greater fuel efficiency. And as the price of gas has risen and fallen, you see people change their buying habits. Right in the 90s, everybody bought an SUV, and when the prices went up, everybody bought a Prius.
Well, the Prius thing is interesting too, particularly the Tesla thing, because then you look at the environmental disasters of creating these batteries.
Yes.
And you're like, oh, this is not totally green.
Yeah.
Like, there's some weird gray area too.
It's pretty complex, and I think that the one thing we know is that there are millions of people all over the world for all of human history who've been living in absolute penury and misery, and we now support 7 billion people on the planet, and the rate of global poverty has dropped by 50% in the last 30 years. A lot of that is technological change. A lot of that is fossil fuel use. And so before we always have to think, these are two things that are worth thinking about balancing. Like, and this is what's, again, a little frustrating, is that sometimes you see people on the environmental left who will say, well, this has to be done or it's the end of the world. And so, well, how about those people in developing countries? How many of those people are you going to say have to live in poverty in order for this to happen? And then on the right, you'll see people say, well, no environmental regulations at all, just let it all hash out. And, sometimes the market hashes it out, and sometimes the market doesn't hash it out. And so I think a little caution is warranted.
I think that's a very reasonable point of view. And that's one of the things that I really like about your commentary. I know you're a right-leaning guy, but you're very reasonable. You make arguments that are sound and easy to trace. It makes sense.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
I think we need more of that, and I think it's rare that you find that in a 33-year-old guy. That's some strange sort of conservative character that travels around clowning people at universities. So the Berkeley thing is going to happen. When is it going to happen?
September 14th is the date it's supposed to happen.
Dude, good luck with all that.
Yeah, well, if they cancel, we'll still go.
You're going to go on a bulletproof mobile?
Yeah, hey, he wears funny hat, and so do I, so I think
yours is a low profile.
Yeah, we keep it on the deal around.
When you do show up at these places and you see the Antifa people and they're screaming and yelling and cheering, and that's got to be a surreal thing. And it's just you and your thoughts and your opinion. I mean, you're not selling babies. You're not there slaughtering dogs in the Berlin Festival.
Yeah, exactly. It's weird. I think that I'm not arrogant quite enough to think that a lot of those people know who I am. I think that what happens is that there's sort of a call that goes out from a select few saying, this KKK member is coming to campus, go stop it. And that's what happened at Cal State LA. Like, when I spoke there were actually a couple of professors who were telling their students that I was a closet member of the KKK.
Pretty much show up wearing yarmulke.
I'm their favorite person, the KKK. I'm like a charter member. It's my thing. Man, I was literally in 2016. It was hilarious. That year, 2016 was a wild year. So David Duke accused me of being a far leftist, Black Lives Matter accused me of being a member of the KKK, and I was the #1 recipient of anti-Semitism from the, according to the Anti-Defamation League, I was the #1 recipient of Twitter anti-Semitism in the United States for journalists last year. So I do have a little trophy in my house. It's a motivated Jew in America, which is a hell of a title.
Is it a green frog?
It is. It's a green frog, and then a little model of a gas chamber. It's perfect. Yeah, by a huge margin, by the way. Blowout. It was like 40% of all anti-Semitic tweets on the internet directed at journalists in 2016 were directed at me personally. It was a party.
Holy shit!
It was a good year. It's a good year. You know, some years are more productive than others.
What did that feel like?
Well, I mean, it felt like my Twitter feed was just a dumpster fire. Anytime I retweeted anybody, I get people emailing me, please don't retweet me, because as soon as I retweet someone, they just be hit by waves of these people.
And that's died off?
Yeah, since the election, it's really gone down a fair bit. But, you know, there were some pretty serious death threats. Like, I got people calling my cell phone. I had to up my security. I already had a shotgun. It was,
Jesus Christ. Well, what started it off?
Probably me putting Breitbart. So when I was, I was not a Trump supporter. I didn't vote for either candidate in this year's election.
Who did you support?
In the primaries? Cruz. I support him in those positions. He was the closest to me politically. So, I was not pro-Trump during the primaries. He didn't earn my vote during the general election. I thought, there's two ways to look at your vote. This is what I always said to people. I said, vote for who you want to, but for me, there's two ways to look at your vote. It's a coupon that expires November 9th, right? And so either use it or you lose it. Or it's just, it says something about what you are willing to accept. And it's possible that there can be election where both candidates suck and you just don't want either of them.
So what did you do during the election?
I voted down ticket. I skipped the top of the ticket. So, which is the first time I've ever done it. So, I didn't think either of these people was qualified to be president of the United States. Once Trump was elected, then it was like, okay, if he does good stuff, I'll praise him. If he does bad stuff, I'll hit him, as I would any other president. So I've been sort of, calling balls and strikes with him. And some of the stuff like Gorsuch I love, and some of the stuff like with Brzezinski's bloody face. So but yeah, so I think what led off was it was a combination of three things. One, I'm Jewish, two, and obviously so. Two, I was working at Breitbart, and then I quit in the middle of the election cycle. After there was that whole, do you remember the Michelle Fields incident, where Corey Lewandowski grabbed a reporter from Breitbart by the arm, bruised her, and then Breitbart.
Did he actually bruise her?
He bruised her. I mean, she took pictures, she reported to the cops. It was, unless you believe she bruised herself.
It didn't look much like when I watched the video, it looked like he just kind of grabbed her arm. It looked like her body didn't move like she was being injured.
Yeah, I mean, let's put it this way. That was her account. That was also the account of Ben Terrace at the Washington Post, right? It was that she was grabbed hard enough to bruise, and then she had bruises.
Well, you know what, Libby, as a fight commentator, there's a lot of things that I see live that look a lot worse than when you watch them on video. When people get knocked out, like that wasn't much of a punch. Like, you had to be there.
Yeah, I mean, the example that comes to mind is the Ali Wilson punch, right? In Fight Number 2, right? So that's probably a fake. So that's probably a bad example, but bottom line is that there were a bunch of different excuses that Breitbart went through on that one. One was that she was never grabbed at all. The second was that it was a Secret Service guy, and then the third was that Trump thought she was a security threat, and Corey Lewandowski had to protect Trump from this 90-pound soaking wet, girl. And so once Breitbart did that, then the real question for me was not, what a horrible thing had happened to her. It was much more about, as a journalistic entity, do you stand by your reporters, or do you stand by the candidate who you support? And once Breitbart made clear to me that, I already knew they supported Trump, that wasn't any great shock, but I was kind of their token non-Trump guy. And once it became clear that they were willing to sort of sacrifice journalistic credibility on the altar of getting close to Trump, then I was out. And then it's no longer a journalistic outlet. So I quit, and that sort of started the ball rolling.
So you really didn't get anti-Semitic responses on Twitter before that?
Not too much. So I won't say that Breitbart directed it at me, because I don't think they did, but I think that there were a lot of people who follow Breitbart and Milo Yiannopoulos, and they were pissed at me, and they'd seen me as like an ally, and now they saw me as an enemy, and this kind of thing. So, that's their prerogative.
But war for them, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, people enjoyed it, obviously.
That's a weird thing about the online hate is how much people enjoy it.
Well, it's anonymous. You never get tagged for it.
It's anonymous for now.
I mean, I've said this to a bunch of college students about, the alt-right. First of all, I think it's important to mention a lot of people who say they're alt-right aren't actually alt-right. Just because you like a meme doesn't make you alt-right. But like, there's a group of people who actually like Richard Spencer and Jared Taylor and the race-based identity politics of white supremacy, and those people are actually alt-right. When the alt-right is coming after you, then it's not a lot of fun. But there are a lot of young students who will retweet things from like things that are obviously nasty and are going to hurt them in their future career.
Yeah.
Right, where they'll like be joking around on Facebook using the N-word. And I'll say to them, like, guys, you may think it's funny, and 10 years from now, your employer is going to find that, and you're going to be toast. And there are a lot of people who sort of fall into this idea that what you do online is anonymous. I mean, it is not. It is not going to remain anonymous.
It's just a matter of time before it blows.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't think there's
say this crap.
any anonymity.
I agree. I think that we're moving in that direction. And this is actually a thing that bothers me in general. Like, did you follow, I'm sure you did, the Donald Sterling saga out here?
Yeah, sure.
So it really bothered me.
Yeah, me too.
That everybody was willing to like take Donald Sterling's team away from him because he said something shitty to his girlfriend about Magic Johnson. When there's no evidence that there's actual discrimination among clients at the Clippers and like again, if there are actual evidence of discrimination, then sure, boycott his team and do what the NBA has to do. But like, I'm pretty certain that every human being says crappy things to their intimate loved ones about groups of people and other people. And if this now becomes the standard, then I think that we're all toast.
Oh, for sure. And his defense of it was like very reasonable. I was just trying to get laid. He's like, I was just saying, shut the fuck up. He was like, he thought he was alone. He thought he was with her, and no one was recording him. And she was trying to say that she had recorded all of their conversations, and it was a part of her job.
He's like a senile old guy, and he's obviously not with Lisa Biano because she's a Nobel Prize-winning physicist. I mean, like, this is like
bought her a condo and a Bentley and a Ferrari, and he's just trying to fuck her.
His interview with Anderson Cooper was one of the classic interviews of all time.
I never saw it.
The moment where he says, because there's a moment where he turns to Anderson Cooper and says, Anderson, have you ever fallen in love with that woman? And Anderson Cooper, who is, you know, super gay. Yeah, Anderson Cooper goes, he starts laughing, he goes, no, I've never had that experience. Well, Anderson, when you do fall in love with a woman, he's so unaware. And it's like, I'm sorry, like, I can't consider this guy, like, he's a KKK threatening figure. Like, the guy can't even, like, find a toilet in the morning. He's, like, stumbling over his ottoman.
I had a bit I did about defending him. Well, I was like, because if you look at what he actually said, it was a racist, a terrible person. He said, do me a favor. He goes, he goes, don't take pictures of black guys. He goes, in the next sentence, he said, I don't care if you fuck them. Just don't take pictures of them. I go, in my world, that's pretty reasonable. Like, you got a girl, you're buying her a Ferrari, all you say is just don't take any pictures. You can fuck them. She's like, leave well enough alone. You're getting a Ferrari out of the deal.
Well, I think that was it. That whole thing was just like, it was our capacity to get ourselves outraged and show everybody how outraged we were.
Well, the president of the NBA, whatever the fuck his name is, what is it?
Adam Silver now, Adam Silver.
That guy that got on TV was talking about it like it was the most horrific thing that's ever been said.
Like he's reinstituting Jim Crow at Clipper at the Staples Center.
He should have gotten on TV and said, this is obviously, we know what this was. This is a gold digger and an old man. It's a story as old as time. He said some stupid shit. Old people say stupid shit.
Okay, old guy.
Here's the thing. Don't take his advice when it comes to race. And he probably should have said, look, but on the bright side, he told us she can go fuck black guys. So, hey, everybody's happy. Good night, everybody.
Looking better press.
It was the greatest press conference. This guy was like self-righteous bullshit.
Well, I mean, a lot of that, again, is I think that if you look at the NBA statistics and who watches the NBA, the outsized number of people who watch the NBA are black. And there's an outsized amount of time watching it. And so, you know, Donald Sterling pissed off a lot of black folks, understandably. And so a lot of people were like, I think the NBA was like, we're not going to lose our fan base over it. It was a money decision, in other words. I don't think it was a values decision as much as it was money.
I agree with you 100%, but I don't think they had to make that decision that way.
I think they could have suspended him. They could have divested him and put his kids or his wife in charge of the team. Like, this idea that you're going to force him to sell his team.
It's
crazy. Or you're going to disband the Clippers because there was a tape of an old man saying stupid-ass things to a gold digger. He
didn't sue anyway, and he wound up making more money from that team than he ever would have.
Oh, yeah, he sold the ball for $1 bajillion, yeah.
It became much more valuable. The whole thing's bizarre. Yeah. That's it, dude. Just took 3 hours.
Well,
crazy.
I appreciate it.
Flew by.
That's great.
Well, listen, people have been asking for a long time for you to come on, so I'm glad we finally got together.
Yeah, me too. Thanks for having me.
My pleasure. Let's do it again.
Sounds good.
Thank you. Thanks, man. See you guys. See you next week. Or girls too. Non-binary folks too. Everybody. All inclusive. Bye.
Whereas science is unable to do that. than 40 years, and her level of accuracy is undeniable. She states her accuracy as being 95%. Currently, the
social media.
data that confirms that fact.
People love YouTube. Oh, we're live. We're doing it right now. So we've God. Oh, what's the word? Gawked. What's the word when you ogled over someone's body? But dude, you got jacked. You went from being skinny to shredded.
Yeah.
You're pretty serious about MMA training, man.
It's really just about like the lifestyle. You know what I mean? You're a martial artist, so you know, freaking the mind and the body and the soul go together. So
yeah,
all of these things I'm learning about them. I'm able to put them all together. You can't be a complete person until everything is together. So, you know, spiritually, I've already ascended above my peers. Now I'm taking my body up there.
How do you do that spiritually? Through that giant jug of weed you got on the table?
Exactly. Stay high.
Yeah, for the folks only listen, Wiz brought literally like a mason jar filled with weed.
Yep. And it's like halfway full.
You have specific strains that you like?
Yeah, I smoke the KK, Khalifa Kush.
Oh, you got your own shit.
Yeah, absolutely. Because I got tired of smoking all different types of weed. It's like a drink, you know what I'm saying? Like alcohol, people only drink dark liquor, whiskey, or I only smoke KK.
Only KK. Yeah. If you mix it up though, you'll get a big hit, right? Like you switch it up to somebody else's stuff, you're like, whoa, but your body's not ready for it.
My head will go crazy, and like I'll really feel it. You'll see me like over in the corner stone. So I only have to smoke KK. That's it.
That's the weird thing about weed, right? Like you get used to a certain strain.
Yeah, like I'll get physically like ill if I don't smoke my strain. I'll get runny nose, coughing. Yeah. I need KK.
Wow.
Yeah.
How much do you smoke a day?
Probably an ounce, like a cool we burning a cool ounce. How about you?
I don't smoke that much.
Yeah.
No, like a joint. Well, like a joint a day.
Really?
Yeah.
I would think that you would like just get stoned all day.
I get stoned all day when I don't have shit to do.
Gotcha.
But if I have too much shit to do and I get stoned all day, that shit doesn't get done.
You said you like blunts?
Yeah.
Why you like blunts?
Because a little tobacco gives you like this little extra high.
Yep. I'm glad you admitted it.
Yeah.
Like, people who smoke blunts, they don't. Some of them they don't know that they're tobaccoing, and they try to mask it and say, no, you know, it's a leaf. And it's like, no, bro, you like tobacco.
It's tobacco with weed.
Yep.
It's like a combo high.
It cuts it a little
yeah,
bit too.
I like it before I go on stage. It's my favorite before I go on stage. That gives me like a little pickup, a little high, a little like
yeah. I'm happy how legal weed is these days because it's like my son had a spring concert yesterday, and I would feel like shit back in the day walking in there smelling like bud because he goes to private school and it's like, you know what I mean? It's a reflection on him.
Yeah.
So it's like, you know, you got the weed head dad, blah, 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 this and another thing. But it's like nowadays that shit is cool. Like,
no one cares.
Nobody gives a fuck.
Yeah, I've seen it happen because I have a 22-year-old daughter, but I also have an 11 and a 9-year-old. And with the 22-year-old, when she was growing up, it was all weird. It was weird. It was like if you were a loser for smoking weed.
Play dates, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, people coming over your house, you got weed at the house.
Yeah, bro.
Parents get weird.
I live like right up the street from the school, so like I'm getting real technical with it. Like, I'm in a school zone. You know what I'm saying? Like,
legitimately,
bruh, like I could be not here right now,
incarcerated
for real.
Yeah. You see that lady they locked up today in Dallas? Did you see that shit?
Nah, no.
Old lady, a grandmother. They locked her up because she had CBD on her. Yeah, she was at Dallas airport. It's not even psychoactive, and I think she had the oil like for her skin.
Right. Oh, they just hate it.
It's just ridiculous.
And she's an old lady too.
Old lady who needs it for arthritis.
That's trash.
My wife's mom uses it for arthritis. It's great for older folks.
The shit. That's what I call her, my ex-baby's mom. She's still my baby's mom. But she has another baby on the way in her new relationship. But she's able to take CBD during her pregnancy to help her her nausea and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So it's like, why would you get on CBD, bro?
No, it's amazing.
It's the shit.
My friend's son has some seizures. He has like some sort of epileptic seizure. Gives him CBD, it's gone. Gives it every day, he doesn't have them anymore. It's incredible. It's almost, you feel like you're lying. It does so many different things.
Right.
That when you talk about weed, you feel like you're lying.
Yeah, I mean, like these days in this day and age, I was just telling somebody the other day, smoking pot is going to be old school. Like, you know what I mean? We're still going to do it, but it's totally moving towards just ingesting it, rubbing it on, and all that shit.
Sprays.
Yeah, so people are less scared of it, and it works. Like fuck, like you know what I mean.
The thing about the edibles though, it puts you in a weird place if you get too much. I've seen some people melt down.
Yo, edibles are crazy. So I got a homie who just took a THC pill yesterday, and he was talking about types of shit like he was gonna be awake. That shit knocked him out. He's probably still asleep. Like, yeah, the edibles fuck you up. You do edibles?
Yeah, I do, but I've had some bad experiences. But like someone not bad, but like completely lost touch with this dimension.
Damn,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like I had a friend who made THC pills.
Yep.
And I was taking him at a party once. And it was a party for a jiu-jitsu tournament. So it was a jiu-jitsu tournament, and then there was this party afterwards. And by the time the pills would kick in, I have no idea how much was in there, because it was like some handmade shit that this guy put together himself, little capsules.
Right.
It was as high as I've ever been in my life. Like to the point where I wasn't even seeing people. I was seeing like a two-dimensional cutout of the person, and then behind them, I was seeing like their true intention. I was really high. Fuck. And I was talking to this one dude. And he was just, he was a high-level jiu-jitsu guy. He was really odd. It was a very strange feeling I got talking to this cat. And then, like a month later, he was on the run for rape. Yeah, he had raped some woman, and then he escaped. And then he was so addicted to jiu-jitsu. The story was that he started training again with a fake name. But he was like this high-level black belt. There's only that, especially back then when this happened, this was like the early 2000s, there's only a certain number of high-level black belts that are running around.
Right.
So he put on this fake Brazilian name and started training in like the Pacific Northwest. What the fuck? But he's strangling black belts, and everybody's like, "What the fuck who is this guy?" And some people ask, someone took a picture of him. They go, "That guy's wanted for rape."
Oh shit!
Yeah. But I remember talking to him on these THC pills, being like there's some wiring that's not correct here.
Oh fuck!
Yeah.
Damn, dog. That's a whoa.
Yeah.
THC pills,
they expose things.
Yeah, they do, bro. I did mushrooms and it exposed a lot. Yeah, yep. You do shrooms?
Yeah.
Yeah, yep. I fuck with mushrooms because that's what happened with me when I was on mushrooms. I was able to see people's true intentions.
Yeah.
Because being a rapper and shit like that, you know, you be having to peel back the layers.
Layers and layers and layers.
And I was trying to peel my own layers back just for my own personal.
Everyone.
And I ended up, and I ended up being like backstage somewhere, and I was like, fuck, I'm around all these people, and I really see their true intentions. And it was like, I see what crowd they are, and it was like, I felt like I was separated. You know what I mean? And it was like, I was on a boat all the way out here, and they were all on an island party, and I was like, damn. Yeah, I could see what's going on over there, but it was cool. I do mushrooms every now and then. I don't fuck with it all the time. I haven't done them in like 3 years because they help you see shit like that. So it's like for me, I'll take that experience and I'll just live with it.
Yeah,
I don't need to keep going through it over and over. Like you probably seen that dude and was like, oh shit, now I know people who are raping. As soon as I see him,
I knew he was dangerous. Like he was a legitimately dangerous person. Like
That's just saying, bro.
Not just a trained killer, but he was dangerous. Like the way he thought about things.
Woo. That's
wow. There's people like that out there.
Yeah.
You don't know until you experience it. That was a mild experience compared to most people's encounters. There's a lot of psychos out there.
It's fucking crazy, motherfucker. I know. Just probably in fighting too. That's why I feel like more people need to like smoke weed and train.
I think so too.
Because it balances.
The training is great, man.
Yeah,
it alleviates all that shit with most people.
Mm-hmm.
But there's gonna be some dudes just like that guy that are just out there.
Yeah, they're taking it to that level. Like, yeah, that's crazy.
When you think about the world of fighting and competition, I mean, you're dealing with people that are taking the biggest risks. They don't have to do that. Right. This is like the choice. Right. Like you get a job. The choice is, I want to get a job trying to fuck up other people who have a job trying to fuck up people. The killers, the trained killers, just going after each other. Right. And when you're around those dudes, one of the things you realize very early on, you can have your preconceived notions about them being like mean people or violent people.
Right.
They're people of character.
Yes, sir.
You have to have extreme character to pull off what they do.
Yeah, yep.
They're some of the best people I've ever met in my life are fighters.
Yep.
They're a different breed of human being.
Yeah.
They chose that path. They chose it. No one's forcing them. We're not in war.
Right.
They decided to go and do that. Ooh. That's why it's so exciting to watch, right?
Right.
Because you know that they're putting everything on the line.
Right. I look at it like you said, they chose that. So to become an athlete, to choose to fight, you know what I mean? Like, and a lot of them are really, like you said, smart. They're technical, and especially how the sport is developing these days. Because people don't want the long-term damage, but they want to still, like, you know what I mean, go hard. So they're coming up with fucking all types of ways to do this shit. And it's like, at the end of the day, you have to be creative. You have to have some type of something up here. You know what I mean? You're not just fighting to be fighting. You know?
Right.
So yeah.
I think they all go in for the same reason. They're trying to find out if they can do it, right?
Yeah.
Then they have just a drive to prove that they're the best.
Right. I was just talking to somebody the other day about that. It was like a crazy argument because they were saying how fight fans are just there for knockouts. And I was like, you definitely have your knockout fans. Like, those probably are the people who pay the most, you know what I mean? It's like, but I was like, you got to give credit to a lot of people who understand fighting and love it and are viewing it for that aspect. It's like, you know, when you watch football, like a lot of people play football and, you know, wish they could have been that person on the field. They just haven't, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I was trying to explain to him, I was like, there's a huge crowd of people who actually know about this shit, who are knowledgeable, and those people support it as well. It was weird.
Yeah, I feel you. I know exactly what you're saying. And there's some people that just want to see people get beat up, and some people that want to see Floyd Mayweather duck punches.
Right.
You know, one of the best things about Floyd Mayweather and Canelo wasn't that Floyd beat Canelo up. He outboxed him.
Right.
But he showed this level of defense.
Right.
If you're a boxing fan, you're like, Jesus Christ.
Yep.
Like, he knows everything that's coming.
Yep.
He's always in the right angle. He's always one step ahead. And that's why he's so good. Because his defense is, Floyd's only been hit like a few times his whole career, like really hard.
See?
Like, Shane hit him a couple times. Was it Maidana?
Yeah.
Maidana hit him really hard once.
And they fucking like save the clip and play it over and over. It's like so.
He can be hit.
Yeah.
Really? You think about other boxers, how much they get hit. I love watching that. I love watching somebody who can move like that.
Right.
Like, my favorite fighter to watch in the UFC was Mighty Mouse. Not just because he was the best pound-for-pound fighter on the planet, but because he was not getting hit.
Right.
He was, occasionally someone would tell, like John Mayorga tagged him on a straight left. Occasionally some guys hit him. But most times things are just grazing. Most times things are getting blocked.
Right.
And even if he gets hit, he's moving.
Right.
It's he's a puzzle.
Right.
Like, if you're a fan of martial arts, you want to see the master of the puzzle.
Exactly. Yeah, hell yeah. And I don't count them people out, and I wouldn't fucking sit in front of a dude and let him just be like, oh yeah, everybody wants to see knockouts. I'm like, nah, bro. Like, it's not like that, fam.
I think everybody likes both things, though.
Yeah.
It's like when you get like Arturo Gatti versus Mickey Ward. Did you ever see that fight?
I will have to go back.
It was a trilogy of fucking wars between these two guys that were not champions. They were like one step below at the time of their career of being like championship level.
Right.
So they weren't like in threat of fighting for the title. No one thought that like Floyd was better than both of them by far.
Right.
But what they were doing was showing that two guys that are similarly talented can put on like the most entertaining fight in the world. It was incredible. It was crazy to watch. It's war, back and forth and back and forth. I like watching that too.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. I want to see a good fight. Me personally.
I like watching both things. I like watching someone just completely Willie pep somebody. Just like Pernell Whitaker used to do.
Yeah. He's a great boxer.
You couldn't hit him.
Nope.
He was so slick.
Nope.
You know, and you can only do that for so long, like in any sport. You can only be at the top for so long.
Yeah,
but if you watch those performances when those guys are at the top, that shows you what's possible.
Hell yeah. And it's just good to see somebody like master their craft too.
Yeah.
Because you see them come up, like you watch them be alright, and then it's like they become the shit. And it's like, oh yeah, like, you know what I mean? I've seen this dude like start from just being okay, and now he's just fucking shit up. You see him learn, you see him develop, and all that stuff is fun. You go with him.
That's a good combination of getting to the bottom of shit is weed and martial arts.
Yeah,
that's a good combination.
100%.
It really is.
I do like a lot of my thinking is just from like after I train, I just sit there and just think about nothing. But you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Ideas come to me, how to deal with situations. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because it's just I don't know, it just happens like that. Just flow.
Yeah. Yeah, it flows. And I think like the training helps you get all the bullshit off your back.
Right. Hell yeah.
Right?
Yeah, yup. Especially for me too, because like I party a lot and I'm in the studio till like 5, 6 in the morning. I'm drinking and stuff like that. So to just be going down that path and doing that every day, bro, I look crazy. I feel crazy. Like I have to get that off of me, like out of me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's why your gym is crazy, bro. I need to do something like that for myself.
It's nice to have
At some point. Like that's how I look at you, like the OG. So it's like I'm not going to go do it tomorrow. Like, hey, everybody build me a gym. But you know, eventually that's the goal. When I look back, I'll be like, I seen Joe's gym, and that's what they.
Well, dude, you train hard. I've seen your videos.
Yeah, I get to work.
You work out at Unbreakable?
Yeah,
Is that your spot?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a great gym.
Yeah, it's a really good gym. Jay Glazer.
Yeah.
He owns that spot.
Very, very impressive place. He put together an awesome place.
Yeah, it's cool. The team there is good. Like I said, it's not all about like just fighting and being, you know, the biggest, baddest, meanest motherfucker. Like they really taught me about my body.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what they do. They teach you there. Whatever your goals are, they bring you, you know, up to that speed. So it's like I weighed like 140 pounds ever since I got out of high school. And I was like, fuck, I gotta get this fight.
And doesn't Snoop train there too?
Yeah.
There's a video of Snoop sparring. He's sparring Daniel Sarafian.
Yep. Daniel's fucking crazy.
He's a beast. Yeah, I know that guy.
Yo,
I've called his fights before. He's a tank.
He is crazy.
That guy's a tank.
This thing is like, yo, I gotta get hit. I'm like, all right, Daniel. You know,
he's got to get hit to wake himself up.
Yeah, go ahead.
Wow.
Take those hits.
There's Snoop sparring with him.
Yeah, Snoop was going at it too. He was trying to take him out.
Dude, Snoop throws some good
Oh,
shots.
that's them right there.
Yeah, Snoop's got skills. He really does.
I'm glad Daniel ducked that one.
Yeah, I mean, look, I guarantee you, Snoop would
that's funny right there.
A lot of people in a regular fist fight.
Hell yeah.
He's tall as shit too. Look at him at it like that.
Look at those arms.
Yeah.
Bitch. Look at that. Go ahead, Snoop.
So that was that's Sarafian. That guy's a tank. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he fought in the UFC for a while.
Yeah,
he's still fighting, still active.
Yeah, I think he's in Brazil right now.
Is he?
Yeah, he was working at the gym for a minute.
Yeah, it's anyway. My point was the videos. It's nice to see because you're training hard. Like I'm watching you do Muay Thai, hit the pads. I'm like, dude, you're really putting your work on this.
Yes, sir. Yeah. It's an everyday thing. It's a journey. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm just trying to learn. Ernie Reyes is my oh shit. That's Sunshine right there. That was fun. Still, he was teaching me some stuff. Wow, that was early though. I suck right there.
Still though, dude, you are sparring right there with one of the greatest Muay Thai fighters, if not the greatest of all time.
Yeah, that dude's super tight.
He's amazing.
Yeah, he's really good.
His videos, like the highlights.
Yeah.
You see that jumping left switch kick?
Yeah.
Knocked that dude out with.
Yeah. Outstanding, crazy kick.
So how cool is that, man? You're sparring.
Yeah.
With one of the greatest of all time.
It's fun as fuck. It's like those people, like you know about fighters. The majority, like you said, when you meet them, they're cool as hell.
Yeah.
So to meet him and him not want to whoop my ass or like tell me like, hey, you look goofy, sit down. He's like showing me shit that I could use later. So it was cool.
Well, the Thais have a really interesting way of sparring. Some of them do. They play.
Right.
They don't hit each other full blast. They like tap and they laugh around and joke around. They're just developing their timing because they fight so often.
Yep.
John Wayne Parr is a friend of mine from Australia, multiple-time world champion. And he would talk in depth about how they would play. They just play. They just hit each other, just slap each other a little bit. And you like that way they understand the timing of it, but they never worry about it. They don't get hurt. They can do it all the time. It's a really smart way to do it.
Yep.
But you'll see guys like Sarafian, he's capable of doing that. Like so he could spar with a guy like Snoop, or a guy like Sunshine could spar with a guy like you and just play with you.
Right.
But everybody just have a good time and it's fun.
Yep. Super fun.
Yeah.
Yep. Hell yeah. Definitely seen that a lot, like on Instagram, and even with my trainers, we'll do it. Like Me and Ernie was just doing that yesterday. Was like developing the timing of the kicks, where it's like you kick me, I kick you, I kick you, you kick me, I kick you twice, you kick me 3 times, I kick you once. Like you said, just playing around.
Yeah.
And like when you got a good sparring partner, you take care of each other.
Exactly.
You don't hurt each other. There's no ego involved. And the Thais, they do like knees. They'll knee the fuck out of each other. Like it looks like kind of hard, but they're just making their bodies harder, like you said, for later.
Yeah.
Like, they're used to it.
A lot of times they'll slap each other with the side of their leg too, rather than really drive the knee in.
And you just hear a slap.
Yeah, they're just slapping each other a little bit. But it's obviously it's very effective. Like they figured something out.
You got some crazy kicks.
Thank you.
Yeah, I seen what was it, a side kick that you did?
Probably turn side kick.
Yeah, you gotta teach me that.
I'll teach you that.
Yeah, I just need the form because I'm learning just a regular side kick, like a slide. You know what I mean?
You should go to like a Taekwondo school. They'd be the best at showing you how to do it. I'll definitely show you how, but if you need a place to train, find like a really good Taekwondo school. Because one thing, Taekwondo has some things that, won't work in MMA if you're adding takedowns and punches to the face. But because they don't punch to the face in tournaments, you get used to doing crazy kicks.
Crazy ass.
So they have a lot of weird leg dexterity stuff. And if you get good at that stuff, I think that's like if I had a kid that wanted to fight, I would say, let's just do some Kyokushin or some Taekwondo first. Just do some karate, something where you develop in leg dexterity.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Then, as you get a little older, then move into Muay Thai.
Right.
So you can do both things. Because if someone's when guys are like constantly chomping at their legs, they never really develop the kind of spinning kicks that the guys do where they don't kick the legs.
Right.
Those are the guys that develop the best spinning kicks because it's so easy to chop the legs and effective to chop the legs out. So a lot of those techniques don't really get dialed in to the level that they get dialed in from a Taekwondo guy because they can't kick each other in the legs.
Right.
It's kind of a dumb way to fight because you should kick the legs, but at the end of the day, it allowed them to develop some crazy shit. A lot of weird spinning stuff.
Spinning like
shit, man. Some of those guys are so fast.
Yeah.
And the power's insane.
Yeah, because it's all momentum and torque and crazy shit.
But it's hard to develop.
Right.
It's hard to develop those techniques.
It's like a lot of the posture, and you gotta really, you gotta be balanced, and you gotta, that knee is everything, right? Like you gotta, that's how you aim it. So it's like when you're spinning, or even if you're just standing there, you have to have correct posture to be able to do a couple kicks, like you said. It's like a lot. You going coming at somebody, spinning, blitzing, doing all types of shit. So it's different for sure.
It's really good for your balance too. You do that as a young kid and learn some other shit later.
Right.
You'll have balance.
Yeah, that's what I see when you kick the fuck out of that shit. It's like, yo, it's like really balanced and straight. Like, you know what I mean? The tech, because a lot of people, you might be strong as fuck, but you can see technique.
Right.
You know what I mean? And if you do the shit over and over and over and really perfect it, that's different than just being able to throw a strong kick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Technique's everything. It's that way in jiu-jitsu. It's that way in. It's got to be that way in music. It's got to be that way in everything.
Yeah, definitely, man. I'm in the studio like all the time practicing. Like I could write a song before this interview is over, but that's because I practice. You know, it's not because like I'm the most lyrical person in the world. It's like I just fucking rap every day. Like you know what I mean? So it should come easy. So
when you write, do you write things out or do you do it out of your head? Like I know Jay-Z supposedly doesn't write anything, right? Just keeps it all in his head, which is incredible.
It's awesome
that he can do that.
Right.
It's kind of insane.
Yeah. I have different processes. So like for me, I have melodies. Like I'll sing and I'll rap. So it's a lot easier for me to just have a melody in my head and make up the words as I go. But if I'm writing lyrics, like writing words down where I actually rap it, that's when I'm going to use the paper, you know? But there's different ways to do it because honestly, this is what my studio setup looks like. It's like a chair. The mic is right here. I don't go in the booth or anything, and my engineer's sitting right there. So it's like we're coming up with it as we go. Like I'll take a little break, write something down, and then I'll just jump straight back on it. You know what I mean? So there's different techniques though, because a lot of the times, sometimes I won't write shit. I'll just go and just make it up and just keep going, keep flowing. Or there's times where I could just play a melody and then write the words to it later. So it's just different, ways to approach it.
So you just do it based on however you feel that day?
Mm-hmm. Whatever the track really calls for. It's like, if the song is something that I get instant inspiration, I'm like, oh, I'm gonna knock it out right now. Or if something that I want to live with for a little bit, I'll just do as much as I'm happy with at that point, and then move on to the next thing. Come back to it later. Just make sure everything is fresh. I like to keep everything fresh, keep it fun, keep it loose, and I don't really overthink anything. If it's not there, then I just go away from it and find something that's more fun. Hell yeah.
It's a beautiful freedom to be able to do that. You know?
Yeah.
You obviously picked the right fucking job.
I swear, like, it's work because I'm always looking for what's next, you know what I mean? For the fans, for the listeners, for the people who supported me all the way to this point.
Right.
Like, okay, I gotta push myself. I gotta do what's next. It's gotta be crazy, you know what I mean? I got a son, he's 6, so it's like I gotta impress him. I can't have him just listening to a whole bunch of other rappers and not my music. So it's like,
yeah. It's it is an interesting responsibility, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And a guy like you becomes famous. It's interesting, like you have so many people that want you now, and I think we need to call it a different thing other than work.
Yeah.
Because it's like there's work, like fuck, I work for UPS.
Right.
Yeah, it's cool. They did good benefits, but that's work.
Right.
But what you're doing is like you love it.
Yeah, hell yeah.
You know, when you love something, it almost we need a better word.
Yeah, for sure.
It's the same word as working at McDonald's. It's the same word.
Work. Work. The word would be.
Need a better word for like a passion project. For like being able to do what you want to do.
Exactly.
Whatever that thing is.
Yeah. No, I believe that. That's a good point. Because it's not the same work. It's not the same thing.
No, it's not the same thing.
We've done our work. We put in the work.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why
if you
we're
had
here.
a shit job in your life, you know what that is. That's work.
Yeah, we put in the work. We've done that.
But saying I'm going to work when you go and do something you love, you're excited about.
Yeah.
So we need a better word.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
No, it's true. That's why people get pissed at me. They're not going to work. There's 100 girls there.
Bro, I had to punch in just like you. Yeah, in that sense, the world's just not fair. You know, some people's jobs are not the same. Do you stop and think about how fortunate you are?
Yeah, I thank God every day, bro.
Beautiful.
All the time, because it is a blessing. I'm literally like, last night I'm like writing a song, and the only problem that I had was like a girl's ass was right on me. And I was like, baby, like, I'm enjoying this as much as you are, but I gotta like physically write. So it's like your ass is like moving my arm around. Like, you can do that, but just right there. You know what I mean? Like, and I started thinking to myself, like, wow, these are my problems. Like,
yeah,
that's cool.
Just need a little bit of discipline.
I'm cool with that.
No problem. That's amazing.
Yeah, I'm cool with that.
Yeah, for sure. That's amazing.
Yeah. And the song got written. So
beautiful.
Yeah.
Job got done. Yeah, that's another word, right? That is not work. You are not working. You're working. Obviously, you're working at it, but it needs a better word, a nobler word.
The fans will come up with the word for sure. They're way more creative. They got way more time on their hands.
Yeah, I think they will.
They'll figure it out.
And we'll report back.
For sure.
We'll find it. It just makes sense. There's no way it's the same thing. It can't be.
No, hell no. For sure. Nope.
Yeah. And that's why I always tell people, when people always try to think down, they always try to think, man, that's easy for you to say, or not everybody can make it. Yeah, you're right. Not everybody can.
True.
But maybe you can.
Right.
What does that mean? Not everybody can.
Not everybody can.
Not everybody's going to do everything.
Yeah,
not everybody's going to walk to the top of the hill.
That's the thing.
Some people are going to stop halfway and go, I can't do it.
That's the thing. People limit themselves in a crazy way. They're like, oh yeah, everybody can't do it. It's like you said, it's like, no, everybody can't do it. It takes a lot. You know what I mean? You got to fucking go through the shit to get it. But when you get there, it looks awesome, right? So, yeah. I mean, fuck.
It's whatever it is.
Yeah.
Just try to figure it out and go do it.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. like you said, the top of the hill looks great, but some people settle for the middle.
Yeah, and they get mad if people get to the top. This motherfucker. You know, they get mad.
Yeah.
At the top, man, there's no one who's like you that doesn't work hard.
Right.
So that's the myth, right?
That's the thing too. It's like maintaining.
Again, the wrong word for it.
Right.
Passion hard, whatever it is.
Right. I mean, you know,
dedicated to your craft.
Maintaining it is, there's an art to that, right? Because you work so freaking hard to get to where you're at. And then you get there and it's like, oh fuck, what do I do? Like,
there's no rest.
There's no rest, and everything that was acceptable before becomes unacceptable because now you're up here. You know what I mean? So it's like, yeah, you have to pick your shots. Like, you know what I'm saying? You can't really like just go crazy like you did back in the day. So there's an art to it. You know what I mean? And that's how you really maintain and stay in that spot and even level up.
So do you consciously think, okay, balance out enjoyment with things that I have to do to stay disciplined?
100%.
Yeah,
100%.
That's a very smart way of looking at it.
Yeah, yep, 100%. Like those, there has to be a balance of each, because it's like, all right, now I'm at this new level. Like, whether I want to behave like this or not, I put myself here. I worked hard. Now I'm with these elite motherfuckers. So this is how I have to act, because I'm not down here anymore. I worked from here to get here. So what happens? Balance, put things into place. You do a little bit of this, a little bit of that instead of a lot of that. You know what I mean? And you just pick your shots. And it's like, you're going to get everything in the end. This is how it's just planned and how it's supposed to be. But you just piece it together just a little bit differently. Like, I just turned 31. Well, damn, I'm about to be 32. That's young to a lot of people. That's old to some people as well. But for me, it's like, it's a whole new mind state. You know what I mean? And I feel like through my 20s, I was actually like a fucking teenager. And like now I'm an adult. So now I look at things a little bit differently. It's like, yo, I was really a kid. This is how you behave as an adult for the rest of your life. And it still involves a whole bunch of partying and having fun, but the business gets handled and things get approached totally differently.
That's a balanced way of looking at it, man. I love it. Enjoy it. That's the other thing too. Like, people have to understand to be someone like you, to be a very successful rapper, and to not expect you to live the way you talk about all the time.
Right.
It's so ridiculous.
Right.
Like, you don't think he wants a party? He's talking about partying all the time. I think he wants a party. I think he likes partying. No, this is just an act.
Yeah.
It's weird, right?
It's crazy as fuck, because people, they want you to be you. They want me to be myself.
Right.
They want to party. They want to take shots. They want to smoke weed. They want to stay up all night.
Yeah, why is that bad?
It's not.
So many people want to do it, but it gives this image in some people's minds of like frivolous life, frivolous thinking, partying. What are you doing? Drinking, smoking. What are you enjoying yourself? You know?
And then they come around and do the same thing because they want it. It's like, I have like a weird place in life where I think I'm like the key to a lot of shit, because it's like, if you want to enjoy yourself, I'm the guy. You know what I mean? It's like, oh man, I'm just fucking gonna live through when it shows up. He's gonna like the joint. It's gonna be amazing. If you want to fucking be professional, like, especially in what I do, because there's a whole lot of rappers who like aren't business. You know what I mean? They're not thinking like that. So for those guys, I'm their guy. Like, they look at me like, Riz has his shit together. Like, he really handles his business. He talks to people. He shows up. He does this. He does that. So to be the party guy and the business guy, it's like amazing. You know what I mean? It's a lane that I kind of carved for myself, but it's me in real life. So it's like, that's the only thing that I have to do is really just completely be myself. Just be 100, fucking show up, do my business thing, tell people to do the right thing, and fucking light the joint. You know what I mean? That's it.
That's a crazy business, sir.
I'm good. I'm straight like that.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
People listen to this and go like, wow, you can be yourself for a living.
For sure, bro. It's a blessing. It's a blessing.
I had John Witherspoon on yesterday with his son JD.
Okay.
You know, Pops Witherspoon.
Yeah, yep.
And that's basically what he is. He's one of the funniest fucking human beings that's ever lived.
Right.
And just keep a camera on him. Just keep a camera on him. That's the whole show.
I don't think I ever met
He's
family in real life.
Oh, he's amazing. He's so funny.
He's legit.
My face was hurting. At the end of the day, like the cheekbone
Yeah.
muscles, they're like, ah.
Yeah, he probably got some crazy ass stories.
Oh, yeah.
That motherfucker been in the game forever.
Yeah, and that's who he is. He got paid to be who he is.
Mm-hmm.
He figured out how to just be who he is
Yep.
all the time.
Yep.
It's insane.
Damn, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not limited to one or two of us, right?
Yeah, there's a bunch of different paths.
That's the cold part.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep. Hell yeah.
So how many years have you been training martial arts now?
This is my second year.
Wow.
Yeah, only 2 years.
That's amazing.
I gained, 35 pounds?
Pull up a video of him hitting pads. That's incredible.
Is it a new video?
I don't know. Tell him what video
Nah,
is
it's
pulled up.
probably gonna be old, but it's all good though. You know how we are.
You can hit hard. You have good technique. You turn your hips and shoulders into things.
Yup. I'm learning.
You do it right. So
Thank
that's
you, bro.
very impressive that it's only 2 years in.
Yo, I'm learning.
It's awesome,
Yeah,
man. I
yeah.
love it. I love it when people take a chance too and they
Yeah.
try something new.
Yeah, that's old, but we'll get there.
So how months have you been in here? Like you say, this is old.
This was probably like a year in.
Yes,
Yeah, yep.
Still, seriously though, good technique for someone who's been doing it a year. The way you're moving, I mean, there's no fat to your movements.
Right.
See what I'm saying? Like everything you're doing, it might not be the fastest in the world or the most devastating, but you're doing it perfect. You're doing exactly how you're supposed to do it, and then you just get better and better from there.
There you go.
But what we were talking about is the change in your physique.
Right,
I mean,
right.
You became fucking shredded.
Right, yeah,
It's
yep.
impressive.
Yeah, thank you.
That's only through hard work. You can't do it any other way.
Yeah, just working and eating. I was oh, I'm sorry. That's my it's hard to cut that off. Sorry about that.
That's no worries, man. Welcome to the wonderful world of convenience.
There we go. Bam. Yeah, eating like a motherfucker, bro. I had to like force myself to eat.
To gain weight.
Yeah. So I can just move it around. So I'm like, I already have a quick metabolism, so you add working out to that. So it's like I'm burning so much. Setting alarms to eat.
Really?
Getting a little bit more rest too. You know what
Setting
I mean?
alarms to eat. Like how's that work?
Yeah, like
You wake up and then you eat and then
wake
you go back
up,
to sleep.
eat, go back to sleep, go train, eat,
What kind of
go
farts
to
are you
sleep.
brewing? Eat right before you go to sleep. Oh my Jesus Christ!
I do a lot of like ginger shots and like shit like that to help like with my diet. Yeah, turmeric, all of that shit too. Because like you said, that shit can fuck your stomach up.
Why? Who told you to get up in the middle of the night and eat, bro?
My trainer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I would say that your sleep cycle is more important than anything.
Oh, well, it's not like breaking my sleep. It's like more like, eat.
Oh, you mean like you set an alarm while you're awake?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. I've never heard anybody telling someone to wake up in the middle of the night. No, I did hear that. That's why it was weird. I heard that from, there was that movie with Clint Eastwood where he played a boxing trainer and his daughter, that famous actress, played a boxer.
Okay.
Remember that? $1 Billion Baby or something?
Oh,
$1 Billion Baby?
Hell yeah.
Yeah. When that actress, what is her name? Hillary Swank. When Hillary, thank you. James on the ball. When she was training for that, I think that's what I read, that they had alarm set where she would wake up in the middle of the night and have a protein shake.
Oh, really?
And then go back to sleep again.
Nah, I'm not doing that. No breaking the sleep. Just regular eating habits, just reminding myself. You know what I mean? Because I was eating like twice a day on some just rock star shit. Can't live like that, bro. That shit is whack.
Do you have a nutritionist or someone who like handles your meals?
Meal preps.
Yeah, you got that?
Because I don't cook.
Right.
So it's like they just deliver the meals.
That's nice.
Yeah. It's really nice, actually. Yeah. 'Cause I'm single, so it's like I don't really got nobody in the house like cooking or making all that shit happen for me. So it just comes to the door.
So you can make sure everything's healthy. Yeah. Exactly.
exactly what you want. They set it up for you.
It's fresh every couple days.
That's a good thing to not have to think about.
Yeah, yep. The food is like a big part of it. The working out is one thing. People just want to get big. Like you said, like we were talking about, it's like mind, body, and soul. So the food is for the soul.
Keep that fucking meat alive.
Yep.
Keep the body moving. Yep. Are you? Do you ever do yoga or anything like that?
I would.
You would?
Yeah. I need a yoga instructor.
Yeah.
Who's the best yogaist?
I don't know.
You do yoga?
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, yep. How long? Oh yeah, I see you do like some hot yoga and shit. Yep.
Yeah,
That's just intense, right?
It's kind of intense, yeah, but it's great for you, man. It just stretches you out, loosens you up.
That's what I need to do. I need to stretch.
Yeah.
I do like regular, normal stretching, but some yoga will be alright.
Yeah, it's good too because the heat in the room, everything gets real loose.
Yeah.
You can really kind of dig into like certain things that stress your to test your flexibility, stretch things out a little bit more.
Gotcha.
Just keeps you pliable.
Gotcha.
You know, when you're doing a lot of hard things, hard, like there's not enough stretching things out and
totally
maintaining your range of motion.
Yeah.
Especially as you get older.
How often you do it?
I try to do it at least once a week, but I often fail. But 2 times a week in a good week.
Okay.
Yeah. That's all. But I mix it in. I can't do one thing every day. I get bored. So in order to stay active, I just have to do a bunch of different things.
That makes sense.
So whether it's martial arts or running or lifting or whatever it is.
I feel like through time you like added those things in, right?
Yeah.
It was just like, all right, let's do this.
Yeah, the hill running is the most recent thing.
Okay, cool. So what's hill running?
I take my dog running through these steep ass fucking hills and then sprinting up these. It's the most ruthless workout.
Right.
You know, if you ever run hills?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the worst.
I don't
Sand
like
dunes.
it. Yeah, I don't like it.
Sand dunes are the worst.
That probably sucks.
It sucks. You never get up there. You keep pushing and you're pushing sand and pushing sand. There's no hard. You don't ever bounce off anything.
Right.
You're just pushing through soft shit. It's
and you're trying
ruthless.
to find like balance.
Yeah.
That's some real martial arts shit though.
Yeah, for sure. That's some mental shit too.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're learning about yourself and you're running up a fucking sand dune.
You're mastering a fucking moving thing. Things melting the whole time and you're trying to
Yeah. Okay. And you're forcing your body to do what your mind wants it to.
That's
like,
great.
listen, bitch, I know you don't want to do this.
Yeah.
You're gonna do this.
That's like I heard the Diaz brothers do some crazy shit like swimming.
Oh yeah, they do triathlons.
Yeah. Fuck that.
Nick Diaz, I think it's now 5 times that he swam back from Alcatraz.
Fuck that.
Yeah. Alcatraz,
bro.
Man, sharks.
That.
That's what I'm with you. Fuck that. That's so crazy. Those guys are so crazy.
That's like you in the sand dunes, though.
Well, I don't do sand dunes.
Oh,
if I had one near me, I would do it. I run hills, which is definitely easier than sand dunes. But it's still hard as fuck. Good steep ass hill is the best for training.
Is it grass?
Yeah, dirt, rocks,
just anything.
Yeah, it's just trails.
Damn, bro.
Yeah,
I'm gonna get there someday. You see me?
Come on, man.
See me blazing up some hills.
I'll take you out one day. We'll go running together.
I like to hike.
It's a great workout, man. And the thing about it is, it amps everything else out.
Yeah.
So like. It makes your kicking stronger. It gives you more wind. It just accentuates your ability to explode because you're running hills.
Right.
So you're always going up. It's like you're doing these crazy plyometrics, and you just develop this
that forward,
way stronger power in your legs and your lower trunk. You know, more kicking power.
Yep, that makes sense.
Yeah,
I feel like I will fuck with it.
Dude, you'd love it.
Because I like to just tune shit out and just go.
Yeah.
So like the pain from running up the hill. I would be like, yes. Yeah, I'm not even gonna think about this. I'm thinking about something else.
Yeah, well, and you get a goal, right? You set a goal, like a mile. Put yourself at 1 mile, and then turn around and go back for the other mile. Yeah, and if you can do that on good steep ass hills, when you're done, you feel like you fought a battle with your brain. It's like you didn't want to do that, but you did it,
dog. All right.
That's nothing compared to what some people do.
Yeah, but no, that sounds like something that we could unlock later on in my life.
I think for everybody, doing something that's super strenuous all the time is important.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. That's part of the reason why I fuck with training, you know, so much, because it's not easy and it breaks you.
Yeah.
But you reach points where it's like, okay, now I'm just cruising, so I need another challenge. Like, you're just sharpening the shit after a certain point. So it's like, all right, now I'm gonna go run some sand dunes.
Yeah.
Swim from Alcatraz.
Yeah.
So yeah, I get it.
There's dunes somewhere down near like Orange County. They're pretty famous.
Looking up to Manhattan Beach, Southern Park. Yeah,
That makes sense.
It's a park.
yeah. There's a video of Kevin Durant and Russell Westbrook training.
Yeah, pull that shit up. I want to see somebody run on those dunes.
Oh,
Yeah,
Westbrook be doing it?
all right, good. I know a lot of fighters do it. In Australia, I believe Robert Whittaker does it. Yeah, see, when you're doing shit like this on sand, that is phenomenal for your body. That's so hard to do. Dying. That's so hard to do. And I wonder if they're running with just socks on. It looks like they are.
Oh,
yeah.
That's amazing.
They're
Oh,
just
yeah,
wearing
that's
socks.
difficult.
Fuck, man, because that makes your feet strong. Because you're using every muscle in your toes to push through that sand.
That's difficult.
Fuck! There's levels to this life.
That's literally who's gonna go to the top or who's gonna stop in the middle.
Yep. Yeah. Those little decisions you make every day.
I just seen my whole life just running up some dudes just then, like,
Yeah.
That's awesome.
It's like a mental martial art too.
Yeah. Wow.
You're testing the mind.
Hell yeah. And like getting stronger at the same time.
Yeah.
That's the cool part.
Yeah.
So it's like you could be up here the whole time and you're building all of this and becoming more explosive and more dangerous.
Yeah.
Lighter on your feet.
When you started training and seeing these awesome benefits, were you like, God damn it, why wasn't I doing this all the time?
I'm actually happy that I waited for a little bit because I enjoy it. It's not like old to me, you know what I mean? It's not something that I'm tired of or like that's a chore. I'm still figuring out new shit like all the time and getting better. You know what I mean? And like for me, I feel like the physical was probably like the first thing to come to me as like as a reward, as benefit. Like I see the physical shit, but now it's like the feeling that I get. You know what I mean? Or like we said, like posture and balance and technique improving and shit like that. So it's like learning that and feeling that and having that being a part of the process. I'm happy that now it's happening as opposed to it being like old and play out.
Right.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I think you'd love it either way.
Yeah.
I still love it. I still love training.
How long have you been? Forever?
Yeah. I'm 51. I started training when I was really seriously when I was 15.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Damn, sorry. What the fuck was I doing?
Yeah. That's how I was feeling. Were you rapping when you were 15? Wow. When did you first get into the studio? That's one thing I really admire about a lot of rappers. Guys are always working. Yeah. Rappers are always in the studio. Hopefully. That's like a big thing, though. It's like there's a discipline aspect to it that I don't think that gets appreciated.
Yeah.
You have to be. You're always in the lab.
Yeah.
You're always working
constantly. It's like training. You gotta work at it.
It's competitive.
It's competitive. You gotta be in the studio. You gotta work with producers. You gotta become fucking knowing who's next and who's. You know what I'm saying? Like working with them and shit like that. So like at the end of the day, it's a crap and shit. I've been in the studio since I was like 14, 15, and there was times when my dad used to have to tell me like, yo, get out of the studio, like go play with your friends, be a kid, be normal, like, you know what I'm saying? Like there was times that shit happened. And even now, like, I don't really do normal shit, you know what I mean? I might like go to the movies or like go to Dave & Buster's or something like that. But like, I don't do shit, like, I just go to the studio, much rather just, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Create.
Well, that's amazing that you figured it out so young. Like, how old were you when you knew you wanted to be a rapper?
I think I was in third grade. So real shit. I think I was in third grade.
That's amazing.
I wanted to be a Ninja Turtle and I wanted to be a rapper. And I think a rapper was like a little bit more realistic. I'm working on being a Ninja Turtle now.
That's amazing.
Yeah,
Third grade.
Yeah, third grade.
How old are you in third grade again? You're 9?
You 9?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's when I started writing my first raps and shit.
That is hilarious.
Yeah, I was like watching music videos, and I remember seeing like Puffy and Biggie and Bone Thugs and Harmonies, like one of my favorite groups.
Wow.
So I was like, yo, if I could do that, I'll be all right. And then by the time I was like 13, that's when the internet was really popular. So you could download like instrumentals and shit like that. So you didn't have to like have beats or anything. Then they started introducing, at-home equipment. They had like little Tascam 4-track little bullshit thing that you could, you know what I mean? So I started fucking around on that, like doing my own little home studio. Then Fruity Loops came out, started making beats. Cool Edit Pro was like the program back then before Pro Tools. And yeah, that's how I got my start. Like just in the crib, just putting it together. And I turned then by the time I was like 16, I got like an internship at a studio in Pittsburgh. I was literally like answering the phones and running errands and going to pick up like office supplies and shit like that. And in return, they would pay me with studio time. So like I would just record like off, you know what I mean, off the clock, you know what I mean? I had like 4 or 5 songs. That turned into a record deal.
Wow.
Yep. Got my first deal at 16.
That's an amazing story.
Just wow.
That's a movie story. That's crazy. You always knew.
Yeah. It was something that I worked at for sure. Because it was like being in Pittsburgh. You ever been to Pittsburgh?
Yeah.
It's pretty crazy out there, right?
Crazy how?
Like, it's just a really wild city, like the Midwest. So it's like there's either a couple things you can do, and there's not a lot. And working a job is like the last thing that anybody wants to do in Pittsburgh. So all my cousins and everybody that I know do different shit than what I was willing to do. I was like, I'm not trying to be that guy, like that. So it was like, how am I going to make a way for myself? You know what I mean? How the fuck am I going to still be fresh, still, you know what I mean, enjoy myself, have a good time, but be safe and like have fun with music.
It's amazing you nailed it.
Yeah.
And nailed it young.
Yeah.
That's a beautiful thing to know what you want to do.
Yeah.
Just be working towards it.
Hell.
For many people, that's the real problem. The real problem is like finding a thing.
Yeah.
Finding a thing they really love so much and put all their energy into.
Yeah. I mean, I'm blessed to grow up in a time too where technology was like taking over and shit. And I think like if you're my age and you like make music or got a camera or you know what I mean, anything around that, you good. Like, and now I think it's like if you have anything to do with weed, like you know what I'm saying, you know how to grow it, if you can sell it, if you can brand it, you can come up with light technology or whatever it is, like that's gonna be the future for this generation.
There's going to be a lot of that for sure. It's going to open up to everybody. I think once they realize how much money there really is in pot and how safe it is in comparison to liquor and all these other established things that we've all, no one has a problem with alcohol companies, right? You know?
Hell no.
Nobody has a problem with them.
Nobody has a problem with you drinking at 12 in the fucking afternoon. Like, I get on planes all the time. People be like, yo, let me do that.
Yeah.
It's like, fuck up, bro.
I'm playing. It's totally fine. We just have to shift attitudes.
Yeah.
People just have the wrong attitude about it. They think it's something negative. It's something that could be negative to some people, but that's like everything else. That's like food, sex, gambling, everything.
Shopping.
Everything. Yeah, shopping for sure. People go crazy. People lose their mind shopping. Yeah. They can't buy enough things.
Yeah. They buy crazy shit. Just cause.
Just cause. Yeah, that's as much of an addiction as anything. Yeah. But pot can definitely, for some people, derail them. I don't think it's for everybody.
Nah, it's a medicine, so you got the right dosage.
That's a good way of looking at it. I think some people react to it weird too.
Yeah, I mean, certain people's experiences aren't everybody else's experience.
Yeah.
So it's like if you got fucked up on weed, that's you. So it's like don't put that off on everybody else. And I think like anything, it takes time to, you know what I mean? Like, I can't take Percocet because it's like that shit'll fuck me up because I don't do painkillers. But I think over a certain amount of time, if I had an injury, my body would start to react differently to a certain amount of Percocet. But like off rip, it's gonna fuck me up. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna throw up. I'm gonna do all types of shit. But after a while, there's people who just pop that shit and just walk around like what I mean. Normally, that's the same way with me smoking a joint. It's like there's sort of people who can hit this and be in that corner for the rest of the day. Me, I'm gonna go do everything that I have to do. So it's a medicine, it's a dosage, and you have to train your body for it.
I think that's true, but I also think some people might not react to it correctly in terms of like biologically.
Yeah,
I think they might have an allergy, like it might be like broccoli or something. I mean, there's people out there that are allergic to weird shit.
Right.
There's some people I think that just
I've heard of that.
That experience is just not good.
They're allergic to it. I mean,
I'm just guessing. I don't know. It makes sense,
I think it's opinion, like if you believe it or not. You know what I mean? Like if you want to believe that, I feel like you're entitled to believe that. And if you don't want to believe that, then it's like, okay, cool. You're that guy too.
Okay.
I don't know either.
What you said.
Yeah, I don't know either, bro. Because it's like I'm on the fence because it's like, on one hand, people. I mean, I don't fuck. Yeah, whatever. It's medicine.
It's fucking medicine. Yeah, and I like it. And there's a lot of people that like it. It's not what everybody thinks it is. People have this wrong idea of it.
Yeah.
One of the things I found out real early on is how many jiu-jitsu guys smoke weed and do jiu-jitsu.
Yeah, you seen the high rollers thing?
Yeah. High Rollers has all these awesome events where they smoke weed and then they fight.
Yep.
In the jiu-jitsu match.
Yep. My partners are a big part of that. Lonnie and Breeze, they're the ones who actually got me like kind of into fitness. So to see them and I'm the one who got him in the weed. So it's like to see it like cross over. I never would have known, you know what I'm saying? How many jujitsu dudes smoke weed and about it,
it helps you jujitsu. It really does. In some weird way.
It helps slow it down for you, right?
I don't even know if it slow it down. It's like it tunes out the rest of the world.
Okay.
It's like you become freer.
Yeah.
It's very weird.
More creative.
It's definitely it's better for rolling than it is for drilling.
Gotcha.
Because when someone's trying to teach you something, sometimes your brain's just not.
Because you're doing it right.
So you're just high, your brain's not taking it in. But if you were sparring, it would be good.
Gotcha.
You flow better.
Yeah. That makes sense. I haven't done jiu-jitsu yet. I'm gonna get there eventually.
You would love it. You got long limbs, man. You'd be perfect for choking people.
Yeah.
Arm bars, triangles, and shit.
I'm gonna get there.
Do it.
Yeah.
I feel like built for it.
I feel like I'm gonna just fuck with stand up for a couple years, and then just gradually do other things. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'll just probably do jiu-jitsu for 4 or 5 years.
Yeah,
you know what I'm
for
saying?
sure. You should.
Just learn some shit.
Yeah, it'd be great for you, man.
Hell yeah.
You like I said, you're built for it. That's the perfect frame for fighters is long.
Mm-hmm.
It seems to be as long as you're strong. It's like the John Jones frame. That's the perfect frame.
Right.
You can't get close enough to him. He can hit you when he wants to, and then when he grabs a hold of you, he's strong enough, and he's better at wrestling. He's going to throw you around. Like if he can, that's the perfect combination. Is long and strong.
Hell yeah. Perfect.
Yeah. Sweet. Dudes like Serafian, they buck that trend, right? They're just tanks.
Mm-hmm.
The best, it seems to me like just mechanically, the best frame is the long frame. So you have the best frame for fighting.
Fuck yeah.
Congratulations.
Hey, I'm in there.
It doesn't guarantee success, but it's a fucking awesome base.
There we go. I'm working with something.
Yeah, because short dudes like me can't put big guys in triangles. I don't have enough leg room. There's not enough, mechanically.
I'm sure you can figure it out.
Not really. You got to give up on that one. But long guys can get triangles from all kinds of places.
Okay.
You love it. It's a thinking man's game too.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you're playing the game.
Yeah.
The thing that I like about it too is that you can go full blast.
Okay.
Whereas, if you're sparring, you don't really want to go full blast or hurt each other. Right. You want to be tempered, measured, and just kind of touch each other. But when you do sparring in jiu-jitsu, because you're not striking each other, you're just wrestling, grappling, you can go full blast. Okay. It's amazing.
I'm with it, bro.
Yeah.
I'm super with it. The little bit that I've done, I was like, all right, cool. I can see. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
East of the Rockies, Brian in Indianapolis.
Definitely gotta go there.
I just love the fact that you're interested in doing different things.
Yeah, for sure.
You know?
I'm a learner.
Do you read books? Do you watch documentaries?
I watch documentaries.
Yeah.
I have read some books that I gravitate towards.
What kind of documentaries you gravitate towards?
Like music.
Really?
Always about music. Let me see what else. Yeah, it's always about music, like
You see
musicians.
Searching for Sugar Man?
What was that one?
That was about this dude who was a guy who was making music. I want to say it was in the 70s. And he had like a little bit of buzz on his album. And then it died off for him, and he went back to work as a construction worker.
Mm-hmm.
But his music became insanely huge in South Africa.
Mm-hmm.
He was a superstar, and there was all these legends about him. That he was dead, that he, just crazy stories about who he was. Meanwhile, this guy was working as a construction worker.
Damn.
So in South Africa, he's a fucking mega superstar, like sells out arenas. And spoiler alert, it's a great documentary, you should see it, but he eventually goes to South Africa and does this concert there. You'll cry.
Yeah.
You'll cry.
Yeah.
You're like, oh my God. Can you imagine this guy was working as a laborer? And the whole time, he was a superstar and he didn't even know it. And the people see him, they're singing along to his music. I mean, the guy's blown away.
I would love that.
It's a crazy documentary.
I gotta check that out.
It's insane to watch. Like, how could this be true?
Yeah. Damn.
It's amazing.
I kind of feel like I heard the name, but I've never seen that. Yeah, I gotta check that out, bro.
Yeah, it made me cry.
I gotta check that out.
At the end of it, you'd be like, wow.
Oh, hell yeah.
Imagine this guy's experience.
Yeah.
It's almost like being released from jail or something.
Yeah, exactly. Damn.
Yeah, it's incredible.
Yeah, I'm gonna check that out.
It's amazing. And seeing how comfortable he gets on stage, too.
Wow.
It's amazing.
Damn.
Yeah. His music is good, too. Very, very interesting.
Is he still alive?
I believe he is alive. He's alive, right? Yeah.
So he's able to see the proceeds from his movie.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
But someone said I think he gave away all his money.
Really?
I've read something, but that might be more of those rumors and legends.
Oh, legend, another myth. Damn, sugar.
Jamie, find out that dude gave his money away. Because I felt like I read that. I was like, bro, but life to him is so surreal anyway. Maybe he felt like he couldn't be a real bona fide artist unless he gave away his money or something. Because the guy was living in like.
That's why I don't want to do like ayahuasca or anything like that. I feel like that's what's going to happen. Yeah. Fuck this shit. Like, whoa, no.
It's hilarious. Yeah, it's too tricky. Yeah. You can get so, so charity driven. You just give away everything. And then you're working for charity.
Just walking the earth barefoot.
Yeah.
Theaters all over.
Good shit, Sugarman.
He's back.
He's back. So okay, I'm watching that documentary for sure.
They gave away all his money?
Yeah, Dave Matthews covered one of his songs. I'm sure they're gonna blow him up.
Oh, hell yeah.
Damn.
So he ain't giving away nothing.
Beautiful. He might have, but I don't see it.
Maybe he got it back.
Yeah.
The documentary's really amazing. It's one of the best music documentaries I've ever seen.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a good one. Tell me a good one.
My documentary. Oh. Called Behind the Cam.
Yeah.
So I have music.
Oh, okay.
Hey, I just did that.
Beautiful.
Man. Nah, I like to watch I watched this Pink Floyd documentary about how they put together their albums and shit like that. There's another one about like background singers who never like became super popular, but they're like part of songs that you hear and that you love, and it's just like telling the story, like how writers, you know what I mean, be in the studio, what it's like to live that life. It's really cool because I listen to harmonies a lot. I don't know if when you hear music, I hear like all the textures of it. So it's like I get interested in like what goes on sometimes, like in the background. And that was a cool story. Fucking, what was the last one that I actually watched? I just watched. I'm watching this show actually. You ever heard of Chernobyl?
Heard the show's amazing.
That shit's kind of cool.
Yeah, I heard it's great.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. But that's not music.
What is that on? Is that Netflix? HBO?
Coming back. Chernobyl's it.
Really?
Yeah,
That good, huh?
That show's great.
That's all you need. It's a big show. HBO's back. Chernobyl. What is it about the accident?
Yeah.
How many episodes is it?
I'm not sure. They're like streaming them now, so it's like.
Oh, it streams.
Yeah, yep. It's on like the 4th or 5th episode, I think.
Yeah, all those networks that don't stream everything.
Yeah.
Like they must suck.
Yeah.
To have like a show that has to be on Thursday night at 8. Just today's so weird. People want to watch things whenever they want to.
Yeah.
Right now.
Yeah, it's a 5-part miniseries. The last episode is coming out this week.
Oh, okay. How do you think the movie theaters will always be here?
Shit. Nah, I think eventually they're gonna be gone. What do you think?
I don't know. Just it's one. I like that they're real. You know, there's a place you go.
Everybody kind of came and gone twice. If you look around old Hollywood, there's old theaters that aren't theaters anymore, but there's new theaters that have taken over them. But those buildings are still there for whatever reason. They're still using them.
Well, people still like going to the movies.
Yeah.
It's like it's a night out thing.
Yeah.
You know.
I just feel like it costs so much to like keep screens and actually put movies in there, and then you have popcorn. It's like,
but it's one of the few things that we do with strangers is like be a part of an audience. It's like one thing, the few things we do with giant groups of strangers.
I feel like technology is like removing that because people don't like that.
I think people are uncomfortable with it because most of the time we spend on devices.
Yeah, for sure.
Communicating through devices.
And especially with like virtual reality becoming more popular, like, you know, like people love access. So it's like, if you're making them feel like they're there, like why would you want random dude walking across your lap when you can just be in the movie?
Yeah.
I feel like they would just spend that money on, you know, keeping you at home, like where you want to be. That's just my opinion. I don't know.
No, I think you're right, and I agree with you 100%. But I also think as a community of human beings, it's nice to have things that we all do together.
Yeah.
It fosters like a kind of getting along better and friendship.
I love that.
People that you don't know. I think that's what's good about sports.
I like concerts because of that.
Concerts,
Yeah.
When you go with a whole group of people, you go to see something, like it's nice. You connect to
Hell
it.
yeah.
It feels good.
Baseball games. Because I've had fun at games and not gave a fuck about like, what was going on, but it's the community that was going on for sure.
Yeah.
100%.
That's what I mean. And everybody's kind of drinking, having fun. That is an important part of cities, of communities. That's one thing that I think that like a movie theater does provide.
Yeah, I mean, for sure.
Concert, for sure.
And I'm not even mad that people don't really go to the movies like that now, because it's like when you actually do want to go, you can go. And it's not full, and it's not, you know what I mean? Like, it'll be people there, but it's not overwhelming to the point where you got, like, it fucks up your movie experience. So it's like, it's kind of, you know, it's doable. It's enjoyable.
It's handled.
Yeah, it's cool. It's fun. I like where the movies is at right now.
I am worried that people eventually will all be living in some sort of VR world.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's designed to move that way. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you give people something and they're going to use it.
And they're going to get better.
Yeah.
Everyone.
Yeah.
Everyone's going to have extra features.
Yeah. So it's like, all right, like, you know, like, I get it. Like, fuck.
Have you fucked with any of that VR stuff?
Yeah, VR is awesome.
Do you ever do that? There's a thing outside of Disneyland where you, there's a VR game that you go to. You go to like this little, like they have a giant room, and the room's set up. What was it called? The Void? Is that what it's called? Yeah.
Oh, shit.
The Void VR. And there's a Star Wars one, and there's a Wreck-It Ralph one.
Okay.
And they're hilarious. I mean, you're walking around, you feel heat from fire. Like they pick up a plastic gun, you're shooting at stormtroopers. And you,
shit's crazy.
It's crazy. And while you're doing it, you're like, this is just step one.
Exactly.
This is going to be insane.
Yeah, they're just giving us pieces, bits and pieces. Like, they already have more.
You think that?
Oh, for sure.
Really?
100%.
I don't think that.
Really?
Yeah.
Why not?
Because I think that what they're showing you right now is state of the art.
They're selling it. It's the best it's in competition. It's getting better and better all the time. But
that's a good way to look at it because they put it up.
No worries, man. Yeah, I just think these people are very competitive.
Yeah.
The money is in getting the best shit out the quickest.
Okay.
And they're all competing with each other.
So they're putting out like the bootleg version and letting somebody smarter test it, work it, and make the better version, and they'll come back and do that later.
Well, that definitely happens too. I mean, that's what China does better than anybody.
Yeah,
I take some shit.
I be feeling like this is just my theory. It's like VR, right? It might be so fucking dangerous that they don't know like how it'll. Yeah, exactly. So it's like they give us like little bits and pieces of it to like let us, you know, they spoon feed it to us so they don't kill us, and the world just go crazy. And it's like, you know what I mean? Like, because they probably tested it on somebody and they died like before. You know what I mean?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, they was like, oh shit, we went too far. It's like, hold on, let's like pull it back a little bit and just give them this, like you said, give them this version of it. You know what I mean? But I feel like there's more.
Well, I think when you really don't know what the fuck is going on, that's with military stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I think military stuff like weapons and, you know, spaceships and aircrafts that they're developing.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know what the fuck they're doing. They're doing some shit that we have no idea.
Right.
But I think with things like consumer electronics, like technology, I think what you see is what you get.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is as good as they can do anything now. They're working on the newest, best shit.
Right.
You know, and that's coming around. They're always constantly in development.
Right.
They're all competing against each other. There's no way they would hold anything back.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Damn. I feel like there's a phone that charges in 2 seconds. It's like, okay, if
you have it out.
If you're in a war,
right,
and your cellular device goes down, it's like you can't plug it in and charge it. It has to like happen quick, right?
Right.
So like they have that, in my opinion. They just don't give it to us.
All that stuff. I can see your argument because you're in a war. They might have better batteries like that the military develops, or some new kind of battery.
Mm-hmm.
That's possible, but there's so much money in batteries.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's so much money. If they had a better way of doing it,
right?
If Samsung came out with a phone that charged 100% in 30 seconds, and Apple would have to figure out how to compete with that.
Right.
They would have that out.
Right.
They wouldn't hold on to that. No one would hold on to that. That would just dominate the market,
right?
It would dominate the market.
Yeah,
but
it's too powerful.
But that happens. That's what always happens.
Yeah.
That's how Blockbuster's out of business.
Right.
You know?
Right.
That's why there's no more Tower Records.
Mm-hmm.
All that shit happened in our lifetime.
Yeah, for sure. Like 100%. Music isn't even physical. Right. Like, and I make music, and it's not real.
Right. It's a sound.
Yeah, it's a sound. And fuck, you know,
that is a crazy way to look at music.
Mm-hmm.
What is this? The R17 Pro, which is the company's latest, is the fastest charging smartphone in the world. It advertises that 35 minutes is all it takes to entirely fill up a dead battery. That was 7 months ago. So it's probably faster. They got something like that.
Yeah.
35 minutes. So what do you think they can do like for a full battery?
I would say that there's probably 100 cell phones out there that can charge in 5 minutes. There's not a million because they can't source that much.
Wait a minute, charge more than this can?
Well, yeah, like I would say like there's a military phone that they might have 100 of them passed around the military, but it's not mass produced.
And it can charge up in 5 minutes?
Sure. For sure.
Mm-hmm.
If this can do 35 minutes,
you two
7 times faster. It's easy.
You guys are all conspiratorial on electronics. It's just, I mean, to me, that's normal. To me, that shit is normal. This is energy that we're talking about, right?
Right.
Bro, like, cars still move off of gas. Like, that shit is like the Stone Age, bro. Like, shit's going electric. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's on some spaceship shit. So at the end of the day, like, they have this shit. They just can't give it to you because they're killing people testing it. It's like food, you know what I mean? Like, they have to approve this shit before it comes out, but they have a car that goes, it just crashed into the wall, you know what I mean? And somebody died in it, and they're like, whoa, we can't put this on the streets yet. It's like all of that shit, energy, yeah. Like,
well, you think they have a car that's so fast they can't put it on the street?
They have. I just feel like transportation in general, you know what I mean? Communication, transportation, technology, the way we hear music, the way that we view things and shit like that. Our whole experience, technology, whatever the fucking word is, we're being spoon-fed. FaceTime, you know what I'm saying? It was like you used to have the service to FaceTime. Now everybody can FaceTime. You know what I mean? It's like people don't even call each other no more. They just FaceTime. So we feel like, oh man, we came up. This was blah, blah, blah. Like we feel good about that. We feel excellent about it. But there's more. I feel like this is just me. I just feel like they're just sitting on it. You know what I mean? They're waiting to give it to us.
I don't think companies have any reason to do that.
Yeah.
The only reason to do that would be to get rid of the stock of the stuff that's already selling. That'd be the only reason. Because sometimes when companies announce a new product's coming, people stop buying the old product. Like Corvette is having a problem with that right now.
Okay.
Because the Corvette, excuse me, they got this called the ZR1. See that thing?
Yep.
It's a demon. It's ridiculous that you can go to a store and buy a car that has that much horsepower. But a lot of people don't want to buy them because there's a new Corvette coming out in like a year.
Right.
That's a mid-engine, total new design. They don't want to be stuck with the old.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's true.
So in that sense, they might be holding out on what they're about to be able to do. But like we saw with that foldable phone that Samsung tried to come out with, and then they had to take it back because it was so defective. So many of them were breaking. It was a giant embarrassment, and they pulled the whole thing.
Right.
Now they're trying to rework it, figure out what to do with it. That's like, if a company has something like that happen, and that's the number 2 smartphone company in the world, they're number 1, right? Samsung's number 1. Huawei's number 2, Apple number 3. That's the number 1 cell phone manufacturer in the world, and they got that kind of a fuck up. There's no way they're not holding back anything. I don't think so. I think they're trying to sell the best shit they have right now, and then they're in development with the next level shit right now. But as far as like what they can bring to market, what they have is what they bring to market. I think like those on-screen fingerprint sensors that they used to be able to do that, now they can just touch the glass and it reads it. All that shit is like they're just trying to get it dialed in to the point where they can sell it to enough people and it doesn't break. Like that stupid folding. Did you see that folding screen?
Yeah, it's like a fucking like it was a regular phone, but it folded though.
Yeah.
And
then it would fold open to like an iPad.
To an iPad. Yeah, that shit's stupid.
But that thing kept breaking.
Okay.
You know, when it came out, everybody was like, holy shit, this is the future. The glass bends.
I think there's like you said, there's like the people who just freak out about whatever's new, right?
Right.
And then there's like shit that really moves you know what I'm saying? Like really changes shit. You know what I mean?
For sure.
And there's a huge difference between those. Like you got the people who just want the new shit, and then you got motherfuckers who's actually like doing shit that changes things forever. Like streaming changed music forever. You know what I'm saying? So it's like mini discs and all of that other stupid shit that people were trying to do to change music. It didn't work. You know what I mean? And it didn't exist. So it's like the one thing that stands out and changes things forever. That's what people motherfuckers remember. I don't know if they're holding it or not. It is what it is, but like there's some smart motherfuckers who designed this shit for us. You know what I'm saying? And at the end of the day, like you got people who just consume it and they're just like, oh man, I'm here for whatever. Like, you know what I mean? And then I feel like there's a lot of people who understand it and know how to play off of, you know what I mean, those people's emotions. And that's where you get like, you know what I mean? What we have now. And me personally, I love everything. Like I'm not a person who like is stuck with the old shit or has to have all of the new shit either. Like I'm just like obsessed with life in general. Like all of this shit fucks me up, but it's crazy. It's insane.
We live in insane times.
We live in insane times.
What's cool about today too is that we can go and still like appreciate and use some of the shit from the past, like a record player.
Yeah.
You know, use a record, listen to some old records.
Right.
You know, and realize, wow, this is how people used to get their music. Sit in front of the record player with headphones on. I remember being a kid doing that.
Right.
Listen to albums. Open up the album, look at the art. That was a big part of an album.
Right.
What was the photo layout? What was the pictures?
It's crazy how everybody thinks like the new shit ruins the older shit too. Like, it's like people still enjoy everything.
Yeah.
Like, it's just stages of it.
I love that old shit exists.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Go back and listen to some of that old stuff.
People don't watch tapes anymore though. Like you can't get like a VHS. Like that's not the move.
Yeah, I think those are dead and gone. VHS. Remember when someone would give you a copy of a copy, and it was all like every now and then it had little lines through it and shit. You get like second, third generation copies of friends.
Yeah. VHS is like done, bro.
You remember, I don't know if you remember this, but you used to be able to buy movies right after they came out, especially in New York, because dudes would sit in the back of the movie theater.
Oh, like the little bootleg joints. Yeah.
You watch the movie from like it was
like a video camera. It'd be like in their video and the movie. Yeah, that was crazy. That was a crazy time. Yeah, they weren't hiding shit back then. They were using all of their technology.
That's everything they had.
That was everything they fucking had.
The crazy thing is that's not that long ago. In terms of the human race, that's not that long ago.
That's the 90s. So this is what, 2019, so that's 20 years. So you go like 23, 24 years maybe.
Imagine if you could see what the fuck 24 years from now is.
It's crazy. I related to like when I was younger in the 90s, because I was like a baby in the 90s. I wasn't even a teenager. So 20 years from then was the 70s.
Yeah.
And shit was totally like, you know what I'm saying? So it's like now, from 20 years for that to be the same time frame, like that shit is crazy to me.
You really want to know how crazy it is, man? Get yourself into like a 1970 Plymouth and drive that thing, and realize that in 1970, that's how people drove. They drive this thing that like it barely knows where you're telling.
Yeah, hell yeah.
You do this with the steering wheel.
They didn't even have power steering in the 60s and shit, bro. Like,
yeah,
you have to turn the thing like this.
A lot of them didn't. Yeah, a lot of them didn't. But those cars were terrible, and that was just a few years ago. I mean, in terms of like human history,
right?
If you looked at a block of time in history, like if you looked at the difference between 1820 and 1840, in our head, it's like that's the same shit. 1820, 1840, what the fuck was different? There was nothing different.
Yep.
But if you look at our generation, 40 years ago to now, it's insane.
It's true.
It's insane. It doesn't even make sense.
It's nuts.
We're barely the same thing,
bro. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Have you driven a Tesla?
No, I haven't. Pretty good.
The preposterous. It's a preposterous car.
What's the deal with them?
It's so fast, it doesn't make sense.
Really?
Every other car you drive afterwards will feel stupid. You can drive mine.
You got a Tesla?
Yeah, you can drive it.
They're that legit?
It's the most ridiculous thing I've ever driven in my life. Fuck. It doesn't make any noise.
It makes zero noise.
It's a fucking rap music video, entourage style. Girls in their underwear, dancing, bottle of champagne.
A girl in my house.
Someone just follow you with the camera just to see who rings your doorbell.
Bro. I do not know who that girl was.
Welcome to the party. What were we just talking about?
Teslas.
Oh yeah, it's a spaceship. It's next level. If you think that they're holding back anything in the automotive world, drive that thing.
That's the thing. I feel like all cars are gonna look alike, and they're gonna look like Teslas. So you don't have the super fast one for like the elite one. You're gonna have like regular ones. We're all gonna have the same car. We're all gonna have the same phone. We're all gonna have the same watch. And we're all because it controls everything. Like they control your house, so it's like everything is integrated. The TV, the Xbox. It's like you all want it in one. So the only way to do that is for everything to be the same. So like if the Tesla is that ill, I never driven one. But if it's that ill, I don't see why people wouldn't be into it. Like,
just the pain in the ass is it takes a long time to charge.
Okay.
I mean, even if you have a Tesla supercharger thing, like I have one, a wall-mounted charger it's like more amperage.
That's tight.
It's nice, but it still takes a few hours to charge if it's almost dead.
Okay.
Whereas you can get gas in like 5 minutes.
Exactly. Don't they have like portable chargers?
No.
They ain't do that yet?
No. You need insane amount of power to power that thing.
But how long?
It's got giant batteries in it. It just takes hours and hours to fill up.
That doesn't sound like it.
Well, because it goes 317 miles.
Did you see this race they did with the tunnel?
What is it?
It's 2 Teslas at the same spot. Like I guess it's in Hawthorne where they have it. The one on the right is using the tunnel that they have completed, and the one on the left is going above ground.
Now, is this tunnel like auto drive?
Yeah, so it's got. I think it's got those tracks on the side so that it can stay in place.
Look how fast that's
Goes up to
going.
127 miles an
I
hour.
am so not comfortable with that.
Then it slows right down.
The way that it moves is different.
That's how robots are going to kill us.
That's crazy.
It's so fast. You can't believe how fast it is. That guy's not moving at the top, and the guy's moving very fast.
It takes him 4.5 minutes to go the same time it takes this guy a minute.
But that guy's battery's dead as fuck. I'll tell you that. If you stomp on that thing for that long, you better be prepared for that shit to drain quick. Especially when it's in ludicrous mode.
That's what they call it?
Ludicrous mode. Yeah, and now they have ludicrous plus. I don't even want to turn that shit on. I don't need that. What kind of asshole is unhappy with ludicrous mode?
So I was going to ask before, don't you think there's some car company trying to beat them?
Yeah.
Has
Well,
to be, right?
Tesla has a Roadster. Have you seen the Tesla Roadster? Oh my God, dude, pull that up. It's a spaceship. It's this little sports car looking spaceship that goes 0 to 60 in 1.9 seconds.
It's a spaceship.
It's a spaceship. That's the Tesla Roadster.
Oh, I like that.
It's a dope looking little car. The roof comes off too.
That's real, huh?
Oh my God, that thing's deep.
What?
That thing is deep.
How much does that cost?
I think it's $200,000.
It's real?
Yeah, it's not out yet.
Oh,
They're working on it.
Oh, okay.
They're working on releasing it soon. Yeah, $200,000. Look at that, 1.9 seconds 0 to 60.
Yeah, I don't need that.
They just seem, the electric cars just seem like the future. But again, that one's going to be interesting because it has 600 miles. It goes 660 miles, I think, without charging, which is a long distance. Mine's in like 317.
Oh, okay.
The new one, the ones they have now are like 317.
That's dope. That's amazing.
It's wild.
Like my mind is literally blown by this shit.
Yeah, mine too.
Like for real, like that shit blows my mind.
Imagine if you're one of those people that makes those things.
Yeah,
like, that's your job.
I feel like it's like really a process, like scientific, like because you don't want nobody to hurt themselves.
Exactly.
I mean, you know what I mean? So you have to get it just right.
Sure.
It's like, what's the process of that? Like, what the fuck are they doing, like, with technology and electricity in a car?
Yeah. And they have all these safety features. They have auto drive.
That's the thing.
So
it's like it's gonna be so fast. It's gotta have hella safety. Jesus Christ, bro! I'm just gonna let you in. I can't turn this thing off. Oh, there it is.
The same girl?
I don't know.
She's persistent. She's a go-getter.
She can go get something else.
But yeah, man. I mean, it's when you drive something like that, you realize like, oh, okay, just 30, 40 years ago, cars were these stinky, weird things that barely steered right. And now you have these things that seem like they're from a futuristic movie, and you can get them right now.
It's crazy, yo. Like, it's insane. Because people like, okay, where are we gonna be without transportation? We got to go somewhere, right? We got to get there somehow.
What is this, Jamie?
Looking up, I thought I saw something today about a Lamborghini electric car, but this fell into this whole of the Terzo Millennio, some new. It is an electric car by Lamborghini that self-heals. It has some sort of carbon fiber technology that allows it to fix itself if it cracks while it's driving. I don't know.
Oh,
that's
perfect.
insane.
Yeah,
It
sweet.
detects cracks and damages.
There we go.
It's a fucking transformer.
There we go.
It's a transformer. It's gonna heal itself.
I was hoping you'd heard of it.
No.
Self-healing.
Oh my God.
There we go.
It's gonna fix itself.
Yeah.
But it's Italian, right? Listen to me. That's my people. It ain't gonna work. Those savages.
They're thinking big.
If you want to go on a long trip in a Lamborghini, you're out of your fucking mind. That thing will leave you in the middle of the desert.
They're thinking big. That's it.
That is
It's got these weird,
unbelievably good-looking car.
like tires.
God damn, that looks like the future.
That's fine.
Look at that thing.
It's a spaceship.
But if you take one of those, you know that it's made by Italians, right? You know it. Like, look at that. This is my thing.
Oh yeah.
Hey!
Yeah. When you put the accent with the car, it makes sense.
It's so flamboyant. Look at the wheels on that thing. What the fuck is with those wheels? Wow, that's crazy.
Italian spaceship.
Yeah, cars are getting closer and closer to spaceships.
Yeah.
What if people start flying around? You comfortable with that? I'm not. I want anybody landing on the house.
Landing on the house, air accidents.
Yeah, man.
Those don't seem too good.
No.
And the regulation of
what lane you stay in.
Yeah, because we work so hard to develop these roads. Like, where are we going now? Like, what's going on here?
Can you imagine if we had like a floating bubble highway system, right? Like there's balloons held on by rope that go all the way to the ground, and that marks the paths where you're allowed to fly your flying car through. But people don't look, and they slam into each other, and then you're out there in the park with your kids.
Regulation would suck on that.
Yeah, man.
Sure.
How do you stop people from? Well, it would have to be autonomous. It would have to be like Tesla auto drive. So it just takes you up and it just brings you around. It would have to be something like that.
That makes sense.
Yeah, we couldn't leave it up to people. Not with flying.
Hell no. There's too many different personalities.
Yeah. But then it's going to be reason people that don't charge their fucking flying car. And then it gets up there and it's like, that. Like, you didn't charge it?
You shouldn't be able to take off if it's not at a certain. If it's capable of dying,
I agree.
Ground it.
Then we're going to need more regulation, so we have more government.
Air laws.
Right? We're going to have to. That's the only way.
Yeah.
We need more government, more regulations, air cops.
Yeah.
Air cops.
Oh my gosh, the air police. Let's not talk about those.
Air police, they'll be even on more on edge than the
ground police. Yeah, because they're in the air.
Yeah.
They're
probably going to be super paranoid up there.
For sure.
Well, if we ever do eventually get to space travel, if human beings ever do figure out how to like go to other planets and set up a civilization on Mars or something like that, that's probably what the real next level future of humanity is going to be.
For sure.
Other than artificial life, if we can really figure out how to set up a base somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think you would ever go, if there was a base on Mars, it takes 6 months to go to Mars?
If there was a threat on Earth.
A threat?
Yeah, it was like, Earth is about to be fucked up.
Like an asteroid?
Yeah, I would, I would. If Mars was all right, I would try to go. I would take my family and go. Yeah.
Wow.
To save my family.
That makes sense. To save your family.
Yeah.
What if Mars was awesome? If they figured it out.
If it was awesome, I'd rather just die on Earth.
Yeah.
I'm cool here. I'm good.
Yeah, I just wonder once they actually do start going from Earth to other planets, how many people are going to be willing to do that?
All the rich folks.
You think so? I think rich folks want to go into orbit. I don't think they want to go to Mars. I don't think there's a whole
lot. You mean to live there?
Maybe if you can come back. Let's say we're far in the future.
Vacationing.
Yeah. Take a little vacation to Mars. Take 6 months to get there. Everybody.
If it takes 6 months to get there, hold on. That's another one.
It's a long
I think a lot of people would do that.
I think a lot of people would do it. I think you're right. If they knew they could come back, because then they'd be able to brag about it.
Mm-hmm.
People would love to brag about going to Mars.
It's like that time travel thing where like it takes 6 Earth months to get there, but for you it's like 2 weeks.
Ooh, I don't think it works that way, but yeah.
I was wondering how
you have to be like at the speed of light. Yeah.
Now we get deep.
It might be interesting. You might be able to go save some time if you go do that.
Yeah, you can lose some time though. I know that's a fact. Like if you go into space at a particularly high rate of speed, and then you figured out how to come back, like your twin brother would be way older than you. Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
I went to see this Brian Cox show. Do you know who Brian Cox is, the astrophysicist? He had a show he did in LA, and in the back they have this gigantic screen. And it's this real high resolution screen, and it showed all of the galaxies in the universe.
Mm-hmm.
It showed all of them, just all jammed in together with like appropriate space in between them. And you look at it, and you just go, what? What the fuck is that? Like, we're in that thing. We're one dot in just trillions of dots of all these other galaxies. Through the known universe. I've never seen anybody show it that way. And one of the things he talked about was that the rate of time is not the same for each person, even on Earth. Like, depending on where you go and what you do, what speed you travel at, if you and I
were born on the exact same day, and we both got a watch, and that watch is perfectly calibrated. And you put your watch on, I put my watch on, and we met when we're 80. If our watches were still working, the time would be different. Because we've lived through different time. And it might be only like a tiny increment, like a second or a couple seconds, but enough so that in the whole unit, and it was high as fuck. So while I'm there watching this thing, the whole thing just blew me away. I was like, this is a crazy way to look at the universe. This is it right here. Yeah, if anybody gets a chance, that's just one galaxy to show up. It's a one galaxy colliding with another galaxy. It's fucking spectacular.
Whoa!
Right now,
Did you get into space documentaries? You got to.
I just don't believe everything that everybody tells me. So
about what?
About shit like that. So I would have to get it from a reliable source. You would have to tell me like the good space shit.
Any Neil deGrasse Tyson ones, Lawrence Krauss has got some good stuff. He's got good audiobooks too. That Brian Cox guy's as good as he gets. He's a genius. He used to be a musician. He was actually in like a pop band. I think in the 80s or is it 80s? Yeah, like a popular pop band. And he's a legit astrophysicist.
He just talks about space.
Yeah, he gives these very entertaining with this guy Robin Ince, and they have this like stage show. And he comes out and talks about things and explains things. But when he explained that time thing to me, if we lived the same life, that our watches would be different.
Yeah, that's great. I love shit like that.
Brian Cox, COX, not like the dicks.
Yeah, I would put that name in there, of course.
That could be a problem. Yeah, if you get a chance to see that show, man, it's a good thing to see too, because it's so different than anything else you go to see. Like for me, I'm always at comedy clubs. I'm always either in the audience or on stage. So to be there at this place in the audience of this weird kind of like show / science seminar, it's amazing.
It's tight.
Yeah,
that shit seems crazy as fuck to learn and laugh.
Yeah, I gotta get you on some science documentaries.
Hell yeah.
When you're smoking weed and watch the science documentaries,
that's gonna help my music.
That's when the real thoughts come out, kids. Well, you realize there's no getting away if you that paranoid feeling that you get sometimes you get too high. If you have that paranoid feeling combined with a science documentary on space, then you realize, we're very insignificant.
Exactly. And you seem extra high because you're high watching space. Yo, this dude is stoned.
How have you gotten high your whole life?
I started when I was 16.
When you were 16?
I started smoking every day.
Wow. So right around the time where you were becoming successful as a rapper.
It was really like high school because I hated school and I was so done with it. And I was selling pot and my mom found out and she was low key just super cool with it. Was like, yo, I smoke, you smoke, we smoke. And, you know what I mean?
Wow.
It actually helped me get through school, like to make it made it tolerable. Like, you know what I mean?
Sure.
I was able to deal with like the shit that I didn't want to deal with. Because I'm an intelligent kid. I just really didn't like school. I didn't like the school that I went to was good. I went to a nice school, but it was just I grew up in a time where it was like, you know what I'm saying? It was weird. So,
well, every school for every kid is not what you want to do every day.
It was
just
bad.
Not what you want to do every day.
And like you got teachers who say certain things to you, and it's like, all right, I understand what I'm really here for. You know what I mean? And I see who I am to you. You let it be known. It's kind of hard to like take those people serious and want to do the work and all that shit.
Want to follow their lead.
Yeah, and it's like for me that was the bare minimum. It was like graduate high school. It's like I could move on with the rest of my fucking life after that.
Yeah,
weed helped me get through high school. I don't say that for everybody. I ain't gonna say that for everybody. It helped me.
I believe you. It makes sense. There's a lot of shit that's not that fun, but when you're high, it becomes interesting. A lot of shit.
Yeah.
That's why air travel. Air travel is always better when you're high.
Way better.
Way better.
You can take THC pills, you can have edibles, you can do whatever you
You
want.
become like appreciative of the experience.
Yeah. For real.
Yeah. there's something to me about music, listening to music too and playing while you're high. It's just that it has like extra impact. With the headphones on, playing, surrounded by all these people, no one's talking, flying through the sky, going 500 miles an hour, 30,000 feet above the rocks. When the music kicks in, something about old music too. For me, like lately, I've been getting into a lot of like really old rock and roll. You know, just imagining what it would be like to be around those people. You know, see Keith Richards and Mick Jagger in the 70s, and you know, see Little Richard, and to see James Brown live.
Hell yeah,
James Brown perform live. God,
yep.
It was nothing. It's hard for us to imagine. There was nothing like that before them. You know, like there's levels of like impact that those early musicians have that it's hard to really historically put into place because there wasn't anybody like them before that. No rock and roll stars, no rap stars. Think of how recent that is.
Yeah, that's super new.
Stand-up comedy is only about maybe like 70 years old. Maybe really, maybe you could say 100 if I'm like crazy. Those rappers,
30
years old.
40 maybe?
84.
Yeah. And
it keeps evolving.
Changing. Yeah, like music in general. My favorite genre is like pop music. Like I love anything that can be considered pop because it changes with the time. But you have these mega stars, you know what I mean, who just transcend like it's like so they're larger than life. Like Michael Jackson, you know what I'm saying? Like he's bigger than just music, you know what I mean? Like, and you become a legend like as time goes on, but like to be a living legend, like living in those times and to be around those people and to really hear their music and experience them and shit like that, I feel like that shit is crazy. And it's like it's a gift like for the fans. It's a gift to be that person. It's a responsibility as well. But just like to be the one, like Beyonce, you know what I mean? Yeah. Like that shit is crazy to me. Like
to be the one.
Yeah.
Michael Jackson was the one when there was no one before. There was no real one like him. I mean, there was Elvis, and that's about it.
Right.
There was other ones that were big. They were very popular, very famous. But Michael Jackson he transcended so hard. I was listening to WBCN radio in Boston. It was a rock and roll station. And they were like, I know it's a rock and roll station, but this song is so fucking good, we're going to play it anyway.
Yep.
And they played Michael Jackson.
Yep.
And we were like, wow.
And he'd been performing since a kid, so he worked his whole life to get to be what was like 30 or something like that.
Probably when he was at his peak.
Yeah.
There was no roadmap for him.
Nah. That shit is amazing. And he did, funk music. And he went through disco, and you know what I mean? Wow.
Yeah, man. And I would have loved to have seen him live before the controversy.
Right.
Just to experience him as an artist without having anything attached to it.
Yeah.
What he did or didn't do, I don't know what he did.
Right.
No idea.
Right.
Doesn't look good.
Right.
But I would have loved to have seen him without the burden of that.
Feel me?
It must have been insane. And only just to see, like, he was like we're saying that it needs to be a different word for work, because sometimes it's not work, right? Passion, but it's way better than work. He should have a different word for a star.
Yeah.
Because he was like a supernova.
Yeah.
He was some rare thing.
Yeah.
It might happen once every 100 years.
Yeah,
I mean, even there's legends like Elton John and Rod Stewart and fucking there's all kinds of legends. But then there was Michael Jackson.
Right.
He was above all of them.
Yep.
He was a mania.
Yeah.
Kids would dress like him. Everybody wanted to wear those Thriller jackets.
Right. Yep. There's an art to it. I feel like every musician has a choice, like if they want to go there with it. Like I feel like the Elton Johns and like even like Prince and shit like that. They stayed true to exactly who they were. Not that Michael Jackson didn't stay true to who he was, but he put himself out there for the world. He did everything. He had cartoons.
Mm-hmm.
He had sneakers. He did everything. You know,
bought the Beatles music.
Yeah, he bought. Yeah, like you know what I mean. Fucking dude owned other people's music.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, hell yeah, he was doing hella shit.
Yeah, I just think there was no roadmap for the poor guy.
Right.
Yep. You're living in that fantasy world that nobody else can understand.
Right.
And there's no one before you, and then everywhere you go, people are screaming.
Mm-hmm.
He never had a break. There's no breaks. He couldn't do it. He couldn't do anything.
No, hell no. That's normal.
Nothing.
That's great. That was.
I wonder if what that would be like if Michael Jackson came around today and didn't exist before, he would for sure be a huge star. But I wonder if it would be as crazy because there's so many more stars now than there were back then. Because of the internet, because there's just more venues and outlets for musicians, for basically everyone, for comedians, for everyone.
Right.
There's more outlets.
Yep.
So because there's more outlets, there's more famous people.
Right.
I wonder if he would be as crazy. It would be as insane. Because back when he was that famous, there wasn't like anyone that was parallel. Not even close.
Tune in to Let's Talk Safe Money
Yeah,
with Financial Sensei.
What do you listen to old stuff?
Yeah.
What do you listen to?
I like
LSF Capital. For the recipe to fight back and take control
I do like 90s R&B now. I like funk music. I like Bootsy Collins.
All right.
I like I love Jimi Hendrix. He's one of my favorites. I like Curtis Mayfield, Marvin Gaye, freaking Kool in the Game. Fucking, I listen to everything, bro. I like a lot of the older soul music, like the Spinners, Patti LaBelle, you know what I'm saying? But I was raised on everything. My dad listened to Bob Marley. He listened to freaking, we used to listen to a lot of Sting from the Police. Yeah, I love Sting. He's one of my favorites. Just all the jams, you know what I'm saying? Like the classic shit. Like you can put on any song, like for real. And I fuck with it because I listen to a lot of different music. And yeah, he's one of my favorites. Yeah, Marvin Gaye was really good.
It's a tragic story.
That was crazy.
His dad shot him. It's so crazy. I dated a girl once. This girl was so nuts. And we were talking about Marvin Gaye. No. We were talking about Marvin Gaye, and I was saying, like, this is so insane. Like, dad shot him. And she said, imagine what a piece of shit he had to be for his dad.
Yeah, right.
And I was like, what? I go, no. Why would you assume he's the piece of shit when his dad fucking shot him? If he's a piece of shit, why doesn't his dad just get away from him? No, his dad's shooting him. His dad's a piece of shit. Like, but it was amazing. She was like instantly thinking he's a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Like, I'm like, I don't get your logic.
It's crazy.
That's someone with a good dad.
That's
because she's someone who grew up with a good. She still loved her dad. She was close with her dad. Yeah. So I was like, I don't even know my dad. So to me, I'm like, that dad shot him because he was Marvin Gaye. He's probably upset that his son had become Marvin Gaye. Imagine being Marvin Gaye too. All your songs are like the best music to fuck to.
Yeah.
And he didn't have. There was nothing. There was no slide into the DM. No, they had to find him physically. Yeah.
But he seemed like kind of like a faithful guy. Like he seemed like he would find like one chick and just fuck her and write an album about it.
That would be a good narrative. They're saying about fucking all the time. It's coming away.
But they usually like just want to fuck one girl like that. Right? Those love songs. Yeah, exactly. Like when the music's dark, like Eazy-E, like you know what I mean? Like he's fucking mad bitches. He wasn't talking about like just one. Like,
right.
You know what I mean? He wasn't on his Marvin Gaye shit.
That was what I remember.
He said sexual healing. You know what I mean? When you get that feeling, he needs sexual healing. Like the shit made him feel better when he was with her.
That's a big difference between the NWA's first album. Big difference in the message. Sexual healing. There's some shit from like the early gangster rap days you listen to today, like, whoa, yeah. Like this is crazy stuff. I remember it at the time when it was first coming out, and no one knew what. Like no one could understand. There was no music like this before, and then all of a sudden you have Ice-T.
Yeah, that was before they even had the freaking parental advisory on there. They made that because like it was like, yo, parents, make sure y'all check this out before your kids get it.
It was Al Gore's wife. It was Tipper Gore.
Mm-hmm.
She was the one who was in charge. It was like she was leading the charge.
Yeah.
Against, I think it was her. Make sure I'm right about that. Is it?
I'm not mad at that. That made rap music better.
You think so?
Hell yeah. It's like made it more dangerous.
Oh, we put the extreme.
Yeah.
They were trying
like a rated R movie.
They were trying to ban some stuff though. They were trying to ban
like
certain kinds of music.
Like
well, that was Florida. Florida's crazy. Don't fuck around in Florida. If they catch you in Florida, they arrest people for
anything.
You can get arrested for obscenity.
Yeah, I'm straight. I'm good. I'm not going to Florida.
Florida was a.
Well, I'll go, but I'm not going crazy in Florida. Yeah, Broward County.
Yeah, just don't get arrested for swearing.
Yeah. You know what I mean?
That's what they got 2 Live Crew for, right?
Yeah.
Explicit lyrics.
Yeah.
Fuck.
I'm good on all
People
that.
forget about that, right?
Yeah.
Like those guys were like the Lenny Bruce of rap.
Right.
Like Lenny Bruce is a guy who got arrested a bunch of times for stand-up comedy because he wouldn't change his words. He's swearing on stage.
Yeah.
Brought into the court. That was 2 Live Crew.
Imagine going to jail for
rap.
Yeah. That's crazy.
It's crazy. For saying something.
For saying something.
Somebody doesn't like it, so they want to put you in a cage.
Wow.
Because they don't like how you're saying. They don't like what you're saying. They don't like how you're saying it. Like, could you arrest someone if they just said that somewhere? What if they're in the comfort of their own house and they said the things that are in that? Is that illegal?
Yeah.
Could you yell it out the window?
Yeah.
Could I drive down the road yelling it out the window?
Right. Should be able to.
You should be able to. Who the fuck are you, man? Who the fuck are you to tell people they can't do that? But then in Florida, they're like, nope, obscenity. For rap.
Florida's like its own world, though. Like, that's why when the shit goes down, it's like, all right, and then there's Florida.
Yeah. It's so its own world that it's being overrun with invasive species. A lady got attacked by an alligator just yesterday. You know about that, Jamie?
I feel like that happens all the time down there.
Happens all the time. More often than not. More often rather than not. No, that's not even people say it. More often now than before because there's a lot of them.
Yeah. I could imagine being a gator, not having nowhere to go, just kicking it in Florida.
Finding some stupid lady.
Yeah. Slow bitch. And I've been around for a long ass fucking time. Hungry as fuck.
Yeah.
Florida's fucking crazy. Let's eat.
And you just look at that lady like she's so annoying.
Yeah.
Maybe no one will even notice.
I don't even eat ladies, but I'm gonna do it today.
Also, they eat dogs. They love to eat people's dogs. That's what's fucked up.
It's a good snack. Here now, yeah. I love dogs though, so I don't know. But if I was a gator, a dog would be a good snack. For sure. I
It's a
would
good meal.
prefer a dog than a lady.
Yeah, people have clothes on.
Exactly.
To adjust their sneakers and shit.
Yeah.
It's annoying.
Yeah. Shoes. Don't taste good.
If you didn't live in California, what state would you live in?
I didn't live in Cali. What state would I live in? Not Georgia, not Florida, not Pennsylvania, not New York.
Not New York, huh?
Nah.
Too crazy?
Maybe upstate New York.
Yeah,
maybe upstate.
Then you
That's cold though.
gotta worry about ticks too.
Yeah, fuck ticks.
Fuck ticks.
Yeah.
Everybody gets Lyme disease out there.
Yeah. Damn, I don't know. I never thought about that.
When shit hits the fan,
I love California so much.
tsunami rolls over us.
Maybe I'll go to Australia.
Every time I'm on the highway nowadays and it's jammed up, bumper to bumper, I just say, imagine something happened. This is just Thursday. It's a regular Thursday. It's bumper to bumper.
Yeah.
Imagine some shit like that.
That'd be fucked up. You wouldn't know what to do. When it rains out here, people don't know what to do.
They panic. They
Yeah.
slam into each other. They gotta drive.
It's like, dog, it's just rain. It's just water coming out the sky.
Jesus Christ. It's a strange place to live, right? Because people aren't tested out here by climate.
Yeah, yup.
On the East Coast, they're tested by climate.
Yeah, yup.
That wind that comes, that snowy wind comes. You
You gotta
fucking
prepare.
inside.
You gotta winterize your car.
Yeah.
You gotta get snow tires.
Yeah. That's real.
Motherfuckers out here don't know about that.
They don't know.
Hell no.
They don't know.
350 tornadoes last week.
Where?
Yeah, I heard about
In
that.
the Midwest, wherever Tornado Alley.
Shit.
Yeah.
They got
Ramped
fucked up,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah.
Damn.
That was like Ohio and where else? Kentucky, I think.
bunch.
Just handing out tornadoes.
Missouri got hit hard.
Yeah, man. I mean, I don't know if that's really because of climate change that those are ramping up. But if they ramp up in unprecedented levels like that and it becomes impossible to live in Ohio or Kentucky or anywhere where there's tornadoes, can you imagine how nuts that is? If we find out that the center of the country is just tornado, like a tornado bowling area.
Wow.
Just a bowl filled with tornadoes.
Florida, you're just dodging hurricanes most of the year. You just get lucky if it doesn't happen where you are.
Yeah, you get lucky. Yeah, you're a dick sticking out into the ocean, and it's right where all the tornadoes get formed, or all the hurricanes get formed. There. That's where they all go, right? It's like warmer waters, right?
Here we go. We're gonna get started right here.
Yeah, fuck hurricanes. I've been in a little baby hurricane before, and I was living in Boston, which is pretty far away from the ocean in terms of where my house was, and it was like, wow.
Yeah.
And I was a little baby one. It was nothing. By the time it got to us, it was nothing.
I lived in Japan for 2 years, and they used to have some crazy fucking earthquakes over there.
Oh, really? While you were there?
Yeah, they had earthquakes and typhoons.
You saw both?
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah, hell yeah. Like,
what was the earthquake like?
Bad. You never been in one here?
Yeah, I've been a baby one. I've been in like a 5.5.
Bro, like I'm talking about whole room just shaking. Like it's like a ride at Universal. Like, cause you see shit moving. It's like, damn, is this really happening? And this shit happens, bro. Like the earthquakes over there are insane.
Wow.
Yeah, yup. And they get some crazy rain, like when the typhoons come. That shit gets really violent too.
Yeah.
Yeah, yup. Yeah, the Japanese are, they hold it down.
What were you doing living over there?
My parents are military. My mom was in there for a little bit, but then she got out, and then my dad was in there. He got out but remarried, so that's how I stayed in the military thing. It was my stepmom, and I would move. We would live on base, for like 2 years or whatever, and then I would move back with my mom.
Wow. What was it like living in Japan?
It was crazy. Like it was fun. I lived there in the late '90s, so it was like when technology was first changing, like music was just now going into MP3s and shit like that. So there was that. Pokemon was really popular over there. It was fun, like just being a kid, like running around fucking it up in Japan. It was cool, man. It was fun as hell.
That's an interesting little extra level to your brain, right?
Yeah,
you grew up those 2 years in a completely different kind of culture.
Yeah,
so you have a different understanding of what's possible.
Right, 100%.
I think that's so big for kids, man. Show them shit.
Yeah, it helped out a lot for sure. Yeah, it was cool.
It has to, right? Like, as far as your perspective, just being around. I've only been to Tokyo for a few days, only once. And I was like, this is one of the trippiest places I've ever been in my life.
Crazy.
So interesting.
It was crazy. Living there was wild. Like no TV, like regular TV. They don't got any like American TV stations.
Oh,
so
wow.
for 2 years, I was just like
disconnected.
Yeah, like I didn't have shit. Yeah, it was
and this is before Netflix and everything too, right? Or YouTube. Wow,
yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah,
that was probably really good for you.
No, it sucked. I couldn't watch wrestling.
But I bet it was really good for your brain.
No.
You don't think so?
I need that. I need my entertainment, man. Fuck that, I need to be a part of the world. I couldn't buy all the CDs and shit that everybody was listening to. It was whack.
Did you learn to speak Japanese?
Just a little bit.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Wow.
Baby Japanese, just to get around and shit, but I forgot it, though.
You forgot it all?
Not all of it, but it'll come back if I, like, you know what I mean? You run me through it, but I can't sit here and say no Japanese words.
How hard was it to learn?
It wasn't difficult.
No?
Nah, it's not difficult. Reading it is difficult.
Oh,
yeah,
different?
Because they have symbols or characters. So it's like one character means like 3 of our words.
Wow.
Yeah, yup. And then they have like 3 different styles of writing it too. So it's like we have print and cursive. They have 3 different ones.
Oh, that sounds so annoying.
Yeah, it's weird.
Well, on one hand, you don't want it to go away because it's an ancient language. On the other hand, you're like, can you just clean this up? Simplify this shit.
I honestly think they got it down pat. You know what I'm saying? They don't even want us to have to fucking know that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, at the end of the day, they're like, we'll learn English if we want to, but if you want to learn Japanese, it's going to be difficult, bro.
I want to learn some Asian language because I'm fascinated by reading like Twitter messages. You know how many more characters they had?
Yeah.
They can write books.
Yeah.
140 characters. Like how many words is that?
Yeah.
You know, that's a lot of fucking words.
True.
It's 280.
True.
I mean, 280 of those Asian, whether it's Chinese or Japanese, those little symbols. That's a lot of talking, man.
Yeah. It's hard to put like the ingredients on shit.
Oh yeah, I would imagine. Do they have symbols for numbers or just use numbers?
I forgot what the numbers look like. I think it's symbols.
Really?
Yeah.
Like
I don't
number
imagine
three?
that it's like 1, 2, and 3.
Oh wow. Right.
Yeah,
That's
I think so.
yeah. I never even thought of that.
Yeah.
Like what is let's go with Japanese. Does the Japanese language have symbols that represent numbers? Like you would write the letters THREE for 3. Like that. Like you would write 3 or you'd be the number 3.
Mm-hmm.
Do they have that in Japanese?
Nah, because Japanese is like each ni, san, shi. There's different whole different words for it. So like one is ichi. So however the symbol, however you spell that in Japanese. I'm starting to kind of remember what it looks like now.
Do you think if you could move back there right now, you'd just get right back in the swing of things after a while?
Sure.
David Lee Roth moved there from Van Halen, the lead singer of Van Halen. He moved down there and took kendo lessons. He lived there for like more than a year.
I would probably appreciate it more now as an adult.
You think so?
Yeah. Because as a kid, you kind of just want to run wild and do everything that you see on TV. But
oh, so you must be annoyed when you were stuck there.
It was kind of weird, you know what I mean? I was 13, like wanting to like go crazy. It was fun for a little while, but you want to go back home and shit. Like, you know what I mean?
Of course.
But as an adult, I feel like I would benefit a lot more from it. Yeah.
So at this stage of your career, when you're looking at like what you're putting down, when you're making albums, when you're putting together your music, like what excites you the most about it?
I'm a huge fan of music in general, so I get just inspired off of like production and shit like that, like the newest producers and shit. Like, because I like to go out, I like to enjoy myself, I like to have fun. So whatever is popping, like at that time, whatever the sound is, whether it's West Coast inspired or if it's down south inspired, I'm just interested in finding my own way of doing what's new and what my fans would love from me. Because like as a music person, you want something new every time. You don't want the old shit all the time. You could go buy that. So I just love creating and just coming up with what's new. You know what I mean? Like I work with the newest producers. I work with the newest artists. I work with, you know what I mean? I try to make my shit sound different every time. I always tell my engineer, I'm like, yo, let's fuck with the shit sonically so it don't sound the same as the last album. Like come up with new ad libs or just different shit to just kind of keep it fresh. Still do what people know me for, you know what I mean? But it's like just coming up with new ways of doing it. I get excited.
That's awesome to hear. I love it when someone loves what they're doing and it comes out great.
Yeah, thank you.
It's beautiful to see. It really is. And that to me is one of the most inspiring things that I get out of any artist. It's like hearing them talk about their process. I don't know why I always get jazzed up. I love it.
It's crazy for me because like there's different ways to do what I do. Like I have so many ways. Like I could sit there and just come up with some shit like brand new, or I have like the Oreo commercial with my son where it's like there's a team of people who like come up with what could be the best for me and I just do that shit and then it just goes crazy. You know what I mean? It's like See You Again is one of my biggest songs and that song had like 8 different people on it, but I wrote 2 verses that the person who made the original song, I wrote 2 verses for it that they loved more than anybody else's song. I mean, anybody else's. So they gave me the whole record, and it ended up being one of my biggest songs. You know what I mean? Wow. So it's like the process of just like putting yourself in the situation and just being like, all right, cool, let's work. That's beneficial as beneficial as being, you know what I mean, a creative, just, okay, I'm going to do what I do. You know what I mean? Sometimes you got to step outside of that and just use your talents. It's like being an actor or, you know what I mean? Like you just fill in that spot that people need you in. And I'm kind of at that point in my career because I worked so hard and grinded and done so many things and come up with so many waves and ideas that didn't exist before. Now I can use other people's ideas and just be myself and get, you know, a really big effect and everybody is happy.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Dude, you're living a life. You got it nailed.
Hell yeah.
Congratulations.
Hell yeah.
I had a great time talking to you, man.
Thank you,
I really appreciate it, man.
Too. I appreciate you too, bro.
Very nice. Thank
Yes,
you, sir. Thank you.
Hell yeah.
That's it, everybody. Bye.
Yeah.
Was so real that I can vividly see it in my mind now, even though it happened in 2012. And it didn't feel like a dream. It felt like a visitation.
First man to smoke
and in that dream, I actually hugged him, and it didn't feel like a dream hug would feel. I think a lot of us can relate to what it feels like when you're in a dream. It actually felt like a physical hug. But probably the most significant dream I had wasn't one that he was in it. It was one where I was given information about him that I could not have possibly known that I was able to cooperate with his mom.
Were there other side stories that convinces you about what the other side is beyond Mark?
Yes, I mean, I had signs from my passed away grandfather. I had a really cool thing that happened with him. He'd given me one thing when he died. He left me this whole chest. And it was pretty beat up because it was built back in like the early 1900s. It was old. It was really old. It was the early 1900s. And one day I was making cookies and I had a thought about it. And I relegated it to my closet because it wasn't very attractive. It didn't really match. And I looked at it and I had this full epiphany that I could probably refinish it.
You know, I don't know if this is true, but this is one of the things that pot aficionados always used to say, is that, you know, when a priest walks down the aisle and they have that thing that they swing and there's burning incense inside of it, that used to be weed. That's what they used to do. I don't know.
At one point, I believe that became that shit that Batman shot at the Green Hornet. It was like pedophile smoke. You wake up, your shirt's wound backwards and shit, and your pants are missing.
Well, what is it now? What kind of incense is it now?
It's like this blue smoke. I go in there to church every once in a while.
Yeah.
You have to go for the full effect, like the 5 in the afternoon on Saturday. And the early morning on Sunday, they don't break out the incense. They don't stop breaking out the fucking
I'm going to share a series of 3 things that happened that were so interconnected that I cannot deny that it was him.
It's so weird how somebody made a great point.
2 months after he died, it went to my first concert.
You, me,
and
Mitch
as I was leaving the concert, we were driving home. I was with my husband. He was driving. That meant he was in control of where we were going and the radio.
In a car and other places.
I was an asshole. He took a route. He would have attended this concert with me. And we saw behind the car in front of us. And the car,
I would deliver them right to the doors.
Oh, you did too?
Yeah.
And then you collected?
Yeah, I collected from only a handful of people. Most people are on like a monthly subscription plan. They were switching over, but the people that you'd have to collect from had like this envelope, like a tan envelope, and you had to like mark off like, you know, when they owed. I barely remember because there was only a couple of clients. And after a while, I kind of got away from doing them. I said, I don't want to do these people because it's too hard to collect. It's annoying. Like, I don't want to have to go.
That was my special thing. I must have been. That was when I first got out of Catholic school. My mom gave me an option. I had to go down.
And the radio begins playing Jefferson's Starship with Your Love again, which was also that night he sent me on the 4th day after he died. I looked up and that license plate was in front of me again. And that wasn't enough. Fast forward to 2019, my sister was visiting, and even though my sister knows all my stories and has read my book,
So I'd have to get
we
the
were driving to a
circulars in,
concert, and I was
put it in the
reminiscing
thing, and throw it
about
in
that
people
time when I
Fridays
had gotten
and
this
Saturdays.
license plate
I have to
that's
go back
for
and
me.
bring
And
half
I
of
am
it
not kidding.
and come
Less
like
than
I used to
1
roll.
minute after I
It'll bring
finished telling the
75 cents.
story,
Give you like
I
$1.
looked up in the car in front of me in Arizona at a license plate that said
Did you collect from everybody?
I collected from everybody. It was this.
What years were these?
This has to
I don't
be
know who in the world
73,
left
74,
behind
75.
two cars in
Yeah,
two
so I
different
guess
states
when
with
I started
different
doing it is when I started
descriptions of
driving.
and in the right timing to be able to see a license plate. And
Probably
especially
started
when I
I probably started when I was
the story
17.
and
No,
I just
that
had
wasn't
Mark
5.
with me and started on the plate.
Probably then.
When those
That's when I
things
probably started doing
Hey,
it.
you're too old to be collecting them.
2 or 3
Well, it
different
wasn't
ones at the
even
same
that. It
time,
was just
I think it's
annoying.
impossible
Like, what you
for me
wanted to do was go to the depot, pick up the papers, chuck them into the people's driveways, and that's it. And then there's a few people that wanted it inside the door. So you'd have to get out of your car, open up the screen door, put it in there, and leave. And the idea was that those people, everybody would say those people would take it. They'll take it. So we would only have like a few of those. And I think after the first couple of years, they stopped doing those kind of collections. I definitely stopped doing
the whole situation had happened.
it. It was an awesome job.
And then we got back
When
together.
you're
So yeah,
like a young comic, or even before I was a comic when I was fighting, it was just I didn't have to do anything. Where someone was telling me what to do, I could get in my car, I could listen to whatever I wanted to. I could listen to Charles Laquadera. He had the morning, the big mattress on, I think it was BCN. I'm pretty sure it was WBCN in Boston. It's an awesome radio show. And listen to that. Chuck newspapers out windows. I do that for like 3 hours every day. It was the best job ever. Because then I would make enough money where I could pay my bills. But I still had all the time in the world to stand up. All the time in the world to train. All the time in the world to anything. It's definitely fucking me up. Because you're not supposed to be getting up that early every day. That can't be good for you. You know, if you listen to people that know things about sleep, like getting up at 4:30 in the morning or 5 in the morning every day, and not being responsible.
That was the beginning. To me, that was the beginning of the new
Feeling
Joe
lost?
Rogan era.
Not close to your radio?
That was the
Grab your
first podcast
smartphone
I
or
listened to.
computer and listen to
I agree with
iHeartRadio. Pick up the free iHeartRadio apps in the App Store or go to iHeartRadio.com.
I know I could rock and roll. I could go down to 7 Street, but it's got to be 7 Street. Don't let them get up the beat for time. You're 50 to be up and down. See, once you turn 50, 48, everything pays the problem. If you sit there at night and I'm taking some YouTube or it has to come out throughout the night. And you will be up all fucking night on the hour every hour. There's no REM sleep. There's no REM sleep. So you have to come to work. Once you get old, you have to come out. You're tired. Look, I've been a specialist on sleep since day one. I've been going to book in podcast. And I bought the book and everything. And he makes great points. I wasn't real hurt.
Off on refinancing or buying because of worries over interest rates. Don't miss out on the opportunity. Lock in your rate now before they go back up. My friend Michael Consi and Choice Mortgage understands your challenges. He and his team are the ones I trusted who refinanced our mortgage. Michael, people should just have that 5-minute no commitment conversation right now.
I can help write your ticket. That shit was working. Sure, I hit those 3 million.
Sky high interest rates on credit cards.
My sleep was always hurt.
They may have some options for you.
Bad when I was like 5 or 6.
From the first time home buyer program,
And I
and
went to all those things with cap
financing,
almost everything
Best
was
of all, Michael doesn't work bankers hours. Michael, give them your personal mobile phone number. This is your phone. Text me day or night at 561-441-2730. That's 561-441-2730. 561-441-2730 for Michael Consi and Choice Mortgage.
Hey, Stock Reno, question for you. Do you own a business? I want to tell you about my friends at Bright Star Credit Union and what they do for business owners. Because right now,
and you know I'm doing it in my heart.
checking account and maybe
And 7 out of 10 times you're gonna get up
sleeveless from Chile or the marinara sandwich I brought you some videos because they work in the city. So remember, if you bartend in New York City, I'm going to leave the South Philly. You stop and get some spices. Nice pizza. There is a Manhattan. So
overdraft protection, and a business Visa debit card. So join today at bscu.org/premier. BSCU membership eligibility required.
There's still nights that I'll be sleeping. I get a good night's sleep.
Rate as of February 1st, 2024, subject to change. 3.75% APY is only applicable on deposits over $20,000. Federally insured by the NCUA.
So when I went back to Weight
Hey,
Watchers,
this is
I
Adrian
realized I
Gonzalez.
couldn't eat
Dennis
anything.
Brothers is a proud sponsor of the trip around the diamond and your store to get that the perfect gift this Father's Day. Choose from a huge selection of watches and diamonds and gold jewelry starting at $99 and free gifts with every purchase. Plus, Dennis guarantees 100% approval on financing now up to $4,000. So get pre-approved at DanosJewelers.com or visit your nearest store. Own the dream. Danos Jewelers.
Jesus, doing a bunch of shit. 3 more hours.
There are more identity
Try
threats than you realize.
try like melatonin.
Monitor your credit. Only a good personal info needs to leak out, like your social security number or password.
Gabba gabba, gooba gooba. I drink them all together, the tea, the wine. Leave me alone, please. Leave me the fuck alone, all right? Go fuck yourself. I got something that's gabba gabba, the tea, and the tryptophan put together, but they still don't find. I buy it on Amazon. Not bad. So what I learned to do was rotate it.
This election and the stakes.
So now I'm back on the outside. Expired bag of cheap.
President Trump.
Like Dave Chappelle did. Dave ideas. 2,000 bag with 24. Oh my God. I slice it in half. You take one of those. You wake up at 6 in the morning to beat your beef brown. They're expired. You understand me?
What happens if you eat expired edibles?
Same thing with eating expired Vicodin. Listen to this. Listen to this. Listen to this. This shit ain't fucking around, though. This works the jaw. This is. I'm gonna fight Joe Schilling. Eat 2 of these and call me back on Monday. Ain't nobody knocking me out after eat one of these times.
Those things put you in another dimension.
Oh my God, I've been in a fucking other dimension since last week. I don't give a fuck. I have not left the house in a week. You understand me? I ate 2 of them on Saturday. I know you were up and I know how beautiful is that. How are the audience?
They were amazing.
Tremendous. It's like
The nicest people.
it's like a bunch of really smart people that say, you know, fuck boy.
Think about the girl.
Chicago.
They're gonna get mad with blowing up boys if they want to keep the low key.
Oh, yeah, you know, they want to keep the low key and stuff. Those areas. Be up there. They got everything up there.
Yeah.
They got a couple people that hate black people. But they keep on the side of the state. Mark Furman's up there, fucking OJ's sister-in-law. You know what I'm saying? It's all right. It's all right. No, it's beautiful. Then you went to Tucson. My friend who I kidnapped showed up at your show. He said he had a great time. Why don't you say hello to bro? Podcast right there. He's embarrassing.
That's the time.
But Saturday night, that they fucking have to drunk. They ate 2 of these expired. They ate 1, and I said, nigga, change this Saturday.
This is Coast to Coast Media with George Norrie. Jump aboard and make the call next hour with Mike Husband to talk about the other side.
Coming back from Turkey.
ParanormalDish.com, another milestone.
Joe Rogan, that is one of the most hottest movies.
96,000.
Fucking
We went over 195,000.
first 30 minutes
It's
of that.
amazing. If
I
you're
thought I was
looking for a
the guy.
date or a friendship, we'd like you to check it out.
They play it.
ParanormalDish.com. If you're looking for somebody that's a bit more mature, say 60 plus, to share some time with, just go to ParanormalDish.com/seniors. There to find folks that are 60 plus. They think like you do. You have a lot of fun. You'll find somebody. So go to ParanormalDish.com. Now that's for everybody. ParanormalDish.com/seniors.
And there's something for that offense.
Healthylooking.com. Dr. Alan Blay brings 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system.
Douglas
Here's
this
Dr.
shit.
Blay.
They try to rob him. The 3 Mexicans try to rob him. Suitcase.
What was that? What was it called? Falling down?
Falling down. he had like his day. Like that was it. That was his last day to fucking live. This fucking dude finds out they killed that poor American cat.
If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, fatty liver are
Look, yeah, right there. He's spitting up the guy's tongue. And they showed it. I gotta give a shout out to Turner Classic Movies. You motherfuckers been throwing heat the last 6 days. They had on something else last night. They had the Gambler on the other night that followed this. This is the 40th anniversary. Joe Rogan, he throws a beat on him, opens his mouth. I'm thinking, the guy's being a nice guy. He's gonna give him mouth to mouth to save the guy's life. Fuck no, you see him going, and once he just pulls up like this, Joe, they slow it up. Only I'll call a fucking real director. They had on the waterfront last night. Yeah, they ain't fucking around. And they curse. Once I was watching, like, what is the commercial? And they said, fuck the time. I might as well play this hand now. I'm going to show the tongue. Joe Rogan takes it out. You can see the rage from the fucking 8 years in that Turkish jail, getting fucked in the ass, eating that hummus, drinking that fucking watered down tea from Lecky, and he just spits his fucking tongue in the air. Look at this beat, the best beat of all time. There's only one better beat. Our boy, the Mexican, when he beat up the pilot. Yeah, this is Lefty.
Right here in North America. It's designed to mimic what you've done.
This is a classic. This is a classic 70s movie.
No refrigeration necessary. How about that? Once you
Look at him. He's just. This is 8 years of getting beat up every day. I'm gonna fucking kill you, you fuck.
For limited time, save 54% off your first order.
Fuck.
Receive a pack of premium dog treats tossed in.
This is a intense scene. What year is this movie?
78. I was a kid. I still remember going to see this in the movies and leaving there like, dog, I ain't ever going to Turkey.
Scene for the people that are just listening. He's tearing apart this bathroom to get this guy. I don't remember who the guy is.
He's the guy that sells watered down hash and he rats you out. And he's just a creepy fucking dude. And then to finally push him over the tap, he hands his cat. He wakes up to his cat being hung. And right here, people, this is the fucking strength of the 70s. Walls to the wall. Smashes them. Yeah, no, this is real deal, real right here. Look at him, look at him, look at him. Oh, shit! Are you fucking nuts? Good morning. It's the 4th of July. You're fucking with an American, motherfuckers. Even in Turkey, we lose our fucking minds. That guy must have been half Armenian or something when he bit his tongue. There you go. This guy ended up dying of AIDS in real life. This is a strong. Next time you have 2 hours.
The real life guy.
No, this guy, the actor. I forget what his name is. Brad Davis. Then the second best beating is our man, Anthony Quinn. At the end, when he was 80, he beat the shit out of the good-looking dude for fucking his girlfriend, Mario Stone. Malcolm Stone.
And welcome back to Coast to Coast. George Norrie with you, Lori Micah with us.
That is
Where people get you up, by the way?
Kevin Costner. And then he slices her face and he fucking puts her in the whorehouse. Right. You get fucked in the ass every hour on the hour. Fuck it. This is it. It's the 4th of July, dog. Get your shit together. You know what I'm saying? If Alex Jones is correct, we're going to have the Civil War today. So what the fuck? You talk to Alex, you gotta calm down.
Alex, you gotta calm down.
Talking about a Civil War, he had me doing an extra achievement shoot the other day. I was polishing the fucking the musket.
Alex thinks I'm defending the New World Order. I think that George Soros was a Nazi.
He looked me in the eye and said to me, I am most proud of our story. And later that night, I was sitting
Everything's
there,
great.
and all of a sudden, this entire story
Alex
formed in
Jones.
my mind.
I love you, buddy.
And I
For
felt
real.
told to write it. And
But
it
you say
didn't
some
feel
silly
like
shit.
I was
That's
creating
where
a
this
story.
all
It
comes
felt
from.
like the story
Doesn't
was
mean
in
I
my
don't love
mind,
you.
like a download,
You're a great guy.
And I just typed it.
But there's some
And
shit
I wound
that's
up
just
writing
silly.
this book,
It's a waste of time.
and it was completely
that's
the day
one of those
finished,
things that's just a waste of time.
wound up being the 3-year anniversary.
Does that make sense?
But then publishing it,
I think there's real conspiracies,
because,
you know,
unfortunately,
but I think there's some that,
so many signs that were
you know, people just get caught up in looking for conspiracies and everything. And after a while, it's exhausting.
Let's get the bull on the table.
I love the guy.
I love the podcast.
2.5 years to gather all the permissions.
But look, he's getting Alex Jones going to hear this. I'm just about finished. No, it's okay. It's just, I love the guy. I really do. I just don't support a lot of the shit that he said, like the Sandy Hook stuff. I don't know if he's since disavowed that. I don't know if he changed his opinion on it. I don't know what it is. But at a certain point in time, like, Jesus, like, are you sure? Like, you gotta be really sure before you say something crazy like that.
And so I would
Right?
name a title the name of a song.
Don't you, I
And
mean,
that's
don't you think?
why I have a soundtrack.
Look,
that
I think
goes
he's a
with
great guy
each chapter
as a person.
of the song, and I publish
I'm not
it on
attacking him.
Spotify because Spotify has a free
I just,
version.
when he goes
So
crazy,
anybody who wants to
gets
listen
mad
to
at
the playlist that goes to this
I want to hug him.
I love when they told me
you
this
go on
story.
Spotify and get it for completely free.
Now, tell me about your work as an inspirational artist.
They probably can do that.
They do that in different
Well, I
ways.
was not a trained
They
artist
probably can do something
before,
like that.
but after Mark died, I really wanted to connect with him.
And this is
And I somehow got canceled by 2 or 3 mediums and wound up in front of an energy healer. I don't know why. It
I
was
just
just
think it was a civil war stuff.
serendipitous. And I recorded our
That's what
session,
he
and
was
one
saying.
day, as I was walking on my daily walk, I saw this image of a painting in my
Just to
mind.
calm Alex down. Nobody's telling me what to say. No one's telling me what to do. Not involved in the New World Order. Just a comedian. I'm not sure. I'm not involved though. I just want Alex to know.
All those people you
And I spent 2 days painting this, and then every day when I would go on my walk,
Oh,
I
they're
would get
just,
an image in my mind.
these are
I
all
wouldn't even be thinking
podcasters,
about anything in
former
particular.
professors,
And I would
all these
go
different
home
people
and
that are
jot on a
doing
piece of paper, and it would be
different
a
things
heart
together.
line with a banner and some inspirational message. So I started painting,
What?
and I don't know why, but I decided to paint 40 paintings in 40 days. Like 25 wasn't enough, 50 was too many.
What the fuck are you
And
saying?
I was getting close to that 40th painting.
Fourth of July.
I looked on the calendar and realized
Fireworks
the
like
last
fucking
painting was
CBS
going to be
Bradford.
on Mark's birthday. And
I think
knew,
conspiracies
because
are
I'd
fun.
already
And
used
that's
him
part
as
of the
my
problem.
muse. He had
Conspiracies,
all
they're
of
fun.
these different
They're fun to
things, like
chase down.
stand in
They
your
really
truth
are.
and what's
They're
true
interesting.
for
I'll tell you
is
what's
true
fun
for
to
you.
chase down. To
I
read
started
about one
painting
and to absorb it by
messages
yourself.
with those, and then
Once I
also
get to a
using
room with
downloads
3
that I was
men
getting on my
and
walk.
we're on a conspiracy for
So I
48
literally
minutes,
was behind
that's
it
when I get
over a
activated.
4-year
Well,
period.
that's what I don't ever want to talk
painted
about. That's what the
400
shit that kills
of
me.
these flying hearts.
I don't have the
Each
time
one
to
of them
discuss whether the
would
moon
write
landing or
few
not.
sentences
We all
that
have an
I was
idea
so
of what we
whispered
think
into
happened.
the painting.
Guess what? I
And I
really don't.
began posting them
Not on the
Facebook
fucking
page
4th
that
of
I
July.
created
Yeah,
called
no.
Soul
The
Art
problem with
Art.
them is, and this is a
How
tendency,
big were these
is
hearts
that when
that you
people get
painted?
really into conspiracy theories, they're
8 by
into
10,
everything
9 by
being
12,
conspiracy.
particularly
It's
big.
not like they're into conspiracy
But,
theories and
I
also
would
into the
post
history of
them,
Cuba.
and
And give you a
eventually
detailed
it
history
built up
of some
to
really
about
crazy shit that went down.
170,000
Like how many people that are
followers.
really into
And these
conspiracy
paintings
theories
went to millions
give you a
of people around the
rundown
world.
on
I
how
would
Castro
get
took
emails
over
back from
Cuba,
people telling
which is
me
like a
that
real
he
thing
was
that
helping them
happened
with a lot.
in, you know,
It was
our
helping
parents'
them get
lifetimes.
through their cancer
Right?
treatment. It was helping
Think
them
about that.
overcome
How many
something
people that are
they
into like,
were working
you know,
on.
whether or
And I
not
know
there's
that helps a
bases
lot
on
of
the
people, but
moon,
I don't
know
feel
about,
like it's
you know,
mine.
all these
I feel
different things
like
that have happened
it's
through human history.
messages
The
from the
Mongols,
other side, whether it was Mark,
the Roman Empire,
higher
the Greek
self,
Empire, there was crazy shit that definitely really
whoever it
happened.
is that wanted
All
to
the stuff
help
that happened during the Vietnam War, all the stuff that happened during the Nixon administration, all that stuff's real. It's fascinating.
anything that they want.
Fascinating shit to look into.
Has he ever tried to describe
Then you
somehow
get the dumb
what the
ones.
other side
Oh,
looks like?
God. We're really discussing whether or not the Earth is flat.
I wish
Is this a real
that I was
conversation?
clairvoyant, so
Are
I
people
could
really
see
doing that?
things through his eyes or more clear audience. I'm more clear cognizant, which is
Satellites
clear
aren't real.
knowing. I'll just
Go on
don't
social
say.
media.
I have not really
Goddamn.
been able to
You'll
see
find a
from
bunch of
his
people
side,
that'll
but
agree with you
what
too.
I
Gotta be
have
so
done is
careful about not
wondering if
listening
I've
to
gone through
scientists.
this transition.
That's all
and I've gone through all these different stages, and I've consumed hundreds of books, and I've listened to, read, and watched over 1,500 near-death experiences. I decided that I wanted my own experience on the other side, and And so I have been lucky enough to have 18 very profound journeys with a substance called 5-MeO-DMT. They call it the God molecule. It's the most powerful psychedelic on the planet. And when I do it, for whatever reason, I completely leave my body and I have these experiences. So I can tell you from my experience what it feels like on the other side, but not from Mark's perspective.
Have you ever been scared during this?
No, I did a lot of research before this. I had been meeting somebody who had PTSD, and he had attended a couple of talks about
that's
people
a
who had
real
been
American, took that
in
job,
war, and
and
they
they're like,
had
it wasn't
used
your fault.
a substance
And he's
called
like, you don't
ayahuasca,
understand. I was a second.
DMT, and they had been able to have these
If I would have been there just 1 second early, I would have caught it in my back. And the president would have been disorder. I mean, it's fucking crazy.
Then he had tried a substance called 5-MeO-DMT, which is a very short
being
acting
dedicated
DMT.
to
It's
protect
not
the God with
a
your own
purging. It's just a
And to really
some people
drink the serum and to believe it like a fucking soldier.
leave my body and go to the
Those
other
are
side. And I
very
wasn't
special
afraid
human
because
beings that can do that.
I did enough
So are
research
human
and I do
beings
this with a shaman.
that
It's
can
all
resolve.
about certain setting, and it's very
Throw their
intentional. I
life
do not do this for
in front of a
recreation,
bullet to
and I'm
protect someone else.
absolutely not
That's
advocating
intense.
for people to do this. This is one of those things that you're called
And
to
you have
or
to
you're
hear
not.
when a bullet is
I've
coming
never
from
had
what your
to hear,
response
but I've had a
time has to
very
be.
healthy respect
To
for
me,
it.
this is when
And I
you're
do it in
a
a way
real
that I feel very protected by the shaman who watches over me, holds space, and makes sure
This is you
that I
are
am
the
completely
highest of the
Would you be
highest.
baffled
Your hearing
if the connection
is
between you and
impeccable.
Mark
Listening when
stopped
you're walking down the
or
street
stops?
with this guy
Oh my
inside,
gosh, I definitely
you
would.
have
You know,
to
it's so
learn
funny, George. That,
by
it's been
yourself
11 years since he
how to
died.
shut off
He
nature
knew I was coming on to talk about
listen
him
to
and our
footsteps,
story.
weapons
So,
clicking,
at about 3
holsters
hours
opening.
before to be on the show, I had
Think
to
how
run a quick
interesting
errand only
just
5
that
minutes from my
alone is.
house.
That's why sometimes when you see them, they're holding
And the
one ear.
Starship song
Because there's zero
came
on
on
anything
the radio
in particular.
that
A car's
called
tires
It's Not
screeching
Over.
differently.
And the lyrics
Think
say,
of that
"Let me
fucking
hear you
job,
speak."
because that's what their job is.
Not only that, but
To react to that. So if Joe Rogan has 8 guys, when they train, and I don't even know, I've never trained quantico, but I just know that I guarantee the first 2 guys, the first 4 guys are lead guys. They have a mission. One guy gets to the door if there's a shooting, the other guy 2 guys duck for the president. There's got to be plans. It's like formations in football. What if the linebacker goes this way, you run around me? This doesn't take a fucking genius to tell you. There has to be formations. You protect the president, whoever it is you're protecting at that level. When I'm protecting Kevin Hart, how many people are trying to assassinate Kevin Hart? When I'm protecting a president, how many people are going to really try to shoot that president?
I've documented this
With
on an
weapons.
Excel spreadsheet. It
I mean, let's go to the Ronald Reagan attempt. Let's go to
It
these
happened on a
attempts.
TV
How
screen,
fucking
and it happened in my
fast.
car, and I have
You
about
have to
15
be
witnesses
so
who have
high.
also seen this happen.
Vietnam, another war,
Radio,
and
up
then
until
medical
this
war, but something
September,
else for you.
never played
With
Hold
just like
the
a
Line
swoop,
on
you took
Yahoo.
dog.
They played it on
Kill people with
on
toothpicks and shit.
7007 and on
This is
Saturday
mine.
morning, but not on Yahoo.
This is what I think
Yahoo
you're
hasn't enough songs.
I don't think you're just
So
born
I
to be
definitely
Rambo.
documented that he is
I think they
around.
have to take you to
And I
government.
can't imagine what the
They start with
connection that we
100
have and
Rambos.
the work that I
They
feel
just
like
keep
we are
training.
together,
You lose
that
some
you
along
would
the way,
never
and
not
after
be
every
around
100,
that
you get 8 fucking
You're saying
savages
closer now
that never had a chance to get
than
married.
you were when he was alive.
Never gave them a chance
That
to get married.
is probably the best question.
They're not good.
Well,
I
all
wanna
these guys
say
that I know
that Mark's
that have been
death
Navy
was
SEALs,
not
all of them,
only the very worst thing that happened to me,
any
but
special
in some
forces
ways
guys,
it was one of
just
the best things that happened to
those
me
are different humans.
because of him.
You know,
I've
they're
been
just
able
different
to
people.
Now, what's your job though?
impact my ripple
Navy
effect
SEAL.
on the
Okay,
world.
so
You ever in
I've
that?
been able to
Yeah,
help
and
inspire
just
hundreds,
the
thousands,
level
millions of
you
people
have
through
to
the
be.
artwork, through the book,
You have to have more control of your mind, more control of your will, more control of your discipline. You're in the most elite branch of the military.
This is the
closer
and they make
to Mark
it insanely difficult to get in.
absolutely in
So you
every
just
way
get the
than I
cream
did
of the
when
crops.
he was still on the
The
planet.
people who are
Lori Micah with us. Lori,
just
tell
their
us
mental
about your
fortitude is just unlike an average person.
I have a YouTube channel that started because
You meet
of one
a
of the
bunch of
very
people like that, man.
experiences I had on the
You
other
realize,
side
like, wow,
with
people
that
come in
side
all
that
kinds of
I
different
told you
levels.
about.
There's people that just only surround themselves with other excellence.
Where I went to the other side and I immediately
Those dudes,
become my
like
higher
those
self.
Jocko type dudes or Tim Kennedy type dudes,
Unbelievable vibration.
those
It's very
that's
hard to
like a
describe
different kind of human.
But the power of what
They don't make a
you
lot
are,
of those.
every single person
You just want to have only those.
The power of
Or
what you are.
you gotta. There's a lot that has to happen before you can become a person. You have to travel through many valleys of the mind and the body to get to be a person. A person of the insane resolve in a time of war. It's a very, very intense human being.
And he was across the
That's how
cosmos,
the
and I
war,
think
these
he
12
almost
Filipino kids in the fucking
because
back cave,
almost like
stuck
a
down there.
gender, but
Who went to get them?
he rushing at me at a very high speed, and I
The
matched
SEALs, the
speed,
SEAL team.
and I became
Is that what happened?
Well, there's different various
They
agencies.
reminded me
There's
that
also
it
the
was
SEAL
time to
team.
begin doing the work that I came
Makes
to this
sense.
planet to do.
The SEAL team.
And so
That's as
I came
elite
back
as
from that
elite.
journey,
So
and within 2 days, I got a download that ultimately
that's how you
became a
probably
series
become a fucking
of
bodyguard
featuring
to the
videos
president.
called Uncover Yourself
After
from
fucking
This,
start like
What You Don't Know Is Holding You Back, No Meditation Required,
just to
and they
adjust to
talk
your
about all
life
kinds
and
of things like
fucking hear
like
it
our parents
go off every
and
20
our
minutes
lives.
and shit.
We have spirit teams and guides that help us and guide us. They talk about how you can connect to your possibly loved
There's
ones.
no way
Popular
you're going to be
video
a secret. They
on
put you in
my
a
channel
secret
right
service
now
training school.
is
And you're
about
there
the
at
signs that I
65.
see from Mars. But
Let me tell you
after
something.
those videos,
I go
I began interviewing people who have had near-death experiences, and I've now interviewed about 90 people who have had these spiritually transformative experiences through near-death. And again, it's all about helping people wake up to the power of their own soul, so that they understand that this death that we have after we are here on this planet is not the end. You go on, and you are powerful, and you have so much more control over your life than I feel like you understand that you have.
Because they
It took you 8 years to write the book after he passed. What took you so long?
That's why we have so many shootings.
You know, the book was written between 2 and 3 years. I finished it on the 3-year anniversary of his death, and then it took me a while to publish it because of the long permissions that I had to get. And then it sent out, and then I held on to it for a little while after that, and then I decided to self-publish it. So that's why, and then these things take a long time. They take a long time to edit, and they take a long time to put together, especially if you weren't already a writer.
Sure, anybody can
But yeah, that's why.
But Joe the cop would have been different. If Joe the cop would have came in here and seen me and Jamie argue, Joe the cop would arrest me and Jamie. Joe the cop would say,
I would thank him for every time he has sent me a sign. I would thank him for every inspirational thought. I would thank him
Joe the cop
for
would
the
throw us
protection I feel like he
Joe the cop
given
would
to
throw us
me.
against the wall.
I would thank him for
We
opening
turned
my
around and
mind and
shoot
expanding my
He was part of the community,
consciousness,
Joe the
not
cop.
just on the
And Joe
other
and the
side,
cop
but while
knew
he
what it was
here,
like
because he
living
was truly
in that community as a child.
teacher, and without
Do you understand me?
Right.
So, and I didn't know this. I've been thinking about a lot about this, and I ran into somebody and I asked the next cop, why are we having this situation? What happened in this country? The one last week in fucking East Pittsburgh is just mind blowing. That motherfucker just now. There's a lot of different angles for that. They had just finished doing a shootout, but the kid took off. This cop watched him. He said, okay, got down, dropped down military style, and blasted 3 times. Shoot me in the leg, bitch. Shoot me in the leg.
You've had a number of
That's what Joe
experiences
the cop
on the other side, similar to near-death experiences. What have they been like?
It's got to be something that they did that's really fucked up.
Well, listen, I believe that
Shoot
shoot
someone
in the leg.
if they
I'd
stole
rather
a
shoot
car.
you in the leg than take your fucking life. I'd rather shoot you in the leg than take your life if it's an iffy call.
But just so you know, it's not safe to shoot someone in the leg. People die from getting shot in the leg.
How about I shot you in the fucking ankle?
No, okay, but
How
I'm
about I
just saying.
shot you in the wrist?
I don't want to give anybody the impression that you go out shooting people in the leg.
How many movies did we grow up in? The guy got shot in the shoulder and he just went. You know what I'm saying? You live getting
You know
shot
what
in the
my
shoulder.
favorite is? They get pistol whipped, and then when they wake up, it's like nothing happened. They just start duking it out with people. They got pistol whipped. Everybody was pistol whipping people. Remember that? They would just club them in the head with a pistol. That was so crazy. That was like a thing.
I didn't
These
get
people wake up. Why? What happened?
I didn't get pistol whipped with the butt. I got pistol whipped
that I look down when I see
the gun to the head. Nothing bled, thank God. But it fucking hurt.
colors we don't even
I don't know what the fuck type of gun it was, like an automatic, like a
vibration of
9mm type thing. It was
not just I am.
I never got hit with the butt.
That's amazing. Well, we're going to take a short break.
But the
We're going
human
to come back
body,
and
if
take
they
calls
hit it in
with
the
you.
right spots, it goes out.
Find out
Like we have like a plug.
Log on to
We have like some people's plugs a little looser than others. Some people's plugs like mine. It takes forever to knock it loose. Some people can just take it, some people can't. It's fucking weird. It's a weird characteristic. Hit people and they go unconscious. It's very strange. It's a very strange feature that we exploit, you know. But the movies always make it like it's no big deal. It's a big fucking deal. It's a big deal. You should avoid having it done.
Hey, South
Big
Florida's
deal
the
to be
main
not
man, Anthony
unconscious.
Caliendo at FNBC Florida. And if you own a business and looking to sell, there's nobody better to hire than the main man. I will sell your business faster and get you the most cash. And being a marketing machine, nobody will market your business better than the main man. There's almost no business I can't sell. How
Is
do you
that
know
Terry
it's time to
Claiborne?
sell your business? Take the main man.
Terry's
Five-question
amazing.
challenge.
He's
Are you
a
tired of all the
great guy.
stress? Are you tired of all the risk? Are you tired of all the competition? Are you tired of all the employees? Are you just tired of being tired? If you answer yes to these questions, then it's time to sell and allow the main man to catch you out. Whether your business is profitable or not so profitable, worth 100,000 or 100 million, there's a buyer out there for every business. Do you really know what your business is worth? Call me at 1-800 the main man, because we specialize in maximizing the value of your business, and we're doing it all for free. That's a $2,500 value to you. Call me now at 1-800 the main man. That's 1-800-843-6246, or visit us on the web at themainman.com.
Hey, it's Doc Reno. Question for you. Do you own a business? I want to tell you about my friends at Bright Star Credit Union and what they do for business owners. Because
There was
right
no
now,
money in it. There was
if
no
you open up
temptation.
a business checking account
This head shit is not. This is real.
It was real. But there was also, I didn't have any temptation.
Now,
It
what
wasn't
happened
like
before this? What happened?
It's
like, what happened
And when you
to
open up
the
that
guys that
Bright
I
Star
saw
Credit Union
playing black
Premier
football,
Business
black
Checking
and white
account,
leather helmets?
enjoy
Well,
high
you know,
yield
leather helmets are
interest,
safer,
easy
believe
access
it or
to
not,
funds,
because you don't feel as
unlimited
confident.
check writing,
When they had those
overdraft
leather helmets, they didn't
protection,
crash into
and
each
a
other the same
business
way.
Visa debit card.
There's
So
an
join
opinion.
today
I don't know if I agree with it because I don't know much about the sport. There's an opinion that no pads, no helmets, football is safe. Because you wouldn't be able to do the same things that they're doing now. You can't just run into people head to head. You just destroy you. And you can only do it a few times. Your body will start breaking. Putting helmets on, pads, it accentuates your ability to run into someone with all your force. That's unnatural. And it creates an unnatural jarring in the body that the rugby guys don't get. The rugby guys don't have all those pads. So they're clashing into each other. They're learning how to roll with things and not just colliding into each other. There's a different game when you've got padding. So if you take away the padding, people have to be more careful how they're Thursday. They can't just charge and smash into each other. It won't last. That's a just game. It's a contact sport. For sure,
Right, it is.
People getting banged up. It's a contact sport. And it's a wild contact sport. It's a real good question. Yeah.
You can also listen on KOST in your Tesla.
Couple Spanish people.
So many ways to listen.
So
as you're getting ready around your home, take this with you in your car.
Besides that, soccer was not big in my area.
At any rate, we're happy you're here. Got a lot going on today, as always, so let's get right to it. Here's what's ahead on Wake Up Call. A group of about 100 pro-Palestinian protesters have taken over and trashed at least one floor of the Student Services building at Cal State LA. Some chained themselves to the building outside the main entrance, others blocked entrances. The takeover started yesterday afternoon. Security's gone into the building this morning, and it appears the protesters have left, leaving behind smashed windows and garbage and graffitied walls and windows. The G7 summit has opened in Italy with agreement reached on the U.S. proposal to back a $50 billion loan to Ukraine using
I saw two things that blew me away.
Leaders of Canada, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, the UK, and of course the United States. We're going to be talking with ABC's Tom Rivers in just a minute because, speaking of Russia, they've sent a bunch of warships to Cuba. They're awfully close to the U.S. We'll find out what's up with that.
Right.
A fire in the Antelope Valley's burned through about 50 acres of brush. LA and San Bernardino County fire crews are working to surround the fire that started around 5 yesterday afternoon in Llano. No homes or other buildings are threatened. Also coming up this hour, we're going to be talking about how LA is a great place to bike naked. I know. Let's get started with some of the stories coming out of the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Pro-Palestinian protesters have taken over a building at Cal State LA. They occupied at least one floor of the Student Services building last night, set up barricades, chairs, coffee machines, overturned picnic tables. Some administrators were said to be inside the building as the doors were open. This demonstrator says they want the school to cut ties with companies that support the war in Gaza, and they want to convey that to the university's president.
We had radio
One
silence
of our
from the
buddies
president
was
for the past 20-odd days.
This is a professional
We've been
tour
encouraging
guy, just like,
to leave the building.
not like a super famous, super successful one, but he was a professional bike rider.
As I mentioned,
What
campus
would you call
security
it?
was seen in
Cyclist,
the building this
professional
morning. There
cyclist.
may be also
And he would tell us
police
about
on
it, how
scene.
guys, you'd hear
It's
them,
not clear where the
they were on
protesters
PPO,
are.
and then you would hear them
The man seen
when they were on a tour
running to
bus,
refer the
they'd
man
get up in the middle
running
of the night
to
and go ride
replace
their
LA
bike.
County District Attorney
Like, they
George
felt like
Gascon
they had
in
to
November
exercise.
says Gascon is the
I
reason
guess if
people
you're
in the
on
county
bond,
don't feel safe.
I don't
Nathan
know.
Hockman told the
I've
John
never done
Cobalt show that
It seems
Gascon's
like it would be
policies
awesome.
just don't work.
If you could take some drugs that's like super juiced up your endurance, that sounds awesome.
Management
But apparently it's just not very safe.
catastrophically
And they were saying that a
Uppin
lot
says
of
that Gascon's
executives
extreme
take
political
it now.
agenda has harmed
Like
public
there's
safety and
people
the
that are
quality of life in
executives
LA
that
County.
are
Thieves
just
have taken
entering
more than
endurance races and they're
$11,000
taking
worth of copper
EPO
wire from the 6th Street Bridge in LA.
endurance races that like regular people with regular jobs just deciding to take
This
it.
man works nearby and
There's
says
some
thieves
article
have been
about
taking
that.
copper wire
See if
from
you can find
anywhere
it.
they can find it, including the roof
It
of
was
his
like
office.
CEOs
Detention wire
entering into
and started
endurance
cutting
races.
the whatever loose copper wires around, but also the
Yeah,
copper drainage
but
pipes
it's
for
a
the
few fighters who caught
City
with it,
officials called for a copper
and
wire
it
task force
apparently
in
just really
January.
juicy.
iHeartRadio celebrates the Tony Awards this Sunday on iHeartRadio Broadway, the greatest songs of musical theater. Go backstage with Broadway's biggest stars. Hear the stories behind the shows.
That's
and
crazy.
commercial free Broadway hits 24/7.
Let's say,
Interviews with this year's Tony Awards nominees. iHeartRadio Broadway, one of over 100 commercial-free stations on the iHeart app. Just search iHeartRadio Broadway and start listening.
Hey, South Florida, it's the main man, Anthony Caliendo at FNBC Florida. And if you own a business and looking to sell, there's nobody better to hire than the main man. I will sell your business faster and get you the most cash. And being a marketing machine, nobody will market your business better than the main man. There's almost no business I can't sell. How do you know when it's time to sell your business? Take the main man 5-question challenge. Are you tired of all the stress? Are you tired of all the risk? Are you tired of all the competition? Are you tired of all the employees? Are you just tired of being tired? If you answer yes to these questions, then it's time to sell and allow the main man to catch you out. Whether your business is profitable or not so profitable, worth 100,000 or 100 million, there's a buyer out there for every business. Do you really know what your business is worth? Call me at 1-800 the main man, because we specialize in maximizing the value of your business, and we're doing all for free. That's a $2,500 value. Call me now at 1-800 the main man. That's 1-800-843-6246, or visit us on the web.
That's right.
Superman.
That's right. That's right.
So fucking poor Italian people and bad Godfather fans.
store
They
to
will
get
light
the
those
perfect
fucking
gift this Father's
DVDs on
Day.
fire.
Choose from a
Fuck
huge selection of
Brando.
watches and diamonds
Poor
and
home
gold
adults.
jewelry starting at $99.
I like him more now. I like Marlon Brando.
I
more
love
now
Marlon
than
Brando. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. I don't listen. Marlon Brando, dog.
Me, Richard Pryor, thinking about Richard Pryor getting so coked up that he let Marlon Brando fuck him was one of the things I was like, unless he that's prejudice with me. I should just assume he enjoyed
Hey,
it.
it's Doc Reno.
And
Question for
assume
you.
he
Do you
enjoyed
own a
having sex.
business?
Marlon
I want
Brando,
to
why
talk
should I
about
give
my
a shit?
friends at Right Star Credit
Right.
Union and what they do for business owners. Because right now, if you open up a business checking account and maintain a balance of $20,000 or more, you can enjoy a very impressive 3.75% annual percentage yield APY. And when you open up that Right Star Credit Union Premier Business Checking account, enjoy high yield interest, easy access to funds, unlimited check writing,
He went to the
overdraft
island.
protection,
He
any
believed his
business
ego. You got to remember that was an
So
all-time
join
record for
today
a
at
long time. When he got
bscu.org/premier.
banged them out.
BSCU membership
He
eligibility
took him to
required.
Cleveland.
APY means annual percentage
He fucked
yield.
them up.
Rates as of February
Big
1st,
money. Find out what they
2024,
paid
subject
him.
to change. 3.75% APY
He
is
fucked
only
them big
applicable
time.
on deposits over
One of
$20,000.
those movies.
Federally
They
insured by
kept
the
saying, "No, we have a
NCUA.
beautiful spot behind right here." Marina Del Rey.
Nuclear conflict could well be mankind's last on the brink of disaster. The double agents. I was actually spying for the KGB. That changed the game.
He made
It's
the
very
studio
difficult
shoot
to determine who you can trust.
5 versus 5. This is from the end.
So that's where he lived, right?
CNN original series, Secret Spies, a nuclear game. New episode Sunday at 10.
Rogan, hear this. Everybody was shooting. They were shooting his feet.
You say
They were shooting like him running up the shore. And meanwhile, he's just banging fucking Hawaiian women 8 at a time. He's just having orgies. Banging kids. All those kids that shot themselves. All those kids he had. Oh my God. All those poor kids that fucking, God rest their souls. And all those problems he had. He was down there like fucking just Matador. Whoever Paramount, whoever the network was, showed up down there. So let's see the damn. I said, what the fuck is this? You're done. They brought somebody else in. Marlon ended up saying, fuck, I'll buy the island. He bought the island, didn't he? Like, this is just crazy shit. I heard. And they just lived on the island. And then they wanted it. They had all the island. And they had like levels. Oh, you want me to come to the studio?
Finals between the New York Liberty and Las Vegas Aces on Saturday starting at 3 p.m. on ABC.
And then they didn't want it for the Godfather.
Find a bit unusual, so they showed up and many people took a lot of pictures.
Kind of like our Fleet Week, but not quite as.
He did a, bro, that movie's like a porn.
We just.
The one he did, that last Cannibal in
Caribbean is a lot
Paris.
nicer.
Is it?
And a lot
That's like a light porn. And then the chick came out years later and said, that motherfucker Stone Cold raped me. He was the king of Me Too. He invented Me Too, that motherfucker.
Because I'm thinking about Fleet Week, and I think these
Yeah,
guys
she
are
came out
deployed on
years
active
later.
duty, but I
Said
wonder if they're
something
going to get
about
any short
she
time, or if it's like, nope, we're at the ready, this is
Brando
serious
went in
business,
there
or how they're
and
handling
choked her
that.
out with the queen and fucking
Yeah, it's interesting. We got an email
the
just about an
getaway.
hour ago
She
from
thought she was just getting pushed.
a defense briefing
Yeah,
in
the queen,
Moscow.
who was it with?
Ally
The
McGraw.
language in there
That was hard to
caused
watch.
members
You
to
could tell that was real.
work on
There's
an
no way that was
exercise, a drill using
Yeah, no. He was a method actor. You fucking, that is harsh. He's crazy. He's crazy.
That scene was so real because of it. I mean, it's awful to watch, but
have some R&R, but that's basically
but it's
why
real,
they're there
right?
to
I mean, it's an awful scene.
shake out and try to get
Imagine being her.
together
All of a sudden,
their
the dude just starts smacking you in
And
the
as
head.
we talked about the U.S., this
You
isn't
don't know
a
what
threat
to
to
do.
or
You don't want to bail out of the scene. You're
any
getting
kind of
fucked
a
up, though.
response
He's
or a
fucking you up.
counteraction.
And she didn't stop. She just kept saying the lines and working with it.
Fuck.
the president's saying
Jesus Christ.
What do you say to somebody after that? I'm sorry, but that's what the scene called for.
counter response from the White House,
Yeah,
but
see.
who knows? Watch your space.
All right, well, we'll be watching, and for now, they're saying
It
it's
sounds
not an
fucked up to
escalation,
say,
so hopefully
but
it's just them.
I think
Kinda
even just
ruffling
that recent a time people did not understand. If you're smacking people in the head like that, you're giving them fucking brain damage. Like you smack someone in the head like that, like, you can seriously fuck them up. Like something could be wrong with them for a long time, even if they don't go unconscious.
When you have Russian assets, pretty small ones, but in their neck of the woods, and it is getting the attention, and that's exactly what Moscow had anticipated and what they're getting.
All right, but we will keep paying attention. Thank you so much, Tom Rivers, for the information.
Very few people.
All right, let's get back to some of the stories coming out of the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Supporters of murdered actor Johnny Wachter have marched through downtown LA to demand justice.
What do we want? When do we want it? The first rally where Wachter was fatally shot by a catalytic converter.
Seeing violence when you're a kid,
Micah Parker said
there's
yesterday
something
it
about like
was
seeing
difficult for him to be on the
someone
location.
you're close
At the same time, this is the place to be because the city
like a 10
and the
or
city's
11
leaders
year
need
old.
to
You see that
understand
before?
what soft on crime policies leads to.
Wachter was fatally shot
You've
last month.
seen a grown adult doing the shit out of
He says the
10
thief
or
had
11
Wachter's car jacked up when he
You're a
was
little
shot.
kid.
In downtown LA, Blake Troll.
That to me,
Police say they do have several leads
that was like
and
a
are making
defining moment
progress
when I
in
was
the
little.
case.
As a parent, I only saw
Yeah, I saw someone beat
That's not
somebody
from
else.
CSU LA. That's protesters storming the field at the Congressional Baseball
When I
League
lived on
in
205
Washington,
West
D.C.
88th.
yesterday. They claimed to be climate change protesters, then started a pro-Palestinian chant. U.S. Capitol Police tackled the protesters and took them out of the ballpark as fans cheered. The Congressional Baseball game raises money for local charities in the D.C. area. House Republicans won yesterday. The score was 31 to 11.
I finally got this kid. Ouch. The Haitian.
San Fernando police have installed high-tech cameras at intersections to help catch criminals. Artificial intelligence is used to capture images of vehicles that could possibly be tied to wanted criminals. Earlier this month, images from the so-called flock cameras led police to a man who allegedly tried to kidnap and rape a 14-year-old girl at a bus stop. The chief of the San Fernando Police Department says more cameras like this are to be added to the city's system soon. Orange County supervisors have approved a preliminary budget of $9.5 billion for the next fiscal year.
The proposed budget is $182 million more than the previous budget, which is a 2% increase for staff and infrastructure improvements, specifically at John Wayne Airport. The county would eliminate 322 jobs which are already vacant. Supervisors Tuesday called on staff to simplify how the budget is presented, look at extending some homeless services, prepare for less state money for affordable housing, and create a program that helps save large animals during wildfires. The vote on the final budget is expected in 2 weeks in Orange County.
That's the first thing I noticed.
The Federal Reserve
When I
is
went to
keeping
Jersey,
interest rates
there was certain kids that
Fed
take
Chair
the dish and go,
Powell says regulators
I don't
will
want
see
Jennifer
inflation
sandwich.
cool further before
If
the
I ever did
rates.
that in my house, Joe Rogan,
The past 2 years,
are you fucking kidding me? Take the dish.
The consumer price
Go
index
against the
shows
wall and
prices
say,
rose
"Now you're not fucking eating soda bags
3.3%
like that,
year over year
Well, I
compared to the
also
same
know
time last year. Powell says the board is maintaining its restrictive stance of monetary policy to keep demand in line with supply and to reduce inflationary pressures. He says they expect just one rate cut this year, which is a big change from back in March when the Fed said they expected 3. Much of South Florida is underwater because of a tropical storm system. It moved from the Gulf of Mexico and has dumped heavy rain as it tracked eastward across the state. The system has caused flooding in a lot of areas, including parts of downtown Fort Lauderdale. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has declared a state of emergency in 5 counties. When we come back, Hamas is
That kid
trying
was
to
the
change the rules
devil.
again.
I knew that kid. I knew that kid.
Ceasefire
Devil
deal
probably
with
because his dad beat
ABC's
him.
Jordan
Then there was
Miller.
another kid
Let's
when I
check in
went to
again
Catholic
Nick, see
school.
what's up on the roads
We
early
know,
this Thursday
Father,
morning.
Gins on the whole fucking
The
thing.
easy one for you is making
Bro.
the Clay area on the eastbound side
He
of
was
10
top there. He's the nicest guy in the world. The sun was fucking crazy.
Looks like Caltrans
Every time he get there, none would tell us about what he did.
Especially heavy as well on the westbound side of the 10 St. Lucia freeway coming off the 15 out of Ontario to make way toward Euclid in the Upland area. The 210 westbound extra all together actually plugging out from about 15. Not too bad to like Constitution on around Archibald to make way over to the baseline.
and the 60 westbound, a little slip one right here and there to Ontario on the 15 and
I got someone out of that 11. So now, are you looking at me saying, Joey, did they deserve it or whatever? Every parent had a different, I watched the
economy is tough for everyone, and taking a step back and understanding the pain that your customers are currently going through because of a tough environment is really important. We have 19,000 agents across the country that they understand what's going on in those very unique communities. iHeart has such a broad broadcast reach that is
can you imagine that? What they give that guy? What they give LeBron?
Touch customers with a local feel but at a national scale.
Yeah, he got $6 million over 2 years. His son was billion, and he's the biggest player in the world. Now this guy's getting 154 for 3 years. So Dr. J switches up 32 to 6, and now the NBA All-Star game. So all the critics are like, he came from the ABA. He's gonna get his ass kicked in the NBA All-Star game. Go look at those statistics.
With Audible, explore an incredible selection of audiobooks, podcasts, and originals, all in one easy app. There's more to imagine when you listen. Sign up for a free trial at audible.com.
Hey, this is like Kennedy. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports app. Making sleep in the garage in the winter. Beating him until he learned how to play basketball. Because there was no losing in this fucking house. Understand me, Joe Rogan? There's no fucking losers in my fucking house. Sleep in the garage. Don't get it. Pistol Pete will have a fucking triple jack. The Pistol Pete will take you deep. Pistol Pete anybody can cover. The best black dude in the league can cover Pistol Pete. Watch that NBA All-Star game. Pistol Pete is chopping people. He'll behind the back passes. He even looks at a dude or bad. He's looking at Bob Maxton. I'm covered. I don't think just puts the ball between his legs. And he gives it to Julius Erving. Why? Because that kid's father stayed him. There's a different thoughts of
some people can handle that. Some people can't. Some guys are broken. But I mean, it's like how much pressure is too much pressure to create like a superstar like that. But didn't Tiger Woods and his dad put a lot of pressure on him as well?
Let's talk about the guy that died last week.
But that's a different thing. Well, the Tiger Woods.
Joe Jackson. What the fuck is different about that? He created 3 fucking kids that changed the fucking one kid that changed the fucking world.
Right.
He beat him. He fucked him in the ass. Supposedly. I don't know. He did sexual something. One of them.
Got to be really careful with sexual.
I'm sorry. Listen, it's the Me Too thing. Things come out. What are you gonna do? Everybody's getting the blame for something. You know what I'm saying?
But is this something you really heard?
I've heard sexual abuse allegations from his father, but listen to what did he create? What did he do? What did Joe Jackson do by making them not let them fucking? And let me tell you something. The one kid could have gone to college to play basketball. The kids had talent. That's what. Gary and Danny. Gary and Danny. It's like hell. Fucking Delaware, and then Gary in the end. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, Gary's like, great. He made these kids hurt.
Hi there, I'm Joel Larsgaard. Join me this Sunday for How to Money. Talk all things personal finance and help you learn how to save, invest, and enjoy what matters. How to Money with Joel Larsgaard. Sundays at noon on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Look at the lessons.
Where do you find this music? I love it.
That's an interesting thing because we grew up in a time where kids were just allowed to run around outside. Everybody ran around outside. That was just normal, right? When you were a little kid, you ran around outside.
almost home.
Nobody just runs around outside. I remember the
Here's what
first
we're
time I saw
following in the
a
KFI
grown
24-hour
lady.
newsroom. UCLA has
She hit
increased
my
security on
cousin.
campus as 5 days
We were
of commencement ceremonies get
around the
underway
same
today.
age. I
About
was
70
probably
ceremonies are going to be held around
6 and she
campus
was
throughout
5.
the next
And
couple of
this
days,
lady
including the
slipped
main
on ice
ceremony
in front of
inside
her
the
apartment
Poly
building.
Pavilion tomorrow.
And
The beefed
she
up
got
security
up,
measures come
and
after
my
a
cousin
series of
just unfortunately
pro-Palestinian
happened to be standing
demonstrations
right in front of her when
that
she
took
fell.
dozens of
She
arrests.
got up and she said,
A
"Don't
federal
you
grand
laugh at
jury
me."
has
She smacked
indicted
her
a
in the
man
face.
from Orange
She
County
wasn't
on
laughing at
charges
her
that
either.
he robbed a
She
BMO bank in
smashed her in the
Anaheim
face,
and
man.
took
Like,
3
she
hostages
smacked
back
her
on
hard.
May 8th.
And I was like, "Oh my
A
god!"
day after he was released
I mean,
from
we're
San
both
Quentin.
little
Has a
kids
lengthy criminal
watching
history
some
that
grown
includes grand
adult
theft auto,
smash
robbery,
our
and sexual
cousin
battery.
in the face. You're like,
Transgender swimmer Leah Thomas
like,
will not be
you just gotta realize that, hey, you can't,
The 3-judge panel
you know,
has
you gotta be
dismissed Thomas's
polite.
request to
There's some fucking
overturn
people that will smack you in the
on
face, and she didn't even do
transgender
anything
competing.
wrong.
World Aquatics rules state
There's some
trans
evil
women
fuckers
can't
out there that'll
compete
hit little
if they follow any
kids.
part of the process of male
That's some dark shit, man.
Olympic swimming trials.
Smacking little kids in the face.
It's
I ran
exciting.
into, I
News
swear to
alleged
God, I ran
real
into
parts of
problems.
Proposition
When I
47,
first moved
including the one that made a lot of
to
thefts,
there was a dude on the block
misdemeanors
that
instead of
smacked little
felonies,
kids.
has
And I'm
qualified
telling you right now,
Right now, let's say good morning to ABC's Jordana Miller. Jordana, there is a U.S.-backed
Oh my goodness,
ceasefire.
that's outrageous.
this is the early 70s.
Proposal. They made a bunch of changes to it.
This was the early 70s, which I turned into a joke later on because it would be like, "Bro, have you seen Joe Rogan lately?" And I haven't seen him in a week. He's thinking Charlie, and I'm like, well, I forget Charlie. What was his name? Mr. Martini.
Mr. Martini.
Mr. Martini. When you first moved to 88th Street, I tell you, like I was
Wait,
5.
this guy?
Mr. Martini.
Oh, Jesus, he's a monster.
Mr. Martini wore black shirt.
Declaration of the end of the war and its withdrawal of all the troops. Now, Mark wants the joke to do that in phase 1 during the first 6 weeks and before all the Israeli hostages dead and alive have been freed.
Get the fuck out of here, you little fucking douchebags. Get the fuck. And I was Cuban. I didn't understand. I didn't really understand what he was saying. I understood the anger. I didn't understand the language. They were get the fuck out of here. I realized it.
You know, Secretary Nancy Blinken was going to go back to Bridget Gap, but he said,
So all Cubans have that like walk in front of their house.
with the plane,
There's something one of those changing every day.
Yeah.
It's like a new blood statue. They would steal the change.
changing
Bring it
parts of the
downstairs.
deal they
Over to the
previously
poor
agreed
kids.
to,
Come in
like
and
the timeline.
you want to go out? They would go, yeah.
You know, it looks like we are so far away from the
Where
deal.
Mr. Martini lived.
Yeah, it seems like every time
He ran the whole bit.
they come up with a
Right
deal
there.
and both sides go, oh, okay, and then
Go, Mr.
boom,
Martini.
they still have those
Fucking chases. And Doug, he chases.
will stop
Oh
the
my
war
And if he
from
caught you,
hostages
he would
from
fucking
Israel
hit you like
and
50 times.
Hamas.
But we fucked him
Release
up.
the
We would
hostages
fuck him up.
or stop
Dog,
the
I
war,
saw
and
some
then we'll
shit
release the hostages. I mean,
the
it
first
doesn't
day.
seem
Like
there's
New
been
Jersey to
any
me was a completely, that was like Mars to most people. Like most people listen to me and go, you grew up someplace that doesn't exist. How can 8 people fill these chairs? They tell you about the parents and the people and the situations. But the first day I went out in my hometown of North Bergen, I saw me and Joe Rogan fight. And even though I had Joe Rogan on his back, I saw Joe Rogan's father come down the stairs, pull me off Joe Rogan, smack me, punch me, kick me, throw me on the floor, and make his kids go in. That was my first experience ever in New Jersey. I saw Mr. Robinson come downstairs. He took Anthony off his son, threw him off, smacked him in the fucking face, Joe Rogan, at 2 in the afternoon noon. In 90-degree heat, punched him in the stomach and told him to go home, you little guinea fuck. Go home, you little guinea fuck. Say that now. They'll throw you in jail for 2 years. He told him, go home, you little guinea fuck. And Anthony looked at him crying a little bit. He picked up his shirt. He went like this. He took the thing off. He goes, I'm going on my fucking phone. You fucking dead motherfucker. Oh, you fucking guinea fucking greaseball for that I did. He's probably a greaseball just like you. And I'm sitting there going, I want want to see how this plays out.
want to survive this real desperately
And next thing you know, two cop cars
that is
pull up.
what Seymour is
And
ultimately
there's one
looking
cop
for.
car that's
People
unmarked.
play
There's
games
another
and
one that's
reject,
marked.
I think, every deal
And it's a
till
big
there's one
fucking
that
Italian
doesn't
with a
somehow
detective,
still be
like,
in
you
control.
know, the short
And I don't
stuff,
think that's
down
what's ever going to come by him.
comes out of his car, he puts his
Now,
fucking
Jordana, and I heard that
Israeli
I
face.
think it was Seymour who said basically we have Israel where we want them. Like they think they're winning this.
Italian kick.
Right, so the Wall Street Journal reported recently that
He's the eyewitness. Is down. Then he fucking hit me. And I'm sitting there. This is gonna get fucking.
right, the political leadership of Hamas, and he's the military leader inside the Gaza Strip, in which he said, you know, we have Israel where we want them, you know, the civilian deaths are quote-unquote necessary sacrifices.
All the other
This is
kids.
something, of
Tell me
course,
what happened.
Israel and
It
those
was Anthony and him were
studying
fighting.
Seymour
And he came down
known
here
for a
and he
long
fucking
time.
Now, this time they know that the cops are there.
Willing to
And Mr. Robson, like, kind of opened his door and be kind of tough.
and even at very high
Like, he's
numbers,
not
because
coming up.
it
He's
will be
a
it will help the cause, quote unquote.
cop was okay.
They will be seen as martyrs. You know, I want to remind you of a very interesting and important interview that was done not too long ago here in Israel with the head of the Israeli prison, who got to know Seymour quite well. He was jailed here, and he recounts a conversation he had with Seymour, where he said, you know, your vision for Palestine, for greater Palestine, you know, and how many people have to die for that? Are you okay with 100,000 Palestinians dying? And his answer was, even 200,000 would be
The guy
okay.
killed though, and he started kicking him with the
Gives
fucking
us a
thing.
window
Bam,
into
bam, bam. And I hit it
Well,
with, would you ever fucking hit my son again?
high enough
Get out
for
of here.
everybody, but
And that was how I became friends with the family.
And it'll be
Because
interesting
when
to
he
see
came down, he
if
goes, who's this kid? He goes,
hearing
who's this big
him
kid? He's the only
say
one that
these
jumped in.
things changes
It was one
sentiment
of
at all.
those things
Because we know
that
that
was in my life. When I
Israel's
got
under
that
a lot of
police
pressure
car.
to keep try to reduce
Because
the
I
number
did
of civilian
whatever,
deaths.
I did whatever the
Israel
fuck
says
I want.
it's
Look at
trying
this today.
to reduce
This
those
is fucking
numbers,
crazy.
and yet Seymour is
You
like,
know me
hey,
and you don't
it's
fuck
part
around.
of war.
What do you got over there?
This is still, that's what happened in 1973. And what's that today? That's a gold card.
What does this card do?
It does what it needed to do. It does whatever I needed to do. You know what I'm saying?
You're a family member.
Why? Because of that fucking day. Because I'm the only guy that jumped in.
I like how cops have things like that. Family member. You get a
Family
secret
member.
card you can get from one of your buddies. Show this. You ever get pulled over, put this on your license plate. I got this little sneaky little thing.
So now we're tight. I'm eating at the house. I'm eating fucking pasta with fresh mozzarella in the middle. Oh, I can open up the front door whenever I want. I call the mama. She makes cream puffs.
Oh, wow.
So I'm tight. I'm the only Cuban in 1974 that's even walking in there. So now we're in the 6th grade. And we're playing kickball. McKinley had no fun. Remember 2 months ago, Home DeGeneres donated $50,000 to a grammar school. It was my grammar school, no Bergen, New Jersey. 2 months ago.
Yeah.
Home DeGeneres donated $50,000. Now, when I went to that grammar school, those motherfuckers didn't have a gym. You shovel snow to get a beat.
Shovel snow.
You shovel snow. When it snowed out, you shovel snow.
That was part of your physical education?
Yeah, and you do push-ups and sit-ups. And fucking
That's like Russian shit.
bro, and they had a fucking bar, and the kids did pull-ups. No, they were brutal. Finally, they built the gym in the 8th grade.
Anytime soon,
But
but
before that,
the
we
Secretary
played
of State
kickball
somehow
outside
found
in
a way
the
to
fall.
make some
They
headway.
were
He said he's going to keep
kickball.
trying.
Never forget this guy's
Jordana
name.
Miller, thank you so much for the information and insight to this
That
morning.
was the teacher's name. Was he a good guy? Yeah,
All right,
he was
talk to you soon.
Jim Peach.
Let's get back to some of the stories coming out of the KFI 24-hour newsroom. LAPD Chief Dominic Joy says following the pandemic, robberies and thefts continue to outpace homicides and other violent crimes.
Joey says with COVID going out, he's noticing more crimes of opportunity. COVID is now a lot of people are more comfortable being in public places. And for example, around public places, we're seeing a spike as McCarthy. He says most of the calls in that area have been strong armed robberies or snatching threats.
None of that spick shit's allowed. This is the 6th grade, North Bergen, New Jersey. This is a school teacher. Mr. Totoro was like, hey, None of that spickaroo shit over here, right? This is America, right? Oh, bro, that was, at that time, that was a big issue because a couple weeks before that, a guy named Petoro was a baseball coach, and he threw a kid off the speaker's
Lawyers have now filed court papers asking the entire complaint be dismissed. No explanation was given. Adding Marilyn Monroe's house in Brentwood to a list of city landmarks has been delayed again.
The LA City Council was expected to put an end to the month-long effort to name the house in Brentwood to the city's list of historic cultural monuments. But at yesterday's meeting, the item was yanked from the agenda so that discussions and possible litigation with the current owners could continue. Those owners live next door and want to tear down the house on Bellman Drive, where the mid-century Hollywood star died in 1962. The judge sided with the city's preservation efforts.
I think there's a real benefit to being able to speak more than one language.
Definitely is.
Yeah.
Completely different mindset. I'm happy I do it. I speak to my daughter in Spanish. If I tell my passion, mercy,
We're going to find out what Nick's top picks are for things to do.
Oh, nice.
And did you know LA is a good place to ride a bike naked?
Yeah, they say that things like that,
Weather from
learning
KFI,
new
sunny
languages in
afternoon, low
particular
clouds,
opens up
drizzle,
parts
highs
of
in
the
the 70s
brain.
at the beaches. Around
That
80
if
for
you're
Metro
a
LA
dummy
and
like me
Lindo
that don't
City,
speak
70s to
English,
mid-80s
you
in
can
the valleys
access
and Antelope
different,
Valley, 80s to low 90s for the
just
Inland
different ways of
Empire
looking
and
at
High
things.
Desert. About the same for
You know?
tomorrow.
Well, it's very analytical. Let's say you want to be a lawyer. What if your pre-whatever
It's
would be
62
a
in
language?
Garden Grove,
Right.
63 in
You also
Anaheim.
have
That's
a heavy
Norwalk
math.
on the 5.
To be a lawyer, you have to have a very heavy math curriculum. Yeah, a lot of history. You probably have to read history. But there'd be a lot of math, a lot of econ, a lot of analytics. Because it forces your mind to solve questions. So if you look at the prerequisites, if you go to whatever the fuck it is, what's the prerequisites to be an attorney, there's a lot of math involved. There's got to be language involved. There's got to be politics involved, like the American political system, American history system, all that shit. But it's got to be heavy math. Once you get to law school, it's heavy reading. But before that, it's a lot of problem solving. That's how you fix the problem solving. Yeah, I agree. Well, before I got locked up, I was going to be an attorney. So history. Yeah. Thank God for history podcast. I love it. They're the best. I was thinking of going back to school. No. There's no reason. Just listening, refresh.
Hardcore history. History on Fire. This shit is fantastic. He was telling me about this road to Rome. I've never forgot this image. Where there was something like 150 miles of bodies
then it's time to sell and
that
allow
were
the
put on
main man to
stakes.
cash you out. Whether
He
your
said,
business is
he just
profitable or
had
not so
enough
profitable, worth 100,000 or 100 million, there's a
miles
buyer out there for
of
every
human
business. Do
bodies
you really know what your business is
that they
worth? Call
stuck
me at 1-800 the main
on
man because we
big
specialize in
poles,
maximizing the value of your
shoved in the
business and
ground.
we're doing all for free. That's a
For like every
$2,500
30
value to
yards,
you.
they put a
Call me
new
now at
person's
1-800 the
body.
main man. That's
125 miles with
1-800-843-6246
one
or
body
visit us on the
crucified
web at
every 30 yards or so for a total of about 6,000 people crucified on the road between Capua and Rome.
What they do for business owners.
What
Because right now,
the fuck?
if you open up a business checking account and maintain a
I would have to go
balance
back
of
and listen to it.
$20,000 or
God.
more,
See, that's a shadow.
enjoy a very
Ooh, that shit's intense.
I want to start with.
annual
I'm going to start
percentage yield
from zero.
APY. And when you open up that
going
Brightstar Credit
Oh,
Union Premier
Listen,
Business
Wrath of
Checking
the
Account,
Cons, Dan Carlin,
enjoy
the
high
greatest
yield
podcast
interest
series
there.
in the world ever.
And then I
unlimited
want
check
to move
writing,
on.
overdraft protection,
Oh, he's got
and a
a ton of
business
them.
Visa
I mean,
debit card.
American
So
history.
join today at bscu.org/premier. BSCU membership eligibility required. APY means annual percentage yield. Rate as of February 1st, 2024, subject
Yeah,
to change.
all that stuff.
3.75%
Dan
APY.
Carlin has got some
all the wars.
stuff on World War I.
Let's cover both
Federally
wars.
insured by
Cover
the
both wars. Let's
NCUA.
cover the Third War, Vietnam.
Hey, this is
Let's
Adrian
cover the
Gonzalez.
fucking whatever.
proud sponsor of the trip around the
all that
night.
shit I was doing comedy.
Get that
Some
perfect
watches
gift
the
this Father's
news.
Day. Choose
I
from
mean,
a huge
who
selection
the
of
fuck was
watches
watching
and
the news in
diamonds, and gold
1991?
jewelry
Not me.
starting at $99.
I didn't watch
And
TV
3 years
again
of
till,
free purchase.
2003 or
Plus,
something like
100%
that.
approval on
Watch the
finance,
fucking
now
news
up
and
to
have a chance to
$4,000.
be
So get your
inclined
proof
politically
at
or what the fuck is going
DanielsJewelers.com
on. I
or
was just
visit
worried
your
about doing
nearest store.
stand-up.
Own the dream with Daniels Jewelers.
The silence brought to you by marijuana. Oh, I didn't, no, I didn't know. I didn't know you were looking for something or whatever. Well, I'm ready to fucking go. You know, hey, dog, we got a great fucking card this week to fucking break down. I know you broke it down with Brendan. I gotta tell you, man, I like Weenan, and I love Nick. Neil, he's a fucking champion of champions. He took a fucking couple bombs from Anthony Johnson. Anthony Johnson. Jesus Christ, every time they put an obstacle in the Stipe's way, he figures out a way to take it down.
Yeah, he's hell bent on staying champion. He's a giant dude. Like Stipe's a big guy. And I know that Daniel has beaten every single heavyweight spot. He's undefeated as a heavyweight. And including throwing Josh Barnett around. Just
Here's where we're following in the KFI Farmer Newsroom. As many as 100 pro-Palestinian
the most
protesters have
accomplished
taken over
heavyweight
and
champion of all
trashed the
time.
Student Services
That's
building in
that.
Cal-State LA.
Defending his title
Entrances were blocked off with
against the
golf
top
carts,
contenders.
overturned picnic
And he
tables,
did it successfully
chairs,
3 times.
coffee
Nobody else was
machines.
able to do that.
Officials say about a half dozen staff members were stuck inside the building overnight.
Both fights are Jesus Christ, man. That Stipe DC fight is a fascinating fight.
Fascinating fight.
DC's phenomenal wrestler, and Stipe is, I mean, he's as good as he gets.
Are you doing a show Friday night?
Yeah, we're
about
doing
the
me and
promises
Ian.
and
We're doing
perils of
Mirage.
artificial intelligence,
Yeah,
and also will renew his appeal for a peaceful end to
ready
Russia's invasion
yeah,
of
man, I'm
Ukraine
excited.
and
I'm
the
excited for this
Israel-Hamas war
card.
in Gaza. A California-based
very
company's rolled out its Tesla Cybertruck patrol vehicle.
Yeah, I'm digging it, but I have a
It
little bit of a
says
tear
its
in my
Cybertruck
meniscus.
next-gen patrol can be used by police, fire departments, the military, and tactical response agencies. The Anaheim Police Department rolled out several Tesla Model Y patrol vehicles earlier this year as part of its fleet.
I'm not into doing something that I know is hard to do and it's definitely
So
not
maybe
good
that's
for
what
the
they
body.
needed for in the first place. I've still
I
only
just
seen
think you
like
get
2 of
beat
them
up doing that
actually
shit.
on the road. At 6:05, it's handle on the news.
Cameron's a
Elon
different
Musk
kind
and
of human.
SpaceX
Well, you
have
need
been sued
that
by
in some way.
engineers who say they were discriminated against and sexually
Well, that's an
harassed.
interesting thing.
At 5:50, we're going to be
Good time for
talking
that question.
about how
He just
Orange
ran a
County
race today. He
is
ran
trying
like
to
a
get a handle on
6-mile race,
e-bikes, which
and
have
he's
gone
saying
out
that
of
his legs are
control
not
in the
fully
county.
recovered.
But right now, we
He's saying
want
in
to
the
tell you
post
about a
that,
couple of
you know,
things.
his cardio was really good,
So
but
if
you
you
got to figure
are
you run
into an official
for
out and about
24
segment
hours.
this week,
And he ran for
but there
24
are plenty of
hours
things
just
to do out
a
and about.
month ago,
And
right?
one of
Was it a
them
month ago?
is go to a
Not even a
state
month.
park
3 weeks
because
ago?
it is
Something
state
like that?
parks week. Who knew?
That
So
shit takes
there
time. And he's
are
50.
state
You
parks
know,
all
50
around
years old.
the state.
It's not as
The recovery is very tough.
Yeah, he's an animal. He lives to push himself like that.
Yesterday was explore new
More
experiences. Today
inclined to
it's
try to
nourish your
preserve
health
my
and
body.
well-being. If
I
you
like
go to
pushing myself, but
the state parks website,
shit. I don't
they
want
have a
I don't want
complete
to break
list of
hips.
all of the activities going
Shit.
on
Our
all
brother
around.
just
So
had
something to check
shoulder
out if you
surgery.
want to get
Eddie Bravo.
healthy
He just got the
about,
stitches
go
out.
outdoors.
This is his second surgery that he's had.
As I mentioned,
just this
nourish
year.
your health and
You
well-being.
know, he had
Tomorrow,
he had knee
it's
surgery
support
real recently,
climate
like
resilience.
a few months ago, right?
So, okay.
Didn't he have his meniscus done a few
And
months ago?
Saturday
This
is a
generation
celebration
of
of
jiu-jitsu
community and
guys
culture.
is learning a lot.
They say that state parks are for all
What they're
people.
going to pass on to
And
the
it is,
next
it's cool. Like
generation
we
is
went,
that it's great
Nick,
to
I don't know,
roll.
is it a state
Like
park
boxing,
that
great, all
Poppy,
that is
the
great.
California Poppy
Yeah,
Reserve,
there's
that's
no
state
last
park?
it's a California state park. It's not a national state park, but it's a California state
Right,
park.
well, it's,
Yeah.
and it's California state park.
So exactly, no, right.
But yeah,
There's
there's
also
Take care of
just wear and
yourself.
tear.
Yeah,
It's just
take care of yourself.
yeah, but
these
there's
guys
state
didn't
parks
know.
all
You
over the place, and
No.
You didn't know.
Well, it
there's
took him a while
really
to
cool
learn.
things to
But
do
yeah,
that
the
aren't that far
reality
away.
of jiu-jitsu
Just wanna
is
kind of get out,
it's
explore,
a
and
thing
try
that as you
something
get
new.
older, you
Now
have
is a
to be
good
much
time
more
to do
careful
it.
with
So,
who
and
you train
their state
with
parks
and how you
website,
train.
you can go to
You can't just go balls to the wall like you could when you were 27.
Crazy
You have to
fun.
keep your shit
We
together.
also have
And,
found
you know,
that there's
injuries are real. You can't just work through them. Like that was a big foul. People would get hurt. They would try to roll light. Nobody ever rolls light. They always say they're gonna roll light, and that guy almost gets you, and you're trying to go in. Next thing you know, you're defending, and it's fucking serious, heated up roll session, which is great. Then you're like, like your neck's all fucked up. You're all right, next time I'm just gonna lay on my back and work my guard. Bullshit. As soon as it starts getting hot and heavy, you almost got caught in an arm bar, then you try to pop up, then you try to pass his guard, then you do it, you know,
it's a thing that's too exciting. And jiu-jitsu, when I say like rolling hard, I don't mean like not even
breaking
high
balls.
level.
No. Listen, me passing your guard and laying on you, that's not fun. That's a tough one.
Yeah.
Even though I'm giving you love on top, Joe. Yeah, I'm good. I'm just not letting you get the underhook. I give tons of love. I love it. I'm addicted to it. It's changed who I am. I had an attack. Different foundation. I was attacking. I've already attended 2 performances that got a couple of previews. A really incredible unique and neurodivergent magic show that will be coming. Also a kind of like Avenue 2, if you're familiar with that, which invites the Muppets from Broadway. It was a musical, or is a musical. There's a new one that will be coming in the very near future with an untitled situation for that. So it's really fun. It's really inexpensive. Tickets are usually between $5 and $10. So it's an easy thing to do. And with Father's Day this weekend, on top of National Parks, California State Parks Week, it's one of those fun things that you can take dad and take Thursday
and
go
do. So that's why I really encourage supporting your own backyard. But if you are familiar with something that is returning to the Hollywood Bowl, this is one of my favorite things that I've been to many years. It's the Hollywood Bowl Jazz Festival.
I got this 5-year-old
and this used to be
I watched you
Playboy that's been a long time since that was
I go to fucking cryotherapy.
It's a gathering of really intelligent and thoughtful musicians within the jazz community, but performers as well. But I think it's really true because this year is going to be hosted by our City Hall. Also, they always have a little schools that are involved. So the Herbie Hancock Institute of Jazz Band in LA, and then the LA County
Plus, I
Council
get
for the
that
Arts
freezer
Jazz Band.
for 3 minutes and 30 seconds.
It's not just like Jodeci or Hans Isley or Cinema Club first be there, Christina
fitter,
McBride,
healthier, happier.
but you'll see all sorts of different artists that show up.
Dude, they're going to talk us into getting into a pod. Next thing you know, you're going to be locked into
it's going to be in Orange County.
So what is this treatment? No negative side effects. Clients are supplied with safety goggles and then relax into no Thor treatment pod for 8 to 15 minutes of whole body restorative light treatment. The treatment may be repeated 2 or more times a week.
Sponsored by Hyundai
And also drone shows lately. They are so spectacular. I haven't seen one. I've seen several drone shows, but
tell me why I should get in your light box. It's a whole body delivery system of EM therapy that has been designed to deliver optimal wavelength, power, densities, and dosages based on the published clinical research outcomes.
Displays in the sky, so that's what I love, and all kind of music.
It works the whole body to 6 to 15 minutes of 10 Thor or 2.
Yeah, I mean,
redevelop muscles or restore motion to joints,
or
for use as an adjunct therapy
Saturday, and then on Sunday, Mountain Valley Shutterfest will be celebrating dads for Father's Day.
I love
that. Where can people find more information about all these events?
You look good.
All of this can be found at Nick.com, or you can check the link in bio on Instagram and Nick. Have to show it Nick.
Yeah. But you all that training you do, that much training, that's great.
You want to do this
That's really awesome.
I'm excited about this one.
This is something that I never want to do and I don't ever want to see, but if you're into naked biking,
If you want to come here, man, I'll work you out.
World
We'll work out
Naked
together.
Bike Ride.
I was thinking about calling you.
Yeah.
Give me a
Non-starter
kickboxing
has
Sure.
trained
And you
the
know what
best
else you
cities
do? You do
for
like
naked
a circuit
naked
trainer.
Yeah,
biking.
because I have
Who knew there was
that
such a
Echo
thing?
Air bike,
So,
the Echo
non-starter
bike.
I've never done
compared
It's phenomenal. So we
500
could do
biggest cities in the
roads,
U.S. based on
the
5
Echo bike, and I
categories.
got a
They
Versa
looked at
climber, and I like to
the
do
number of
them
naked
in-
biking
I do
events,
those
local
Tabata
interest
sequences.
in
So it's like
food
you
cycling,
go hard for
biking
20 seconds,
infrastructure,
and then
and
rest for
public
10 seconds,
nudity
and go
laws,
hard
among
for
other
20
things.
seconds, and rest for 10 seconds.
So
You do like
the
8
top
rounds of those.
city
It's
to do
fucking
naked
intense.
biking
And then you
is
jump on over to the row machines. Row machines
Portland,
is another
Oregon.
one, the similar number. It's like 30 hard,
Is the
30
weather
hard,
beautiful this
30
time of year
hard,
for that?
something
Yeah,
like
it's
that.
pretty
And then you
well.
go to the Versa
It's kind
climber
of
and
hit or
you
miss
put
right
the
now.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
but
You
they
know,
just said
I'm
that
almost
thanks
like
to
one.
universal Google searches for World Naked Bike Ride and its cyclist-friendly infrastructure,
I saw a picture.
Portland ranks #1. And I know they do a naked bike ride there, but Seattle does a naked bike